I woke up to the crackling sound of the radio. It was October 7th, 2045, early morning. Fog everywhere, cold as hell. I pushed Ma Jingyi aside. She was still sleeping next to me. My back was killing me. I grabbed a pack of instant noodles from my backpack and tossed it to her. She blinked, half asleep, leaning against me, asking about last night. I just told her I didn't use any tricks. The world had ended a few months ago. Strange things started happening everywhere, and civilization fell apart fast. Creatures appeared, things you couldn't kill with normal weapons. Only special people called Sequence Awakened could fight them. The rest of us had to follow convoys led by these awakened, always moving, never staying in one place too long. I escaped from looching in a jeep and joined a convoy called Yama. I welded the truck bed shut with wire mesh and covered it with a tarp. Everything I owned was in there. The reason I had a jeep while others rode bicycles was my secret, a little green bottle. I found it by accident while scavenging and looching. At first I thought it was junk and tossed it aside. The liquid spilled onto a tomato seedling, and suddenly the plant was covered in ripe tomatoes. That bottle kept me alive. Ma Jingyi was someone I picked up on the road a few days back. In this world, women had it rough. Most had no choice but to rely on men just to survive. Plenty of women tried to get close to me, hoping for food. I chose her. She was the prettiest. She said she used to be a small internet celebrity. After she left the car, I secretly dropped a few drops from the green bottle into some water and drank it down. Through my experiments, I'd learned the bottle worked on people too. It wiped out fatigue instantly. I'd been drinking it every day, and my body was getting stronger, faster, healthier. That morning, the convoy announced we were heading into Gusu City for supplies. I tucked the bottle in my pocket, grabbed my mountain knife, packed a black backpack, and followed the lead vehicles. My pickup made people jealous, especially a guy called Yezi, a bully who rode a beat-up bicycle and hung around with a woman named Nana, some former celebrity. Every time he saw my truck, I could see the greed in his eyes. He started mocking me as usual, calling me a wanted man, making dirty jokes about Ma Jingyi. I was used to it, but this time, I swung my machete and slammed it into his bicycle seat. Nana went pale. I told him coldly, I don't hesitate when I deal with people. Then I pulled the blade out and walked away. The night before, I'd put 2 drops from the bottle onto my tomato plants. By morning, they were covered in bright red fruit. When I picked 2, everyone stared. If I hadn't been holding my knife, they would have rushed me. I set up my little kerosene stove. These were my last 2 packs of noodles. If I didn't find supplies in Gusu today, I'd have nothing tomorrow. At least fuel and water were never a problem. 1 drop from the bottle in the gas tank, and it'd be full by morning. Ma Jingyi sat by the road. I walked over with my machete, a tomato skewered on the blade, juice dripping down. The crowd went quiet and made way. I handed her the tomatoes and noodles and asked if she could cook. She nodded shyly and said a little. She lit the stove, chopped the tomatoes, threw everything in. She added her own noodle pack and even a sausage from her pocket. The smell spread through the whole convoy. People swallowed hard, staring with hunger. But nobody dared come close. They knew my reputation. While everyone was distracted by the food, Yezi and Nana snuck over to my truck. They tried to lift the tarp. But I heard something. Maybe I was just that alert. Maybe Yezi's bicycle hit the truck too loudly. I dropped my noodles and rushed over with my knife. I pointed it at them. Yezi lost it. He screamed that everyone should stop being afraid of me and take my truck. I didn't waste time talking. I swung at him, but he had a small crossbow hidden behind his back. An arrow hit my lower leg. My blade caught his neck. Blood started pouring out. I kicked Nana away and struck again to make sure he was done. Yezi grabbed his wound, fell down, and stopped moving. The crowd went crazy. People swarmed my truck, fighting over supplies like animals. Then something appeared in my mind. A message. A ding sound. Congratulations, host. You have gained 150 kill points. A system had awakened. I thought I'd just be a nobody in this ruined world forever. But then, right after killing Yezi, the system finally showed up. I pulled the arrow out of my leg, crawled back into my truck, and used the last drops from my green bottle on the wound. Then I asked the system what I could do with those 150 kill points. It told me I could buy equipment and upgrades. I asked if it could give me a powerful sequence. It said yes and recommended something called the Sword Immortal Sequence, strong attacks, great power, unique to China. Sounded perfect. But then it told me the price. 300,000 kill points. I only had 150. I couldn't believe it. Even after the apocalypse, I was still getting crushed by the system. Then it offered me a loan. A loan. I still hadn't paid off my debts from before the world ended, and now this. But I thought about it. My supplies were being stolen. I could die any day out here. Might as well borrow it. Worst case, I'd just owe forever. I hit confirm. The points came through. Then it asked me to pick a life sword from a long list of names. Broken Sky, Snow Soul, Dragon Elephant, and a bunch more. My truck was being looted right outside. I didn't have time to think, so I just tapped one randomly. Thunderstrike. Energy rushed through my body. I made a sword gesture with my fingers, and a long black sword appeared in the air, covered in runes, lightning flickering along the blade. So this was the Sword Immortal sequence. People behind me started shouting. A floating sword. Everyone was stunned. I pointed the sword at a man who had climbed into my driver's seat. I stared him down coldly and said at once, "Put everything back exactly the way you found it." The man saw the blade coming closer. Sweat ran down his face. He just watched me kill Yezi. He got out of the seat and even left behind the water bottle he'd pocketed. Nana was crouching by Yezi's body, trembling. She whispered, "Sequence transcendent." That's what they called people like the ones leading the convoy. Now they realized I was one too. Everyone understood what they'd done. A sequence transcendent was someone the whole convoy depended on. If I got angry enough to leave, they'd all be dead out in the wilderness. And I was clearly not the forgiving type. I told them my patience was limited. Slowly, the crowd started putting my stuff back. Then I noticed something. A middle-aged woman sneaking a tomato from my seedlings. I moved my hand. The flying sword shot forward and hit her through the chest. She dropped dead on the spot. 2 people dead in minutes. The crowd went silent. Nobody dared breathe too loud. I walked over, pulled out the sword, kicked the body aside, and took the crushed tomato from her pocket. I told them to deal with the 2 bodies properly. A bald guy stepped up right away. He grabbed the woman with one arm and dragged Yezi by the leg. I stopped him and asked his name. He said to call him Uncle Wong. I liked that he didn't hesitate. I gave him the squashed tomato and told him he could take Yezi's old bicycle. I also had him grab the hand crossbow, the same one that had been used to shoot me. It still had about 10 arrows left. Uncle Wong rode off on the bike, looking proud. Everyone envied him for getting close to me. Without Yezi or the bike, Nana had nothing. Her celebrity status only made her a bigger target now. She suddenly grabbed my leg in front of everyone, acting sweet, saying she'd been forced by Yezi and would do anything if I let her ride in my truck. Her shoulder strap slipped down on purpose. The men around us stared. I felt nothing but disgust. No, she didn't expect that. Her sweet act dropped instantly, and her face turned cold. She said I was the first man to ever reject her, told me to wait. She'd find a way to turn other powerful people in the convoy against me. She wanted me kicked out. I didn't care. Let her try. Right then, the convoy leaders showed up. A red off-road vehicle and a bus pulled over next to my truck. The bus had 2 big words painted on the sides, fairness and peace. A bearded man in a leather jacket stepped out of the SUV. He looked like he hadn't washed in days. The crowd went quiet and made way for him. I recognized him right away, Captain Lin Yanan, leader of the convoy, a Pathfinder sequence extraordinary. He started yelling, asking who caused the trouble. Nobody answered. They were afraid of him, but they were afraid of me too. Then a short girl got off the bus, maybe 17 or 18, face covered in freckles, hands in her pockets, walking like she owned the place. Her name was Xiao Yu, a boxer sequence. She and Captain Lin were the only 2 extraordinary people in the convoy. Well, until now. I ignored both of them. I went back to my stove where Ma Jingyi was waiting with a bowl of noodles she'd saved for me. I tossed the crossbow on the ground next to her and told her to keep it for protection. Lin and the girl noticed my setup, a pickup truck, hot noodles with real tomatoes, a pretty woman by my side. Even Lin hadn't eaten a hot meal in a long time. I could see him swallowing hard, staring at my bowl. Meanwhile, Nana was watching everything from the side, already scheming how to get close to Captain Lin and turn him against me. Xiaoyu demanded to know where I got the tomatoes. Lin walked over and spotted my black sword. He asked if I was the one who fought. I finished my noodles calmly, let out a burp, handed the empty bowl to Ma Jingyi, and looked at them. Yes, they tried to steal from me. Was I wrong? Xiaoyu pulled her fists out of her pockets. They were bigger than her face. She was ready to fight. I summoned my sword without hesitation. Nana laughed from the crowd, enjoying the show. But Captain Lin stepped between us. He repeated his speech about fairness and peace, said he'd be the one to judge right and wrong. Nana ran out crying, grabbed Lin's leg, screaming that I'd killed 2 people, including an old lady. Lin ignored her completely. What caught his eye was my flying sword. He could tell it was either a rare artifact or a sign that I'd awakened a sequence. He asked about the sword. I kept it casual. Told him I'd just awakened the Sword Immortal sequence. My life sword was called Thunderstrike. I held it up so he could see the lightning flickering along the blade. The second he confirmed it, everything changed. His stern face broke into a huge grin. He threw his arm around my shoulder like we were old buddies. Another extraordinary in our convoy. Ha! A moment ago, Xiaoyu had her fists up. Now she was forcing a sweet smile. These people flipped so fast it was almost funny. Lin only had guide-type abilities, no real combat power. Xiaoyu was a fighter, but too young and reckless. They needed someone like me. He asked my name. I told him Zhou Yi. He announced that the convoy would now be called the Yamai team. It sounded weird, but nobody argued. They walked me to the front of the convoy. My pickup moved from the very back to third in line, right behind the red SUV and the bus. Majingi followed on foot behind my truck. She was the only person who stuck close to me. She knew that as long as she was useful, she wouldn't starve. She didn't even dream of sitting inside. I valued that truck more than anything. Uncle Wang pedaled his old bicycle hard, keeping up right behind me. The convoy rolled forward slowly. Then the radio crackled. Joey, we're about to reach Gusu City. Stay close. Big cities are full of dangerous things. Everyone must collect as many supplies as possible. We won't get a chance like this again. It was Captain Lin's voice coming through the radio. I grabbed the walkie-talkie. Copy that. Copy that. Uncle Wang was pedaling like crazy behind me, drenched in sweat. Ma Jingyi ran with her backpack on, keeping pace. If either of them fell behind, they were dead. Strange creatures were always lurking behind the convoy. I was the relaxed one, driving my pickup. Through the window, I could see Xiaoyu sitting in the bus like a little queen, legs crossed, with her own driver. Captain Lin drove alone up front. On the surface, he seemed harmless, but I could tell he was a cunning old fox hiding secrets. Then someone on a tricycle shouted, "Buildings ahead." The whole convoy went crazy. People who'd been dragging their feet suddenly sprinted. Everyone forgot about the danger. Gusu was a rich city, a major economic center before the apocalypse. There had to be supplies left. Most people in the convoy were out of food and ammo. Even I was running low. This city was our last hope. Captain Lin's voice came over the loudspeaker. 1 hour. We had exactly 1 hour to gather supplies. Anyone who didn't make it back would be left behind. Cold words, but that's how things work now. Kindness couldn't keep you alive. I grinned to myself. Lin looked like a respectable leader, but underneath he was a smiling tiger, tough and calculating. Made sense, though. Without combat abilities, he had to be sharp to survive and lead over 300 people. I floored the accelerator. The engine roared, black smoke shot out the back, and I left everyone in the dust. People cursed and envied me, but their legs moved faster too. As we got closer, people scattered toward different shopping areas. Splitting up was smarter. Too many humans in one spot would attract the strange beings. I didn't split off, though. I followed Captain Lin's red SUV. His special ability let him sense anomalies. The places he went might not have the most supplies, but they were the safest. Behind me was the bus, and at the very end I noticed something odd, an old man driving a small electric car. He'd never charged it once since the apocalypse started. How was it still running? Gasoline you could scavenge, and I had my green bottle to refill my tank. But an electric car with no power source? Strange. Even stranger that nobody had tried to steal it from him. The rest of the convoy rode bicycles. No fuel needed, handled any terrain. Some people had even built little roofs on theirs to block rain and wind. In the city, most walkers grabbed shared bikes. The deeper we went, the creepier it got. The air turned cold. Shopping streets that used to be packed with people were dark and empty. Captain Lin's SUV showed no sign of stopping, so I kept following. Then, after 2 intersections, he slammed his brakes. Black tire marks on the road. I yanked the steering wheel and barely stopped beside him. Everyone went silent. It was a shopping mall. On the glass doors, for big red characters, written in what looked like blood or paint. Don't go inside. Bodies lay on the sidewalk, rotting and stinking. I'd noticed on the way in that every nearby shop had already been picked clean by other survivors. But this mall looked completely untouched. Through the windows, the shelves were still full. Lin got out first. I grabbed my backpack and followed. I asked him why his guide since brought us here and whether it was safe. He didn't answer. He crouched down, touched the red writing, studied it, then closed his eyes and smelled it. Xiaoyu waited. I raised my sword and pushed the bodies aside. Finally, Lin spoke. He said the writing was left by another guide, a special mark only guides could read, a warning for whoever came next. There's a rule-type anomaly inside. Its effect only works within the mall. Once you step in, you can never leave. The last team lost one extraordinary member before they figured out how it works. A rule-type anomaly. That was new to me. I'd always heard anomalies were impossible to describe or define. They could be an object, a rule, a creature, even a thought. Anything dangerous to humans. That's what they called an anomaly. I asked Captain Lin straight up, "Aren't you a guide? Didn't you sense the anomaly inside the mall?" He didn't answer. He just picked up a piece of broken glass, cut his finger, and wrote something on it. I didn't look. I checked the two bodies, found nothing useful, and went back to my truck. We had 1 hour. No time to waste. The convoy kept moving deeper into the city. Then Lin's voice came through my car radio. He told me that some anomalies were way too powerful for people at our level. The one in the mall wasn't just hard to sense. The previous convoy hadn't noticed it either, and they lost an extraordinary member because of it. He warned me not to speak carelessly around rule-type anomalies. If you trigger their rule without understanding it, nobody can save you. I frowned. How was Lin talking to me through my radio? And he clearly knew a lot more than he showed. Thinking back, I realized the freckled girl Xiaoyu hadn't said a single word at the mall, while I'd been the one talking the most. Smart girl. After passing a factory area, the red SUV stopped. A strong rotting smell hit us. Before I could react, Captain Lin grabbed some big bags and sprinted into a nearby supermarket. The guy was fast, faster than anyone else. I ran in after him. The store was small, but had everything. Lin went straight for the food section like a pro. Through the shelves I could see instant noodles, canned food, and cooking oil vanishing into his bags. I looked at my little backpack and felt stupid. I had no experience with this. I packed in as many noodles as I could, but they took up too much space. Next time, I thought, I'd just drive the truck inside and throw everything in. By the time Xiaoyu led the bus people into the store, Lin's bags were already half full. I carried my stuffed backpack back to the truck, and Lin came out too. We both stopped at the counter. Behind the glass, rows of cigarettes and betel nuts nobody had touched. Everyone else only cared about food. We looked at each other and smiled. Lin grabbed cigarettes and gum. I took the betel nuts and some small personal supplies, slipping them into my pocket. Lin gave me a weird look. My face went red. Ever since I awakened my abilities, my emotions had been harder to control. I'd heard every extraordinary person pays some kind of price for their sequence. Lin's price was probably his smoking habit. Xiaoyu's face was covered in scars. Maybe she'd sacrificed her looks. As for me, then we both froze at the same time. Danger. We could feel it. Children crying. A baby's voice echoing through the store. I'd learned my lesson from the mall. I didn't say a word. I just watched Lin and stayed still. The rotting smell got worse. Then we saw it. A baby stroller, over 1 meter tall, rolling toward us on its own. My skin crawled like insects were all over me. There was no baby inside. Instead, a life-sized wooden puppet sat in the stroller, dressed in an oversized baby outfit. It held a pacifier. Its head creaked as it turned toward us. Chalk-white face, bright red cheeks, black eyes curved into a smile. Then it grinned at us. My sword flew from the truck into my hand instantly. The puppet's smile twisted into anger when it saw the blade. I was about to strike, but Lin grabbed my arm and shook his head. Don't act rashly. The stroller rolled forward a few steps, then suddenly shrieked and rolled backward into the darkness. Lin said it was afraid of sunlight and seemed to follow rules, otherwise it would have attacked already. Xiaoyu and I were both itching to fight, but Lin held us back. Then the puppet's head spun completely around. The stroller started playing a children's song. 1, 2, 3, freeze. Whoever moves turns into a ghost. The head snapped back. Its eyes glowed red. Beams of red light shot out. 2 people in the supermarket turned black instantly, covered in blue flames. They screamed. Someone tried to help and got hit too. In seconds, 4 people were burning. Everyone else stood frozen in terror. The puppet giggled like a baby. The sound went straight through my bones. I swallowed hard and asked Captain Lin what we should do. My voice was shaking. Lin looked at the 4 burned bodies without any emotion. He asked me if I'd ever played the statue game as a kid. I nodded. He said the rules were simple. When the puppet turns its head, don't move. As long as we stay still, it can't hurt us. We just had to wait for the right moment. He figured the puppet could only kill 2 people at a time and only attack twice before needing to rest. We'd seen a few people make small movements without getting hit. It always targeted the ones who moved the most. Lin and I had been talking and making small gestures the whole time, and it hadn't attacked us. That meant it needed time to recharge between rounds. After the puppet's laughter faded, it turned its head again. 1, 2, 3. Xiaoyu moved first, rushing toward the exit. But the puppet was faster this time. Its head snapped around and caught 2 people who hadn't stopped in time. Blue flames. 2 more dead. I'd learned my lesson. As long as Lin didn't move, I stayed perfectly still. The 4 charred bodies were still twitching. Everyone watched their friends die, but nobody dared help. Life mattered, but your own life mattered more. If even the extraordinary ones wouldn't act, what could ordinary people do? The puppet laughed again, staring at the burning bodies with that twisted smile. Then the blue flames got sucked back into its mouth. It looked like a satisfied baby, quiet, full, done crying. We all stood frozen for a full minute. Then some guy rode up on a shared bicycle with a bag of supplies. He stopped outside the store and complained about the smell. His voice woke the puppet up. It started crying again. The stroller rocked. The song played. 1, 2, 3. Statue game. Don't move. During the pause in the song, I made my move, quietly stepping closer to my pickup truck. Captain Lin noticed and moved outward too, even farther than me. Xiaoyu was less experienced and stayed put. The puppet's head turned. We'd already stopped. Its gaze passed over us. Everyone inside let out a breath. But the man outside wasn't so lucky. A dark beam hit him and his bicycle. Blue flames swallowed them both. The puppet always took 2. Its head slowly turned back toward the supermarket. Everyone held their breath. Total silence. You could hear people breathing. Then it looked straight at me. That twisted, mocking smile. My scalp tingled. I wanted to curse. Why was it staring at me? Could these things sense extraordinary people? I swore to myself, when I got the chance, I'd rip that head apart. Then it fell off a shelf. No reason. The puppet's face lit up with excitement. A red beam shot through the glass and turned whoever was hiding behind the shelf to ash. 2 more dead. The puppet smiled that creepy smile again. The stroller stopped rocking. No more lullaby. Everyone breathed. It had killed enough. Like finishing a meal. It slowly closed its eyes. Xiaoyu stepped forward. No reaction from the puppet. Eyes still shut. Captain Lin cursed under his breath. 8 people dead because of this thing. That was when I finally let out all the fear and anger I'd been holding in. I sent my flying sword straight into the puppet's throat. A strange childlike scream. The stroller shook violently. The lullaby played again, distorted and broken. Xiaoyu moved the instant my sword hit. It was my first time seeing her fight for real. Her fists swelled up like balloons. Massive, bigger than her head. She pounded the puppet's face over and over, faster than I could count. More than a dozen hits in seconds. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Those weren't human fists. She was like a living pile driver. I pulled my sword out and jumped in, attacking alongside her. The puppet's cries echoed down the entire street. Captain Lin stood back, watching us, shaking his head. 2 maniacs, he muttered. Xiaoyu and I beat the puppet until it stopped moving. I was still angry, so I cut its head off with my sword. The system chimed in my head, 3,000 kill points. So strange creatures were worth way more than people. But I still owed 300,000. Thinking about that debt gave me a headache. I wondered if the system would charge interest. Captain Lin walked over and studied the puppet and the stroller. He said the creature was only sequence 1. He told us to take it all. The parts might still be useful. Since I struck first, I got to choose. I grabbed the head. I wanted to see what was inside it. Xiaoyu took the baby carriage. Lin got the broken limbs. Ordinary people couldn't claim any of it. Dead anomalies sometimes kept special traits. They could be turned into artificial relics or traded with other extraordinary people. Only in the right hands were they worth anything. After we split the spoils, Lin told the survivors to regroup fast. He'd sensed that something much stronger was heading toward Gusu within the hour. I threw all my supplies into the truck, then ran back into the supermarket. I kicked aside 2 charred bodies and took their gathered supplies too. At the counter, I grabbed 2 bottles of liquor. Before the apocalypse, those were expensive. Now nobody cared about luxury, only food. But liquor kept forever and worked as disinfectant when you had no medicine. Anything useful was worth taking. Then Lin's face changed. He pressed both hands to the ground like he was sensing something. Move. Now. Something's coming. Everyone grabbed what they could and piled onto the bus. Lin's SUV took off fast. I'd planned to collect more stuff, but there was no time. I floored it. My truck ran over burned remains on the roadside and crushed a bicycle under the wheels. The bus followed, slower. They'd come with more than 10 people and were down to half, but loaded with supplies. Lin called out over the loudspeaker, gathering people along the road. The convoy grew as we went. Most people had found bicycles. Some had tricycles. Everyone was loaded down. Then I heard a truck engine behind us. Someone had actually gotten a truck. Impressive. We made it back to our original spot. The old and injured who'd stayed behind were still waiting. Lin pressed his hands to the ground again, confirmed it was safe, and let everyone rest. We'd started with about 300 people. Now maybe 200 were left. One supply run cost us that many lives. I parked and was about to check my system debt when a woman in her 50s walked up with a little kid. They'd heard my name somewhere and went straight for the supplies in my truck. The boy climbed right up and started reaching for things like it all belonged to him. "Hey, kid, what are you doing?" My voice scared him. He pulled his hand back. The old woman's face changed instantly. She put her hand on her hip and started yelling at me, telling me to respect elders and children, saying my bad temper was why I'd never find a wife. I ignored her and pulled the boy down. He started crying. The woman dropped to the ground and made a scene, screaming that I was hitting people, hitting a 3-year-old child, calling everyone to come look. Nobody came close. They'd all seen me kill 2 people that morning. They just watched from a distance. It was obvious these 2 had lived comfortably before the apocalypse. They saw my supplies and tried to use pity to get free food. I wasn't falling for that. This wasn't day 1 anymore. Anyone who hadn't adapted to the new rules would starve. Then Nana showed up. Empty-handed, of course. She hadn't gathered a single thing. She picked up the kid and started lecturing me, calling me heartless, saying I had so many supplies, asking what was wrong with sharing, pointing at the old woman and the child. Same guilt trip as before. Didn't work on me. I never had much sense of morality to begin with. Get lost. I kicked Nana hard. She stumbled and fell into a dirty ditch by the road. Then I grabbed my sword, pointed the blade at all 3 of them, and said at once, "If anyone touches my truck again, you won't see tomorrow's sunrise. Remember that." I'll only say it once. Nobody in the convoy said a word about what I did. Only Nana kept her grudge. But I was done tolerating her. That sword pointed at them was my final warning. Then Ma Jingyi showed up, wobbling through the crowd on a motorcycle. She could barely ride the thing. No idea how she got it. Her face was dirty, hair a mess, nothing left of the online celebrity look she used to have. But unlike Nana, she dropped her pride. Sticking close to me wasn't glamorous, but she was doing better than most people in the convoy. I looked around for Uncle Wong, but couldn't find him. We'd lost about a third of our people on this supply run. Maybe he'd stayed behind in Gusu forever. I planned to train a few loyal followers now that I had my powers. But just like that, he was gone. I didn't feel sad. Honestly, if everyone in the convoy dropped dead right now, I probably wouldn't care. As long as I survived, that's all that mattered. That's just how the world worked now. Human life was worthless. I drove my truck up next to Captain Lin's SUV and left those troublesome women behind. I pulled out a pack of beetle nuts, held one to my nose. That familiar smell woke me right up. I popped one in my mouth. The strong taste hit my head like a wave. My whole body got hot. I hadn't had one in months. I put my feet up on the window and called out to the system in my mind. Can I do minimum payments? Installments? The system said yes. 10,000 kill points a month, plus 1,000 interest. 11,000 total per month, done in 30 months. 10% interest. Worse than illegal loans. Actual robbery. What if I can't pay? It said I'd be marked as untrustworthy. If I missed 3 months, the system would shut down. My Sword Immortal sequence would be taken back until I paid up. I looked at my panel. Only 3,150 points. Still way short of the 11,000 I needed this month. For a dark second, I thought about whether I could sacrifice someone from the convoy to make up the difference. No, bad thought. Once that kind of thinking takes root, you can't stop it. I picked up the wooden puppet's head instead. I asked the system how it worked. Consultation fee, 100 kill points. I almost cursed it out loud. Other people's systems hand out free rewards. Mine started me with 300,000 in debt and now charged me for asking questions. I skipped the consultation and thought about it myself. Captain Lin had said these strange items could be used to make special tools. The doll's head worked like a laser. If I could mount it on my truck, nobody would dare steal from me when I wasn't around. I asked the system if I could combine the head with my truck. It gave me 10 options. The cheapest was 1,500 points, the most expensive over 4,000. I picked a 2,000-point plan. It would mount the head on the truck roof, powered by the battery. If anyone tried to open the truck or climb in without my permission, the head would blast them with its laser. It could even absorb energy from enemies it killed. I hit confirm. The head appeared on the roof with a 3-hour installation timer. It needs time to install too. This system is a scam. 2,000 points gone, just like that. I swore to myself. Only use this system when absolutely necessary. Then noise outside caught my attention. A crowd was pushing around Xiaoyu's bus. After losing so many people in Gusu, there were empty seats. Xiaoyu stood on the roof, hands in her pockets, running an auction. 1 bag of rice for 1 seat. Anyone offering more? People were desperate. A seat on the bus wasn't just comfort. It meant being under Xiaoyu's protection. Better odds of surviving whatever came next. A man offered 50 pounds of flour. Others shouted higher bids. I watched with interest. The girl was smart. Then Xiaoyu spotted someone at the back of the crowd. A girl in a Lolita dress holding instant noodles and some clothes. Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. Freckled face or not, she was still a young girl who wanted to look nice. Hey, you in the back with the noodles. Want to trade that dress? I got off the bus holding my sword and joked that I had 2 school uniforms and 30 pounds of rice to trade for a seat. Xiaoyu jumped down all excited when she heard uniforms, but the second she saw it was me, she rolled her eyes. What a disappointment. I just wanted to mess with her a little. More people gathered, and a trading market formed by the roadside. It was a tradition in the convoy. Every time after a supply run, people laid out what they'd collected and traded. No official rules, just 2 people agreeing on a deal. Captain Lin didn't stop it. He just knelt on the ground with his hands down and eyes closed, using his guide ability to make sure nothing strange was coming. He always looked weird doing that, but nobody questioned it. There were 5 4-wheeled vehicles in the whole convoy. 3 belonged to extraordinary people. 1 was driven by a middle-aged man, and another was that mysterious old man's electric car. Everyone else had bicycles or handcarts. I kept wondering how that electric car still ran. I'd never seen the old man charge it once. I was also curious about the loudspeaker on Captain Lin's SUV. Looking at the puppet head mounted on my own truck roof, I had a guess. Maybe Lin's speaker was a special item too, taken from a defeated anomaly. There seemed to be an unspoken rule in the convoy. Nobody asked about anyone else's secrets. The middle-aged man with the truck, his name was Wang Peng, had a whole truckload of fruit and smartphones. Before the apocalypse, that many phones would have been a fortune. Now with no electricity or internet, they were just bricks. People glanced and walked away. Everyone only cared about food. But Wang Peng called out to me. He wanted gasoline. He'd been lucky enough to find a truck, but was running low on fuel. He knew I never seemed to run out. I told him the phones were useless and gasoline was precious. He'd need to show real sincerity. He thought for a moment, then pulled a woman out of the passenger seat. His wife. He offered her to me. I understood immediately. Women in the convoy were treated like goods. Many traded themselves just to survive. I'd seen it plenty of times. But I looked at this woman, nearly 40, a bit overweight, then thought about Ma Jingyi. I shook my head. My needs had been growing stronger since I awakened my sequence. Side effects, apparently. But I still had some principles. Got anything else? I'm not interested in your wife. He thought it over and reluctantly pulled out a box of unopened canned food. That was more like it. I also grabbed 2 of the phones since he clearly didn't need them. In the end, he gave me the canned food and 2 phones for 30 liters of gasoline. While I was loading the cans, I noticed him blaming his wife for not being good enough to close the deal. The convoy was used to this kind of thing. Captain Lin looked the other way. Xiaoyu had made out the best. Selling bus seats got her the most supplies of anyone. She even set up a clothes rack, probably had the biggest wardrobe of any woman in the convoy. I spotted Nana slipping into the old man's electric car. She hadn't gathered any supplies, so she was trading herself again for a chance to survive. The old man had quite a stash: power banks, outdoor generators, even a refrigerator with frozen meat inside. No wonder Nana went to him. I walked over. "Hey, old man, how much for the meat?" He smiled. 20 jin of rice for 1 jin of meat. 20 jin? That was insane. Meat was expensive, sure, but I couldn't justify that. 10 jin. No more. He shook his head. So I tried something else. I pulled out half a bottle of mineral water I diluted with a few drops from my green bottle. I leaned in close and whispered what it could do. He looked suspicious at first. I told him to try it tonight. "Give me half a jin of meat now. If it works, give me the other half tomorrow." I guaranteed he'd feel 18 again. The old man glanced at Nana on his bus, then back at me, and grinned, a wide smile full of fake teeth that couldn't even close properly. I hadn't eaten meat in ages. Plain rice every day was boring as hell. Most people in the convoy only ate twice a day and were malnourished. No fresh vegetables meant no vitamins, and their lips had turned white. I was luckier than most. My 2 tomato plants gave me several fresh tomatoes daily. Someday, if I got the chance, I wanted to set up a small greenhouse and collect seeds for other crops. Then I could live comfortably. When I went back to the trading area, I saw Wang Peng was still at it, trading his wife's company to some guy for 2 boxes of instant noodles. Right there on his own truck, watching the whole thing. I started wondering if this guy actually enjoyed being cheated on. The apocalypse really does amplify human nature 1,000 times over. Every twisted side of people comes out. I looked around the market, but didn't really need much. My supplies were among the best in the convoy. The food I'd taken from the 2 dead bodies was enough for several people. I wouldn't worry about food for a while. Back at my truck, I lifted the tarp, picked 5 tomatoes, grabbed a pack of almonds, and a bottle of white wine. I set everything on the engine cover and leaned against the truck. Food was valuable, but fresh vegetables were rarer than meat, almost impossible to find. The bright red tomatoes drew a crowd fast. A young man came up claiming to be a chef. Said he'd cook for me if I gave him 2 meals a day. I refused immediately. Looked like a freeloader. Even if he was legit, I'd never trust someone else with my food. What if he poisoned it? Always be careful with people. I ended up trading 5 packs of instant noodles for a set of seasonings: oil, salt, vinegar, the basics. Then I noticed a woman watching me. Jeans, white shirt, confident look. Behind her was a teenage boy, maybe 15 or 16, already tall. Her name was Han Wanning. The boy was her brother, Han Mo. They had a tricycle packed full of stuff. Han Mo was nearly in tears, grabbing his sister's hand. "Are we really doing this?" She pushed him away gently. She knew how things worked now. The 2 of them had found a big piece of cured meat in Gusu. Other people in the convoy had already noticed it. Meat was scarce, and several groups had tried to trade for it, but Han Wanning refused them all. She understood. Carrying something that valuable made you a target. Only someone powerful could protect it. That's why she came to me. I was ruthless. Nobody dared mess with me, and my truck had an empty seat. She wanted to trade the cured meat for protection, same way Ma Jingyi stayed safe just by being connected to me. Han Mo gripped the meat tight, angry and unwilling. They'd nearly died getting it in Gusu. He didn't understand why they had to give it away. Why should extraordinary people get everything? A dark seed was growing in that kid's heart. And honestly, plenty of others in the convoy felt the same way. Where there's oppression, rebellion follows. Han Wanning carried the meat past the whole crowd on purpose, letting everyone see it was leaving her hands, going to me. Smart move. No matter what happened later, people would know the meat was mine, and they'd back off. I spotted her immediately. Those tight jeans were hard to miss. Since I awakened the Sword Immortal sequence, even small temptations hit me harder. Damn side effects. Before awakening, I never had this problem. I looked her over, then glanced at the meat. I understood right away what she wanted. The crowd in front of my truck parted on its own. I grinned. Trading that cured meat for my tomatoes? She didn't answer. She just shook her head and placed all the meat directly onto my truck. Interesting. This woman was so sure I'd want the meat that she didn't even bother negotiating. "Tell me," I said. "What do you want?" Han Wanning's eyes drifted toward my truck cabin. Her voice went soft. Do you like it? I wasn't going to say no. I was already thinking about tonight. But then she pulled a little boy forward. This is my brother. Can we both ride in your pickup? We'll give you all our supplies and listen to everything you say, bringing family? If it was just her, I might have said yes immediately. But a guy too? Disappointing. I looked at the cured meat already sitting on my truck and swallowed hard. We went back and forth bargaining like two women at a market. I told her the meat alone wasn't enough for two people. She said she'd go trade with Captain Lin instead and started walking away. I watched her go. She was gambling I'd cave. I was gambling she needed me more. But then I thought, if Lin gets that meat, he'll never give it back. Better to grab it now and figure out the rest later. Wait, the meat's too small. You need to add something. She smiled, then turned serious again. I told her she could ride in the truck, but the kid stays out, and tonight she comes to see me. She refused flat out. She wouldn't sell her body. After more back and forth, we settled on a deal, the cured meat for my protection. Like a life-saving card. Her brother, and she would be under my shield. Nobody in the convoy would dare bully them. Whether I'd actually keep my promise. Who knows? The meat was already mine. After an hour of trading, things calmed down. Captain Lin wasn't leaving yet, so I set up my stove and started cooking. I cut some of the old man's meat, fried it with oil and seasonings, crushed 2 tomatoes, and threw them in. The smell spread through the whole convoy. I was the only person having breakfast. Even Lin and Xiaoyu stared from a distance. Everyone else could only watch and swallow. Then that annoying old woman and her grandson came back. She dropped to her knees in front of my stove, begging. Said the kid hadn't eaten in 2 days. I picked up the pot and started eating right in front of her. Not bad. Meat makes it taste better. The 3-year-old reached for my food with his dirty little hands. I pushed him down. He started screaming. The old woman scolded me. He's just a kid. You're a superhuman. Can't you share? Something snapped in me. I put the pot down, stood up, and got in her face. Why don't you go find supplies? You just wait around for handouts every day? Do you know 100 people die every supply run just to feed parasites like you? I slapped her hard across the face. The sound cracked through the convoy. She stood there stunned, a big red mark swelling on her cheek. These two had never once gone out for supplies. They survived purely on other people's pity. Over time, they'd become shameless about it. The kid was learning the same. Reach out and someone gives. That kind of thinking would ruin him for life. People nearby actually clapped. I'd done what they all wanted to do. The old woman kept nagging, asking about my parents, my upbringing, saying she'd done nothing wrong. She wouldn't shut up. Then the system timer on my roof finished counting down. The puppet head upgrade was complete. My pickup truck was now a rare item. Mysterious head pickup, ranked 20,025. Not amazing, but way better than a regular car. It had 2 modes, automatic and manual. In automatic, the puppet head would attack anyone who tried to damage or climb onto the truck. In manual, I controlled it myself. I grinned. I threw my half-eaten bread out the window on purpose. The old woman's eyes lit up. She lunged for it and shoved the whole piece in her mouth. The kid cried and reached for some, but she pushed him away. Get lost. I'm not full myself. Then someone in the convoy stood up and shouted the truth. This wasn't even her grandchild. She'd picked the kid up off the road and was using him to beg for food. The crowd exploded. People who'd felt sorry for them were furious. They started yelling for her to be kicked out of the convoy. I closed my window. Not my problem. Then the kid, either from hunger or confusion, ran to my truck and touched it. The automatic defense triggered. The puppet head smiled. A black beam shot from its eyes. The child turned to charcoal before he could even scream. The truck's battery drained completely. Screen went dark. Everything died for a moment. Then the blue flames shrank and got sucked back into the puppet's mouth. Power came back. Everyone outside stood frozen like statues. I told you not to touch my car, I said coldly. Anyone else want to try? Deep down, I hadn't wanted the kid to die. Just bad luck. But now I understood the truck's real power. Those 2,000 kill points were well spent. More than enough to handle ordinary people. I switched to manual mode so it wouldn't accidentally kill anyone else. I'd only use automatic when I left the truck. Nobody else knew how it worked anyway. Then the sky went dark out of nowhere. Big raindrops started hammering the windshield. Dust mixed with water streaked across the glass. Captain Lin's voice came blasting through every radio in the convoy. All members, start immediately. Do not fall behind. When Captain Lin's voice hit the radio, the whole convoy started moving. First rule, never fall behind. I started the pickup. After becoming a strange vehicle, it drove smoother than before. With the puppet head on the roof, I pulled in right behind Lin's red SUV. Behind me was the old man's electric car. Nana sitting in the passenger seat looking pleased with herself, the old man grinning ear to ear. Then Xiaoyu's bus in fourth. Wang Peng's truck in fifth. Him, his wife, and the other guy, all three surviving together. Those were the only 5 four-wheeled vehicles in the convoy. Everyone else was on bicycles or on foot. The rain got bad fast, pouring down so hard the fog lights were useless. We switched to hazard lights just to keep distance between vehicles. The cyclists disappeared behind us in the downpour. I knew what was happening, even if nobody said it out loud. With this many people, strange creatures were bound to follow the convoy's trail. The slower ones at the back would get picked off first. It was like a gecko dropping its tail. Sacrifice some to save the rest. Captain Lin understood this. He'd never told anyone, not even Xiaoyu. The heavy rain would probably cut our numbers in half. The creature we killed in Gusu was just a lucky fight against a low-level rule type. If something stronger showed up, Xiaoyu and I together might not be enough. Lin's voice came over the radio. Entering a forest ahead. The convoy will stop for repairs. We drove slowly for about 10 minutes and reached the forest. From far away it looked normal, but up close it was insane. Some trees were over 100 meters tall. Trunks so thick it'd take 4 or 5 people to wrap their arms around one. Even the grass was taller than a person. The convoy felt tiny, like we'd shrunk. People started wondering if we were even on the same planet anymore. The huge leaves made decent shelter from the rain. But the mist was thick, visibility less than 10 meters. I parked under a big tree and stepped out. Immediately landed in a puddle. The rain soaked me in seconds. Water filled my shoes, heavy and squelching with every step. I'd been wearing these shoes for over a month and had no spares. Why did I even get out? Should have stayed in the truck. Captain Lin was just as soaked and just as angry. I asked him why he picked such a terrible spot. He laughed bitterly. You think I don't want somewhere better? I can only sense strange things within 1 kilometer on foot, a few hundred meters from a car, and really powerful ones. I can't detect them at all. I'm just a first-level supernatural. I sighed. We set up a tent and rain covers from the car. Some sharp young guys had already gathered firewood for a fire. Everyone was drenched. If we didn't dry off, people would get sick. Cyclists trickled in one by one. I spotted Ma Jingyi on her motorcycle. She'd kept up. I asked Lin how to improve my abilities. He explained that every first-level supernatural trains differently. For him as a guide, the longer he leads the convoy, the stronger he gets. As long as the convoy moves, he's constantly training. I thought about that, then asked if we could rename the convoy. Yamai sounded terrible. He agreed, but said we need to discuss it with Xiaoyu since the 3 of us were the only extraordinary members. He asked how I planned to get stronger. I thought carefully. I couldn't mention the system or the green bottle. So I just said it, killing. Killing people, defeating strange creatures. That's how I get stronger. He nodded like it made sense. As expected of a Sword Immortal. Then he mentioned something interesting. In a few days, we might meet another team. Not a convoy, a team. I noticed the difference. That old fox always chose his words carefully, never fully explaining anything. He also said the 3 of us would take turns keeping watch tonight. He could sense strange energy nearby. Not very strong, but plenty of it. I frowned. You're supposed to be a guide. Are you really any good at guiding? Maybe someone else should be team leader. Lin just shrugged when I questioned his guiding skills. Typical. Nobody could get the wet wood to light, so I poured some gasoline on it. That did the trick. Looking around, I counted maybe 100 people left. The elderly, weak, and injured had all fallen behind in the rain. Gone. The 3 of us, Lin, Xiaoyu, and me, gathered everyone around the campfire and decided to rename the convoy. Yamai was awful. We each suggested a name. Lin wanted fair team. Xiaoyu said peaceful team. I went with strong and prosperous team. We put it to a vote, but most people were too scared of offending one of us, so they didn't vote at all. First democratic election, total failure. Night came early in the forest. We split the convoy into 3 groups, about 50 people each. Lin took the first watch, Xiaoyu the middle, and I got the late shift. Everyone else took turns sleeping. For dinner, I rinsed some rice in the rain and threw it in the pot with a few slices of cured meat. While everyone else struggled to find dry wood, I was already cooking on my kerosene stove. Lin wandered over. He asked how I always had gasoline without ever stopping at gas stations. I shot back, what about that horn on his car? How could he talk through my radio whenever he wanted? He laughed. Then, before I knew it, he had a spoon and was eating my cured meat right out of the pot. Shameless. He told me the horn was a strange object, ranked over 30,000. Nothing fancy, just let his voice reach any electronic device nearby. We fought over the pot like animals. Within 2 minutes, the rice and meat were gone. I pulled out the 2 phones I'd gotten from Wang Peng and asked Lin if his device could transmit through them too. If so, we could give everyone in the convoy a phone and he could issue commands more easily. He liked the idea. He looked at the truck full of phones and started thinking about properly managing the convoy for once. After dinner, the rain eased up. I put my shoes, socks, and clothes by the fire to dry, crawled into the back of my truck, and set the puppet head to automatic mode. I was exhausted. Fell asleep instantly. Late at night, Xiaoyu woke me from my shift. I dragged myself to the truck door and found my shoes, socks, and clothes already laid out dry. A tall, thin guy with greasy middle-parted hair stood there respectfully. Mr. Zhou, my name is Qi Tian. I've been assigned to night duty with you. He said he'd done it voluntarily, even made me coffee. I looked at him and smiled. One day with extraordinary powers, and people were already trying to get on my good side. I put on my dry shoes, took a betel nut from my pocket, and tossed it to him. I prefer tea. Don't drink coffee much. Have a betel nut to stay awake. He caught it happily. The others watched with envy. A betel nut from me was basically a stamp of approval. I asked how many people were on my watch. He said 52, already counted. Sharp kid. He'd prepared everything in advance. I told him to organize the night watch himself and come find me if anything happened. His eyes lit up. He knew exactly what I was doing, giving him authority, rewarding good work. He'd gone from nobody to my right-hand man in one night. Hey, Qi Tian, next time you make coffee, add sugar. I looked around. Most people were sleeping on plastic bags on the ground. I had the truck bed set up as a small bed, dry, sheltered from wind and rain. Not bad. Then I glanced at the old man's electric car. It was shaking nonstop. Qi Tian, yes, Mr. Zhou. Are the old man and Nana in that car? Yes. Which watch group are they in? He thought for a second. Captain Lin's. First group. I stared at the rocking car. The old man was supposed to be done with his shift hours ago. That old man's really something. Still going at this hour. That woman Nana really could handle anything. Even a guy in his 60s. Good thing I traded him that diluted green water, or the old man might not survive her demands, and she'd end up with his car. I drank the bitter coffee and rubbed my face. Hadn't washed in over a month, greasy enough to scrape off like mud. My hair was just as bad. I touched it, wiped my hand on some wet leaves, then balled up the loose hair and threw it in the fire. Then I noticed something on the ground. Rice. Scattered around. That was strange. Where did rice come from in the middle of a forest? I looked closer. It was leftover from our supplies. A thief? Resources were scarce, so stealing was normal. But something felt off. I switched the puppet head to automatic mode to protect my truck. I didn't care about other people's stuff, just mine. As long as nothing strange happened on my watch, job done. Qi Tian was patrolling with 7 or 8 guys, posted every few meters. Everything looked fine. An hour passed quietly. Then the truck's defense triggered. A loud scream cut through the silence. The system chimed, 100 kill points. I grabbed my sword and rushed over. A charred black lump lay beside my pickup. Qi Tian and his guys surrounded it with sticks and tools. It wasn't a person. About a meter long with what looked like a tail. A giant rat. I told Qi Tian to get Lin and Xiaoyu immediately. He ran off faster than I'd ever seen anyone move. Lin showed up looking tired. Xiaoyu came out yawning and cursing, threatening to beat me if I didn't have a good reason for waking her. I ignored her and pointed my sword at the rice stuck to the corpse. I think this is a big rat. And there's rice all over the ground. Lin crouched down, pressed his hand to the earth, and started sensing. People checked their supplies. Sure enough, stuff was missing. A lot of it. Xiaoyu's bus had lost nearly 80% of its food. Anything not locked inside a vehicle was gone. Lin's face went dark. He pulled out a map, muttered to himself, kept touching it with his hand. Then he said one word. Go. Retreat north. Now, nobody asked why. We just moved. That was life now, migrating or preparing to migrate. Strange things were everywhere. All we could do was follow the guide and hope for the best. The convoy snaked through the giant forest, turning left and right. I chewed on some food while driving. We kept going until the sky turned faint red. The red SUV ahead slowed down. Through the morning fog, buildings appeared. Someone shouted, "A village! There's a village ahead." A village meant supplies. I floored it, engine roaring, shooting past Lin's SUV. He wasn't about to let me beat him. The two of us raced toward the entrance. Behind us, Xiaoyu stomped her feet on the bus, furious that we left her in the dust. We parked at the village entrance, almost blocking the whole road. I got out and looked around. A chill ran down my spine. The fog was thick. Ahead were stone houses that looked like they belonged to another era. No modern feel at all. The village was dead quiet. The entrance was packed with stone statues, all different shapes. Ancient generals, farmers, even modern-looking people. Stone animals everywhere. Stone birds on the ground. Nobody knew who carved them or what this place was called. Lin did his usual thing, hands on the ground, sensing the area. Meanwhile, everyone was panicking. Most of the convoy's food had been stolen by those rats overnight. Majingi came over and told me her motorcycle was out of fuel. I had to take a barrel from my tank and, when nobody was looking, add a drop from the green bottle. The bottle only made 1 drop per day. If I used it on the gas, I couldn't use it for the tomatoes or drink it myself. I need to plan more carefully from now on. Lin decided we'd rest outside the village. He warned everyone, look for supplies around the area, but absolutely do not go inside the village. Then Majingi grabbed my hand. This village looks scary. Talk to Lin. We shouldn't stay here. Her face was close. Cute, pale skin. My mind started drifting somewhere else entirely. Before she could finish, I changed the subject. A barrel of gasoline. That'll cost you a month. Come to my truck every night. As soon as he said that, Majingi blushed shyly and turned away without saying a word, afraid others might hear. She silently took the fuel barrel. Once she left Zhou Yi's pickup, the other men in the convoy looked at her, sizing her up. Countless pairs of eyes, hidden in the dark, watched her graceful figure. Zhou Yi looked at the village behind him. It always gave a strange feeling, and he felt an inexplicable sense of dread. The people in the convoy were obedient. Leader Lin had told them not to wander deep into the village, and no one had gone inside. They all set up their camp on a small flat area at the entrance, starting to rest and repair. Last night, the big rat visited the convoy, stealing 80% of the supplies. The convoy is now facing a food shortage problem. Zhou Yi is not affected at all, but the people on Xiaoyu's bus are different. Their vehicle has more people and more food. Last night, they secretly took the most. A sense of food shortage is spreading through the convoy. Rat. Big rat. Suddenly, someone in the convoy shouted. Zhou Yi recognizes this person. He is a young man from Xiaoyu's bus. He is usually the dedicated driver of the bus, called Wei Xinjun. He was just curious and looked outside the stone wall window, but he was so frightened he used all his strength to crawl back into the bus. Xiaoyu was the first to rush over. What's going on? Did you see the big rat? Wei Xinjun stammered, frightened. A big black rat over a meter long. All over the place. It's too scary. He was panting as he spoke. Zhou Yi was confused and started questioning Team Leader Lin. Team Leader Lin, you said there's nothing outside the village, so why are there so many big black rats here? Are you sensing incorrectly again? Are these rats strange? Team Leader Lin didn't answer. He just closed his eyes, seeming to think. After a moment, he opened his eyes again and started sensing once more. No, that's not right. In my sensing, there's nothing strange inside the village. So where did these big black rats come from? Even Team Leader Lin started to doubt himself. Zhou Yi, holding the black sword, rolled his eyes at Team Leader Lin. I'm telling you, Team Leader Lin, I'm starting to doubt whether you're really the true guide. Are you sure you're not a fake guide? Always messing up. If you're sure there's nothing strange here, then I'll go find the supplies that the rats stole. As soon as he said that, Xiaoyu agreed immediately. After all, the bus used to have the most supplies, but now it has the least. Without food, how can the 10 or so people in this vehicle survive? Yeah, Team Leader Lin, why don't we organize a few people to go in and check? What if we could gather more supplies? Actually, Zhou just said that casually. He didn't really plan to go collect supplies himself. The village felt a bit strange. There's no need for unnecessary trouble. It's better not to provoke anything. But who knew that Xiaoyu insisted on going inside? Before team leader Lin could make a decision, Xiaoyu's hand, which had been in her pocket, suddenly came out. Her fists puffed up quickly as if inflated. Zhou, stay close to me. Without another word, the girl jumped over a nearly 2-meter-high wall and disappeared from sight. Zhou switched the pickup truck to automatic defense mode. Holding his sword, he followed behind. At this moment, Qi Tian, who was acting as a follower, naturally wouldn't back down. He grabbed a wooden stick and hurried after them. Seeing their leader leave, the people on the bus had no reason not to follow. Suddenly, a dozen or so people went after them. Captain Lin could only silently sigh. Sigh. These young people are so reckless. He stood with his hands behind his back, acting as if nothing was wrong, and returned to the off-road vehicle. As they entered the village, everyone felt an eerie silence. The ground was paved with blue stone slabs, and moss grew in the cracks. With every step, water seemed to seep out from between the stones. Zhou tightly held his black sword, alert and watching all around, with Xiao Tian, his little follower, behind him. The stone road was narrow, only enough for 2 people to walk side by side. From a distance, it looked like there was a huge stone statue in the middle of the village. Human head, snake body, very detailed features, about 10 meters tall. It looked like Medusa from a storybook. Xiaoyu, don't get too close to the center of the village. Team leader Lin said there might be something strange inside. We'll just observe from the outskirts. Xiaoyu glanced at Zhou behind her, showing a nonchalant expression, then confidently walked at the front. The girl seemed quite rebellious. After all, she was only a teenager, in her rebellious phase, which was normal. I really admire her fearless spirit. Unlike team leader Lin, who was like a sly old fox, hiding at the back, always running faster than anyone else, and hiding when danger appeared, always trying to stay safe. Previously, while gathering supplies in Gusu, I already saw how strange and powerful it was. Relying on just one extraordinary person from the sequence, I knew it couldn't be enough to fight it. So, I had to be more careful this time. Who would have thought that little you, this girl, would kick open a decayed wooden door in the next second? Inside the stone house was completely dark, and all I could hear were the squeaks of a bunch of mice. Someone holding a flashlight shined at the door, and suddenly, the house exploded with activity. Over a dozen large black rats, each more than a meter long, rushed out. Everyone was so scared they kept stepping back. Team leader Lin sensed that these big black rats weren't strange creatures, just bigger than normal rats. So, the others didn't panic too much. You, go inside and see if there's anything inside. Little you ordered the man with the flashlight. Since a person from the sequence had spoken, even though they were very reluctant, they had no choice but to bravely go in. The flashlight lit up the whole room. The floor was covered with leftover food scraps and packaging. Wow, these big black rats are wasting our food. Today, I must catch a couple to roast and eat. Zhou didn't say anything and kicked open another wooden door. It was better if he didn't open it, but once he did, he jumped back in shock. Inside was a huge tiger, its height reaching the ceiling. In the dark room, the tiger's eyes shone with a greenish glow, staring intensely at Zhou. Its 2 canine teeth were half a meter long, making Zhou break out in cold sweat. Suddenly, a tiger roar echoed throughout the village. Even team leader Lin was startled. Damn, what are these little brats doing? Zhou reacted quickly. Run fast. This is a saber-toothed tiger. The entire village seemed to be awakened by that roar. It was as if countless pairs of glowing green eyes were staring at them from the stone house. There were tiger roars, deer calls, and the sounds of chickens, ducks, and geese. If these were animals known on Earth, they would be roaring here. The convoy felt like they were in a zoo. These stone houses weren't meant for humans. They were full of animals. And now, these people had become the animals' food. Saber-toothed tiger? Are those things still around now? Xiaoyu glanced at Zhou. The two looked at each other and swallowed hard. She hesitated and asked, should we fight? Before she could react, a huge tiger paw slapped toward her. Zhou instinctively raised his sword to block. Clang! Rocks flew everywhere. A stone wall collapsed suddenly. Without the wall blocking the way, it was like releasing a tiger back into the mountains. A tiger's head, as big as a car's front, slowly appeared, causing everyone to scatter in fear. The tiger's paw was even larger than Zhou Yi's face. A nearly 3-meter-tall tiger body pressed down on him, making him unable to move. The tiger's roar made some nearby people tremble with fear. They had only seen tigers in videos or at the zoo before. Today was the first time hearing a tiger roar, and it made them truly understand the saying. The roar of a tiger shakes the forest, frightening all the animals. Just one paw pressing on Zhou Yi's chest made it hard for him to breathe. It felt like over 2 tons of weight was crushing him, almost breaking his ribs. If he hadn't become a superhuman with stronger body skills than ordinary people, he might have been crushed into a pancake. Most importantly, his sword was also pressed down by the tiger's paw, and he had no way to free himself. Ah, Zhou Yi, don't panic. It's just a tiger. Take this punch. Xiao Yu, trained as a fighter, was also part of a powerful combat team. Especially when facing fierce opponents like tigers, her fighting spirit grew stronger. Her already large fists doubled in size. The little girl looked small, but with such big fists, she looked very unusual. However, this didn't affect her fighting ability at all. In fact, bigger fists meant greater strength. She swung her huge fists forcefully at the tiger's head. With a crisp sound, someone's bones made a clear cracking noise. The tiger shuddered. The powerful impact stunned the tiger as well. If this punch had hit the ground, it probably would have made a deep dent. Zhou Yi quickly seized the chance, rolled away, and escaped from under the tiger's paw. It seems that the Sword Fairies team still isn't suited for close combat. They should control flying swords, and with a thought, they could take a person's life from thousands of miles away. After escaping, Zhou Yixuan quickly put some distance and ran a few meters away. As expected of a boxing fighter, can fight a big tiger like that and hold your own. Thunder. Go. Swish. A sword light tore through the air. Lightning carried a black sword, stabbing straight at the tiger's throat. When fighting, Zhou Yixuan was very decisive. As soon as he saw an opportunity, he had to take the tiger's life. Just as the sword tip was about to pierce the tiger, a wolf suddenly pounced from somewhere and blocked the strike. Xiao Yu's fist made close contact with the tiger's claw. Both were knocked back several meters until they hit a stone wall and stopped. The boxer was a series that got more excited the more she fought, becoming more aggressive with each fight. Just as she was about to counterattack and crush the tiger's head, many animals appeared from the village. A few wolves even attacked the people in the convoy. Most of the others were ordinary people, so they had little chance to fight back against these animals. Mr. Zhou, help! The tiger hadn't been dealt with yet. Meanwhile, Han Wanning started calling for help again. He had promised to help save them, but it wasn't a life-or-death moment yet. Hold on a bit longer. I'll deal with this tiger first, and then save you. The tiger was the king of beasts. These animals seemed to have some intelligence, attacking the crowd under the Tiger King's command. Team leader Lin didn't know when he had already hidden in the off-road vehicle, repeatedly shouting through the loudspeaker for Zhou Yixuan and Xiao Yu to focus on killing the tiger first. Xiao Yu rolled her eyes at him and muttered softly, "It's easy to talk when you're not the one fighting." Zhou Yixuan kept looking for an opportunity, a chance to deliver a decisive sword strike. The system had said that the Sword Immortal series was very strong. He needed to show some impressive results to boast about later. Thunder. Now. With a whoosh, the flying sword once again tore through the sky like lightning, stabbing forward. Accompanied by a thunderous roar that echoed for miles, the giant tiger's throat was pierced by a black sword. They had previously experienced a strange encounter with a puppet head, and this time their cooperation was just as perfect. The same effect as before, Zhou Yixuan launched a long-range flying sword attack, while Xiao Yu moved in to land a punch. The tiger's neck was still dripping with fresh blood, and its huge paw swung forward quickly. At first, the tiger was still fighting back, but under a barrage of punches like a meteor shower, it couldn't hold on for even a minute. Its large head was smashed in, with brain and blood splattering everywhere, flowing along the stone path to the parking lot. Sure enough, once the tiger died, the other animals lost their leader and started to scatter and run away. After the animals had left and it was safe, team leader Lin got out of the vehicle to check on the casualties. Fortunately, no one was killed, Only a few people were bitten or scratched by the animals, mostly minor injuries. Zhou Yi saw that the tiger was still and slowly approached, drawing his flying sword. This tiger is a good catch. How should we split it? Xiao Yu looked at the big tiger from top to bottom. Rules are rules, 1/2 for each of us. Anyway, this guy is so big, I guess we won't need to worry about meat for months. I've never eaten tiger meat before. She said this with a greedy look on her face. But the tiger has a pure yang sacred body. As a girl, you should eat less. Oh, and that. Tiger whip. Seeing Zhou Yi start to hesitate, Xiao Yu immediately understood what he meant. Fine, I'll give you the whole thing. I find it gross to eat myself, but we'll split the rest equally. Okay. The two of them ignored the others and quickly agreed on how to divide the tiger. Coincidentally, she still had 2 bottles of white wine, and with such a big tiger whip. TSK. Later, she would find a big jar to soak some good wine. The tiger's skin was so large, she imagined wearing a tiger fur coat. TSK. Before they even started, she was already smiling so much she couldn't keep her mouth closed. Haha, we're doing better now. Zhou Yi raised his black sword, aiming at the middle of the tiger's head, and struck with a powerful slash. The tiger was cut in half. He didn't need to do the dissection himself. He just gave Qi Tian a look, and he understood what to do next. Because the tiger was so huge, it took more than 10 people to lift it. Zhou Yi's face was full of happiness. After finishing his work later, he planned to give a piece of meat to everyone who had helped him. This way, he wouldn't have to do much work himself, and he would appear generous at the same time. It was a win-win situation. Meanwhile, Lin's team leader looked grim. Usually, he and Xiao Yu shared the supplies equally, but now it seemed they were being pushed aside, and the others were starting to take everything for themselves. He decided he must confront them later. Just then, a loud, angry voice came from the village. Who killed my Mimi? None of you are leaving today. I want you to pay for my Mimi with your lives. The voice was full of anger and tears. Oh, Mimi. Wah wah wah, my Mimi. Sniff sniff. Suddenly, the crowd in the convoy became alert. Strange things were happening everywhere, and now someone had appeared out of nowhere. It was scarier than a horror story. Zhou Yi looked at Xiao Yu, and they exchanged a quick glance. Then he looked back at the team leader. The leader just nodded slightly. Wah wah wah, my Mimi. The crying grew louder, approaching from deep inside the village toward the convoy. Zhou Yi instinctively took a few steps back and moved to the side of the strange-looking pickup truck. If there was danger, he could jump in and drive away quickly. It was always best to keep an escape route. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the alley at the end of the cobblestone street. Out came a huge rat, dark and slow-moving. Sitting on its back was a nearly 2-meter-tall, chubby man. His belly was as big as a well-known streamer's. Even Lin's team leader swallowed nervously when he saw the size of the man. In this day and age, some people could eat so much that they became this fat. Others were often hungry. But look at this rat and its rider. The older generation used to say that fat pigs could beat elephants, but now even fat rats could be as big as elephants. Look at the man again. He has small eyes, single eyelids, and a tuft of hair tied into a small ponytail on his head. He also has 2 prominent rabbit-like teeth. If I had to describe him in 4 words, it would be sneaky and shifty. No wonder he's riding a big black rat. This person really matches well. 2 big lumps of flesh are wobbling as he walks out. It's you guys who killed my kitty. You. Only after the fat man left the village did he see clearly that over 100 people in the convoy were all staring at him. His small eyes kept moving, constantly observing this group. This is the end of the world now, full of strange things everywhere. Seeing so many people suddenly appear, anyone would be scared. The most eye-catching among them was a little girl who looked fierce. Her fists were as big as her head, and they were stained with blood from just fighting a tiger. There was also Zhou Yi, standing among the crowd, holding a black sword dripping with blood, with a cold look on his face. He looked like a ruthless assassin from a martial arts story, ready to strike at any moment. The fat man couldn't help swallowing nervously. He had already started cursing inwardly. Who are these people? With the strange events happening, why are so many people gathered together? Normally, the more people there are, the more likely they are to attract strange things. But this convoy, the fat man was alone, with only a big black rat. He felt a bit guilty. His earlier bravado was gone, but he still acted tough. Who? Who are you? Why did you kill my kitty? You. You owe me an apology. After he finished speaking, no one responded. As long as they weren't strange creatures, he wasn't afraid. It was just that the rat had gained some weight. Zhou-Yi continued to signal Qi-Tian to peel off the tiger skin. Make me 2 big tiger skin coats, 1 for Lin team. Then make a blanket for me to sleep with at night. And also, replace all the seats in my cabin with tiger skin ones. Seeing his tiger being so badly treated by these people, and hearing Zhou-Yi's words, the fat man's body trembled with anger. You. Revenge must be paid in blood. The little chubby boy got angry. But the next moment, a long black sword was pressed against his neck. His small eyes darted around. Suddenly, a smiling face appeared, showing 2 rabbit teeth. One hand made a delicate gesture, pinching the tip of the sword, and quietly moved his head to the side. Big brother. Haha, can we talk nicely? Before Zhou-Yi could speak, Yu's big fists started rubbing against the big black rat. Team Lin, didn't you say before that people from the south sometimes eat rat meat? Exactly, we haven't had meat in a while, and I want to taste what rat meat really tastes like. As soon as he said this, the little chubby boy's small ponytail stood up, and he felt a jolt in his heart. These guys are really unreasonable. Just as he was thinking of ways to escape, a kind-looking man got out of the off-road vehicle. Hello, these are all members of our team. My name is Lin Yanan, the first in the guide sequence. Lin Yanan greeted with a smile and extended his hand, ready to shake hands. The little chubby boy's eyes kept moving. He looked at the expressions of the other 2, then pointed at the black sword pressed against his neck. Lin Yanan just chuckled. Haha this. Don't mind. We're just trying to keep ourselves safe. Zhou-Yi. Lin Yanan gave a glance, and Zhou-Yi retracted the black sword. The little chubby boy then pointed at the big black rat below. Somehow, the big rat was trembling and shivering. When Lin Yanan saw this, he realized it was Yu rubbing his fists eagerly. Cough, cough. You calm down. He only spoke after the little chubby boy felt safe. So, you guys are also part of the extraordinary sequence. My name is Ing Jun, a beast tamer, second in the sequence. When the little chubby boy said this, the 3 of them looked at each other in surprise. This was the first time their team had encountered someone from the second sequence. All 3 of them were in the first sequence, and none had reached the second. It was hard for them to accept that this unremarkable-looking little boy was a second sequence beast tamer. He then spoke up. Xiao Yu, boxing sequence 1. Zhou-Yi hesitated for a long time before speaking. Ahem, Zhou-Yi, Sword Immortal sequence 1. All 4 introduced themselves, and they started to get along better. But it was clear that the people in the convoy still kept their guard up around the little fat guy, since his background was unknown. The convoy's supplies had also been stolen a lot by the big black rat, and others still looked at him with suspicion. The little fat guy originally wanted to avenge the tiger, but he didn't expect so many people, including 2 combat sequences. He was only alone, and although his level was higher, he was just an auxiliary sequence. If a conflict broke out, the girl from the boxing sequence alone could defeat him. Besides training animals, he had no way to deal with people or strange creatures. So he could only hide alone in this stone statue village. After a simple chat, they learned that there was indeed a strange creature in the middle of the village. This strange creature only moved around a small part of the village square. The little fat guy controlled animals and, through repeated testing, figured out the nature of this strange creature. The stone statue was actually the creature itself. If you got too close to the village square, you would be instantly turned to stone. All the stone statues outside the village were creations of that creature. Because it was so powerful, no other strange creatures dared to come near. This allowed the little fat guy to take over the village and start raising animals. The tiger was originally his main beast, just like Zhou-Yi's sword. Once he trained this main beast successfully, he could advance to sequence 3. But now it had been killed by them, and the little fat guy was truly heartbroken. Now the tiger was also dead. He didn't dare to say anything, only choosing to settle for the big black rat as his main beast. Some people in the convoy were unhappy about this, especially those on the big bus. Half of their supplies had been stolen, possibly fed to this fat guy. Seeing how fat and well-fed he looked compared to the others, who were all thin and hungry. Under some provocation, Xiao Yu started to challenge the little fat guy. Hey, Fatty, you raised these big black rats, and they stole food from our team. How should we fix this? Now we have so many mouths to feed, waiting for food. Are you going to pay for this or not? Little Fatty was already very angry. If it weren't for the fact that they had many people and he couldn't fight them alone, he would have dealt with them long ago. What if you kill my tiger? How do you explain that? This is my third-ranked special beast, and you just killed it. Don't think I'm afraid of you just because you have more people. The tension was growing. Captain Lin stepped in as a mediator, standing between the two sides. Everyone, what's the rush? We're all extraordinary beings. Can't we sit down and talk calmly? Why do you have to fight? At this moment, Little Fatty's face was trembling with anger. The large flying rat sitting nearby made a squeaking sound. It seemed to hear a call, and many big rats quickly appeared inside the village, black and dense, following behind Little Fatty. Both sides were ready to fight. Joey stood far away, silent, holding a black sword tightly. He kept a close eye on Little Fatty's every move. What do you mean? Do you really think I'm easy to bully? Fine. Are you going to fight? Can't I just run away? After saying this, dozens of big rats charged at the crowd to protect Fatty, allowing him to escape. Fatty rode a fat rat and quickly disappeared into an alley. The rats were surprisingly fat, but they ran incredibly fast. Joey moved his sword. A few big rats were splattered with blood on the stone road. Xiaoyu had planned to catch that big rat, but it ran too fast and escaped. Frustrated, she punched down a stone house. She then chased after him alone. Xiaoyu, don't go. Even though Captain Lin shouted loudly, the girl was too stubborn and didn't listen. Oh, that beast trainer must have a problem. I've said it before, the village center is strange, and extraordinary beings and strange phenomena are two opposing things. How could they possibly be alone in this village and still be alive? Joey saw some worry on team leader Lin's face. It seems that Xiaoyu is really in danger this time. People can ignore anyone's words, but they must listen to the guide. This person is naturally a leader. When he saw that the two of them had disappeared, Joey couldn't just stand by and do nothing. After all, they are all part of the same team. If something happened to her, the team would only rely on him, the combat unit. Team leader Lin, gather some strong men and follow me to rescue Xiaoyu. After speaking, Joey grabbed his black sword and rushed to Shurtsun. A dozen people from the bus followed closely behind, including Xiao Jinban Shi Tian. Team leader Lin had no choice but to organize some people to follow from behind. Most of the others only had sticks, machetes, or axes, as they had no weapons. These rats blocking the way had little attack power. Joey went ahead, fighting wildly. With his black sword leading the way, he pushed forward fiercely. They continued until they reached a huge stone statue in the middle of the village square, then stopped. As they approached, they saw that the square was enormous. The tall stone statue looked down on everyone with disdain. It was like a god, high above. Little Fatty, today I must pluck your mouse hair. You sneaky little guy, just looking at you, I know you're no good. Only good at stealing, fat rat. Little Fatty sat on a big fat rat, arms crossed. Humph. What's wrong if I ate your food? Didn't your tiger kill me? You need food to survive, and I do too. If you dare, come over. Huh? Why don't you dare to come down from the statue and fight me? Aren't you a boxing champ? And you're also a sword fairy. Isn't that impressive? You guys don't dare to move. Stop pretending. Little Fatty mocked fiercely. Joey, holding his sword in one hand and pulling Xiaoyu with the other, said, Don't be impulsive. Did you forget what team leader Lin said? This statue can't be approached. Everyone was very cautious about the statue. One young man, not believing in superstition, carefully picked up a stick and slowly approached the square. Suddenly, the statue opened its eyes. Before everyone could react, the half-wooden stick turned into stone. Fortunately, this person threw it in time, or else he might have turned to stone too. At this moment, team leader Lin took a deep breath and followed with some people. Wow, this is the statue of Queen Medusa, Medusa? Hearing this, Joey's mind started to race. Medusa. In many stories, Medusa is a famous character. Her most powerful ability is her gaze. If you look directly into her eyes, you will turn to stone. No wonder there are so many stone statues here. It turns out they are all caused by Medusa. Ha ha. Now you know it's too late. I'm going to have all of you turn to stone with me. The chubby guy quickly took a small knife, cut his finger, and pressed his bloody hand onto Medusa's statue. With my blood, nourish all creatures, shared life, queen of commands. After saying these words, the statue started to move. Team leader Lin's pupils shrank. He shouted loudly, "Run fast." Before he finished, Queen Medusa began transforming her body from head to toe, revealing a creature with a human, beast, and snake form. Her beautiful face changed. Her gaze turned everything to stone. Many people in the square didn't have time to run and turned into stone statues. A flash of light streaked across the square, turning everything within the ark, including that big fat rat, into stone. Some people had only half their bodies turned to stone, while the rest remained flesh. Xiaoyu ran a bit slower, and one arm was directly turned to stone. Zhou Yi, trying to save Xiaoyu, grabbed her hand, which also turned to stone. Because someone behind touched his arm, he ended up connected to the petrified person. Seeing that things were getting worse and escape was impossible, Zhou Yi made a tough decision. He raised his black sword and cut off his own petrified left arm. The intense pain made him cry out. The wound, about the size of a bowl, kept bleeding heavily. He almost fainted from the pain after taking just a few steps. As for Xiaoyu, her petrified arm seemed to have no feeling and was still running desperately. Zhou Yi endured intense pain as his back molar nearly shattered. It was only with great effort that he managed to return to the pickup truck. He pressed the accelerator with one foot, and the car sped off without even straightening the steering wheel. He wasn't sure if he had lost too much blood or fainted from the pain, but everything went black in front of his eyes, and he lost consciousness. When the convoy left, Shixiang village returned to its previous calm, as peaceful as a paradise. The seductive Medusa statue had returned to its original stone form. On the square, there were about a dozen stone statues and a large rat-shaped statue. There was also a stone arm on the ground, covered in blood. Besides these, there was no other sign of the convoy's presence. Suddenly, a cracking sound broke the silence of the square. The large rat-shaped statue's belly split open, and the crack widened. Like an eggshell just hatching, the crack expanded little by little, and a chubby hand reached out from inside. The stone was slowly broken apart. Finally, a tuft of fur was visible, and it became clear what was inside. The chubby kid actually crawled out from the body of the large black rat statue. His mouth twitched with anger and frustration. Zhou Yi, Lin Yanan, Xiaoyu, you think I'm easy to bully? Just wait and see. Today's revenge isn't over, he spoke, twisting his chubby body and struggling to move toward the bloodied stone arm. His belt was too loose, making it hard for him to bend over. After several attempts, he finally managed to pick up the arm. He sneered. A slight smile appeared on his face, full of mischief. "Humph, don't let me catch up with your convoy." As soon as he finished speaking, a few rats scurried out from somewhere, snatching the arm from his hand. The convoy was still rushing through the foggy forest. It was unclear how much time had passed before Zhou Yi slowly opened his eyes. A sharp pain made him cry out loudly. Wow. It hurts so much. His arm, wrapped in bandages, felt like it was stabbing him with pain that he couldn't bear anymore. It would be great if only a shot of anesthesia could help now. He turned his head and saw that he was lying in the back seat of the strange pickup truck, which was bouncing nonstop. He looked around and saw Lin driving the pickup quickly, chewing on his betel nut. Zhou Yi instinctively reached into his pocket and found the small green bottle still there. The black sword, Thunder, was nearby, so he lay back down again. "Are you awake?" Lin noticed the movement behind him but didn't look back. His eyes stayed focused on the road ahead. "Lin, you actually didn't give up on me," Zhou Yi said, feeling a little relieved. What are you talking about? We're in the same convoy. In this end of the world, we've become like family. I've always treated Xiaoyu like my little sister. And you're my brother too, but you've always been cautious around others. Our team, with a few special people, has been running together all this way. We trust each other. In this strange world, you can't survive alone." Lin's words made Zhou Yi feel guilty. He had thought that if he fainted, he would be done for. He had wondered if Ma Jingyi saved him, or if it was Qi Tian, but he never expected it was Lin. Turning around, he saw Lin wearing a tiger-striped coat and chewing his betel nut, acting as if Zhou Yi's belongings belonged to him. Zhou Yi had nothing to say. All these things didn't matter anymore. He was grateful that Lin saved his life, so he decided to accept it. He looked at his pickup seat, now covered with a tiger-striped blanket, and saw that the team's order was still maintained during his unconsciousness. Luckily, they hadn't turned on the automatic defense mode, or the team might have abandoned him. By the way, Lin, how long was I unconscious? 2 days and 2 nights. What? 2 days and 2 nights? Zhou Yi's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Lin. He couldn't believe he had been out for so long. Fortunately, you are an exceptional survivor. An ordinary person would have lost an arm and probably died long ago, but you really are tough on yourself. Cut off your own arm just like that. Captain Lin genuinely admires this guy. In the end of the world, the tougher you are, the longer you survive. The fuel in the convoy is running low. There's a gas station ahead where we can rest and repair for a while. Zhou Yi looked at his arm, feeling curious. Is there a doctor in the convoy? It looks like the bandaging was done very professionally, not just a quick fix. How is Xiao Yu? In a critical moment, he saw that girl's arm was almost completely turned to stone. She's not as ruthless as you. Now she's stuck with half a stone arm and feels pretty down. But don't lose hope. As long as we find a pharmacist of the sequence, there's a chance to heal her. A pharmacist of the sequence? Zhou Yi looked surprised. It's a support sequence. They make healing potions that can restore a stone arm. If it's a growth potion, your arm could grow back too. Zhou Yi frowned, silent, as if thinking deeply. After another 10 minutes of driving, they finally saw the gas station. There are still over 100 people in the convoy. From afar, the convoy looks quite large. Due to resource shortages, the convoy has started sharing everything equally. All the extraordinary survivors have their own vehicles. The mobile phone on Wang Peng's truck was already given to others, since it's not useful anymore. The empty compartments are filled with food. Zhou Yi got out of the vehicle, and Qi Tian was already waiting at the door. He handed over a bowl of soup made from tiger bones. Mr. Zhou, the tiger bone soup. I wonder when you'll wake up. This soup can be reheated in less than 2 hours. The convoy's cook is now responsible for making meals, and the back of the truck has been converted into a mobile kitchen. Qi Tian kept explaining the changes in the convoy over the past 2 days. Zhou Yi wasn't really interested in listening. He didn't want to get involved in management. He was fine with fighting and killing. After scanning the convoy, he saw Ma Jingyi's figure. Without him saying much, Qi Tian knew he only had one arm now and that it was inconvenient. He had already prepared a folding chair. Ma Jingyi saw Zhou Yi finally get out of the car and immediately ran over. She squatted beside Zhou Yi, her delicate face looking up at him. A streak of golden sunset light shone on her small, fair face. She took the bowl of tiger bone soup, gently scooped some with her small mouth, waiting until it was just the right temperature before feeding it to Zhou Yi. Watching this scene, a strange sense of satisfaction filled her heart. The most touching thing for a man is the woman who stays by his side during tough times. Such a woman can only be kept in the heart. Perhaps, this is what men seek in life. Not to mention, the tiger bone soup made from that big tiger actually tasted pretty good. Seeing Wang Peng's truck already loaded with food for the convoy, the previous chef was preparing a big pot of rice. A few women were helping out, and some people in the truck were drying tiger meat to make jerky for storage. Now, if anyone in the convoy wanted to eat the big pot of rice, they had to work and contribute their own food. They set up tents and gathered supplies. Everyone was busy. Zhou Yi was injured and had previously killed the tiger. As a superhuman, he didn't need to work, and no one said anything about it. The team's off-road vehicle had an extra driver, but other than that, not much had changed. After finishing the tiger bone soup, Zhou Yi looked around. When he was sure no one was watching, he poured 2 drops of liquid from the small green bottle into his mouth. He left 1 drop and added it to the fuel tank. The small green bottle could speed up plant growth and regenerate gasoline, but he wasn't sure if it could help his arm grow back. At that moment, he remembered the system. He thought about it, and the system interface appeared in front of him. To his surprise, his kill points had already increased to 6,350. He had killed many rats and that big tiger in the stone statue village. It seemed that anything he killed could add to his kill points. He decided to save these points for now, as he still owed 11,000 kill points each month. Once he saved enough to cover the minimum repayment, he would consider other things. Maybe then he could buy a prosthetic from the system and have it installed, making it look like a robotic arm like Iron Arm Adam. At this moment, the old man happily came over. He was smiling warmly as he approached Zhou Yi, holding half a kilogram of meat in his arms. Hee. Mr. Zhou, this is the remaining half kilogram of meat I promised you last time. I just woke up recently, so I brought it to you now. Zhou Yi looked at the old man, whose face was rosy and full of energy, as if he had become a different person. Just by looking at his face, he seemed several years younger. The effect of the small green bottle was indeed powerful. Before Zhou Yi could speak, Qi Tian quickly caught the half a kilogram of frozen meat. The old man still smiled as he came closer and whispered, Mr. Zhou, is there more? I still have some frozen meat left. Maybe we can exchange it. Zhou Yi widened his eyes in surprise. He turned to look at Nana, who looked exhausted in the car, then at the lively old man. TSK, old man, take care of your health. Look at your age. How can you keep twisting your waist? Make sure to rest more in the future. Don't overexert yourself. Old Nyo should farm less now. Despite the old man's repeated pleas, Zhou Yi refused him directly. He had no arms left. How could he give anything? He only produced a drop of blood each day, which wasn't enough for himself, relying on the small green bottle to revive his severed arm. Although the old man didn't get what he wanted, he still showed respect when leaving. After the old man left, someone else approached Zhou Yi. It was Han Wanning and Han Mo, the brother and sister. Seeing Han Mo being carried on a bicycle, Zhou Yi immediately understood what had happened. In Shixiang village, not only he and Xiao Yu were petrified, but Han Mo had also followed them. Now his legs were petrified, and he couldn't walk. He wasn't a superhuman of the same rank as Xiao Yu. Petrification had affected only one arm, but he still held a high status in the convoy. They were just ordinary people. Without mobility, they would soon be abandoned by the convoy. That was the harsh reality. Zhou Yi had promised them before that he would help save the brother and sister once. But this time, before they could speak, Zhou Yi simply pointed to his own arm. I understand what you're here for. This time, I almost got into trouble myself, but it's not because I didn't try to save your brother. You saw it too. I only survived after losing an arm. I'm really sorry about this. Don't worry, I remember what I promised. All right, that's enough. I'm going to rest now. You should go. I can't help you anymore. As Zhou Yi finished speaking, Han Wanning suddenly knelt down with a loud thud. Her voice was tinged with tears. Mr. Zhou, I understand everything you've said, but I only have this one brother. The people on the bus with Xiao Yu said that if they could find a pharmacist of the right level, they might get a healing potion. Before Han Wanning could finish her sentence, Zhou Yi got into the pickup truck. He hates dealing with complicated matters. Why cry over it? Does crying make them soft-hearted and save them? I don't know why Xiao Yu shared this news or where to find a pharmacist of that level. It's not that Zhou Yi is heartless. It's just that being too kind makes people think it's your duty. Maybe I should just be a cold, indifferent man. The woman outside the car kept crying and begging. Mr. Zhou, please save my brother. Mr. Zhou, we just want a chance to help my brother recover. Even though she was crying so painfully outside, Zhou Yi didn't show any mercy. She could only rely on the extraordinary abilities of the sequence to help. If her brother's leg couldn't be healed, the convoy would abandon them without hesitation. She kept kneeling until the others returned with supplies, still outside, just for a fleeting hope. When the convoy sat down to eat, Zhou Yi donated the half a kilogram of frozen meat the old man brought to improve their meals. But the convoy had strict rules about rank. Meals for the 3 sequence experts were prepared separately. Everyone else ate from the big pot. And what they could donate depended on what food they had. Team leader Lin and Xiao Yu returned to the convoy, looking unhappy. The gas station had been almost completely looted. There was hardly any gasoline left. Other convoy teams had visited the gas station before them. Zhou Yi was about to get out of the car to eat, but he saw Han Wanning still kneeling beside the pickup truck. Mr. Zhou, please save my brother. As long as you promise to help my brother this time, I will be your woman. You can make me do anything. From now on, I will stay with you every night. Hearing this, Zhou Yi was briefly tempted. But it was just a fleeting thought. He hadn't been in contact with women for several days, and the side effects of the Sword Immortal series had made him almost desperate. Looking at Han Wanning's delicate face, Zhou Yi couldn't help but feel a little moved. Tonight, he really needed to relax. Just then, an unusual figure appeared in the convoy. An old woman, wearing tattered clothes and with a dirty face, leaning on a stick made from a branch, was panting as she approached. It was the old woman who had taken care of her grandson earlier. Why was she here? Wasn't she abandoned by the convoy after being mistaken for a gecko's tail on the way to the stone statue village? These old, weak, and sick people couldn't possibly keep up with the convoy's speed. It had been at least 2 or 3 days. Yet, she managed to hide from the strange phenomena and catch up with the convoy without a guide. Quick, give me some food. The old woman still looked the same as before, reaching out to grab. The convoy members naturally disagreed. They had earned everything through work and labor. The old woman was trying to treat their belongings as her own, taking them for granted. I'm starving. I want to eat. Just give me a bite of rice. Without waiting for others' approval, she started to help herself. The two seemed to share a special connection. Zhou Yi's mind moved, and he tightly gripped his black sword. Team leader Lin, that old woman. She's definitely suspicious. Let me sense her. Team leader Lin quietly crouched down, placing his hands on the ground, beginning to sense. Based on his experience, no one could be outside the sequence extraordinary alone for so many days. With her age, she couldn't keep up with the convoy's speed. It seemed she noticed Lin's movement. The old woman's face darkened. A cold, sinister gaze shifted toward Zhou Yi. Strange. When Lin said the first word, Zhou Yi's mind was already moving. The black sword was so fast it was hard to see, leaving only a flash of lightning in the air. The old woman let out a piercing scream. Her body rapidly expanded into a humanoid monster, completely red, covered in red scales. She stood on 2 legs, towering 3 stories high. She had a pair of horns on her head, and only 1 red eye on her face, besides her mouth. Symbiotic anomaly, red-eyed king. Everyone, run, run now. Lin was desperately shouting. He jumped onto a red off-road vehicle and sped away without looking back. Wow. Every time the anomaly senses us, you're the fastest to escape. The convoy suddenly erupted into chaos. People scattered in all directions. Zhou Yi could only control his flying sword. He had no other options. He could only get into the vehicle and run. His sword hadn't caused much damage just now. The scales on her skin were incredibly tough, and the black sword only sparked on the surface. The engine of the strange head pickup roared like a beast, ready to accelerate. But it was a manual transmission, and Zhou Yi only had 1 arm. Damn it, he was so angry he just wanted to curse. The anomaly called Red-Eyed King seemed to be targeting Zhou Yi alone. The convoy had many cyclists, but they didn't attack. Instead, they charged straight at him. Seeing the bus and trucks, even Old Man Lu was at the front. Zhou Yi grew more panicked. He released the clutch and handbrake, unable to control the steering wheel. Even the cyclists rushed ahead of him. This time, only he and the strange Pikachu-like creature remained at the end, acting as the tail for the gecko. Damn, weren't we just saying we were all in the same team, brothers trusting each other, but now everyone is running away when danger comes. There was no time to complain. Seeing the red-eyed king rush over, he had no choice but to activate the automatic defense mode of the strange Pikachu-like vehicle, hoping to block the attack. As the creature approached, it triggered an attack. A laser shot out from the baby doll head on the roof, hitting one of the king's arms. The king's arm showed a black burn mark. Its huge red eyes were full of mucus, and it let out a miserable cry. It seemed to have taken some damage. With a quick thought, the black sword stabbed again at the burnt wound. Zhou Yi took advantage of the brief moment to shift gears and start the car, catching up with the team. After being hit by the black sword, the red-eyed king seemed even angrier. Blood, like flowing lava, poured from its body, seeping through the cracks between its scales and gathering on its face. Its already bright red eyes turned completely blood red. Red lava-like liquid spilled from its eyes. A red beam of light, seeming to be wrapped in lava, shot straight at Zhou Yi. The strange Pikachu-like vehicle triggered its automatic defense again, and a black beam crossed with the lava beam from the king. Zhou Yi quickly turned the steering wheel to dodge the attack. Sure enough, the strange Pikachu-like vehicle couldn't withstand the red-eyed king, and a lava flow fell to the ground. A 3-meter-wide crater instantly melted into the ground, with lava still bubbling inside. Fortunately, Zhou Yi dodged just in time. Otherwise, he would have lost his life. The red-eyed king didn't seem to plan to let him go. Its body, over 3 meters tall, moved with incredible speed. This creature was a symbiotic anomaly. Unlike the rule-based anomalies we encountered in Gusu, these two types are completely different. A symbiotic anomaly, as the name suggests, lives in harmony with humans. The red-eyed king is now like an old woman who is the king. Symbiotic anomalies, especially those of the first sequence, are hard for guides to notice because they don't show obvious signs and appear just like normal people. Only when they truly erupt, with the anomaly taking control of their body, will it be detected. But by then, it's usually too late. If the strange power of symbiosis becomes too strong, humans will find it very hard to control their bodies. If humans themselves are powerful enough to control the strange power, then they possess a symbiotic sequence with special abilities. This old woman is too weak and can only become a symbiotic anomaly. Even the red-eyed king still thinks like the old woman, clearly seeking revenge on Zhou. She is only chasing his pickup truck. Zhou has only one hand, making it hard to control the truck. The red-eyed king, agile and quick, jumps from the truck and lands steadily in front. She keeps making unpleasant, disgusting sounds. Zhou, aren't you a superhuman in the sequence? Aren't you a sword immortal in the sequence? Aren't you very powerful? What's wrong with me eating a bite of your food? What's wrong? Tell me. Now you see me and are afraid, right? Too late. No matter how she screams, Zhou ignores her completely. The most important thing now is to think about escaping. The engine of the strange head truck roars loudly, and the accelerator is pressed to the bottom. Black smoke billows from the back. The engine's roar is determined to break through the red-eyed king's siege. He grips the steering wheel tightly. Black marks are left on the ground from friction. Zhou roars, and the red-eyed king strikes with a punch. Dirt and stones are kicked up from the ground. But in the end, the engine's speed overcomes the punch. The red-eyed king is not willing to give up. She opens her fist, and surprisingly, there is still a red eye in her palm. A stream of magma flames shoots out. It hits the door of Zhou's pickup. This time, the energy stored inside the strange head is only enough for 2 attacks and has now been used up, so no defense was triggered. The pickup is flipped onto the roadside, and Zhou is thrown out of the car. He feels a sharp pain from the wound on his left arm. The red-eyed king takes advantage of the moment to pursue and aims to take Zhou down. Seeing her red eyes getting closer and closer, there's no way out. The team members have all run away. The only last hope is the system. System, I am going to die, can't you see? I'm about to die, he shouted angrily. Who will give you kill points now that I'm dead? Is there any way to make me stronger and fight back against this strange thing? I suggest you advance to Sword Immortal level 2 to counterattack. Then hurry up and promote me. I'm going to die. At this critical moment, there is no time for unnecessary talk. As he spoke, the ground began to crack, with fissures spreading beneath his feet. Lava was continuously erupting from the cracks. Zhou could already feel the intense heat of the lava. He could only support himself with one hand and keep moving backward. The strange headgear was smashed badly, with the paint scratched off in many places and glass shards scattered everywhere. Half of a car door was lying on the ground. The rain cover of the car was already set on fire by the lava, and the flour and rice collected earlier were spilled all over. In this moment of danger, the people in the convoy ran faster than ever. They were all hypocrites. In life-and-death situations, you have to rely on yourself. This was the most hopeless moment Zhou had experienced since the strange outbreak. Even if he became a superhuman, what could he do? Facing the strange, he was still helpless. He was abandoned ruthlessly by the convoy. The red-eyed king, over 3 meters tall, left deep footprints on the ground as he slowly approached Zhou. The arm with an eye on it reached out and grabbed him from the ground. The moment they touched, Zhou could feel a burning heat in the red-eyed king's hand. I suggest you use your backup loan. You can borrow up to 500,000 kill points. Repaying within a month will incur no interest. If the loan exceeds a month, a 5% daily interest will be added. Would you like to borrow? The system's voice, of course, the red-eyed king couldn't hear, but the old lady's taunting voice kept mocking Zhou. Why don't the Sword Immortal level just cut me? Where's that proud attitude of yours before? Where did your confidence go? Say something. What's wrong with eating a bite of food? Why are you afraid to answer me now? Humans are all selfish. While speaking, sparks kept flying from his mouth, splashing onto his clothes and burning large holes. Seeing that he was about to lose his life, he no longer cared about any interest. Loan. Come on, system. Hurry up. Identity verification in progress. Identity verified successfully. Killing points loan in progress. 500,000 killing points successfully credited. Upgrading to Sword Immortal Sequence 2 requires 10,000 killing points. Do you want to upgrade? Yes, upgrade, Joey shouted loudly, causing the red-eyed king to pause slightly. What is this guy babbling about? Is he scared silly? That shouldn't be. After all, he has defeated a strange extraordinary, yet he's scared silly just like that? Upgrading. Upgrade successful. You have advanced from Sequence 1 Sword Practitioner to Sequence 2 Sword Chi Realm. The system prompt sounded in his ear. Joey felt all the pain in his body suddenly disappear. An invisible power was transforming his entire body, making him reborn. He was filled with strength. His body was much stronger than before. With the upgrade to Sequence 2 Sword Immortal, he gained a new sword energy ability. In Sequence 1 Sword Practitioner, he could only control flying swords to attack. Now, in Sequence 2 Sword Chi Realm, he can control flying swords or swing his sword to gather sword energy. His attack power increased significantly, and he gained a new skill, sword control and skywalking. Joey narrowed his eyes slightly, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He showed a cold smile. Old hag, have you had enough bragging? The red-eyed king closed his mouth, blinking his large red eyes twice. He seemed to sense Joey's change. In an instant, he advanced from Sequence 1 to Sequence 2. Such a clear change, anyone not blind would notice. You, what's going on? Have you advanced? The old woman's voice was clearly a bit panicked. Joey's mind moved, and a black sword with sword energy wrapped in lightning shot toward the red-eyed king's arm. The sword energy was too fast for the other to dodge in time. This was his first sword in the Sequence 2 Sword Chi realm after the upgrade, and he was eager to see how powerful it was. As expected, as a top-tier sword immortal, this sword did not disappoint Zhongyi. The sword energy struck the arm that was grabbing him. A gust of wind rose, blowing his hair into disarray. The red-eyed king let out a mournful, shrill cry. The sword energy left a cut on his arm, with bright red lava flowing from the wound, dripping onto the ground and creating deep, corrosive pits. Zhongyi successfully broke free from the arm covered in scales and lava. The red-eyed king's eyes were wide open, glaring at Zhongyi. You. Impossible. This can't be. You've only awakened your extraordinary sequence for a few days, and you've already reached the second sequence. You. Zhongyi didn't listen to the old woman's rambling. Villains tend to talk too much. In his final moments, he wouldn't waste time with pointless chatter. With a thought, the black sword returned to Zhongyi's hand. Old hag, watch this. This is the true Sword Immortal sequence. Zhongyi's brow furrowed. He held the sword with one hand. Cracks appeared on the ground beneath him, with lava bubbling up, turning the surface almost red-hot. A wave of heat hit him. It ruffled his messy hair and made his tattered clothes flutter loudly. The killing intent from the Sword Immortal made his whole body feel tense. The red-eyed king was not stupid. He clearly sensed Zhongyi's murderous intent. His red eyes quickly enlarged, and lava surged through the cracks in his scales. Zhongyi's lips curled slightly. Ride the wind with the sword. He stood the black sword upright. Lightning flickered around the blade, and the thunderclap seemed alive, floating in the air. The sword energy dispersed, and a deadly aura radiated outward. Zhongyi's lips moved again. Exorcise the demon. In this world. As soon as he finished speaking, a sharp sword energy shot out, slashing toward the red-eyed king. Even the ground left a deep scar from the strike. The moment the sword was swung, Zhongyi felt as if his body was being drained. He felt weak and dazed. It was probably because it was his first time using this skill, and it consumed too much energy, so he couldn't control it well. But he still pretended to be calm, forming a sword gesture. Whether I can win or not, I must first boost my confidence and never let my opponent see that I am weak. Fighting is all about momentum. As long as I can intimidate the other person, I have already won half the battle before it even starts. The king of red eyes glowed with a red light, clashing with the sword energy. A strong wave of heat carrying the sword energy, knocked down all the plants on the roadside, causing some large trees to break in half. Stones flew everywhere, and lava surged. It seemed the old woman was panicking, and the King of Red Eyes was also frightened by this sword strike. The two forces collided fiercely, and the King of Red Eyes stepped back. Zhou-Yi quickly noticed this small change and took the opportunity to attack again, forming a sword sign with one hand. The black sword pierced through the sword energy, rushing past the red glow and lava, heading straight for the red-eyed creature. The King of Red Eyes instinctively raised his hand to block. Bang! A burst of bright red lava sprayed from his arm, and the black sword pierced through it. Zhou-Yi didn't give his opponent a chance to breathe. Today, it's either he dies or I die. Only one can survive. In this life-and-death moment, he didn't hold back. With a thought, the black sword returned to his hand. Holding it with one hand, Zhou-Yi was filled with killing intent. Ride the sword and ride the wind, sweep through the world. He activated his skill again. The black sword struck out, carrying a wave of sword energy directly at the King of Red Eyes. No, the old woman screamed. She was unwilling. She had been bullied by Zhou-Yi and abandoned by the convoy. In her despair, she met the King of Red Eyes, and they made a strange agreement. She became part of the King of Red Eyes. At the same time, she would turn into a parasitic creature with strange powers. Now, the King of Red Eyes was controlling this body and trying to escape. But the old woman was unwilling. She believed she was right. If the convoy's elite group occupied so much food, they should share some with ordinary people. Especially Zhou-Yi, who didn't seem like a good person and was actually full of bad intentions. Her desperate eyes watched the black sword get closer and closer. She couldn't control the body anymore. The King of Red Eyes was scared and wanted to run away. The strange creature, like the elite group, had different abilities and their own thoughts. Humans are afraid of death, but does that mean strange creatures are not afraid? At that final sword strike, Zhou-Yi's vision started to blur. He felt dizzy and disoriented. One skill already drained his energy, and now, with another, he was still new to the second level and unstable. His body couldn't handle it. Everything went black. Zhou-Yi lost consciousness and fell to the ground. The convoy was still speeding forward. Zhou-Yi had become the tail end of the group, attracting the attention of the strange creature and giving the team more chances to escape. This is how realistic the end-of-the-world team is. Since leaving Gusu, the weather has been rainy. The rainy season in Jiangnan lasts about a month. With Lin's sensing ability, they could soon reach the Yangtze River. They could only get rid of the gloomy rain by crossing north of the river. So, the convoy kept heading north. Suddenly, the radio crackled with Xiaoyu's angry voice. Lin Yanan, you're really not a good person. Why did you leave Zhou-Yi alone? He lost an arm trying to save me, and he didn't complain. Now you've abandoned him. I was wrong about you. The radio also carried Xiaoyu's sniffles. Lin could only sigh. It's not that I wouldn't save him. That parasitic strange creature is already at the second level, and the three of us are at the first level. I have no fighting ability. One of you has a broken arm, and the other is petrified. All of us are old, weak, or sick. How can I save him? Everyone is running away. You can't blame me for that. I'm just a guide at the first level. I'm not a saint. By the end, Lin's voice grew quieter. He turned off the radio and silently took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, lit one, and sighed. He exhaled a long puff of smoke through the window. I don't know how much time passed. A suffocating feeling woke Zhou-Yi up. Puff. Cough, cough, cough. When Zhou-Yi opened his eyes again, he saw that the sky was gradually darkening. He was lying in a small puddle of water. The light rain kept falling, and the water in the small puddle had already risen to his nose, waking him up. A hand dragged his weak body out of the puddle, and he struggled to climb out, leaning against an old pickup truck and gasping for air. He sat beside the truck for a full cup of tea before feeling somewhat better. With difficulty, Zhou-Yi climbed onto the already battered pickup. He rummaged through the vehicle for a while, finally finding a bottle of milk, which he drank quickly. Then he searched under the seat and found a fallen betel nut, blew on it briefly, and put it in his mouth. Maybe it was damp or expired, so it didn't taste right when chewed, but the strength from it was still there. Looking at the battered pickup in front of him, Zhou-Yi tried to start the engine. Luckily, the truck still ran fine. It was missing its windshield and one door, and the two side mirrors were shattered. One of the headlights was broken, and the body had many dents and scratches. The paint was peeling in many places. As long as it could run, that was enough. Having a vehicle was better than walking on two legs. Zhou threw all the scattered supplies into the truck bed at once. The rain canopy was gone, leaving only a metal frame. Two tomato plants, previously secured with wire, were still intact. While Zhou was tidying up, he noticed a stream of lava flowing on the ground. He instinctively held his black sword tightly. After looking around and confirming that the King of Red Eyes was nowhere to be seen, he relaxed his guard a little. Cautiously, Zhou approached and used his black sword to lift the object. It turned out to be the arm of the King of Red Eyes. This arm had been attacked once by the sinister headgear and pierced by his own sword. It had also been hit by a skill. Frowning, Zhou hesitated for a moment before carefully picking up the arm. When he touched it, the eye in the middle of his palm kept flashing, and the lava on the ground was flowing from this red eye. The arm was still alive. He immediately activated the system and spent 200 kill points to scan it. Symbiotic anomaly, King of Red Eyes, an arm knocked off by a human extraordinary, with a red eye in the palm, still retaining the characteristics of the symbiotic anomaly, can be used as raw material for the symbiotic sequence. If the Red Eye King cannot be suppressed, humans will become the new Red Eye King. Seeing this description, Zhou was very surprised. This guy's vitality is really strong. As long as he keeps that red eye, he can still survive. He had a bold idea. The strange coexistence of symbiosis could actually work with humans, forming a symbiotic sequence. It just so happens that he is missing an arm right now. While thinking about this, Zhou spent another 100 killing points to ask the system whether he could suppress the King of Red Eyes and become part of the symbiotic sequence. The system's answer was yes. This undoubtedly reignited his hope. Cutting off one arm of the King of Red Eyes earned him 3,000 killing points. He now has 9,050 killing points left. The system borrowed 300,000, and he also borrowed an additional 500,000 as a backup loan. He used 100,000 points to upgrade, leaving him with 400,000. Looking at the battered pickup truck in front of him and his broken arm, Zhou really wanted the system to repair and upgrade him. But then he remembered he still owed 800,000 killing points, especially the backup loan, which is only 1 month to repay. The 300,000 borrowed from the system can be paid back gradually over time. This situation is even more difficult than before the apocalypse. In the past, he worked as a beast of burden for capitalists. Now he's working as a debt slave for the system. No matter when, he is being ruthlessly exploited. Sigh. Zhou could only helplessly sigh. In the future, he would find a doctor to reattach his arm. As for the pickup truck, as long as it can run, that's enough. He'll deal with the rest later. Right now, the most important thing is to catch up with the convoy. At night, strange things happen. If he's alone and can't keep up with the main group, it will be very hard to survive. Without a guide, even if he reaches the second level of the Sword Immortal sequence, what good does it do? Facing strange entities, survival is still very difficult. Zhou quickly found some food, ate a little to fill his stomach, and didn't linger. He had to leave immediately. Traveling alone at night is like offering himself as dinner to the strange entities. During the day, it's better, especially at night when the strange things are very active. If he leaves the guide's instructions, he might become the next old woman. Following the direction of the convoy, the engine of the strange pickup roared and suddenly sped up. There's no longer any need to worry about speeding. He can drive as he pleases without worrying about monitoring cameras. As Zhou's first and only special item, the pickup truck has been with him since the beginning of the apocalypse. Just sitting in the pickup gives him a strong sense of safety. Without a windshield, rain hits his eyes so hard he can't see. Fortunately, this is a special item. Normal cars would have broken down in this condition. In the future, after paying off the killing points, he must upgrade his old friend well to improve its rank. With the small green bottle, he doesn't lack fuel. The tank is full, and the cargo holds supplies. That's the biggest sense of security in the end times. He presses the accelerator to the floor, and the speed quickly increases. He doesn't know how long the convoy has been gone or how far they've traveled. He can only follow the tracks left by the convoy closely. A team of over 100 people, and they still leave many marks along the way. The pickup is running at full speed, but he still can't see the convoy. Zhou tries to use the onboard radio to call Lin, but after several attempts, there's no response. As the sun begins to set, he becomes anxious and starts shouting angrily. Damn it! Lin Yanin, you bastard, don't make me catch up to you. When I find you, I'll skin you alive. If I die here, I won't let you go even as a ghost. You old fox, you damn dog. Ugh. Hypocrite. He keeps cursing loudly, not daring to slow down at all. Driving with one hand is difficult, especially with the rain pouring down, making his face wet and uncomfortable. Several times, poor visibility almost caused him to crash into roadside trees. Sometimes, he sees abandoned bicycles by the roadside. There are even survivors, barely alive, desperately begging for help as the pickup passes by. Zhou glances briefly but doesn't slow down at all. The muddy road is full of tire tracks. Following them north should definitely catch up with the convoy. But just then, he notices the light dimming and darkening, as if a large dark cloud has floated overhead. Is this a localized heavy rain? He has encountered this before. Usually, it's accompanied by thunder and lightning. Now, even the rain has stopped. Zhou had no choice but to turn on the only working car light and look up. Damn, I couldn't help but say. I didn't realize at first, but when I saw it, I was completely stunned. For a moment, I didn't know how to describe it. My face showed only 4 words: shock and amazement. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it was real. This, Kuanping, that was my first thought when I saw this thing. Its size and shape. I thought about it for a long time before I found the right words. The speed of the pickup slowed down a bit. A feeling of something huge pressing down made me a little scared. It's a natural human fear of big things. The giant whale was at least a kilometer long. This huge creature floating above my head felt like a mountain was resting there. It seemed to go against the laws of physics, making me feel like it could fall at any moment. A huge tail swung in the clouds, stirring up dark clouds and making them swirl. 2 fins looked like 2 big wings, flapping and creating waves in the clouds. This big fish was moving its tail in the sky as if it was in water, giving the impression that it was a creature that lived in the sky. I didn't expect this big fish to be heading north. Could it be heading toward our convoy? Is this strange creature trying to attack humans? Zhou frowned. A strange sense of danger rose in his heart. The giant whale swung its dark clouds and slowly started to descend. It was getting closer and closer to Zhou, and the feeling of being under a huge object was very uncomfortable. Right now, it was just because the pickup was too slow. Even pressing the gas pedal to the floor didn't help. His hands on the steering wheel were wet with sweat or rain. He wasn't sure. Damn it. I've been really unlucky for a long time. What kind of trouble did I get into? He muttered as he kept his eyes on the road ahead. As the big fish got closer to the ground, Zhou finally saw clearly. There was someone. On the fish's back, there was actually a person. Not only that, but he could see tiny houses lined up neatly. There were also walls and fences around them. A few small heads peeked out, looking down at the fast-moving figure of Zhou below. Why are there people up there? Is it a moving castle? Or a giant bird fed by humans? Whatever it is, as long as it's not strange or scary. For now, they seem harmless. Lowering their height, probably just to see him more clearly. If Zhou were controlling a big fish flying in the sky and saw someone alone below, watching the car rush by wildly, he would definitely go down to check. Curious, Zhou activated his system to see what this thing really was. But analyzing it would cost nearly 1,000 killing points, which was too expensive, so he gave up on using the system. Damn, is consulting the system always this costly now? The more Zhou understood about the system, the more powerful it seemed. Killing a normal person only gave 100 points, but cutting off the arm of the red-eyed king gave 3,000. Without even consulting the system, he knew this thing was definitely not simple. Since it could evaluate the value of an item, what about his small green bottle? Zhou realized he needed over 100 killing points just to check his own strength. He didn't expect this little device to be so powerful. At first, he thought it was a treasure left behind by a powerful cultivator. But after encountering strange objects, he realized it might be a strange artifact. If he kept thinking this way, was the big fish a strange object or a parasitic anomaly? Zhou couldn't help but think more. On the huge whale, there was an old man wearing glasses, holding a telescope. climbing on the wall to observe the pickup truck below. Next to him stood a child and a middle-aged man. They looked at Zhou Yi with curiosity. It seemed they didn't sense any danger. After watching for a while, the big fish slowly lifted higher and then dove into the clouds. It appeared and disappeared in just a few minutes. But those few minutes of pressure left a deep impression on Zhou Yi, one he would remember for a lifetime. He needed to catch up with the convoy quickly. Team leader Lin was very clever and probably knew what that big fish was. A river several kilometers wide formed a natural barrier, blocking many strange pursuers. Before dark, the convoy began setting up tents one after another. Currently, the supplies were low, so everyone worked together to do chores. Team leader Lin assigned some men to gather firewood, and the cook was still responsible for cooking. Since Zhou Yi was no longer here, it didn't seem to make much difference. Qi Tian, that guy, acted recklessly for profit. He thought Zhou Yi had been abandoned and would never return, so now he was trying to get close to team leader Lin. He kept following him around like a shadow. Team leader Lin, let me handle the small tasks of organizing the convoy. I'm best at managing things. College was all about management and learning. After graduation, I worked as a senior manager in a state-owned company for 2 years. I'm most familiar with managing a convoy. At first, team leader Lin didn't want to pay attention to him, but he was like a stubborn plaster, impossible to shake off. Whenever Lin got out of the vehicle, Qi Tian would be waiting at the door. He would often boast in front of him for no reason. No one knew where Qi Tian got a pack of cigarettes, which he then put into the off-road vehicle. Even when he was with Zhou Yi, Lin had noticed this guy. He was clever at work, quick-witted. Most importantly, he knew how to read people and get along well. Every time Lin was about to light a cigarette, Qi Tian would already have the fire ready. People like him, the leaders didn't like. In the end, Qi Tian successfully got a seat in the red off-road vehicle, becoming Lin's assistant and managing the convoy. But Lin had one rule. He could only sit in the front passenger seat. Inside the off-road vehicle, the front and back seats were separated and tightly sealed. Each member of the team had a strange temper, and many had their own quirks. Lin didn't dare ask too many questions. As soon as he got into the vehicle, it was like he had taken another step up in the team. Everyone in the convoy started busying themselves with setting up tents and preparing dinner. Suddenly, a loudspeaker on the red off-road vehicle rang out with Lin's voice. Everyone be alert. Everyone be alert. Attention. Attention. All personnel, be on guard. Upon hearing Lin's shout, everyone put down their work and started to prepare for defense. Some held knives, others sticks. Qi Tian is good at flattering and pleasing leaders, but he is also the first to step forward when something happens. This makes him very popular with the leaders. From Shixiang village to this point, he always takes the lead and shows courage. He quickly organized the strong men in the convoy to gather in order. In the distance, in the dark night, you can see small lights getting closer. Team leader Lin and Xiaoyu are also standing at the front of the convoy. They look at the lights ahead, which are getting brighter. Team leader Lin, is that another convoy? Team leader Lin, wearing a leather coat and smoking a cigarette, takes a deep breath. Yes, it's another convoy. This is the end of the world, and they are not the only convoy. They had talked before about encountering other convoys, but they didn't expect to see one so soon. The other convoy is slowly approaching, and the lights are blinding. A few horns sound from the convoy. 2 off-road vehicles and 2 SUVs are at the front, followed by 3 vans. Behind the convoy, many people are walking or riding bikes. When the lead off-road vehicle stops, everyone can see that each vehicle has a black flag with 4 large characters. Fourth Brothers Team. This is similar to how their bus has words like fairness and peace. The convoy needs to be recognizable and have a name, which also makes it special. The convoy has 7 vehicles in total. The first 4 vehicles have 3 men and 1 woman walking in front. The most noticeable is a big guy, over 2 meters tall, with bulging muscles, looking very tough. Behind, a group of men gets out of the vans, holding 7 or 8 rifles, which look like classic Mosin-Nagant rifles from World War II. This scene creates a tense atmosphere in the convoy. It's not because they are afraid of being outnumbered, but because of the sight of so many rifles and the tall, muscular man, whose muscles are even more perfect than Schwarzenegger at his peak. In the end of the world, strength means power. Team leader Lin and Xiaoyu stand at the front and speak first. We are the Flax team. I am the leader, Lin Yanan, and I am the guide in the First Order. This is Xiao Yu, a first-level boxer. After the introduction, a woman who looks quite noble couldn't help but laugh softly. Look at that little girl's face full of pimples. She's so ugly, and she likes to wear those Lolita outfits. Her laugh was quite loud. The noble woman whispered quietly. The 2-meter-tall giant burst out laughing loudly. Ha ha. First-level fighters, huh? Is your team only composed of 2 first-level extraordinary people? Captain, maybe we should just take their team now. I can already smell the meat inside that truck. As he spoke, saliva almost dripped from his mouth. Next to him, a flamboyant man gently patted the big guy. Big guy, do you think you can beat that little girl boxer? Then you want to steal their supplies? The big man scratched his head, looking confused, as if he didn't realize he had just said something wrong. Wasn't the captain just saying that if they are fewer in number, we should attack first? After hearing this, everyone looked at him with strange eyes. They didn't seem to care about hiding their conversation from team leader Lin and Xiao Yu. Is it so obvious to steal from others now? Although Xiao Yu is young, she has a strong sense of pride. No one in the team has ever called her ugly because of her pimples, not even Joey. The girl looked hurt, her face full of grievance, and tears started to well up in her eyes. Her fist suddenly grew larger. Team leader Lin quickly grabbed Xiao Yu's sleeve and gave her a look that meant don't act rashly. He understood her feelings, but their team was weak now. If a conflict broke out, they would definitely suffer. Looking at the rifle in the other side's hand, and then at their own knives and sticks, it was clear they were at a disadvantage. Even among the extraordinary, their numbers were few, and Xiao Yu, the only one with combat ability, could only move one arm. She wouldn't be able to fight at full strength. Lin team still forced himself to smile and went to talk. After a brief exchange, they learned that this team had over 200 people, including 4 first-level extraordinary fighters, all of whom were first-level. They were all waiting on the shore to cross the river, just like their own team. In the convoy, there was a guide who was a very tall man, about 2 meters high. He belonged to the Titan series. The woman and the effeminate man were both support types. One was a singer, and the other was a mechanic. Their convoy only had 1 combat-type member. The other 3 were support types. The most important were the 7 or 8 rifles, which made team leader Lin sweat nervously. The eldest in the 4th Brothers convoy was naturally the leader of the guide series. They were very direct. The leader was accompanied by the big guy from the Titan series, followed by a few men with rifles. They immediately said they wanted to take the meat from their trucks. Their offer was a bag of flour and some snacks. But inside the trucks was a lot of tiger meat, which the entire convoy depended on for food. It was clear they wanted to steal it by force. Team leader Lin, we are all guides. I don't want to waste words. You know how wide the Great River is. We need a boat to cross. You won't be able to run for a short time. I'll be straightforward. My 3rd brother wants some meat, and we won't ask for more. He pointed to the big truck belonging to Wang Peng. What we give each other, no one will cause trouble. My 3rd brother isn't very smart. If you anger him and accidentally hurt your little sister, you understand. When a Titan series gets angry, I can't stop him. The giant from the Titan series was staring at the truck with a blank smile. Behind him, several men with rifles kept touching and wiping their guns, occasionally aiming at other members of the convoy. This was a show of pressure and provocation. Han Wanning tightly held a wooden stick in her hand, supporting her disabled brother with one arm, her face full of worry as she watched the armed men. Big sister, will they really shoot? Will we die? Han Mo was extremely nervous, clutching his sister's clothes with both hands, his palms sweaty. It's okay, don't be afraid. Captain Lin has led us across the river before, and this time it will be fine. Xiao Yu and Captain Lin are extraordinary people. We will definitely be okay. Zhou. Han Wanning paused here. For some reason, after not seeing Zhou for a day, she felt a strange sense of worry in her heart. He had promised to save their brother and sister once. Now, it seemed he might have died before her. Better to rely on oneself than to depend on others. If we survive this time, we must find a way to become extraordinary in the sequence. Her younger brother looked up at her with wet eyes. His clenched fists, with nails almost digging into his skin, showed a firm determination. In the end of the world, most people don't die from strange creatures, but from other humans. Captain Lin feels more pressure than anyone else. but he still acts calm on the outside, giving the impression that he is hiding something deep and hard to read. He lit a cigarette, took a deep breath. 2 clouds of smoke puffed out from his nose, and he snorted coldly. Humph. Impossible. 1 bag of flour in exchange for a whole truck of meat? That's definitely not possible. The cost of that truck of meat is too high for us. We lost a sequence-level extraordinary person to get it. At most, we can trade some of it with you. We can't give you all of it. We need to eat too. Don't push us too far. Now, Joey probably didn't come back and likely died at the hands of that red-eyed king. These losses are part of the credit for getting the tiger meat, and the other side doesn't know about it anyway. It looks like today's meat is hard to keep. The only thing to do now is to negotiate more and set conditions. The leader of the 4th Brothers convoy, relying on their numbers and rifles, refused to back down. I'll say it again, Captain Lin. Our convoy has a way to cross the river and go north of the river. Let's consider this truck of meat as a gesture of friendship. We won't make things difficult for you. We'll take you along when we go. How about this plan? He leaned close to Lin's ear and whispered softly. Everyone is extraordinary in the sequence. You don't need to sacrifice so much for ordinary people. Sometimes you have to give up. In this end of the world, protect yourself first. We are human, not saints. As he finished speaking, Captain Lin remained expressionless, but inside, he was somewhat shaken. Giving up this truckload of meat means the convoy has no food, and the first to starve will be these ordinary people. Captain Lin's brow was furrowed. He remained silent for a long time. He kept smoking 1 cigarette after another. Seeing Captain Lin silent, the people in the 4th Brothers convoy showed greedy expressions. Their convoy didn't have many supplies, and they had many people, including some extraordinary soldiers. Many hadn't eaten meat for a long time. When they heard about a truckload of meat, they all looked crazy with excitement. A man with a delicate voice and a noble woman, along with a group of people, were walking toward their convoy, acting like bandits. The women in the convoy wished they could take one of the meat pieces immediately. Wang Peng, on the big truck, saw several armed men approaching. He stepped back a few paces, feeling more nervous as he looked at his wife and another man. It was clear they were going to steal the truck. Seeing the situation, the man on the truck grabbed an axe and got off quickly. He pushed Wang Peng aside. Let my wife go, and you can have the meat too. If you're willing, I don't want to. A tall, strong man rushed forward and stood in front of the truck door, using his body to block the bandits. People in 4th Brothers convoy didn't care at all. The noble woman just waved her hand, and a man raised a rifle and aimed it at his head. The man was about to fight back with his axe. Bang! A puff of black smoke came from the gun, and the smell of gunpowder filled the air. Blood splattered on the truck. Before he could do anything, the man fell to the ground. Even in death, he kept holding his axe. The echo of the gunshot lingered in everyone's ears for a long time. Some young, timid people were so scared they squatted on the ground. Captain Lin heard the gunshot and was startled. The cigarette in his hand fell to the ground. He didn't pick it up, but sighed deeply and lit another. A few men who wanted to fight back no longer dared to step forward. They saw several armed men surrounding the truck. 4th Brothers convoy took all the meat in the truck, and no one dared to make a sound. Only little Yu, impatient and full of regret, looked on. A fist quickly expanded, and just as he was about to step forward, he was pushed back by the large figure of the Titan sequence. The woman from the singer sequence simply whispered, "Strength that moves mountains and a spirit that surpasses all. When luck is against us, even a swift horse cannot escape." The Titan sequence was surrounded by this line of poetry, and his aura surged wildly. His strength was enhanced. Xiaoyu could only use one arm, while the Titan sequence's body began to grow larger. His bulging muscles tore through his clothes as he grabbed Xiaoyu and held him tightly. If both of his hands had been free, he would definitely have fought this guy properly. But now, the opponent's strength was too great, and with the singer sequence's help, Xiaoyu couldn't break free. He could only be at their mercy. Team leader Lin frowned slightly. Don't hurt Xiaoyu. But they didn't care about his words. The young girl in the giant's hand was like a toy, being tossed around. Watching Xiaoyu being played with like a ball, no one dared to speak. Even their extraordinary sequences couldn't do anything. Should these ordinary people rush forward to get shot? The person who had just stepped out was already lying there. The effeminate mechanic from the sequence looked proud and carefree, scanning the convoy as if inspecting goods, sizing up each woman. The first one he saw was Nana, hiding behind the old man. He recognized her immediately. "Hey, isn't that the actress? I saw your TV shows before. Now, why are you hanging out with that old man?" Nana instantly changed into a different person, using her acting skills to flirt with the man. "There's no car, no one wants me, so I can only squeeze in here. If you don't mind, you can come to your car. Then, how you want to play depends on your mood." The mechanic from the sequence immediately understood what the actress meant. His face lit up with excitement, almost drooling. He quickly took Nana to his car. Once inside, he realized there were two women hiding in the corner of his SUV, trembling and with little clothing covering them. You can still faintly see scars and whip marks on her body. There is an unburned red candle nearby. Iron chains hold her feet, and there are rope marks on her hands. A woman has a turtle drawn on her face with a marker, and the other half of her face has a dog written on it. Various toys are scattered inside the vehicle. Nana feels cold inside her heart when she sees this scene. She wants to turn and run, but the car door won't open, and outside, a man with a rifle is watching. Although he seems delicate, he is mentally twisted and perverted, and he enjoys torturing women in his free time. Right now, he wants to find some pretty women in the convoy to take back and have fun with for a thrill. The man once again looks at the other women in the convoy. The leader of the fourth brother's convoy reminds him kindly. "Second brother, just pick two. Leave some for the others." The mechanic, a man in a uniform, smiles slyly. "Big brother, I'll just pick one. The rest are for the brothers." The leader knows his second brother's habit. He always likes to pick two, in pairs. After scanning the convoy, his gaze finally lingers on Ma Jingyi. She is the most beautiful and well-shaped woman in the group. Because Zhou Yi was there before, no one dared to hurt her. But now, no one in the convoy can protect her, especially since she's so attractive, making men eager to take her first. "Oh, this little face is pretty. TSK, TSK, TSK. The mechanic looks her up and down, as if admiring a delicate porcelain piece. A strong desire to possess suddenly surges in his heart. He is about to reach out and touch her face. Suddenly, a whoosh sound. An arrow from a crossbow shoots out from his sleeve. It's the arrow Zhou Yi took from the wild man earlier, given to her for self-defense. Unexpectedly, it actually works this time. Because he was unprepared, the mechanic is pierced in the thigh by the arrow. Oh! A scream of pain draws the attention of the others in the fourth brother's convoy. "Second brother, what are you doing?" A man knelt on the ground, covering his groin with both hands, crying out in a desperate scream. Two armed men raised their rifles, pressing them directly against Ma Jingyi's head. "Stupid woman. Kill her." As soon as the words left their mouths, swish. A metallic hum filled the air. An invisible sword energy pierced through one of the gunmen. With a loud clang, the man fell to the ground. The other man nearby was confused, turning his head to see a black sword piercing through the man's throat. Lightning flickered around the flying sword, which hovered in the air, blood dripping from its blade. Frightened, the second man couldn't hold his gun steady. He dropped his weapon and ran away. When Ma Jingyi saw the black sword, a strand of black hair slipped down her cheek, and a faint smile appeared on her beautiful face. Everyone in the convoy knew about this black sword. Zhou Yi was back. He was not dead. With his personality, if he saw Ma Jingyi being hurt, none of these people would survive. After the first night she spent in Zhou Yi's pickup truck, she had already considered herself as woman. This was her only support in the apocalypse. Xiao Yi was thrown aside by the Titan rank and quickly ran over to help the mechanic rank. "Second brother, are you okay?" Team leader Lin suddenly turned around and saw the black sword. His face was full of disbelief. "Zhou Yi," he spoke hoarsely, hesitating before finishing the name. The guide of the fourth brother's convoy immediately recognized it as a super-ranked ability. He exclaimed, "Sword Immortal rank? Aren't there only 2 super-ranked abilities in your convoy?" He started to feel uneasy. The Sword Immortal rank has very strong attack power. The Titan rank might not be able to defeat it. He didn't expect their convoy to hide such a terrifying Sword Immortal. The situation suddenly turned around. In the distance, faint lights flickered in the darkness. The hum of the pickup grew louder and clearer. Neither convoy made a move, waiting until the vehicle approached to see clearly. It was a battered pickup with only one headlight remaining. The entire vehicle looked as if it had just come from a junkyard, with no intact glass on the outside or inside. The man in the car had a blank expression and a serious look in his eyes. He held the steering wheel with one hand, his clothes torn and ragged. Rain hit his face, sliding down his cheeks. Through the damaged car door, you could see a creature on the passenger seat covered in red scales, with a pair of bright red eyes constantly watching everyone. Red-eyed King. Two guides spoke almost at the same time, especially Lin, whose face was full of surprise. That was a second-level parasitic creature, yet he was only a first level. Could Zhou Yi have defeated the Red-eyed King? That seemed impossible. A pickup truck drove over to Ma Jingyi's side under everyone's watch, and the black sword automatically returned to his side. Zhou Yi's face was dark and looked very unhappy. Who was it? Just now, they wanted to hurt her. Those few words were very cold, making everyone feel a chill. The mechanic man clutched his groin, grimacing in pain. Third brother, avenged me. This big, simple guy was very obedient. The Titan series brought side effects, like lowering intelligence, so a little persuasion could easily control them. Their older brother tried to stop this big guy, but he had already rushed toward Zhou Yi and Ma Jingyi. Zhou Yi had no expression, but his face was full of killing intent that he couldn't hide. He was not a good person. He just snorted coldly. His one-armed arm lifted slightly, pointing like a sword. Ride the wind with your sword. Sweep away demons in the world. In just 10 words, it seemed to contain endless power, echoing in everyone's ears. Each word was clear, and each one was full of killing intent. As soon as he finished speaking, an invisible sword energy carved a long trench on the ground. At the end of the sword energy, an SUV was instantly cut in half, releasing a puff of blue smoke. The strike was so fast that the Titan series hadn't even reacted before they rushed forward to meet it. They underestimated their opponent. The guide's older brother wanted to stop him, but it was already too late. Zhou Yi moved without hesitation, not giving the enemy any chance to react. His main tactic was to strike first. A sword energy swept through, causing rocks to fly and scatter. Many people had no choice but to raise their hands to block their eyes. When they lowered their hands again, everyone was stunned and wide-eyed. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. The scene was too bloody. Some timid girls covered their eyes, cried out loudly, and some turned away in disgust, unable to stop gagging. They had seen extraordinary fighters from the sequence before, but never seen one so fierce and ruthless. It was just a simple sword strike. A giant over 2 meters tall was cut in half alive, with internal organs exposed and blood gushing from arteries. The ground, washed by rain, quickly turned deep red from the bloodstains. At this moment, no one dared to step forward. The other 3 members of the Fourth Brothers car team, who were also extraordinary from the sequence, almost dropped their jaws. The big guy was the only combat-ready member among them. The other 3 were support types, with little fighting ability. What should they do when faced with this ruthless opponent? Their lives were now in the hands of this one-armed man. The men with rifles were even more terrified. They dared to attack ordinary people only because they had the backing of extraordinary fighters. But now, the biggest support of their team had fallen. They didn't even have the courage to raise their guns. The Sword Immortal sequence was known for being decisive and ruthless in battle. Sequence 2. 2 guides almost spoke in unison. He was the first Sequence 2 in the team, and among the 7 extraordinary fighters present, he was the strongest. No one could match him. Team leader Lin and others had already encountered a beast tamer from Sequence 2 in the Stone Statue Village. Although they hadn't fought him directly, it had cost 2 extraordinary fighters dearly. He understood what a higher level meant. Zhou Yi, you. Team leader Lin's words caught in his throat. He knew he was in the wrong. It was their fault for abandoning Zhou Yi. They thought he would die at the hands of the Red-Eyed King. But unexpectedly, he not only survived, but was promoted to Sequence 2. Looking at his battered pickup truck and torn clothes, it was easy to imagine what he had been through. Zhou Yi heard Team Leader Lin's voice, but he didn't react at all. Instead, he walked over to the corpse of the Titan sequence. He raised the black sword and struck a few more times. This time, it wasn't because he was particularly cruel or ruthless. It's just that, according to past habits, after killing someone, the system would usually add kill points. But this time, Nothing happened. Is this big guy so hard to kill? Fearing trouble, he directly grabbed the damaged corpse with one hand and threw it into the river, letting it drift away with the water. The river was full of various fish and strange creatures, and leaving the convoy meant facing strange phenomena. Even if he survived, he probably wouldn't last long like that. It's best to eliminate problems at the root. Otherwise, there could be backlash. Only then could he leave peacefully. However, Zhou Yi had killed someone, dismembered the body, and thrown it into the river, all in front of nearly 400 or 500 people from these two convoy teams. The leader of the fourth brother convoy, Guide, swallowed hard. His gaze involuntarily shifted to Team Leader Lin. Team Leader Lin was also very shocked, his face twitching constantly, holding a burning cigarette that he didn't put down. He started to worry. Could this guy report him later and cause trouble? With his vengeful personality, he definitely wouldn't let him go. Zhou Yi glanced at Ma Jingyi. He lowered himself and slowly approached her. After getting close to her delicate, fair face, he instinctively took a step back. Zhou Yi stuck the black sword into the ground, raised his arm, and wiped away a drop of blood that had splashed onto Ma Jingyi's face. A long red mark was left on her face, but as the rain washed over it, it gradually faded, revealing her fair skin. I haven't eaten all day. Cook me a bowl of noodles. Ma Jingyi nodded and softly responded with, She skillfully found the kerosene stove in the messy truck cabin and rummaged through some food. Due to continuous rainy weather, the noodles and other food had soaked in water, so she could only cook 2 packs of instant noodles. Zhou Yi stood up, picked up the black sword, and the other several extraordinary sequence members instinctively took a step back. Who took my meat? Everyone remained silent. Only Wang Peng pointed at the armed men and the guide sequence. It's them, Mr. Zhou, you're finally back. It's him who led the charge to steal our meat. The leader of the fourth brothers convoy looked nervous and started to panic. He even stammered when speaking. You're talking nonsense. We've made a trade agreement with you. We can take you across the river to the other side. Before he finished, a sword energy brushed past Team Leader Lin's ear, instantly splitting the guide in half. Blood splattered across Team Leader Lin's face. He didn't bother to wipe it, letting the rain wash it away. One hand trembled uncontrollably. He took out a cigarette, tried to light it several times, but failed, and finally gave up and put it back. Killing score increased by 300. Killing one anomaly only adds 300 points, but cutting off a strange limb can give 3,000 points. It seems the system favors humans. It's pushing Zhou Yi to kill anomalies. The black sword was raised again. It pointed at the few people with guns. Do you want to die or live? All the people answered without hesitation that they wanted to live. Some even knelt down with a loud thud, begging for mercy. Put down your guns and tell me where you got these weapons. In life and death moments, they didn't hesitate to reveal the mechanic sequence. Zhou Yi's eyes lit up when he heard about the mechanic sequence. This sequence can still produce advanced weapons. At this moment, Team Leader Lin approached. The mechanic sequence is a versatile one. The convoy is very important. He's just an auxiliary sequence. Keeping him is useful for the convoy. Zhou Yi didn't directly respond to Lin's words. But he was right. Looking at his own strange-looking pickup truck, upgrading it with the system was a costly affair. If this guy were here, he could upgrade for free. Why not take advantage of it? At this moment, Chi Tian was not idle. He immediately led a few men forward and took their rifles. No one dared to resist. They fired a shot, and although the one-armed Sword Immortal might not die from it, these ordinary people certainly couldn't withstand a sword. Zhou Yi silently approved Chi Tian's actions. Now, as a second-level Sword Aura Realm Sword Immortal, he only needed a glance to make ordinary people feel terrified. The woman from the singing sequence, sensing the situation, quickly decided to show her value. Brother Sword Immortal, she said, I've never killed anyone. The thefts and such were done by the boss and that big guy. I'm just an assistant, and I dare not disobey their orders. I can only follow their lead. Seeing Zhou Yi ignore her, her expression darkened. If she couldn't prove her worth, this man might really kill her. After thinking it over, she finally spoke with some weight. Actually, I can help everyone cross the river safely and go north. When she said this, Zhou Yi showed no change, but Lin Dui's eyes lit up. She might have a way to get so many people across. It seems this woman, from the singing sequence, has quite a few tricks. Meanwhile, the girlish woman from the mechanical sequence was rapidly thinking. She had just been about to steal that woman. It was obvious to everyone that she was Zhou Yi's woman. With his temper, he definitely wouldn't let her go. This woman was desperately trying to show her worth, so she couldn't fall behind. Before Zhou Yi could speak, he raised his sword with one hand and pointed it at the man. "Are you from the mechanical sequence?" he asked. The man nodded wildly. Yes, my name is Xiaofan," he said. "Mechanical sequence, level 1. I can make rifles and modify vehicles." Xiaofan began to showcase his skills enthusiastically. Zhou Yi pointed at his battered pickup truck. "Modify this vehicle for me. I want to see what you can do." Xiaofan looked at the pickup and then at the puppet head on top of it. He circled the truck several times, examining it carefully. He fell into deep thought. After a moment, he looked at Zhou Yi with a surprised expression. "Did you modify this pickup truck yourself?" Xiaofan immediately sensed something was off. The vehicle definitely had been altered. As a member of the mechanic series, he knew the system had added this strange feature. It only took a quick glance to notice. Zhou Yi simply replied coldly. An odd attachment was added. Xiaofan's eyes grew more surprised. He wasn't from the mechanic series, so how could he have done such a thing? Could it be he was also from the mechanic series? This idea appeared in Xiaofan's mind. Others might not see the details, but as a mechanic series, he saw everything clearly. Xiaofan slowly moved closer to Zhou Yi and whispered, "Are you a dual series person?" Zhou Yi looked confused. "Dual series? Can one person have two series?" The two looked at each other with curious eyes. "I'm not dual series. I'm the second in the Sword Immortal series. Just this one series. Can you just tell me if it can be fixed and modified, and that's it? Why waste so much talk?" Xiaofan immediately agreed. He didn't have many skills, but this was his strong point. Before the apocalypse, he was a lively young man. He didn't study well in school, left at 16 to explore the world, and worked as an apprentice in a car repair shop for 3 years. He finally learned some skills and, with his family's support, opened a car repair shop. Life gradually became stable. But then, strange things started to happen. He also awakened as a mechanic series and happened to meet the fourth brother car team, following them all the way here. All 7 vehicles in the team were modified by him. Their engines were much better than normal, and they used less fuel. To survive better in the end times, he even crafted 8 rifles himself. Now, supplies were scarce, and bullets were limited. Each person only had a few. Only a few of their series knew this. Sometimes, firearms served mainly as a warning. Having guns, but not using them was very different from having no guns at all. Thanks to these guns, the team grew to over 300 members. Summer Fan took out a crumpled A4 paper from his pocket and used a pencil to make some changes. Soon, he drew a rough sketch. After a few minutes, he looked at the sketch and smiled alone, seeming very happy with his work. "Mr. Zhou, look. This is the plan I prepared for you based on the available materials." Zhou Yi was eating instant noodles that Ma Jingyi had just cooked while listening to him explain. "Your pickup truck is a strange thing. I decided to combine the SUV you just split in half directly." As he spoke, Summer Fan marked the sketch with his pencil. "I'm planning to add 2 engines. After my modifications, fuel consumption will stay the same, but the fuel tank will be bigger. With a full tank, it can go 1,500 kilometers. That's not the main point," Summer Fan said with a clear look of pride on his face. "The car's battery will also have more capacity. Later, we can add more batteries to extend the range, turning it into a hybrid. The range can be increased to 2,000 kilometers. Later, solar panels can be installed, and there's space for a fridge and household appliances. The car will be wider and longer, with more cargo space. I even made a small greenhouse inside, where you can grow more tomatoes." Hearing this, Zhou Yi almost spat out his food through his nose. All the secrets of his car had been seen by this kid, but after looking at the blueprint, he thought it was really good. It was almost like merging 2 cars into one, creating a new vehicle. This was a fully functional vehicle for the end of the world, everything you could want. Zhou Yi glanced at the kid and secretly sighed. This guy was truly a master of dual skills, maybe even a designer, and he hadn't told anyone. "Okay, how long will it take to modify this plan?" Summer Fan smiled happily. Since he hadn't washed up in months, his yellow teeth showed, along with a sour smell. It almost made Zhou Yi want to vomit after just eating. "At most 2 days, and I can finish the modification," he said. 2 days is not enough. Suddenly, Captain Lin interrupted their conversation. At this moment, Captain Lin's face became serious. He was the only guide in the series and was very sensitive to strange phenomena. There's too many people here now, nearly 500. The situation is more strange and faster than I expected. We probably need to find a way to reach Jiangbei. The strange events in Jiangnan are happening too quickly, and the strange creatures are also evolving like us. More and more powerful strange beings are approaching this area. We must evacuate by tomorrow night at the latest. Lin's words made everyone silent. Even though Zhou Yi hated him deep down, he couldn't do anything to him now. Anyone in the convoy could die, but we can't lose our guide. It's true he's not liked. Everyone remembers past grudges. On the surface, they still travel together, but inside, there's a growing distance. Captain Lin, what do you think we should do now? Zhou Yi looked dismissive, acting as if he didn't care. Lin shifted his gaze to the woman. She had said she knew a way to get everyone across. The woman saw Lin's look and started to panic. Xiao Yu looked at her fiercely. If not for Lin standing between them, she might have already gone to take revenge. Among these extraordinary people, everyone is suspicious of each other, holding grudges and trusting no one. Right now, Zhou Yi only trusts Xiao Yu a little. From the start, they didn't argue much. They had fought side by side before, so he could tell Xiao Yu is not a bad person. While others are selfish, she allows others to ride in her big bus for protection when driving. That alone makes her better than that old fox of a leader. The woman, under pressure from Xiao Yu's side, stepped forward and introduced herself. My name is Zhang Feifei. What? Double exclamation mark, comma, Zhang Fei? No, not Zhang Fei. I'm Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei. Isn't that just Zhang Fei? Oh, Fei, Fei Fei. Puff. That Fei doesn't matter anymore. You can call me Fei Fei. I'm a singer, currently at the first level. This sequence has a side effect. The more extraordinary power is used, the longer the sleep will be. If so many people all go to the other side, I don't know how long I will sleep. Because I haven't used such a large amount of extraordinary power before. After saying this, Zhang Feifei's gaze fell on Zhou Yi and team leader Lin. She felt that only these two could truly ensure her safety. If she falls asleep and her safety isn't guaranteed, she definitely wouldn't take such a big risk. Zhou Yi held a black sword, expressionless and silent. Team leader Lin glanced at Zhou Yi and then at Xiao Yu. She had just helped that big guy bully her, which made her feel very annoyed. She didn't show her any friendliness. Zhang Feifei fears these two combatants most. One is cold and ruthless, killing without hesitation. The other has a grudge against her. If she sends everyone across Jiangbei and then falls into sleep, who will protect her? Team leader Lin understood her worries. Zhang Feifei, I promise you in the name of the convoy leader, as long as you send us to Jiangbei, the entire convoy will guarantee your safety. I swear on my honor. She raised 3 fingers and made a vow. Zhou Yi's gaze shifted among the people, then looked at the endless darkness behind the convoy. The continuous rain had already worn him out. He wasn't strongly opposed to going to Jiangbei. In the end, he also raised 3 fingers like team leader Lin. Only Xiao Yu was left. Zhang Feifei knew she had done wrong. She bowed deeply at 90 degrees, showing sincere attitude. Sorry, sister. In the end of the world, I just want to survive. I was wrong. We have already lost 2 extraordinary sequences. If you're willing to forgive me, I will serve your convoy from now on. Living through the end of the world isn't easy. Sister, please forgive me this time. No one expected Zhang Feifei to apologize so directly. Without Xiao Yu's forgiveness, she kept bowing at 90 degrees. This completely threw Xiao Yu off. If she played the emotional card, she really didn't know how to handle it. As team leader, Lin naturally had to consider the bigger picture. With his persuasion, the young girl finally agreed, though reluctantly. The 3 of them made a promise that after Zhang Feifei fell asleep, they would not harm her and would keep her safe. Since they had sworn, whether they would actually follow through was another matter. How much is a promise worth? That's what Zhou Yi thought, but Lin Yu, the old fox, had his own plans. In this way, the future of the convoy was decided in just a few words by a few extraordinary people. At this moment, Xiao Yu suddenly stopped. Zhang Feifei was surprised, thinking she might change her mind at the last minute. But unexpectedly, The girl and a few others dug a simple hole by the river and buried the man who had just protected the supplies. No one knew his name, nor how long he had been with the convoy. Everyone forgot about him, the first to stand up and protect the supplies. Only Xiaoyu remembered him. For the sake of the supplies, he was the first to step forward. Though it was useless, the first step made him a hero. His grave was very simple, a small dirt mound covered with some stones and weeds. Finally, Xiaoyu asked Lin for a cigarette, lit it, and placed it in front of the stone pile. After finishing, everyone in the convoy was almost ready to head north across the river. Zhang Feifei stood in front of about 400 or 500 people. The great river of the morning. With her back to the crowd, she spread her arms wide. The river breeze made her clothes flutter loudly. Her black hair was loose and danced in the wind. There was no fancy dress or showy performance. The river was her stage, and everyone was her audience. The convoy's high beams were like stage lights, shining on her alone, highlighting her graceful curves. Standing before everyone, she was the only singer. She sang loudly. Great wind rises with the day, soaring straight up 9,000 miles. 14 words flowed from her mouth as if by magic. A strong wind suddenly swept in, and she began to lift off the ground. A huge phoenix shadow appeared, carrying everyone into the sky. 400 or 500 people, including all the vehicles, lifted off and flew above the river. Beneath them stretched a long, endless river for miles. Many people are seeing the great river for the first time. Before, most had only read about the world's longest river in textbooks or seen it online. Today, flying above it, I realized how wide it really is. Many people afraid of heights cling to those around them, relying on each other for support. Zhou Yi started to admire this singer series. Their abilities are indeed very strong, but their big move has a long cooldown. Using it once, I wonder how long it will take to wake up again. The Sword Immortal series has a shorter cooldown, but it consumes a lot of mental energy. I have already used this skill 3 times, and I feel completely drained, my back and waist ache. I'm weak all over, looking tired. If you look closely, you can see my lips are turning pale. After crossing the river, I need to quickly get the tiger whip wine ready. I still have 2 bottles of Flying Sky Moutai left unused. Otherwise, my body will break down sooner or later. The Phoenix illusion flies not very fast. Zhang Feifei keeps her arms spread wide, standing at the Phoenix's head. The flight lasted about half an hour before she finally landed safely on the north side of the river. The moment she touched down, she closed her eyes and collapsed. Zhang Feifei, as planned, immediately fell asleep upon landing. Xiaofan quickly helped her steady herself. As a superhuman in the series, she has her own car, with a driver. They placed her in the car to sleep. Then Lin team arranged for Qi Tian to become the team leader, managing the camp and personnel. A large team like this cannot be managed without someone in charge. It was too late now, so the team set up camp and rested for the night. Tomorrow morning, he planned to reorganize the hundreds of people into a new team. Zhou Yi didn't want to get involved in this. He just wanted to be a lone wolf now. People are unpredictable, after all. The first thing Lin team did after landing was to kneel with his hands on the ground and close his eyes, sensing the strange surroundings. Zhou Yi called Xia Fan over directly. It's better to finish modifying the car sooner rather than later. At first, Xia Fan was reluctant. It was late at night, time to sleep, and who would ask a superhuman to work overnight? But seeing Zhou Yi holding that black sword and his stern expression, he clenched his teeth and reluctantly agreed. After all, he's the strongest fighter in the team. The car needs to be upgraded and modified, so tonight they can only sleep in a tent. Ma Jingyi set up a simple tent on a relatively flat patch of grass using a few sticks and a waterproof cloth. Before she finished packing, Zhou Yi had already crawled inside. As soon as he entered the tent, he immediately understood what he was supposed to do tonight. He had been holding back for several days and finally had a chance to relax today. As night fell, the camp grew quiet, with only a few faint lights flickering. The others in the convoy kept their distance from Ma Jingyi's tent to avoid disturbing Zhou Yi. He stayed awake all night. Until the sun was high in the sky, Zhou Yi was awakened by the busy sounds around him. He had gone to bed late last night, and this morning, feeling tired, he took out a small green bottle from his pocket. After a day of saving, there was a little liquid left inside. Drinking it made him feel refreshed, and all his fatigue disappeared instantly. putting him in the best state. Ma Jingyi was already gone from the tent. Zhou Yi pushed open the tent, and the bright sunlight made it hard to keep his eyes open. The rare sunshine instantly lifted his mood. Outside the tent, a head peeked out. Qi Tian was grinning and had somehow brought out a new pair of sneakers, placing them outside. "Mr. Zhou, you're awake. Team leader Lin asked me to tell you to go to a meeting." Zhou Yi ignored him, but he couldn't take his eyes off the new sneakers. It was rare to get such a thing now. Back in the day, this pair would have cost over 2,000 yuan, and he wouldn't be willing to sell them. This kid really knew how to flatter the leaders. Everyone likes new shoes. Since Zhou Yi's own shoes were inconvenient, this kid personally helped him put on the new sneakers. He walked around a bit, testing them, and finally a slight smile appeared on his face. "All right, I got it." His old shoes, worn for over a month and soaked in rain, smelled so bad it was hard to imagine. Putting on the new shoes, all the bad feelings from yesterday instantly disappeared. As for Qi Tian's decision to follow team leader Lin, Zhou Yi didn't care anymore. He didn't mind who Qi Tian followed, as long as it didn't affect his own interests. While others were still eating from large pots, Ma Jingyi had already prepared breakfast using the kerosene stove. It wasn't very fancy, just a pot of rice porridge with preserved meat and dried tiger meat. The taste was okay, but it lacked vegetables. After eating and drinking enough, he slowly went to find team leader Lin. The meeting was really just a small discussion among a few extraordinary team members. He was the last to arrive. The others had been waiting for a long time. Seeing his late arrival, no one dared to disagree. The one-armed Sword Immortal gave a strong impression of being the main speaker. The meeting was simple. The main point was that the convoy was too large and needed unified management. There are currently 5 extraordinary team members, with one still sleeping and unknown when they would wake up. The regular people in the convoy totaled 472. There were 3 off-road vehicles, 1 pickup truck, 2 SUVs, 2 vans, 1 truck, 1 bus, 1 motorcycle, and an electric scooter. The large size of the convoy would definitely attract strange creatures. With so many people, the biggest concern was food. Whenever team leader Lin's face looked unhappy, it meant something bad was about to happen. Previously, the convoy had passed through the mist forest and lost a lot of supplies to mice. Now, with so many more people, the food consumption was enormous. Based on current supplies, they could only last about a week, even with rationing. Therefore, team leader Lin planned to keep the convoy under unified management. They would eat from large pots, with food collected and distributed uniformly. They also planned to establish a convoy guard team, armed for protection. The convoy currently had 8 rifles, with only a few dozen bullets, but these weapons still provided strong combat power against other convoys. This was an extra safety measure for the team. Zhou Yi wasn't very interested in these rules. They would manage their own supplies and didn't plan to share. He had been abandoned once before, so he was cautious. Plus, his pickup truck probably had the most food in the entire convoy. Even if he didn't gather supplies for a month, he could survive on the green bottles. When 2 convoys merged, they naturally needed a new name. The previous, unpleasant name could no longer be used. This time, Zhou Yi suggested changing the name to Qiangxing Fleet, and no one objected. The proposal was approved unanimously. The words fairness and peace painted on the bus were also changed to Qiangxing. From then on, the 2 teams were merged into one. A few members of the extraordinary rank discussed the matter, while Qi Tian carefully took notes in a small notebook beside him. Now, he has climbed up to the rank just below the extraordinary level in the fleet, making him a person who surpasses ordinary people. Of course, such talent should not be wasted, so he was appointed as the fleet's chief manager. Zhou Yi appeared to participate in the meeting, but he was also busy looking for something to do. He casually plucked a blade of grass from the ground, held it in his mouth, and, with his one arm, looked like a sword immortal. "What's this? Grasshopper?" The grass in Zhou Yi's mouth had a small insect on it. Everyone looked confused. "Are you playing with a grasshopper during the meeting?" Captain Lin looked at the insect and became serious. He adopted a thoughtful expression. "This is a locust. Locusts?" "Captain Lin, is this a locust?" Yu was curious and reached out to grab it. Just as she was about to, the insect jumped into the grass. She quickly caught it, but catching it startled her, and she jumped back. The grass was full of locusts everywhere. "Ah, Yu's loud scream drew everyone's attention. She stammered as she spoke. Captain Lin, how can there be so many locusts? She kept hiding behind Joey. Captain Lin also looked confused. Since ancient times, natural disasters like war and drought often caused such plagues. Now, with the world facing strange, inexplicable events, human survival is under great threat. Dead bodies could be seen along the roads everywhere. They thought Jiangbei might be better, but it turned out to be worse. Although it was mostly flat plains, forests and large green areas were rare. At first, the fleet didn't take it seriously. We rested here for 2 days, but singer Su Feifei still hasn't woken up. He managed to get so many people across the river at once, which seems to have taken a lot out of him. During these 2 days, Zhou Yi's pickup truck was also upgraded. When he first saw the modified and upgraded truck, he was very happy. The body was much larger, about a whole size bigger. He added 2 spare tires to the back, and the cargo area was much wider. The old, broken car doors were replaced with new glass, and the paint, tires, and interior all looked brand new, just like when it left the factory. The wooden puppet head on the roof remained the same. The back seat was turned into a bed, with storage space underneath. There was also a space reserved for a refrigerator, and the truck's power supply had been increased. Now, all it needs is a solar panel to generate continuous power. As Joey got into the truck, a message automatically appeared in his mind. Rare item. Mysterious pickup truck upgrade successful, ranking 19,982. His rank surprisingly entered the top 20,000. It was a pleasant surprise. He changed the car from an automatic to a manual shift with a semi-automatic feature, which was very friendly for him, since he only has one arm. Even the tiger-striped seats became adjustable, especially the onboard air conditioning, which means he can now turn it on whenever he wants. As long as there is fuel in the tank, he doesn't have to worry about the batteries running out. Zhou Yi is not a cold-hearted person. He took 2 tomatoes from the truck and also cut a piece of his long-preserved cured meat to give to Xia Fan as a thank you. This gesture changed Xia Fan's view of Zhou Yi. Actually, he doesn't seem as cold and emotionless as he appeared. On the 3rd day, the number of locusts around the convoy increased. In just 3 days, a large-scale locust disaster had begun. When they first arrived in Jiangbei, they could still see some plants and patches of green in the distance. Now, the land has returned to its original state. Looking around, there is not a single green spot. It's like being on the Lus Plateau. No rain has fallen in these 3 days, and the ground is starting to crack. Team leader Lin had no choice but to lead the convoy further north toward Jiangbei. The convoy had nearly 10 vehicles, lined up in a long line. At the front was still Lin's red off-road vehicle. Someone had put up a red flag on it, with the words, "Powerful Strength Convoy," written in large characters. Following closely was Zhou Yi's strange pickup truck. Behind the convoy, there were some people riding bicycles, and at the very back, there were pedestrians walking. Most of these pedestrians were members of the Fourth Brothers team. Through the rearview mirror, Zhou Yi could still see that the old man Lu was not left behind. But now, instead of Nana, there was another woman Zhou Yi didn't recognize, who looked quite attractive. This old man is really impressive. Old cow eating tender grass every day. But this old cow still isn't tired. While marveling at the old man's strong health, Zhou Yi began to suspect that there might be something strange about him. It seemed like his energy was endless. Could old cow Lu also be a special creature? He made a mental note to study this further when he had the chance. The long line of people stretched for hundreds of meters, creating a mighty and impressive scene. On the cracked ground, they kicked up a lot of yellow dust, and the strong wind swept the sand and stones, making it hard for the people at the end of the convoy to see. Suddenly, a crackling sound of electricity. Then, the voice of team leader Lin came from Zhou Yi's vehicle radio. "Zhou Yi, are you there? What's up, Captain Lin? Did the red-eyed king fall again?" Zhou Yi's tone was a bit sarcastic. This was clearly because of the previous incident where the convoy abandoned him, and he was still upset. Sorry. The short 3 words were spoken clearly. It was obvious that team leader Lin was sincerely apologizing. Zhou Yi ignored him. He had no intention of forgiving him. If he could abandon him once, he could do it many times. In this apocalyptic world, feelings didn't matter. Only interests did. If it weren't for the convoy needing a guide, Zhou Yi would have already found a chance to get rid of him. "Zhou Yi, I know you can't forgive me. I'm a guide, and the convoy is my life. This is my duty and my only goal. I can't let the convoy suffer because of me. Do you understand? Zhou Yi replied coldly. I don't understand. Is there something wrong? If not, don't disturb my driving, Captain Lin. A faint sigh came from the radio. Oh, right. Zhou Yi seemed to remember something again. I saw a big fish flying in the sky before, just like the legendary Kunping. There also seemed to be people building villages on top of it. You are a guide, so you have a broad view. Do you know what that thing is? Captain Lin was momentarily stunned after hearing this. A big fish. You probably mean a strange creature, just like our convoy, but they live on the back of the big fish, while we are a convoy. There are not only land vehicles, but also flying ones in the sky and boats in the water. Humans migrate in many different ways. They all need to move around. It is said that on the back of the big fish, there are doctors who can cure all diseases. After thinking for a moment, Zhou Yi continued to ask, Doctors, can you help me get an arm? Hearing about the doctor's sequence, Zhou Yi saw hope again. He told Lin that he wanted to get an arm from the red-eyed king. It had been many days. Every day, he used mineral water diluted in a small green bottle to rub on his arm. That red eye was still moving, and there was a sign of life. Its strong vitality made Zhou Yi admire it. Captain Lin was surprised by this bold idea and didn't speak for a while. The red-eyed king was a strange creature that lived with others. He was also a second-tier sword immortal. Normally, humans could coexist with strange creatures, and he had met some before. But no one had ever tried to combine themselves with a strange creature of a higher rank, and no one had set this kind of precedent. He was unsure what to do. However, Lin still advised against it. If Zhou Yi couldn't control the red-eyed king, his body might be taken over, and he could become the next red-eyed king. But from Zhou Yi's tone, he seemed very confident. As the team leader, Lin still wanted to warn him to be careful and not take such risks. I don't recommend you do this. It's very dangerous. Before Lin could finish, Zhou Yi interrupted him because he had already checked with the system. Such a plan was feasible. Right now, what he needed most was someone who could install an arm for him. Lin wasn't sure if he was genuinely concerned or just pretending, but his tone showed some urgency. Zhou Yi, don't take such a big risk. I promise to find you a sequence of pharmacists, and I will help you get a medicine for limb regeneration. Forget about this idea. Please, don't go risking everything. He said his piece, but Zhou Yi didn't really pay attention. Still, he was very curious about that big fish. According to team leader Lin, there are migrations happening in the sky, in the water, and on land. But where do these strange things come from? Why do humans awaken to become extraordinary beings with special abilities? Zhou Yi knew very little about these things. In the end, he decided to ask Team Leader Lin. Team Leader Lin, I've always had a question. Where do these strange things come from? And why do extraordinary beings with sequences appear? Do you think we will keep migrating like this forever? After a few questions, there was silence on the radio. As far as I know, these strange things don't belong to the whole world. They might come from another world. As for why extraordinary beings with sequences appear, I don't know. Maybe they are born alongside these strange things. It seems this migration will go on for a long time. If one day the convoy disappears, I, as the guide, won't have a reason to exist anymore. Then my mission might be over. Zhou Yi frowned at these words and stayed silent. He looked at the arm of the red-eyed heavenly king sitting in the passenger seat, lost in thought. People walking behind the convoy started to fall behind. Managing a large convoy of over 500 people was very difficult. Qi Tian relied on his extraordinary abilities to enforce strict policies these days. Plus, with so many people and limited supplies, many were already going hungry. A few days ago, they could eat twice a day, but now food was running out. With the locust plague spreading, there was no sign of life along the way. The further north they went, the worse the environment became. The convoy hadn't seen a single river yet. All the water in the convoy came from the bottled water they had collected earlier, plus what they needed for cooking. But now, there wasn't much left. Many people could only drink a sip of water each day. Looking at the previous group of extraordinary people in the convoy, they still get to eat meat every day. Especially Zhou Yi, who always cooks for himself and eats alone. He often takes out dried meat and sausages from his pickup truck. His bottled water is endless, and he always has plenty of tomatoes. But he only eats alone because only Ma Jingyi, the woman, cooks for him, so he can share some free food. This makes many others in the convoy feel unhappy. Most of all, those who originally belonged to the Fourth Brothers team. They didn't know these people well before, and now they have to follow their orders, which they dislike. They only dare not resist because of the extraordinary status. The convoy camped for the night in a designated spot, following the usual rules, with Chi Tian in charge of the night watch. The extraordinary people didn't care much about managing these things. A man named Lu Chong, holding a bowl, stood at the back of the line, looking angry. Damn it, so many people, by the time I eat. Only the soup is left. Why bother with big pots of food? I'm starving already. Only half a bottle of bottled water was given to me today. Am I going to die of thirst? His complaints immediately sparked others' dissatisfaction. A few nearby started to stir up trouble. This mood quickly spread through the convoy. I can't take it anymore. Look at that guy with a broken arm, eating alone every day. We can't even get a bowl of noodles for a meal. Why is that? Because that guy with the broken arm is extraordinary? When will this day end? The truck is full of dried meat, and that pickup always has fresh tomatoes. Is that fair to us? We want to survive too, brothers. With so many of us, I don't believe they can do anything to us. A group of men became excited. The men, ingrained with the idea, kings and generals, are they better than us, suddenly felt free. Where there is oppression, there is resistance. It's not scary for one man to resist, but a whole group resisting together is the real danger. The gathering of people here grew larger, causing quite a commotion, which immediately caught Chi Tian's attention. He approached with two men carrying rifles to check the situation. What's going on over there? If you don't want to wait in line for food, then don't eat. Chi Tian scolded sharply, and the crowd gradually quieted down. They weren't afraid of him, but rather of the two men with rifles behind him. In the face of such weapons, even if they were unwilling, they had to bow their heads and behave. Lu Chang's face was full of frustration, but he held back. Under Chi Tian's firm management, order was restored, and the nearly erupting chaos was avoided. It wasn't until the line for food reached Lu Chang that a spoonful of clear rice soup was poured into his bowl. Looking at the plain, watery soup with no oil or meat, Lu Chang's hands trembled as he tightly gripped the bowl. His mouth twitched, and he took deep, labored breaths through his nostrils. All the visible rice grains in the bowl sank to the bottom, covered by a layer of clear broth that rippled gently. His inner anger finally burst out. Bang! The crisp sound of a porcelain bowl shattering broke the silence of the convoy. The rice soup spilled onto the ground, and the white rice grains stood out sharply against the yellow earth. Do you think I'm a beast? Just giving me this? Damn it. I've had enough. Before anyone could react, Lu Chang suddenly flipped the pot, spilling all the rice soup onto the ground. He had been holding back for so long, and now he finally exploded. This time, the convoy was thrown into chaos. The members of the Fourth Brothers convoy were already unhappy about joining this group. Now, someone finally took the lead. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out from somewhere in the convoy, breaking the night's silence. Brothers, charge. Take back everything that isn't ours. We can't let these extraordinary people be slaves. They sit in their cars, eating and drinking happily, and we are here drinking this plain water to survive. Suddenly, 7 or 8 men with knives rushed out from the crowd. It was clear these people had planned this in advance. A few of the extraordinary people were also drawn by the gunfire behind them. Captain Lin and Xiao Yu hurried to the scene first. The convoy was already losing control, and the crowd was frantically grabbing supplies. Looking at these members of the Fourth Brothers team, no one was an innocent bystander. Their goal was simple, to steal supplies. Originally, there wasn't much food, but now it was scattered all over as people scrambled for it. This wasn't just a riot. It was a fight among over 100 people. The convoy had lost order, leaving only killing and violence. Some even turned their attention to the extraordinary vehicle in the convoy. Those unfamiliar with their team rushed straight toward Zhou Yi's pickup truck. They had joined the convoy not long ago and didn't realize how powerful this strange pickup was. 7 or 8 people quickly surrounded the truck. Brothers, attack together. He's got the most supplies on his vehicle. If we take him down, we'll have food. He's just a one-armed guy. We have more people, so don't be afraid. Charge. No matter what was happening outside, Zhou Yi stayed in the truck, holding a sword in one hand and chewing betel nut. The moment one of the men touched the pickup, the truck's automatic defense mode was triggered. A beam of light shot out from the puppet head on the roof, and the man instantly turned to charcoal. Killing points increased by 100. After upgrading, the pickup's stored energy increased, allowing it to unleash 3 attacks at once. Killing points increased by 100. Killing points increased by 100. 3 system notification sounds echoed in his mind. Zhou curled his lips and snorted coldly. A sinister smile appeared on his face. This was your first move. I was worried I wouldn't reach enough killing points this month, but now it's coming to me. Next, don't blame me for being rude. A burst of baby laughter came from the mouth. 3 bodies appeared, each surrounded by a faint blue flame, which was sucked into the puppet's mouth. The others were so frightened by this scene that they froze in fear. Now they finally understood why the one-armed extraordinary person, Pika, had so many supplies. During the day, no one dared to steal from him. A few people scrambled and ran away from Pika. Zhou sat calmly in the driver's seat, chewing beetle nut the whole time. When the flavor was gone, he spat it out of the window. "Did I tell you to leave?" he asked coldly. A few men, who had just tried to run, trembled with fear. One man suddenly collapsed to his knees with a loud thud, bowing repeatedly toward the truck. His voice started to choke with emotion. I'm sorry. Please, let me go. I only did it to fill my stomach. I had no choice." Before he finished, Zhou raised a single hand, forming a sword finger, and a black sword shot out of the window. It left a flash of lightning in the night. Killing points increased by 100. The black sword pierced through the man's throat, splattering blood. The man's eyes widened with anger. He thought begging for mercy might save him, but this extraordinary person, with a ruthless heart, showed no mercy at all, giving him no chance to survive. His lips kept trembling, as if he wanted to speak, but he couldn't make a sound. Blood kept pouring out of his mouth, dripping onto the yellow earth below. Swarm of locusts began to jump onto the man's corpse. In just a few days, the locusts multiplied rapidly, reaching a terrifying number. There was no food left on the ground. In a short time, the corpses were covered by yellow insects, disappearing at a visible speed. Seeing that escape was useless, one man decided not to run anymore. He knew he had angered this Sword Immortal level extraordinary person, and he wouldn't be spared. Since death was certain anyway, he chose to fight with all his might. He grabbed his knife and shouted angrily, "I'll fight to the end." As he raised his hand, a sword light cut through the night sky. There were no fancy moves or special techniques. In the sequence of the Sword Immortal, the killing is silent. The only trace men leave behind in this world is the blood dripping from the black sword. Killing points increased by 100. This swarm of insects is like a mutation. As soon as they see blood, they all rush over. Within seconds, only a pile of bones remains on the ground. Even Zhou feels a chill run down his spine when he sees this scene. Damn it! Are these still locusts? Now locusts are starting to eat people? This is different from the usual image of locust plagues. But in the current apocalyptic world, where everything is strange, these insect mutations are not surprising. The chaos in the convoy is getting worse. Relying only on him to kill a few people is not enough to scare so many. People who can't even get enough food are not afraid of death. In the worst moments, people can unleash their full potential. Gunshots and screams of women and children keep coming from the chaotic crowd. People keep dying in the riot, and after the locusts eat human flesh, they become more aggressive. Sometimes, they even crawl onto living people. The truck carrying meat has become the main battlefield for fighting. People are fighting over food, while locusts are fighting over corpses. A terrifying and tragic scene is unfolding. Inside the truck, white bones are piled up. Some are human bones, others might be tiger bones. Some people, driven mad by hunger, snatch the meat from others. Fresh meat is quickly taken away, and anything edible is stuffed into mouths. Team leader Lin gets into the off-road vehicle and keeps shouting through the horn, trying to stop the crazy crowd. But it's no use. Seeing the situation out of control, Xiafan suddenly remembers that Zhang Feifei is still sleeping. These people, when they go mad, might not even spare living humans. He quickly runs towards her SUV, trying to prevent her from being harmed by the rioters. Xiao Yu's fist rapidly enlarges, knocking others away one by one. The girl approaches the truck trying to recover some of the losses. When she finally gets close, she finds it's already empty. Team leader Lin has no way to handle this out-of-control crowd of hundreds. He can only keep shouting through the horn. Something strange is coming. Something strange is approaching. Please don't fall behind. Please don't fall behind. Only this method could make this group of people stop briefly. He simply raised his eyebrows and smiled. Team Lin, this kind of method can't solve the root problem. It only treats the symptoms, not the cause. Even if they are quiet for now, there will still be riots in the future. Team Lin looked worried and a bit unhappy. Then what do you suggest we do? He made a sword finger gesture with his hand. He was filled with a fierce, killing aura. The locusts around him didn't dare to come close. If you don't want to be the bad guy, I will do it. Under the moonlight, the image of the one-armed Sword Immortal looked more majestic. Seeing Zhou Yi's expression, Team Lin knew what he was about to do. This guy has no compassion at all. Maybe this is what it means to be a Sword Immortal. Team Lin could only sigh quietly and turn away. Actually, he was also selfish, but compared to Zhou Yi's coldness, he was much softer. If the benefit was enough, he might even kill someone himself. Perhaps only someone ruthless and without mercy could scare these already crazy and inhumane rioters. Only by using violence to stop violence could this riot be calmed down. The moonlight shone on Zhou Yi's face, showing no emotion. Only the breeze moved his clothes and the sleeve of his missing arm, making a rustling sound. Thunder of surprise, come back. The black sword instantly returned to Zhou Yi's hand, with fresh blood still dripping from it. A wave of invisible energy spread out around Zhou Yi. He had used this move many times before, and now he was very skilled at it. He slightly trembled at the corner of his mouth and closed his eyes. Ride the wind with the sword. Sweep away demons in the world. These 10 words came from Zhou Yi's mouth, forming a sword energy right in front of him. It was full of killing intent. Under the powerful attack of the second-tier Sword Immortal, the sword energy slashed toward the rioting crowd. Only a deep trench was left on the ground. A blood-colored mist rose into the night sky. Even the air was filled with the smell of fresh blood. The locusts, as if they had been given a frenzy skill, excitedly rushed toward the crowd. Zhou Yi slowly opened his eyes. After this sword strike, the chaotic crowd fell silent. In just a short time, piles of white bones were stacked on the yellow earth, being fiercely eaten by swarms of locusts. The stark white bones on the yellow ground looked out of place. The chaos in the convoys suddenly stopped. Actually, not many people were killed by this sword. Only dozens died directly at Zhou Yi's hands. Most others were knocked down by flying stones and sword energy. Any small wound that exposed blood to the air would attract locust attacks. Most people were killed alive by the locusts biting them. And the situation was getting worse and worse. Once the locusts started eating people, it was hard to stop. If anyone looked up at the sky now, they would see endless, dense swarms of locusts. During the day, the sun might even be hidden behind the insects. Mr. Zhou, please save my brother. Han Wanning hurried to the pickup truck, looking panicked, tears in her eyes. My brother. Wah. As she spoke, tears kept falling down her cheeks uncontrollably. Han Mo, her only family in this world, was her main support to survive in this end of days. Zhou Yi had promised to save her and her brother once, so he couldn't refuse her. She was her only hope. Han Mo's legs were stiff, making movement difficult. With so many locusts on him, he had no chance to run, only able to keep hitting them with his hands. Unable to escape the swarm, he was surrounded by countless insects. If they couldn't clear the locusts, they could only watch helplessly as a living person was eaten alive. Zhou Yi glanced over. The entire body was covered with dense locusts, enough to trigger a fear of crowds. Today, I save him once. Don't come to me again. His cold words were followed by a gesture with his finger like a sword. A sword energy sliced past Han Mo's nose. The sharp sword energy drove the locusts away, scattering them instantly. Han Wanning didn't hesitate and pushed her brother to run wildly. If they didn't leave now, the locusts would surround them in seconds, and they might not escape. Someone in the crowd shouted, "Sandstorm." Captain Lin shivered all over. In an instant, a cloud of yellow dust swept in, and the sound of the wind was so loud that no one could see clearly. Damn it! What is wrong with this crazy weather? Zhou Yi braced himself against the fierce wind and started cursing loudly. This terrible weather is going crazy. The locust plague just came, and now a sandstorm. This is a deadly situation. While cursing, he quickly got into the car and closed the windows tightly. Captain Lin also scrambled into the vehicle. Everyone, pay attention. Everyone, pay attention. The convoy is about to leave. Please don't fall behind. Please don't fall behind. As the broadcast message sounded, the crowd hurriedly climbed into their cars. No one dared to break the first rule of the convoy. Zhou Yi followed closely behind Captain Lin's red off-road vehicle. Whenever they were escaping, this guy always ran the fastest. Just stay close to her, and you'll be safe. The modified, strange-looking pickup truck roared loudly, with 2 engines installed, making it much more powerful than before. As the vehicle started, it began to shake. Other cars also started their engines one after another. Still, Captain Lin's off-road vehicle led the way. Zhou Yi kept right behind. The visibility behind was too poor to see clearly who was catching up and who was falling behind. He could only focus on moving forward. "Mr. Zhou, help me." Someone outside was calling for help, but Zhou Yi heard it and ignored it. He didn't even want to look. His eyes stayed fixed on the taillights of the leading off-road vehicle. Some people even tried to block the car in front, hoping to force it to stop and pick them up. Others might have felt sympathy and stopped to help. But he was wrong to think that way. This was Zhou Yi. Without a clear benefit, he wouldn't let anyone get into his vehicle. A man, with a woman, suddenly stepped forward with arms outstretched to block the way. Zhou Yi's eyes didn't blink. He pressed the accelerator and charged straight ahead. After a loud roar from the engine, the wheels kicked up a cloud of yellow dust, hitting the windows with a cracking sound. In an instant, they were buried in the dust. The dust storm arrived without any warning. Snap! Snap! Lin's voice came through the car radio. "Zhou Yi, it's one thing to curse me normally, but now you're insulting me too. Do you think I don't want to? I'm just a first tier, unlike your second tier sword master, who can use skills." Hearing Lin's voice over the radio made Zhou Yi angry. "Old Lin, you're really sneaky. Always able to listen in on our convoy. You're pretty good at hiding. I want to see what strange things you've hidden in your car, secretly listening in on my pickup." It seemed Lin realized he had been exposed and stopped speaking. Instead, the car sped up more and more. Zhou Yi, who was quick-tempered, lost his patience. He pressed the accelerator with a loud bang and bumped right into the back of the off-road vehicle. Lin felt a jolt in his back. The modified bumper of the pickup behind pushed into him. "Darn it. Thinking your upgraded pickup with its big size and strong defense can bully me." He cursed silently and floored the accelerator. The 2 cars in front sped away wildly. They didn't slow down at all. It turned into a desert race. Anyone without a car probably wouldn't survive this time. Xiaoyu on the bus behind was also shouting curses. "Both of you old foxes are running so fast. Don't you think about us behind?" The convoy was racing like crazy. No one dared to fall behind. The swarming locusts, the blinding dust storm. Each one alone seemed like death itself. "Old Lin, are you just going to keep leading the convoy like this?" "I'm not afraid. If your gasoline runs out, just wait for death." Just after Zhou Yi finished speaking, Lin's voice came over the radio. "Follow me, don't fall behind. There's a small town about 20 kilometers north. The convoy can gather supplies and rest there." The wind outside grew louder, and Zhou Yi dared not open the window to look out. He could only follow the taillights ahead, moving forward steadily. At first, the convoy was moving very fast, leaving behind most of the ordinary people without vehicles. Zhou Yi now begins to suspect that this old fox deliberately waited until the sandstorm broke out before leaving. Only by getting rid of this large group of hundreds of people would there be a smaller chance of being targeted by strange phenomena. And most importantly, the convoy's food supply was simply not enough to feed so many people. The more he thought about it, the more it seemed reasonable. Suddenly, he seemed to understand something. "As expected of you, old fox. On the surface, I am the ruthless executioner, but behind the scenes, you are the walking Grim Reaper." Zhou Yi had suspected him from the start. A guide should be able to sense such a major natural disaster. He is quite cunning, as expected of the old fox. Thinking of this, Zhou Yi remembered the time he was abandoned. Could it be that this old fox was trying to weaken his control over the convoy, because his Sword Immortal awakening threatened him? So he wanted to use the Red-Eyed King to get rid of him? It's truly terrifying when you think about it deeply. Zhou Yi could only curse silently in his heart. He used to think he could only speak through the vehicle's radio, but now he realized this guy could eavesdrop. Today, he finally saw it. He was the most cautious in the entire convoy. Initially, the convoy moved very quickly, gradually leaving behind most of the ordinary people before slowing down. The disappearance of over 100 lives did not make anyone feel guilty. This time, it wasn't the gecko's tail that was broken, it was the burden itself. In the apocalypse, everyone is selfish. Everyone lives for themselves. In just 20 kilometers, the convoy traveled all night. It wasn't because they were slow. It was because they didn't take a straight path. They zigzagged through the desert, following a curved route. At night, strange phenomena were more active than during the day, so Team Lin had to keep avoiding the strange occurrences along the way. After a night of travel, a faint red glow appeared on the horizon. The sandstorm seemed to have weakened considerably. Zhou Yi turned on the windshield wipers, splashed some water, and his visibility improved somewhat. Before him stretched an endless desert. This was his first time seeing a real desert as someone from Jiangnan. He had only seen it in the internet and textbooks before. However, this also means that water is now the most valuable resource. Zhou Yi glanced at the mineral water bottle under his seat, knowing he would need to add a drop of green liquid into it soon. Over the past few days, his arm wound had healed, and he was no longer short of gasoline. Other vehicles were running low on fuel. Every time Zhou Yi exchanged supplies for gasoline, he had to trade something valuable. He controlled the entire convoy's fuel supply. If he left one day, the convoy might not be able to get out of the desert ahead. The two vehicles stopped almost at the same time near the village entrance. Zhou Yi didn't get out first. Instead, he rummaged through the car and found a pack of chewing tobacco. He held the pack with one hand, tore open a piece with his teeth, and took a puff. They had been driving all night, so he needed to wake himself up. When he got out, he also made sure to activate the automatic defense mode of the cheetah pickup. The village was small, probably only about 10 households. From a quick look, there didn't seem to be any living people inside. Some of the low-lying houses only showed their roofs above the sand. The rest were buried in the desert. The only greenery was a few half-height trees. After getting out, Lin team leader knelt down with both hands on the ground, sensing for any strange energy around Zhou Wei. Behind them, a large bus, 2 off-road vehicles, 2 vans, and a truck followed. At the back were 2 SUVs, with the tail vehicle being that old man's truck. Zhou Yi frowned slightly. That old man was quite stubborn. After scanning the convoy, he didn't see Ma Jingyi or Han Wanning. Finally, he spotted them on Xiao Yu's bus. The young girl was too soft-hearted. Nearly 40 people crowded on the bus, all from the previous convoy. She wanted to take everyone, but there was limited space. Qi Tian, the young man, got out of a van, still holding a rifle in his arms. The 2 SUVs originally belonged to Zhang Feifei and Xia Fan. Although the woman was still sleeping, there was a dedicated driver on the car, and Xia Fan did not forget her in the end. To Zhou Yi's surprise, Nana also got out of Xia Fan's car. She was the 3rd man she had been with on this trip, but she looked a bit tired, with messy hair and wearing bunny ears. There were also 2 women in the car. All 3 women were tied up with ropes, especially Nana, who was dressed in a maid outfit with white thigh-high stockings, and had a tail that kept wagging behind her. Seeing this scene, Zhou Yi almost felt nosebleed. This guy is a bit unusual, but his special hobbies are a bit shocking. Having 3 beautiful women as his companions shows he knows how to have fun. Xia Fan walked with the 3 women, strutting like a cat, passing by Zhou Yi, and didn't forget to greet him softly. "Brother Jinxian, how do you like my modified pickup truck? Is it powerful? Oh, I forgot to tell you, the car is also soundproof." Zhou Yi's expression was strange, and he just nodded politely. It wasn't that he was cold-hearted this time, but because he saw Xia Fan wearing a pair of black stockings. The first time he saw him, he thought Xia Fan was a bit effeminate, but today, after a closer look, he realized he was quite strange. Finally, Zhou Yi asked, "Xia Fan, are you about to reach the 2nd level?" Xia Fan suddenly stopped, looking at him with a shocked face. "How do you know that?" Zhou Yi glanced at the stockings he was wearing and immediately avoided eye contact. "I can tell." "Xia Fan, how can you tell?" Zhou Yi managed a rare smile. "You and your girls go gather supplies. Everyone who reaches the extraordinary 2nd level has some flaws." Since he himself reached level 2, his desires have become stronger and stronger. It's easy to see that the more abnormal he is, the higher his level. Nana looked at Zhou Yi with a pleading gaze as she passed by, but Zhou Yi ignored her completely. He had no sympathy at all. Maybe that's a side effect of being a sword immortal at this level, becoming cold and emotionless. Even if this woman were to be played to death, he wouldn't blink an eye. There weren't many cars in the convoy, but fewer than 100 people remained. This still created a lot of pressure. First, they lacked supplies, and now they also lacked water. Many people might not make it out of the desert. Zhou Yi, come help us. Xiaoyu was with a few men, digging through the sand on the ground. Next to them, Qi Tian was organizing the supplies, weapons, and ammunition. Xia Fan was collecting various tools. He planned to turn the SUV into a mobile workshop to attack the second sequence. It was equipped with all kinds of tools like wrenches, screwdrivers, and welding equipment. His skill was in constantly repairing, upgrading, and creating mechanical devices. Anything related to machinery could improve his strength. Team leader Lin said there might be a well underground. Why are you just standing there? Come help us dig through this sand. Xiaoyu shouted at Zhou Yi. The entire convoy, probably only this young girl, dared to speak to him like that. Zhou Yi waved one hand and made a sword gesture. Everyone move aside. He waved his hand again, and a sword energy shot out. The sand on the ground was blown away in a large area. Wow, Zhou Yi. Is this even possible? Xiaoyu was also determined. Watch me. He saw his fist rapidly expand, and with a few punches, the holes in the sand grew bigger. Soon, stones appeared underneath. Team Leader Lin, there's stone here. Come sense if there's water below. Before Lin could come over, the sky suddenly darkened visibly, even though it was daytime. It was strange how quickly the weather changed. Someone looked up at the sky. Suddenly, they shouted in panic. Fish, a huge fish. A big fish is flying in the sky. A big fish? Zhou Yi looked up sharply. Wow, he blurted out in surprise. Wasn't this the same big fish he saw in the mist forest before? How did they end up here? Everyone in the convoy was stunned by this scene. Even Lin couldn't help but shout, wow. As the big fish got closer to the ground, the other ordinary people in the convoy started to panic. Anyone would be afraid of such a huge creature. Even extraordinary people would feel fear when they saw it. Only Zhou Yi stood alone with one arm, his clothes whipped by the wind and dust, standing out among the crowd. Captain Lin seemed to realize something suddenly and reacted quickly. Qi Tian, gather everyone. After receiving the order, several men with rifles quickly assembled, along with some holding knives and shields. This was the armed force the convoy had previously formed, also called the convoy guards. There were about a dozen people, responsible for the safety of the convoy. Qi Tian led them directly. Each was a strong man, tall and obviously well-trained. Captain Lin stood at the front, with Zhou Yi and Xiaoyu on either side, and Xiafan nearby. Four extraordinary individuals stood at the very front, while the convoy guards with rifles stood behind. The big fish kept lowering, and its massive body hovered overhead, creating a suffocating sense of pressure. Some people even worried about what would happen if the fish fell from the sky. As the fish descended further, everyone finally saw that there were buildings on top, a small village surrounded by tall walls. From afar, some people on the city walls held bows and arrows, and others had spears. It looked like modern people with guns discovering a primitive tribe on a new continent. Zhou Yi finally understood why Columbus discovered the New World and Europeans wanted to colonize the natives with guns and cannons. The fish swayed its fins, stirring up a cloud of yellow dust on the ground. The dust hit their faces, making them squint and raise their hands to block it. The huge creature slowly landed in the desert, and as it touched the ground, it kicked up a small dust storm. 3 people stood on the fish's fin. Zhou Yi recognized one was an older man in white. Another was a small boy who didn't look very big, and there was an elderly man holding a staff. They didn't come down but stood on the fin, waving gently at the people below, looking friendly. Suddenly, a long ladder extended from the fish's back directly to the ground. Before anyone could speak, Captain Lin stepped forward first. We are the Qianxin convoy. I am Captain Lin Yanan, the lead of the first pathway. Zhou Yi did not speak. Instead, he stood behind Captain Lin, watching the big fish. Especially after exchanging a glance with the little boy, Both of their faces looked strange. The boy seemed quite unhappy. The rest of the convoy was also very curious about the big fish. There are 3 extraordinary groups in total. The boy is from the guide sequence. The one in white is a pharmacist, and the old man with a cane appears to be their leader. He said he owns the big fish, but didn't tell them his rank. The old man looked friendly. When they saw them, he warmly invited them to come aboard the flying fish. Captain Lin didn't hesitate at all. Without thinking, he was the first to climb the ladder. Young Yu also followed closely behind without much thought. Only Zhou Yi quietly stayed at the back. When he looked into the boy's eyes, he seemed to see the boy shaking his head faintly. Always cautious, Zhou Yi stayed at the end of the group. He felt that everyone was very strange, but the others didn't seem to notice anything wrong. They didn't ask what they were doing or consider going up. The convoy seemed to lose its mind, as if possessed. This made Zhou Yi feel uneasy. "Why are you still standing down there, Zhou Yi? Come up quickly." Captain Lin kept shouting from above. Zhou Yi didn't want to go at first, but when he heard there was a pharmacist, he decided to check what was happening. If something was really wrong, with so many people and not just himself dying, even Captain Lin, the clever fox, was going up. So he climbed onto the big fish's back. But once he got there, he found it wasn't as good as he imagined. Most of the buildings were empty, and there weren't many people. The old man holding a staff greeted them with a smile. "Ha! Welcome to the Sky City." Zhou Yi couldn't help but curse silently. What kind of Sky City? It's just a few broken houses and a dozen villagers. Looking around, everything was in ruins. Most of the villagers here are very thin and look tired, like walking corpses. Only these 2 extraordinary people and the old man seem to look normal. "May I ask, what is your name, young brother?" The old man looks at Zhou Yi from head to toe, his staff flashing with light. Behind the old man, a little boy frowns and looks a bit strange, as if he wants to say something but can't. Zhou Yi remains silent, but the person next to him, Xiao Yu, speaks first. He is Zhou Yi, ranked 2nd in the Sword Immortal list, with sword energy, 2nd in the Sword Immortal list. Hearing this, the old man's eyes flicker briefly but quickly return to normal. He immediately puts on a smiling face. Zhou Yi suddenly leans close to the old man's ear. "You haven't told us your rank yet." The old man shivers at the young man's words. He tightly grips his staff and smiles as he strokes his beard. "Haha, I am in the coexistence rank." Coexistence rank? Zhou Yi and Xia Fan almost speak at the same time. The old man notices their surprise and continues to explain with a smile. "I share my body with a big fish. It is my partner, and I am his. This small city was built by me. You can call me the City Lord." Xia Fan looks confused. "City Lord, what is your rank?" "Haha, I am in the coexistence rank 3. Although the old man speaks casually, everyone is shocked. He is the highest ranked person they've ever seen. And he is in the coexistence rank. They have seen strange coexistence beings before, but this is the first time they've met someone sharing a rank with such a big fish. Next, the little boy begins to introduce himself. "I am in the guide rank 2. Just call me Xiao Chong." He then extends his hand to Zhou Yi. This surprises Zhou Yi, making him a bit caught off guard. "Why are so many people shaking hands with me?" Out of politeness, he shakes Xiao Chong's hand. When their hands touch, Zhou Yi frowns, and his expression becomes strange. But after a brief moment, the little boy pulls his hand back. Both of their extraordinary ranks start to introduce themselves. Zhou Yi slowly put his hand behind his back, revealing a small note in his hand. He quietly took a few steps back into the crowd and gently opened the note. It had 2 words written on it: "Run away, run away." Zhou Yi saw the words but didn't speak. Instead, he crumpled the note and put it in his pocket. There must be a problem. Sometimes, a person's 6th sense is trustworthy. No wonder the first time he saw that little boy, something felt off. There is a big secret above this Sky City. The City Lord is very friendly and even hosted a dinner for the caravan that evening. Captain Lin didn't ask others for their opinion and agreed right away. Usually, when 2 groups meet, they exchange goods or trade items. The caravan had no reason to refuse this dinner. The big fish stopped flying and landed in the desert. The caravan members wandered around the Sky City. The area on the fish's back is very large. They have cultivated fields, fish ponds, and roads. The residential area is well planned, with streets, a hospital, warehouses, and a dining hall. The city lord lives in the tallest building, which looks like a church from the last century, mostly black and white, decorated very simply, adding a mysterious feel to the building. During the daytime, the caravan members are free to move around and exchange goods with the people of the Sky City. Zhou Yi called Xiao Yu and Qi Tian, and with 4 armed guards, headed straight to the hospital. His main reason for coming was to find a pharmacist of a certain sequence. Xiao Yu's arm was frozen, and he needed to find a doctor to fix it. This place just met the requirements. He also called Qi Tian and the guards for safety. The Sky City looks pretty good, but there are many strange things. Maybe Zhou Yi is just overly cautious. Xiao Yu, Zhou Yi said, do you feel that the people here are very strange? Why are there only about 10 or so ordinary people? Logically, the houses here should be enough for thousands of residents. Why does it look so empty? Xiao Yu, a young girl, listened to Zhou Yi and scratched her head. What he said made her feel that something was really odd. Zhou Yi then asked a very strange question. Do you think our team leader Lin is a bit unusual? Huh, Xiao Yu almost shouted. Why do you say that? Is it because he abandoned you once, and now you hold a grudge against him? Zhou Yi sighed helplessly and didn't argue. The young girl was still too naive, with no cleverness at all. No wonder team leader Lin, that old fox, always took her along wherever he went. The street was short. Along the cobblestone path, a few people quickly reached the hospital. It was called a hospital, but there were really only 2 people. One was the second-ranked medic, and the other was a woman who looked quite young. The building wasn't big. Outside was a pharmacy. Inside was the medic's laboratory. If it weren't for a Red Cross sign, it could easily be mistaken for an ordinary house. A convoy of 7 people, carrying guns, didn't even greet anyone. Led by Zhou Yi, they walked in very arrogantly and pushed the door open. The woman was startled to see the group with rifles. She hurriedly called out the medic man from inside. Your convoy is quite big, with 2 super elite members and armed guards. The man adjusted his glasses, put down a test tube, and continued. Do you think 2 combat elites are afraid of just 1 medic? Zhou Yi stepped forward, sat down on a chair, looked around, and noticed there weren't many medicines on the shelves. May I ask, what is your name, medic? Just call me Dr. Li. This is my daughter. Oh, Dr. Li. We came to see you because we need your help. I heard that medics can make recovery potions. Do you have any here? Dr. Li didn't hesitate and answered immediately, yes. The medic man beside Xiao Yu examined her frozen arm and quickly gave an answer. It's caused by a strange phenomenon. I have recovery potions here, but it depends on what you offer in exchange. Xiao Yu paused. I'll give 10 packs of instant noodles, 20 cans of food, and a kilogram of dried meat. How about that? Hearing this, Dr. Li's daughter looked excited. There is very little food available in this place. The city in the sky has a rule that no one can leave. They are eager to get new supplies, so they only trade with other groups. Dr. Li shook his head. Clearly, these items did not impress him. The value of food isn't enough to exchange for my healing medicine. As soon as he said this, Xiao Yu was about to get upset, but Zhou Yi quickly held him back. So, what do you want in exchange? While speaking, Zhou Yi made a single finger gesture, and a black sword hovered in the air. Dr. Li was not afraid of threats. He calmly sat down in a chair and whispered softly. They are just nourishment. Although his voice was quiet, Zhou Yi heard him. What do you mean? Are you saying we are just nourishment? Thinking back, the boy giving him the note was probably a warning, but he didn't pay attention at the time. Dr. Li acted as if he didn't care. It's nothing. I was just saying that the little fish we raised needs some food. Family members shouldn't overreact. Tell me what you have, and maybe I'll be convinced. He took out a bag of fish food and threw a few pellets into the fish tank. With a loud clink, a bottle of mineral water was placed on the table. Zhou Yi then showed him the arm of the red-eyed king. Now, look at my deal. If you use this arm to perform surgery and attach it to this broken arm, I'll give you this bottle of water. Dr. Li glanced at the mineral water and shook his head. No way. Our water shortage isn't that serious. Besides, this is a symbiotic strange arm. You're human, and I can't guarantee the surgery will succeed. Zhou Yi grinned. Don't rush to refuse. Think about this bottle of water first. This water had been diluted with a drop of something from a small green bottle. Then he took out a bright red tomato and placed it on the table. Tomato, you actually have this? Dr. Li and his daughter were clearly shocked by this. In this post-apocalyptic world, fresh vegetables are almost impossible to find. This is more precious than meat and water. I'll show you how it's done first. Zhou picked up a tomato and started pouring water over it. After about 1/3 of the tomato, it visibly began to swell and soften. Dr. Li and Xiao Yu watched in shock, their jaws dropping. So, Dr. Li, what do you think? I suggest you find some land to plant the tomato. Dr. Li's daughter was very sharp-eyed. She quickly took the tomato outside to the flower bed and buried it in the soil. I don't need you to take any risks. Just follow my instructions and reconnect this arm for me. You don't need to worry about anything else. Also, bring out another bottle of the healing potion for her. I'll give you a bottle of mineral water. Dr. Li didn't answer. He simply took the mineral water, sniffed it, then took a drop with a test tube and went to the laboratory to study it. Zhou could tell that the small green bottle was very attractive to pharmacists. This deal was almost certain to succeed. Xiao Yu looked at him with a shocked face. How did you get that? Where did you find this treasure? You're hiding it pretty well, Zhou. Zhou grinned. He casually found an excuse to brush it off. That. I picked it up while gathering supplies earlier. It was just a casual remark, but surprisingly, the girl was easy to deceive and actually believed him. If he agrees to give you the healing potion this time, you owe me a favor, Zhou said. He wouldn't do a deal where he lost out, especially with his own people. Xiao Yu suddenly blushed, looking shy as she looked at him. How should I thank you? I'm still young. Underage. Zhou. I didn't mean it like that. I mean, if you give me something in exchange, like that strange baby stroller from Gusu. You understand what I mean, right? You're not very old, but you think a lot. Xiao Yu blushed and pretended to fold her arms to ease the awkwardness. She softly replied, Oh, then we'll go back, and I'll give you that baby stroller. This girl was still very innocent. With just a few words, she was easily convinced. Dr. Li was very quick. He went in and came out soon after, looking confused, which showed he hadn't figured anything out. Even Zhou didn't know what the little green bottle was. Mr. Zhou, about that water. Can you tell me where you got it? From Misty Forest, Stone Statue Village. Zhou answered without hesitation, just making it up since no one knew the truth. Dr. Li nodded. I can agree to your request, but you need to add 2 more barrels of oil, 10 packs of salt, 2 cotton-padded jackets, and 2 bags of toilet paper. He looked at his daughter beside him and continued. Also, 10 more packs of feminine hygiene products. I can't believe this. It's like robbing someone. Why not just rob directly? They're asking for a lot. This is basically raising prices unfairly and monopolizing supplies. Zhou was about to speak and bargain, but Xiao Yu agreed first. Okay, I'll agree. I'll have someone go get them later. When will I get the recovery medicine? Zhou looked frustrated. Shoukaku hajime. What a spendthrift. This isn't the first day they've moved, and surviving this long is already a miracle. Seeing how straightforward the little girl was in agreeing, Dr. Li didn't bother to beat around the bush. He took a green test tube from the medicine shelf and handed it to the girl. This is the recovery medicine. Just pour it directly on the petrified arm. Xiao Yu's eyes lit up immediately. She had been waiting for this moment. Dragging a big stone every day felt terrible. According to Dr. Li, pouring the medicine on the arm made the stone visibly recover. Ha, it's working. It's working. Zhou. Look, it's recovering. The second-tier pharmacist is really impressive. Xiao Yu was now like a little child, running and jumping happily. Oh no, she was already a child. Dr. Li just smiled mischievously. What do I count as? Advanced pharmacists can even make awakening injections, allowing ordinary people to become extraordinary in their sequences. That's real skill. Awakening injection. Making ordinary people become extraordinary in their sequences. This short sentence immediately made everyone present pause and think. Even Chi Tian, standing at the door with a gun, heard the word. They were hearing about the pharmacist's sequence for the first time. They had thought it was just an auxiliary sequence used to make medicines. But they never expected that this sequence had such abilities. Chi Tian didn't speak, but in his mind, he was already imagining how he would become a superhuman sequence after getting the awakening injection. Who doesn't want to become a superhuman? For someone like him, who is ambitious and clever, this is an irresistible temptation. Zhou suddenly felt like opening a door to a new world. High-level pharmacists have this ability. Even Xiao Fan, the mechanic, can modify strange objects. If he upgrades to a high-level mechanic, could he create flying machines like Big Fish? This idea is crazy, but as she grows up, maybe it could really happen. It shows that auxiliary sequences shouldn't be underestimated. Sometimes, they are even more powerful than combat sequences. Dr. Lee, where can we find a high-level pharmacist? Is there any way to get the awakening injection? Zhou Yi asked cautiously. Dr. Lee waved his hand. It's very difficult. But since I know such a thing exists, then surely there are high-level pharmacists who have made it before. There is a rule in our Sky City. Residents here are not allowed to leave for their whole lives. Hearing this rule, Xiao Yu and Zhou Yi looked at Dr. Lee with disbelief. Indeed, everything comes with a price. People see the beautiful scenery of Sky City, but only those living there know how hard it is. They are not limited by terrain or weather, but they can't gather supplies like a convoy. So, they can only meet other convoys along the way and exchange supplies. As a pharmacist, he has met the most people and knows the most information. The first time Zhou Yi was alone in the mist forest, they happened to fly over him. At first, they thought it was a convoy and stopped to check. But it was just a lone person, so they didn't pay much attention and chose to leave. Regarding the awakening injection, I also learned about it from other teams. Legend has it that many advanced humans with extraordinary abilities joined together to build a place called Hope City. Humans there established a new order, freedom, peace, and plenty of food and clothing. There are no strange phenomena, no extreme weather, and all the qualities humans should have, along with powerful sequence extraordinary protectors. When he said this, even Dr. Lee looked full of hope and longing. Today's visit was not in vain. Not only did Xiao Yu successfully exchange for the recovery medicine, but he also learned about Hope City and the secret of the awakening injection. Dr. Lee, do you know where Hope City is exactly? And what kind of powerful sequence extraordinary is needed to lead others in rebuilding human order? Dr. Lee shook his head. He only heard about it from others. No one knows the exact details. It's possible that some teams have found Hope City in exchange for the awakening injection, but it might also just be a legend, and its truth remains unverified. None of them have seen a high-level sequence extraordinary. Currently, Zhou Yi's highest is just the City Lord, a third-level symbiotic anomaly. The others are mostly at sequence 1 or 2. Just take it as a story. After all, I only heard it from others. By the way, are you sure you want to move this arm onto your own? Dr. Lee asked Zhou Yi again, confirming. Just do it. I'll handle the rest myself. Dr. Lee picked up the arm covered in red scales and took a deep breath. Sigh, symbiotic anomalies. Many people couldn't resist your temptation and control. Hearing this, Zhou Yi frowned. Dr. Lee, what do you mean by that? It's nothing. You should be careful. The person you see now might not be what you think. Sequence extraordinary beings can also be symbiotic anomalies. While saying this, Dr. Lee kept his eyes on Zhou Yi. This is exactly the same as the look in the child's eyes when I first saw him. They all seem to be trying to send him some message, but they can't say it directly. Zhou Yi thought for a moment and said nothing. The old man's words seemed meaningful, and the little boy was also trying to make him leave quickly. Maybe there are secrets in this Sky City that can't be told. Dr. Lee gave a brief warning. He picked up the arm of the red-eyed king on the table and looked at it carefully. The arm is still alive. If we do surgery, the success rate will be high, but I can't guarantee whether you'll be able to control this arm in the end. Zhou Yi still said the same thing. Just follow my instructions, and you don't need to worry about anything else. After speaking, Zhou Yi asked Xiao Yu to stay nearby and guard. Qi Tian, with a guard holding a gun, stood at the door, and the door couldn't be closed. Once the surgery started, Zhou Yi had to stay in his line of sight. To be safe, the black sword was also hanging behind Dr. Lee's neck. If he had any bad intentions, he would be killed instantly. It was a gamble, whether his quick surgical knife or the flying sword was faster. What do you mean? Sorry, Dr. Lee, I need to ensure my safety. I won't do the surgery unless I feel safe. Please understand. Dr. Lee looked at the black sword behind him and then at the boxer standing nearby. There was also a guard outside the door with a gun. 3 layers of protection. This person was too cautious. In this end-of-the-world situation, nothing is more important than your own life. If he wasn't completely sure, Zhou Yi wouldn't do it. As the saying goes, always be cautious. Faced with these threats, Dr. Lee had no choice but to agree. He only had this one option. The operating room was his lab. Due to lack of supplies, the operating table was very simple. It was just two tables temporarily joined together to make a makeshift operating table. No need for sterilization or anesthesia. Those conditions didn't exist now. Zhou-Yi took off his shirt and lay on the table. The only light in the room was a hanging, incandescent bulb overhead. Dr. Li symbolically disinfected his hands and put on a blue surgical gown. His daughter held a tray with surgical tools, acting as an assistant. Are you ready? The strange, fused arm, once it becomes part of you, is almost impossible to separate. At least, I haven't heard of such cases, Dr. Li asked Zhou-Yi one last time. Since I've chosen this, I am prepared for the worst, Zhou-Yi replied firmly. Let's begin, he said. Dr. Li marked the area where he needed to cut, and then picked up the arm of the red-eyed king, gesturing briefly. Oh, right. Do you want some anesthesia? Zhou-Yi refused directly. His body, part of the second sequence, was already different from an ordinary person. His physical strength and ability to withstand pain were much stronger. He could ignore minor injuries and pains easily. Moreover, he had a small green bottle, just one drop, and the wound on his arm would heal almost by the next day. He didn't need anti-inflammatory or swelling medicine or hospital observation. Let's start directly, Zhou-Yi said. My tolerance is quite high, he added, though his head turned away. When the sharp surgical knife cut through his skin, the black sword behind Dr. Li began to tremble. Xiaoyu watched the entire process closely. Although it was bloody, he had fought strange creatures before and was immune to such scenes. Zhou-Yi sighed softly as the cut touched his skin. It was definitely painful. One hand trembled constantly, but he still made a sword finger gesture, channeling some mental energy to control the black sword. Without anesthesia, he could clearly feel the coldness of the surgical knife slicing through his skin. Sizzle! The sharp tip of the knife made a clear sound as it cut through muscle tissue near his ear. Zhou-Yi's forehead started to sweat. Dr. Li's daughter quickly took out a towel to wipe his forehead. As the outer skin was peeled away, Zhou-Yi's breathing grew heavier. At first, he was breathing through his nose, but eventually, he was taking large mouthfuls of air. It was obvious he was in pain, biting his teeth to endure. Dr. Li's hands moved very quickly. This was strange and extraordinary, not an ordinary surgery. He only needed to sew the two parts completely together. When the arm of the red-eyed king and Zhou-Yi's wound touched, the extraordinary power of the series began to resist. But the red-eyed king's eyes blinked a few times, looking very excited. His fingers started moving wildly and unpredictably. This scene frightened Dr. Li's daughter, causing her to step back a few paces. But the black sword behind her still made her afraid to make any big moves. Xiaoyu clenched his fists tightly, watching every move on the operating table. Zhou-Yi couldn't hold back and shouted. Keep going, Dr. Li. Don't stop. Seeing Zhou-Yi's fierce face, Dr. Li prepared for the final stitches. The power from the red-eyed king grew more active. When the red scales touched the blood, they seemed to come alive. Before Dr. Li could start sewing the wound, the contact area between the two began to stick together visibly. The parasitic anomaly, once it encounters a host, will try to take over the body crazily. Everyone present broke out in cold sweat. They were all worried about what would happen if Zhou-Yi turned into the red-eyed king. But Zhou-Yi never fought battles he wasn't sure he could win. His extraordinary power surged rapidly inside his body, gathering at his arm. At the wound where they touched, red and white colors intertwined wildly. Suddenly, with a loud clang, the black sword behind him fell to the ground, startling Dr. Li. He thought Zhou-Yi was about to kill and silence him. But it turned out Zhou-Yi was no longer controlling the flying sword with his mind. Instead, he focused his mental energy on fighting for control of his arm with the red-eyed king. If he succeeded, he might become the first ever dual series extraordinary. The Sword Immortal series and the Parasitic series coexisting. Zhou-Yi suddenly stood up quickly. Dr. Li and his daughter instinctively stepped back 2 paces. The arm covered in red scales began to move uncontrollably. Parasitic anomaly is indeed powerful, Zhou-Yi sighed. No wonder the old lady lost control of her body in the first place. Now he felt a sudden heat all over his body, as the energy of the red-eyed king flowed through his blood vessels and meridians. Zhou-Yi felt an uncontrollable sensation, his face turning grim. A voice kept tempting him in his mind. Accept me. I can give you the power everyone desires. I will make you strong. You only need to give me a little control over your body. You will become the most powerful extraordinary in history. The voice was only audible to Zhou. The consciousness of the red-eyed king invaded his mind, constantly tempting and trying to make Zhou give up control. Others nearby looked anxious and worried. Xiaoyu was panicked, not knowing what to do. Her eyes instinctively turned to Dr. Li. He also didn't know what to do now. He had met many superhumans before, but this was the first time encountering someone risking their life to actively merge and coexist with a strange entity. The red-eyed king couldn't be defeated by mental strength alone. Zhou Yi's eyebrows furrowed, his face expressionless. He made a sword finger with one hand, gathering a sword energy at his fingertip, his tone turning cold. Red-eyed king, if you don't submit to me today, I will make your soul disperse. The cold voice made a few people nearby shiver. That sword energy carried an invisible killing intent. The sword finger sliced across the red scales on his shoulder, causing them to lose their dazzling red glow. A surge of extraordinary power in his body quickly gathered, taking control of his arm. The sword energy directly pressed against the red-eyed king's palm. His red eyes blinked rapidly, and his 5 fingers moved randomly. Zhou Yi made a firm decision. He was quite resilient, but it seemed he needed to be a bit harsher. The sword energy pierced through his palm, and magma erupted from the red-eyed king's body, spilling onto the floor. A large hole was burned into the ground instantly. Now, this arm had merged with Zhou Yi, as if he had stabbed himself with a sword. He could feel the pain piercing through his palm. The extraordinary power in his body kept flowing into his hand, fighting for the final control against the red-eyed king. Dr. Li watched the entire process unfold from the side. I can't help but admire how ruthless he is. Just daring to cut off his own arm shows incredible courage. Few people could do that. This alone makes him admirable. His willingness to actively merge with such a powerful and strange symbiotic entity shows bravery that others can't match. At a critical moment, he didn't hesitate to strike his own palm, showing decisiveness. He has courage, bravery, and a quick, decisive mind. In this end-of-the-world situation, it's hard to find another man like him. Zhou Yi fought for control against the red-eyed king for a full half-hour. He was always in the lead during the fight. If the red-eyed king showed signs of resistance, Zhou Yi would be ruthless, attacking with a sword. If he couldn't get control of the arm today, he was willing to give up. There was a feeling of mutual destruction in the air. In the end, Zhou Yi's extraordinary power defeated the red-eyed king. A white sword energy covered the red, successfully taking control of the arm. Did it succeed? Xiaoyu looked at the arm with curiosity. Zhou Yi raised his arm, awkwardly moving it. His fingers still felt a bit stiff, but he was already able to control the red-eyed king. With more practice, he would become more familiar with the arm's abilities, adding another layer of security. I'm almost there, just a little unskilled. Once I get used to it, I should fully master the arm's powers. Dr. Li was stunned, speechless for a long time. He never expected it to actually succeed. This was the first time he'd seen a dual sequence, combining the symbiotic sequence and the Sword Immortal sequence, 2 powerful combat sequences. Dr. Li swallowed hard. He couldn't believe he had personally accomplished this. Zhou Yi's face showed a rare smile as he looked at the stunned father and daughter, then quickly changed the subject. Dr. Li, the city lord said today he would treat us, right? His daughter nudged him with her elbow, bringing him back to reality. He quickly responded with a smile. Ha! Congratulations. The surgery was a complete success. Another genius in the extraordinary sequence. Humanity's hope for rebuilding civilization has grown. All right, enough with the formalities. We promised to send someone to bring you supplies. Dr. Li also showed a satisfied smile. Both sides reached an agreement, benefiting each other. Actually, he wasn't too greedy to ask for so many supplies at once. The main reason was that, on the surface, their sky city looked prosperous, but inside, the city was really poor. Zhou Yi and Xiaoyu followed Dr. Li along a small stone-paved path toward the tallest building. Today, the city lord specially held a banquet inside to entertain the convoy. It was mainly for a few extraordinary people. Other ordinary folks could still trade normally with the locals. Usually, the extraordinary people wouldn't interfere with them. Along the way, Zhou Yi also saw some farmers working in the fields. but it seemed they didn't grow staple foods like wheat or rice. There were a few domestic birds in the village, just a few. The road wasn't long. In just a few minutes, they reached the building where the city lord lived. It looked like a modern cement building, but some decorations appeared old-fashioned. The windows and doors were made of wood. From outside, they could hear singing and dancing inside, full of joy. It seemed the banquet had already started early. With a creak, the wooden door was opened. A few young women dressed in revealing clothes came out, carrying trays and empty bottles. Led by Dr. Lee, they entered a somewhat dim hall. There was only one solar-powered lamp on the ceiling for lighting. Team leader Lin and Xia Fan had already taken their seats. The old man and the little boy were a bit tipsy from drinking. Food was laid out on the table. Zhou Yi looked carefully and almost couldn't help but start criticizing. Is this the banquet? Just 2 potatoes as our dish? Damn it, are we just drinking plain water? Not to mention some meat, just peanuts and cucumber slices would be better. This is really poor. But at least they had several bottles of wine. Looking at the tables of other ordinary people, there was only a slice of roasted sweet potato. Yes, just one slice. They were so poor. Their convoy could at least have a bowl of porridge every day, sometimes with a few pieces of meat. I really don't understand how these residents manage to survive eating only potatoes and sweet potatoes every day. The old man saw Zhou Yi come in and quickly greeted him with a smile. Team leader Lin and Xia Fan saw that both people had fully recovered, and their eyes were full of surprise. They knew these two had gone to find the potion master, but they didn't expect Zhou Yi's arm to have healed. When both sat down, Xia Fan immediately moved closer. Zhou Yi, did your arm get fixed? The potion master is really amazing. The old city lord also quickly picked up his wine cup and came over. Only the guide, Xiao Chong, looked tired all day, as if he had been drained, which made him stand out. Ha! Congratulations, Mr. Zhou and Little You seem very happy with Dr. Lee. Would you two consider staying in the city in the sky? As soon as the old man said this, his staff seemed to flash with a light, making Zhou Yi instinctively blink and dodge. He hadn't been drinking, but suddenly he felt a slight dizziness, and double images appeared before his eyes. Should you stay in the city in the sky? Should you stay in the city in the sky? Should you stay in the city in the sky? The old man's words kept echoing in Zhou Yi's mind. This feeling was like the red-eyed king trying to take control of his body. A strange coexistence. In a daze, Zhou Yi saw the little boy seem to shake his head. He remembered the note he had received earlier and what Dr. Lee had said. Be careful. The person you see may not be what you think. Supernatural sequences can also be strange cohabitations. How many can resist your temptation and control? These voices kept ringing in his mind, alternating with the city lord's voice. Mr. Zhou, why not stay in the city in the sky? Zhou Yi realized something was wrong. He suddenly slammed the table. I like peace and quiet. You better stay away from me. The old man saw the man holding a black sword and exposing his arms covered in red-scaled armor. Just sitting there, he radiated a deadly aura. He raised an eyebrow, and the old man's face turned strange. The staff in his hand gradually lost its glow. The city lord placed his wine cup on the table, looked up at Zhou Yi, and awkwardly forced a smile. We really don't have much to entertain Mr. Zhou here. Don't mind that we're poor. Sigh. In the end times, just having something to eat is good. If Mr. Zhou doesn't like potatoes, have some wine. Our sky city has plenty of stored wine, enough to satisfy your taste. Zhou Yi didn't speak. He continued to look coldly at the old man, showing no respect. The city lord could only smile and turn to Xiao Yu. Same words as before. Holding the staff, he stood in front of her, repeating the same question. Are you willing to stay in Sky City? Seeing the light flickering on the staff, Xiao Yu's expression became more and more dazed. The problem was definitely with this staff. Zhou Yi immediately checked his system. He was surprised to find he already had 13,050 kill points. Plus, he still owed over 400,000 from the previous system loan. He still owed the system 800,000, with 500,000 to be paid within a month, and the remaining 300,000 could be paid in installments over time. Suddenly, an invisible pressure made Zhou Yi feel very uneasy. System, how many kill points does it take to check this old man's staff? Needs 300 kill points. Would you like to check? Check. Legendary item. Oath staff. Item rank 15,861. Owner. Coexistence Sequence Yang Qinghai. This item has no attack power. Once the owner asks you a question, you will be bound by the item's rules and cannot break the oath spoken in front of it forever. The staff can also control each oath taker. Wow, I've heard of strange rules, but this is the first time hearing about a rule-based item. This oath staff is quite powerful. Once asked a question, you are trapped in its rules. Joey fell into deep thought. Suddenly, as if he had an idea, he suddenly realized. No wonder this old guy kept asking whether she wanted to stay in Sky City. If she said yes in front of the oath staff, she might be forever bound by its oath rules and never leave. Based on what you said, I understand why Dr. Lee mentioned that the people of Sky City cannot leave here. It turns out they are all controlled by this staff. No wonder everyone here seems to be under some kind of control. It's a very strange and frightening rule device. Both of these special sequences are probably controlled by him. The old man keeps asking Xiaoyu the same questions. Do you want to stay in Sky City? We must not let the staff of vows control Xiaoyu. Bang! The sound of a table being overturned breaks the atmosphere. Potatoes spill all over the floor, wine bottles fall and shatter, glass shards scatter everywhere, and the air in the hall is filled with the smell of alcohol. In an instant, everyone's attention is on Joey. What are you doing? Are you crazy? Joey. Captain Lin is the first to speak, full of anger, shouting at Joey. The city lord treated us kindly. What do you mean by this? Xiaoyu suddenly seems to wake up, shakes his head, and looks at Joey with a confused expression. Joey, what's wrong with you? I haven't even drunk alcohol, but I feel a bit dizzy. Joey's mind moves, and the black sword in his hand is already clenched tightly. He slowly raises his hand, pointing the sword tip at the city lord. His whole body, covered in bright red scales, begins to shimmer. I want to ask the city lord, what do you mean by trying to control us with this rule device? As soon as he speaks, the faces of several extraordinary people show disbelief. The old city lord's wine glass clatters to the ground. He doesn't instinctively pick it up, but tightly grips his staff. Xiaoyu and Xiaofanlu look shocked. Xiao Chong, Dr. Lee, and the city lord all look incredulous, as if asking, how do you know that? Zhou Yi's eyebrows furrow as he scans each person. The killing intent from the Sword Immortal Sequence 2 makes Captain Lin's face look strange. Zhou Yi, what are you talking about? I've long seen that you don't get along with the convoy, but you can't mistake kindness for weakness and slander the city lord. Humph. Zhou Yi just snorts coldly without saying anything. His current plan is to first deal with the trouble in Sky City, then go back and settle old scores with Old Dog Lin. The old city lord looked at him with disbelief. He slowly approached Zhou Yi, speaking in a hoarse, aged voice. Mr. Zhou who is talking nonsense with you? It's Dr. Lee. What did he tell you? Or Xiao Chong? When mentioning these two people, a cold flash appeared in the old man's eyes. It looked like a high-up demon, punishing a mischievous little ghost in hell. Xiao Chong and Dr. Lee looked clearly afraid. Their expressions became nervous. You don't need to ask them anymore. I saw it myself. Since I dared to flip the table and completely turn against you, I must be confident. You don't need to pretend anymore. It's useless. Captain Lin stepped between them, about to speak, but Zhou Yi kicked him aside. He forcefully knocked over the table, sliding until he hit the wall and stopped. I've been annoyed with this old dog Lin for a long time. If he weren't the guide, Zhou Yi wouldn't keep him around. A single kick from the second combat sequence is too much for someone in an auxiliary role like him. Although everyone is from an extraordinary sequence, each person's abilities are different and their strength varies. Plus, Zhou Yi now combines the power of the Crimson-Eyed King. His physical strength is no longer comparable to ordinary second sequence fighters. Only those who advanced from a Titan sequence to second sequence could possibly match him physically. Now, he has dual sequences, with two abilities merged into one, making him much stronger. 1 + 1 is greater than 2. Xiaoyu wanted to ask Zhou Yi why he had attacked the captain, but the old city lord took action first. He held a glowing scepter, which shone brightly, and slowly floated into the air. With a loud bang, the old man knelt down. He began to pray. Vow, don't forget your vows. The time has come when you are needed. The old man stopped pretending and openly used the power of his scepter. The ordinary people in the convoy were so frightened they scattered and ran away. Even those holding guns didn't dare to interfere in the battle of the extraordinary fighters. Leaving the Sky City and returning to the convoy was the wisest choice. The extraordinary struggle of the sequence is better left for them to solve. Ordinary people cannot interfere. Xiao Yu and Xia Fan were still hesitating when the villagers of Sky City, under the control of the Scepter of Oath, rushed in with weapons. Unexpectedly, at this critical moment, Qi Tian did not run away. He was still guarding the door with a few armed men from the convoy. At first, I thought this guy was just flattering the sequence of the convoy, gradually reaching this point. People often labeled him as a snob. Who would have thought that he was serious about his actions? Bang, bang, bang. After a few gunshots inside the castle, a strong smell of gunpowder filled the air. The black smoke from the gun barrels dimmed the brightness of the solar lamps. The few ordinary people who rushed in were instantly stunned. They truly dared to shoot. In the apocalypse, the one with the stronger fist has the most say. And firearms are undoubtedly one of the strongest tools for ordinary people. 2 young lives fell right in front of everyone, and no one dared to step forward afterward. Who isn't afraid of death? Qi Tian raised his rifle, his face cold, and aimed directly at the door. I want to see who dares to step forward. Those who aren't afraid to die, come on. The 2 wounded people weren't completely dead. One kept bleeding from his mouth, and the other, holding his wound, let out a miserable cry, struggling on the ground. Oh, help me. Save me. I don't want to die. Help me. Teach me. The desperate cries for help echoed through the hall. Qi Tian's gun was pressed against the person's head, his expression growing more like Zhou Yi, who was known for his ruthless killing. He pulled the trigger. The firing pin struck the bullet, igniting the gunpowder, sparks flying. Bang, bang, 2 shots. A blood-red rose bloomed above their heads, and both instantly fell silent. Only the continuous flow of blood on the ground remained. The city lord was clearly panicked. Not only did he fail to control the convoy this time, but he also found himself in a passive position. Although they had 2 second-tier sequences and 1 third-tier sequence, none of them were combat sequences. Faced with the powerful convoy, there was no chance to fight back. Even more panicked than the city lord were Xiao Chong and Dr. Li, because at first, they were also controlled by the city lord through this invisible method, using the oath staff. If ordinary people all died, the 2 of them would definitely become the city lord's scapegoats and die in his place. They had tried many ways to break free from the rules, but none worked. No matter what they did, they couldn't escape the control. They could only live forever in this so-called Sky City. Zhou Yi held a black sword, pointing it at the city lord. He was about to strike with the sword. But at that moment, the old man suddenly clanged and knelt on the ground. Don't kill me. I was forced into this. Actually, I am also controlled by these rules, Mr. Zhou. Please, spare me. The old man then crawled in front of Zhou Yi, repeatedly kowtowing and apologizing. His attitude was very sincere, not like what an old man could normally do. In the face of death, anyone can let go of their dignity. This old city lord was no exception. He took out a map from his pocket. Mr. Zhou, this is the map of Hope City. If you spare me, I will give you this map. Zhou Yi didn't buy it. In other stories, if the hero faced this situation, he might soften and let the old man go, then take the map. But he was Zhou Yi. Isn't it better to just kill and take the treasure? Why bother with so much talk? Just as Zhou Yi was about to strike and kill the old man, everything went black before his eyes. A huge mouth appeared in front of him. To be precise, it was a whale's big mouth. Without giving Zhou Yi a chance to react, a strong suction pulled him in. A living person was swallowed alive by the whale's mouth. They overlooked the most important point. The city lord was a symbiotic anomaly. She was the big fish, and the big fish was her. And she was a third-tier symbiotic anomaly. How could a third tier be so weak, easily controlled by a second tier? Zhou Yi was still too careless. He was now inside the whale's stomach. A dark, black surface stretched out before him. He could only feel the thick, sticky liquid wrapping around him, making it hard to breathe. There was also a foul, sour smell that made him want to vomit. The old city lord slowly got up from the ground. A slight smile appeared on his face, revealing a wicked grin that didn't seem to belong to him. Haha, he chuckled. Just a third-level sequence, he said. Did you really think my third-level sequence is just for show? As he spoke, the old man grimaced and let out a loud burp. His expression showed he was in pain, but Zhou Yi was only swallowed, not dead. His stomach was probably churning again with chaos. Only he knew how painful it was. He had to act strong to scare others. Xiaoyu was furious. His fists clenched tightly, and he was about to rush forward when Lin quickly grabbed him. What are you doing? Are you trying to die? We can't afford more casualties in the team. The city lord is so strong. Why don't we join him? What's wrong with Sky City? We have a ready home here, and fewer strange things in the sky. Isn't it better to build our home here than to be chased every day by weird creatures in the convoy? Xiaoyu slowly stepped back 2 steps and started to shake his head. He suddenly remembered what Zhou Yi had told him before. Team leader Lin, I think Zhou Yi is right. You've changed. You're not the same as when we first met. When the convoy was just us two, a super team of advanced sequences, you weren't like this. Since you don't want to save him, I will. When Xiaoyu said this, Lin's eyes clearly avoided his gaze. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Qi Tian fired a shot at the city lord. But unfortunately, he was too nervous, and the bullet missed, not hitting the old city lord. Seeing the situation was getting worse, Qi Tian quickly prepared to run away. But it was already too late. A giant whale's mouth suddenly appeared behind him, and a powerful suction pulled him inside. Zhou Yi was still exploring inside the whale's belly when he felt the surroundings start to wriggle. As Qi Tian's panicked shouts echoed, the two of them collided inside the stomach. Wow. Damn it. Did I get swallowed again? At first, Qi Tian thought he might be close to death, but after hearing Zhou Yi's voice, he realized he wasn't dead yet. Mr. Zhou, you're not dead? Isn't that obvious? If you're alive, I definitely am, but I might not be soon. Zhou Yi felt they were inside the big fish's stomach. The thick liquid around them was probably stomach acid. He also found something that looked like bones, which suggested the fish might be a predator. Otherwise, the old man wouldn't have swallowed him directly. Based on what Dr. Li had said earlier, Zhou Yi guessed this big fish probably eats humans. The people from Sky City are all controlled by the city lord, meant to be food for the big fish. This was just Zhou Yi's initial guess. Qi Tian, wow. I didn't realize you're the bravest man in the team. I really didn't see it before. Now his opinion of this man had completely changed. He had goals, was brave enough to take responsibility, and could adapt for his goals. He was never a hypocrite. Much better than scoundrels like old dog Lin. Qi Tian sighed. Mr. Zhou, what do we do now? We can't just be eaten like this. He's just an ordinary person and can only rely on Zhou Yi against the extraordinary. Staying inside the stomach forever isn't an option. He could hold on a little longer, but as an ordinary person, he wouldn't last long here. But this guy is sequence 3, and he's only sequence 2. What should they do? Zhou Yi couldn't act without certainty. Without a sure win, he must not act rashly. Now, he could only rely on the system again. Zhou Yi immediately activated the system. System, how many killing points are needed to advance to Sword Immortal Sequence 3? To advance to Sequence 3, Sword Edge Realm, 200,000 killing points are required. You currently owe 800,000 killing points, with 418,250 remaining. You need 200,000 more to advance to the 3rd level of the Sword Immortal series. 80,000. Remaining killing points, 418,250. You need 20,000. Hearing these numbers from the system, Zhou Yi pursed his lips. He felt a lot of pressure. Before the apocalypse, he wouldn't dare borrow like this. In just over 20 days, he has to repay 500,000 in backup loans. Zhou Yi still couldn't make up his mind. What should he do? After much hesitation, he decided to spend 20,000 to advance to the 3rd level of the Sword Immortal series. Advance. 20,000 killing points deducted successfully. Verifying identity. Identity verified successfully. Upgrading to Sword Immortal series. Successfully upgraded to Sword Immortal Series 3. Host has been promoted to Sword Immortal Series 3, Sword Mound Realm. Gain skill, sword pointing to the sky. With the successful promotion to Series 3, Zhou Yi felt as if his whole body had been reborn. His strength was more than double that of Series 2. Previously, he could cut out sword energy with one sword. Now he can cut out sword rays. Although the Sword Immortal series is a single path, that's one of its advantages. Unlike other series, which can choose to change classes after reaching the 4th level, each series has different paths and abilities for promotion. The Sword Immortal series has only one path, but as the realm advances, strength also increases. Skills can even stack. All this information automatically appeared in Zhou Yi's mind after reaching the 3rd level, Sword Ray Realm. His symbiotic series, the Red-Eyed Heavenly King, is also at the 2nd level of strength. He hasn't used it seriously yet. Zhou Yi plans to test it out in actual combat to see how powerful it is. Qi Tian, move aside a bit. I'm going to make this old guy suffer a little, trying to swallow me. You'll regret it. While speaking, Zhou Yi showed a mischievous smile. His left arm, covered in red-scaled armor, began to glow with red light, standing out sharply in the dark space. The arm quickly expanded, muscles bulging. Zhou Yi opened his palm. A red-eyed, excited gaze appeared in his palm, blinking rapidly. Old thing, let you taste what lava feels like. Zhou Yi's extraordinary power quickly gathered in his left arm, providing a steady flow of energy. His entire arm turned red like molten lava, converging into his palm's red eye. This scene was seen by Qi Tian, who couldn't help but step back a few paces. His eyes were full of longing for power. Since he heard about the Awakening Serum and Hope City, a seed of desire to become a top-tier extraordinary had been planted in his heart. Right in front of him, Zhou Yi shot a burst of hot lava from his red eye. Sizzle! A smell of roasted meat mixed with the sour, fishy odor of stomach acid hit his nose. The old city lord's face suddenly changed. His mouth twitched involuntarily. He covered his stomach with one hand, feeling a hot flow surge inside. Ah! The old city lord gasped heavily, calling out in a desperate voice. What are you doing inside my stomach? Ah! Team Leader Lin looked at this scene with a grim expression. Zhou Yi's aggressive style had already affected Team Leader Lin's authority over the convoy. As a ruler, he absolutely wouldn't allow anyone to dominate his position. His plan was to team up with the city lord to eliminate Zhou Yi, this troublemaker. In the last encounter, he had tried to use the Red-Eyed King to get rid of Zhou Yi, but unexpectedly, Zhou Yi had somehow broken into the 2nd rank. He even turned the tables and fought back. With his ability to lead, such a strange strength was impossible to sense. This time was the same. Actually, he had known for a long time that this village was built on a strange creature. It was all a trap. It was a scheme devised by Team Leader Lin and the city lord to control so many people. There were even deeper secrets. Team Leader Lin hurriedly helped the city lord to his feet. Their eyes involuntarily met, as if exchanging some unspoken message. City lord, what's wrong with you? Next to them, Xiaoyu couldn't take it anymore. He clenched his fists tightly. Suddenly, he pushed the two apart. Fuming with anger, he questioned Team Leader Lin. Team Leader Lin, why don't you care about your own convoy members, but instead focus so much on the city lord? If you don't give me an answer today. At this point, Xiaoyu was gasping heavily, her chest rising and falling rapidly. Her eyes were bloodshot. Xiaoyu, what are you doing? I'm the team leader. Everything listens to me. Do you think I would harm you? Team Leader Lin loudly scolded the young girl. Next to them, Xia Fan had already realized how serious the situation was. A deep rift had formed within the convoy. He was not originally part of this team. Since first meeting Zhou Yi, he knew there was tension between the team leader and him. Today, it finally exploded. To protect himself, Xia Fan quietly took a step back. Slowly, he reached into his clothes. As a mechanic, he naturally kept some backup plans. In this apocalyptic world, his life was the most important thing. He was a smart person and had already noticed that this sky city was suspicious. He fumbled in his clothes and slowly pulled out a pistol. This was specially made for his safety, and no one in the convoy knew about it. The gun was modified, more powerful than a regular rifle. Even if it couldn't kill a superhuman, one shot would make them uncomfortable. Just as Xia Fan was about to draw his pistol, the old city lord spat out a stream of lava. He was rolling on the ground wildly. Red cracks appeared on his stomach. He faintly heard Zhou Yi's voice. Dragon roar 9 heavens, sword pointing to the sky. One sword soars, all laws empty, pointing the sword at the sky. The strong convoy members' faces suddenly changed. Zhou Yi. He wasn't dead. Yes, Zhou Yi. It's Zhou Yi. Xiaoyu's previously grim face finally showed a smile. Somewhere, she didn't know when, Zhou Yi had become the convoy's anchor. As long as he was there, everyone felt a strange sense of security. Even Xia Fan's face was full of disbelief. He hadn't died? No wonder he's the strongest in the Sword Immortal sequence. He had joined the convoy not long ago, but he already had a basic understanding of Zhou. Next, perhaps the old city lord wouldn't be able to handle it. Captain Lin's face suddenly looked strange, showing surprise and fear clearly. That's impossible. The city lord is a level 3. Even if he's a Sword Immortal level, he's still only a level 2. The old city lord squinted his eyes, clutching his stomach, unable to speak. As Zhou finished speaking, a bright sword light cut through the old city lord's stomach. A mouthful of blood mixed with lava was spat out. The red cracks on his stomach suddenly opened wider, causing a huge crack to appear on the ground of the village. Both of them just walked out alive from the belly of the big fish. The fish's body started shaking violently. The people standing on its back felt like they were in an earthquake, making it hard to stand steadily. The stone slabs on the ground cracked open into deep, bottomless gaps. The village houses began to creak, and even the ceiling of the hall started to drop stones and cement. The solar lamps hanging from the ceiling swayed so much that the shadows inside the house stretched and shrank. In places they couldn't see, a sword light also cut open a gap in the fish's belly. A disgusting scene appeared before everyone. Both of them were covered in slimy, sticky substances. They also carried a foul, sour smell. Many food scraps were flowing out from the fish's belly. As expected, the inside of the fish was full of human bones. This strange creature was a predator of humans. The old city lord was now lying on the ground, unable to move. At the same time, the sky city was collapsing loudly. The people in the convoy quickly jumped off the big fish and started running for their lives. Only the people from the sky city became terrified. They were all controlled by the Oath Scepter and couldn't leave the sky city. If the sky city was destroyed, they would all break their vows. Under the rules of the powerful strange creature, no one could escape, especially Dr. Li and Little Chong. They didn't want to die so soon. But Zhou didn't care about that. Just after reaching level 3, he used his skills to escape from the fish's belly. The old city lord and the big fish were one and the same. Both were level 3, but they didn't stand a chance against the Sword Immortal level. Just this one sword earned Zhou 8,000 killing points. Under the temptation of such benefits, how could he let go of this parasitic creature? Captain Colin stepped in front of Zhou, trying to block him with his leadership authority. Zhou, what are you doing? Why are you still alive? This can't be. This can't be. Zhou Yi's arm, covered in bright red scales, suddenly grabbed Captain Colin's neck and lifted him off the ground. In front of the power of the second-tier red-eyed king, the guide of the first tier had no chance to resist. Only 2 feet floated in the air, wildly kicking and making squeaking sounds. Zhou, what are you doing? This scene was also seen by others in the convoy, but no one dared to step forward and stop him. Zhou threw Captain Colin aside. The huge impact left a long mark on the sandy ground. Anyway, Old Dog Lin couldn't run away for now. First, he had to deal with the old city lord who was after him. Just one strike earned him 8,000 killing points, which was much more cost-effective than killing an ordinary person. If he killed him, it would be worth tens of thousands. Zhou climbed back onto the giant fish's back. The small village that once looked prosperous was now just a pile of ruins. The old city lord was dug out of the rubble by a few villagers. He looked very miserable, but he still tightly held the oath staff in his hand. Tier 3. No, this is impossible. This must be a mistake. How? How did you do it? While speaking, the old city lord kept bleeding from his mouth. Don't worry about how I got to Tier 3. You just need to know that you're about to face death. As he finished speaking, Zhou slowly approached the old city lord. He still had that cold expression. Unknowingly, Zhou was surrounded by an invisible killing aura. This was unique to the Sword Immortal sequence. As strength increased, the number of opponents who died at his hands also increased, and this killing aura grew heavier. Anyone below his tier could feel this killing aura just by looking at him. Zhou swung his black sword, and a sword light cut out a silver-white crescent moon. This was a sword glow only Tier 3 Sword Immortals possessed. The old city lord's eyes flashed with a cold light. The oath staff in his hand shone brightly. Under the rules of the oath, everyone who makes a vow before the scepter must keep their promise at this moment. This rule cannot be resisted, avoided, or removed. The sword light flashes, and 7 or 8 ordinary people stand in the way of the silver crescent moon. They are just ordinary people, and it's impossible for them to block the third sequence sword light. It's like trying to stop a flood with a cup of water. Actually, the old city lord is just trying to buy time. He uses ordinary people as shields first, just to buy himself a little more time. The silver moon cuts through, and a few people are instantly cut in half, turning into a cloud of blood in the air. Their broken limbs fall in front of the old city lord. To ordinary people, these are worthless in the eyes of the extraordinary. No matter how many die, the eyes won't blink. Joey steps closer, one step at a time. The black sword rises again. There's no need to use any special skills now. A simple sword light is enough. The opponent can't block it. The old city lord covers his torn stomach with one hand, supports his scepter with the other, and pushes against the ground with force, still retreating. He wants to beg for mercy, but Joey doesn't give him a chance. It looks like he's determined to kill him. Another sword light strikes out. This time, the old city lord is ruthless. He activates the oath scepter again, and Xiao Chong and Dr. Li are completely out of control, driven by the oath to stand in front of him. The sword light is too fast. Joey has no intention of stopping. The silver sword light directly cuts through the bodies of the two extraordinary people. Gain 1,000 kill points. Gain 1,000 kill points. The extraordinary from the second sequence only gives 1,000 kill points. He remembers that last time, killing a first sequence gave only 300. Killing strange creatures earns more. I want to see what tricks you have left. As soon as the cold words fall, Joey doesn't give the other side any chance. This time, he directly controls a flying sword with his mind. The old city lord's eyes widen in anger. Fear of death is painted on his face. Don't kill me. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Sizzle. The black sword pierces directly into his throat, and a stream of blood spurts out. Clang. The scepter in his hand suddenly lost its glow and was forcefully slammed onto the ground. The old city lord's eyes were bloodshot, and his mouth moved as if he wanted to speak, but he could no longer make a sound. Joey drew his black sword and struck out another sword beam. The city lord's head fell to the ground. Added 13,000 killing points. He wiped the bloodstains from the black sword onto the old city lord's clothes. Joey crouched down and searched his body, looking for anything valuable. Soon, he found a stack of papers. When he opened it, there was a crumpled, hand-drawn map inside. There was also a list written on an A4 sheet. The map was simple, but one name caught Joey's attention. Hope City. The map even marked the legendary Hope City. No wonder Li Isi mentioned this place before. It's likely that the legend is true. From the current position, it is roughly northwest. The rest of the map was hard to interpret. It was very basic, only showing a few major place names and directions. There wasn't much useful information, but seeing the words, Hope City, still made him feel hopeful. Whether true or not, just like its name, Hope City gives humanity hope to keep moving forward as long as its legend exists. When Joey unfolded the list, he shivered. It was actually a feeding chart for a big fish. And the food was people. The chart had been recorded for the past 3 months. According to the records, this big fish needs to eat more than 2 people every day to keep flying. Nearly 1,000 people were listed on it. And now, only a dozen or so people remained in the village. Joey stared at the list, lost in thought. In just 3 months, the big fish had eaten so many people. No wonder the old city lord welcomed them to Sky City so eagerly. Given the fish's appetite, it wouldn't fly for many more days. It was targeting the convoy. He had already become quite ruthless. The old city lord was almost inhuman, tricking so many people into coming to Sky City for strange reasons. And he managed to control so many people alone. No wonder it was so strange. He can never change the fundamental nature of being opposed to humans. This guy is not worth any sympathy, even if he dies 1,000 times. Sometimes, Joey can't understand where these strange things come from. Why do humans awaken to become extraordinary? And who decides the levels of these extraordinary beings and strange objects? There are too many mysteries in this world. Joey doesn't want to learn all of them now. Since the old city lord is dead, having these lists is useless. The big fish and he are in a symbiotic relationship. As long as no one continues to coexist with the strange beings, the big fish also means death. After more searching, he didn't find anything useful. He looked for a while, and then turned his gaze to the nearby Oath Scepter. Although it seems useless to him now, it is still a strange object. Maybe in the future, if he encounters other teams or extraordinary beings, he can exchange it for something he needs. Better to take it now. When leaving the big fish, Zhou-Yi turned back to glance at Dr. Li and Little Chong. A strange feeling of regret appeared in his heart. 2 level 2 and 1 level 3 extraordinary beings, all dead at his hands. The glorious Sky City has become a ruin. But this feeling of sympathy was fleeting. After all, the old city lord first harbored ill intentions toward him. If everyone had lived peacefully, Zhou-Yi would be happy to trade with them, exchanging what they each needed. But in this world, some people always try to step on others to climb higher. If he wasn't ruthless and decisive, he probably wouldn't have survived until today. As the saying goes, kindness to enemies is cruelty to oneself. This applies to everyone. Now that the Sky City problem is solved, he needs to go settle accounts with Old Dog Len. But when Zhou-Yi came down from the big fish, he found that the team had already left. Only his pickup truck was left alone in a small desert village. If his strange-looking pickup hadn't had an automatic defense mode, his vehicle might have been stolen too. Damn it, Old Dog Len. Did you know I was coming to settle the score and already took the team away? Zhou-Yi couldn't help but curse loudly. No one is that foolish, waiting for their enemy to come and kill them. He is the team leader and the only guide-level extraordinary being, so the team can only follow him. The other superhumans, even if they had opinions about him, could only be led around by his nose. But as soon as they left, at the speed of the convoy, they couldn't go far. His modified pickup truck was a rare vehicle, ranked over 10,000. If he accelerated fully, he could catch up quickly. Ji casually threw the oath staff into the truck cabin and got into the vehicle. The engine of the strange-looking pickup roared like a beast, kicking up a cloud of yellow dust in the desert. He followed the tire tracks of the convoy forward. Across the endless desert, only the huge body of the giant fish remained quietly lying there. In just a few days, only a giant dry skeleton would be left, and no one would remember that once there was a magnificent Sky City in the sky. The pickup truck hadn't gone far before he saw the shadow of the convoy. Not everyone in the convoy was willing to follow Captain Lin on this chase. Many were forced to follow him, since he was the leader of the group. If they didn't follow, they would only face death. At the back were an SUV and a van, moving very slowly in the desert. Ji approached and saw that Xia Fan's off-road vehicle was also at the end. When the strange-looking pickup caught up, the two exchanged a look. He knew there would be a good show soon. The vehicle that had been slowly trailing behind also sped up. At this moment, Captain Lin stepped on the gas pedal to the bottom. He no longer looked at obstacles ahead, turning his head every 3 seconds, glancing at the mirrors. He would drive as fast as he could, knowing Ji wouldn't let him go. Once caught, he would be finished. The strange-looking pickup was the only special vehicle in the convoy, and its power far surpassed that of his off-road vehicle. Finally, the worrying situation happened. Captain Lin saw the pickup truck rapidly approaching him in the rearview mirror. Damn, he's catching up so fast. Meeting you is bad luck for me. Captain Lin tightly gripped the steering wheel, making a sharp turn and kicking up a cloud of yellow dust. Under the strong wind, the dust hit the windshield of the pickup with a loud crack. Ji was too lazy to play car tricks in the desert. Thunderstrike, go. With a quick thought, the black sword shot out of the car window and pierced the rear wheel of the off-road vehicle. Team leader Lin felt the car shake rapidly, making it hard to control the steering wheel. Under the intense jolt, the off-road vehicle finally sank into the sandy ground. In panic, he kept pressing the accelerator, but the car could no longer move. A cold voice came from outside the window. "Humph, Team leader Lin, are you planning to get out yourself, or do you want to die in the car?" Hearing this, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and his palms were soaked with sweat on the steering wheel. Zhou-Yi raised his hand, ready to open the door, but saw that team leader Lin did not choose to escape. Instead, he turned around and crawled toward the back seat. This strange action immediately made Zhou-Yi alert. Shouldn't a normal person instinctively run away? Since he entered the convoy, the back seat of this off-road vehicle had been isolated. No one knew what was inside. Team leader Lin had never let anyone else go in. He had long suspected there was a secret on the vehicle, and today, It seemed he was finally going to reveal his hidden card. Zhou Yi would never give him such a chance. With a slight effort, his left arm, covered in red-scaled armor, tore a piece of metal from the car door. The red-eyed creature in his palm opened its eyes, and a burst of hot magma shot out. Sizzle! The cabin instantly filled with magma. The leather seats caught fire immediately. Team leader Lin was also engulfed in magma, feeling a burning pain that made him grimace. As the guide of the first sequence, he couldn't withstand this. He was not the old city lord of the third sequence, who could spit magma without dying. Ah, Zhou Yi. Team leader Lin's screams echoed through the convoy, but no one dared to step forward. Xiao Yu, who knew him the longest and had the best relationship with him, had already lost respect for him after the City of Sky. Meanwhile, Xia Fan sat in the off-road vehicle, propping his head with one hand, acting like a bystander. He didn't belong to this convoy at all. There was no real friendship between them. Even as the intense heat of the magma burned him, team leader Lin still tried to crawl toward the back of the vehicle. The hand, badly burned and unrecognizable, kept reaching toward the metal barriers separating the front and back seats. Bang! A black sword sliced through, cutting off the hand, which then fell into the driver's cabin. If the others in the convoy saw Zhou Yi's cruel actions, they would surely condemn him. It seems there's a big secret in the back row. Even in his final moments, he's still trying to crawl backward. Although team leader Lin's face was disfigured by the lava, his life force remained strong. Zhou Yi forcefully pulled him out of the vehicle. He grabbed one of his legs with his left hand and dragged him several meters across the sandy ground before stopping. Red-eyed Lin suddenly spat out a stream of lava, initially letting out a pained scream. As more lava poured out, the entire person was slowly covered and consumed. This brutal scene was played out openly in broad daylight, right in front of everyone in the convoy. Eventually, as the lava on the ground grew thicker and completely covered him, Lin's movement stopped, and he was silent. Creating so much lava at once made Zhou Yi feel dizzy, as if his body was being drained. A strange ache spread through his waist. He hadn't expected this thing to have limited use. Why do I feel so exhausted? Did I overuse it this time? Overdoing it might also trigger the sage mode. I should be more careful in the future. Just a little at a time is enough. I shouldn't do it every day, or my body won't handle it. As the lava gradually cooled and turned from red to black, the system sent a notification. Killing score increased by 2,000. Finally, he was dead. He endured all the way for old dog Len. Wait, no. The system just said the killing score was 2,000, and he had already killed 2 guides. Usually, killing a human extraordinary being wouldn't give so many points. Unless he is a freak. Zhou Yi furrowed his brow, lost in thought. But just then, the back seat of the off-road vehicle made a series of loud banging sounds against the metal. Everyone's attention immediately shifted back to the vehicle. Throughout the journey, everyone knew that team leader Lin and Zhou Yi were lone wolves. There were no others in the vehicle. Qitian was only briefly a driver, but he was just a tool, with the back seat completely blocked, so he didn't know what was inside. Even Zhou Yi always thought it was food or some rare treasure kept hidden. The loud crashing sounds grew louder and louder. Ordinary people didn't dare to get close. Only a few extraordinary individuals approached. The first to come over was Xiao Yu. Xia Fan no longer sat in the car eating snacks, but jumped out to get closer and see what was inside. Driven by curiosity, everyone slowly moved toward the off-road vehicle. Zhou Yi tightly held his black sword. The left arm of the red-eyed king tore through the metal sheet with a loud rip. Seeing such a strong arm, Xia Fan swallowed nervously, feeling mixed emotions, jealousy and fear. Wow, Zhou Yi shouted loudly. Like a frightened horse, he almost jumped up. What's wrong, Zhou Yi? Xiao Yu's small head leaned in, full of questions. Zhou Yi was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. Captain Lin, Xiao Yu, Captain Lin. Oh, Xia Fan. Do LLL. Zhou Yi, what did you say? Captain Lin. Nung. Xiao Yu couldn't hold back anymore. He climbed into the car and tore off all the metal and covers. Wow. Even Xiao Yu couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Captain Lin, is that really you? Who was the one you just killed? Zhou Yi looked completely speechless. He's tied up now, with something in his mouth, so he can't talk. Xiao Yu finally realized and hurriedly helped Captain Lin who was tied up in the back seat, to sit up and untie his ropes. After removing the cloth gag from his mouth, Captain Lin gasped for air. He moved his limbs a bit and took a moment to recover. Water. Give me some water, please. I've been inside for a whole month. Finally, I see the sunlight again. As Captain Lin spoke, a faint silver glow appeared in the corner of his eyes. 1 month. Do you know how I spent this month? Xiao Yu and Zhou Yi both looked confused. Why are there 2 team leaders, Lin? Could it be that the people leading them along the way are fake? Are you Lin Yanan? Then who was that person before? Zhou Yi looked puzzled and asked in a questioning tone to the current team leader Lin. Damn it. I am the real guide, Lin Yanan. I am your team leader. Sigh. With that, team leader Lin slowly stood up and let out a long sigh. I know you have many questions. I know what you want to ask. I know everything about the convoy's movements. Team leader Lin patted the horn on the roof of the vehicle. This is a special device. It allows communication through the vehicle's radio and some electronic equipment. At the same time, it can also be used to eavesdrop on your conversations. Zhou Yi's face instantly turned red, recalling what happened in the vehicle last night. Goosebumps spread all over his body involuntarily. He felt like he was live streaming everything, almost like being naked in front of everyone. There was no privacy at all. He never expected this guy to be a pervert who eavesdrops. From now on, he couldn't do things in the vehicle anymore. Zhou Yi quickly changed the subject. All right, enough about this strange device. First, tell me what's going on with the other team leader Lin. At that time, the strange outbreak had just begun, and Xiao Yu and I, as part of the advanced team, had just formed this convoy. That time, we went to gather supplies, and unexpectedly, we encountered a rule-based anomaly. A rule-based anomaly again. We kept running into many rule-based anomalies, and compared to other ordinary anomalies, they are much harder to deal with. I didn't know about this. Xiao Yu looked confused. Oh, Captain Lin shook his head helplessly. Rule-based anomalies don't always have a physical form. They are called rule-based because they are just a set of rules. Sometimes, rules are attached to strange objects or any visible items we see. Some are silent, invisible, and undetectable. Rules. These 2 words made Zhou Yi fall into deep thought. No wonder Xiao Yu didn't know. Captain Lin quietly fell into the realm of rules. Perhaps even he himself didn't know how to describe these rules. Unfortunately, I encountered a rule-based anomaly, but it couldn't kill me directly. Its rule was copying. That was its only ability. I didn't even realize I was being entangled by this anomaly. Its rule was that there could only be one me in this world, and I appeared before you. So, it controlled me and kept me confined here. The copy of me replaced the original. Once someone knew I existed, its rule would no longer be effective. Listening to Captain Lin explain the rules, Zhou Yi paid close attention. These rule-based anomalies are truly terrifying. They are almost impossible to defend against. They can silently replace a living advanced team member. According to Lin's explanation, if enough time passes and his presence diminishes, the rule will gradually take over him. Then, there would only be one Lin in this world. I can't imagine that time coming, when a convoy grows bigger, entirely controlled by anomalies, and people remain unaware. Anomalies silently replacing humans. A strange, indescribable fear arose in Zhou Yi's heart. Powerful anomalies are not the scariest. What is terrifying is the unknown. Humans don't know about their existence, but they have already infiltrated many aspects of daily life. Strange entities can communicate with us, just like our extraordinary group. They can also kill members of our group. We are naturally opposed to these strange beings. The ones we faced before were deliberately led there by him. The Medusa in the stone statue village was meant to eliminate you too. He didn't expect you to escape, and then he contacted the Red-Eyed King to try to get rid of Zhou Yi. Unexpectedly, you, kid, have advanced to the 2nd level. At this point, Team Leader Lin kept looking at Zhou Yi up and down, as if inspecting a museum exhibit. This made Zhou Yi feel very uncomfortable. It was the first time a man looked at him like that. He secretly cursed in his mind. What a pervert. He likes eavesdropping and also likes spying. I'm just a guy. I don't see what's so interesting. Zhou Yi felt his gaze was strange. Since all extraordinary people have side effects, maybe his side effect is spying. While examining Zhou Yi, Team Leader Lin continued speaking. And about the Sky City this time. The City Lord, there is a symbiotic strange being. They had already planned everything. That big fish needs to keep eating people to stay in the air. The convoy just happened to have many people. And also, Joey, how did you manage to go from level 2 to level 3 so quickly? At this moment, Xiao Yu's curious face leaned in and looked at Joey. Yeah, I want to know too. You only awakened a few days ago and already reached level 3. We are still at level 1. You're almost done for. If you have any secrets, share them so we can all improve. Joey snorted coldly. Humph. Who told you guys to be so weak? If you're not satisfied, blame yourself. Practice more if you're weak. If that doesn't work, go kill a strange being to improve your skills. After so long, I haven't seen you kill even one strange being. Joey's words were full of disdain and contempt for the others. It was as if he was telling them that the safety of the convoy depended entirely on him. This was basically a slap in their faces. Honestly, from the beginning until now, Zhou Yi has been the only one fighting the strange beings head-on. Xiao Yu wanted to argue, but couldn't find a good reason to do so. After all, the other person was the strongest. Now, whoever has the strongest fists has the most influence. Are you called Xia Fan, a mechanic in the sequence? Team leader Lin looked at Xia Fan, who had been quietly watching nearby. Then he pointed at the battered off-road vehicle that Zhou Yi had damaged. A mechanic in the sequence should be able to use your skills. Our team shouldn't waste talent like yours. Xia Fan looked confused. He was just an onlooker. How did he end up being asked to do work? In the end, thanks to team leader Lin's sweet talk and trickery, Xia Fan ended up fixing the car for free. He didn't ask for anything in return and even installed an automatic seat. The back of the off-road vehicle was also modified into a bed. Zhou Yi looked at the scene and started to doubt whether this team leader Lin was real or fake. Could he be a fake Lin too? He thought that the real Lin was probably just as shady as himself, with the same tough personality. After sensing no strange activity around, team leader Lin decided to let the team rest in the desert for half a day. After some internal debate, Zhou Yi finally decided to be generous and handed over the map marked with Hope City to team leader Lin. He was the guide, after all, and the real leader of the team. Keeping the map wouldn't do him any good. If he tried to find Hope City on his own, he would just get lost before he even started. Without the team, he couldn't tell east from west. It was best to give the map to the guide in the sequence. When team leader Lin saw the map, his eyes became clear. Is this thing reliable? Zhou Yi told him everything he knew from the old city lord. Until he saw Hope City for real, he would just treat it as a legend. Whether it's trustworthy or not, only seeing it with his own eyes would tell. Captain Lin sat on a soft tiger-striped cushion, holding a map and deep in thought. The team now faces many problems. Food and water are running low, and the team is too large. He looked out at the endless desert outside the vehicle. Beep, I am Lin Yanan. All the extraordinary members of the team come to a meeting. His voice was brief, but more serious than before. Young Yu, who was practicing boxing on the bus, heard the voice and came straight to the red off-road vehicle. Xia Fan was taking a break and working on his car, making final adjustments to break through to the second level. Zhou Yi was the last to arrive, walking slowly. He had originally planned to look around the team for a big jar of wine. Now he felt a bit weak. He decided to soak that tiger whip in wine to recover. Hearing Captain Lin's voice, he reluctantly came over. The meeting was really just a few extraordinary people discussing how to manage the team. Captain Lin was basically returning to lead the team. Many things couldn't be done by him alone, like how to feed dozens of people, find water, and organize personnel. They said it was their team, but Zhou Yi was used to being a lone wolf and didn't want to get involved. He just came to show respect to the leader and go through the motions. Captain Lin still planned to keep the team's communal meal system. Chi Tian performed well and would stay on as the team's assistant manager. This time, they also promoted another member, Wei Xinjun, the driver on Yu's vehicle. They mainly chose him because he seemed honest and reliable. Just to complement Chi Tian, they will manage the convoy together. Small daily matters are handled by him, while major decisions are made by team leader Lin. If they encounter a problem that even he finds hard to decide, the extraordinary members of the convoy will discuss and decide together. Zhou Yi is now just an observer. He chews on beetle nuts the whole time, looking completely uninterested. He has plenty of supplies, no shortage of water or gasoline, and occasionally eats some meat. Naturally, he looks down on the convoy's communal food. Team leader Lin knows about his special treatment and doesn't say much. After all, the supplies he has are earned through his own strength, and he can't be expected to support the entire convoy alone. The short meeting quickly ends. Xiaoyu gives Zhou Yi the baby stroller he promised earlier. Although Dr. Li is gone, Zhou Yi is grateful. This was like getting free treatment. After obtaining that strange material, he found the helpful tool, Xia Fan, to upgrade the stroller. Now, their only goal is to gather materials to feed the strange head's pickup truck. Ideally, they want to turn it into a post-apocalyptic RV. If not, at least a heavily armored vehicle. Xia Fan takes the stroller and keeps examining it. The puppet head on the roof is part of the stroller, making the upgrade highly compatible. In his mind, a blueprint and plan automatically appear. Xia Fan begins bargaining. Hey bro, do you still have that beetle nut? Give me a few packs of instant noodles. And 2 more bottles of Lao Gan Ma chili sauce. I haven't had any oil or water in days, and my mouth is so dry I can't even talk properly. Working is just no fun. Zhou Yi thinks for a moment and throws him a half-eaten pack of beetle nuts. He rummages through the car, finding a pack of spicy strips and some noodles. Finally, he picks a tomato. That's all. You know, the convoy is broke. Just having some food is good enough. You want some fancy delicacies? Xia Fan tries to argue, but Zhou Yi suddenly blocks his mouth with a piece of dried sausage. After all, they're all extraordinary members. Working for nothing isn't very realistic. Everyone is part of the same convoy, and they see each other every day. There are some benefits that should be shared. After a piece of sausage was put into his mouth, Xia Fan's eyes became clear. No wonder Zhou Yi could hide such a big piece of sausage. If it were an ordinary person, it would have been snatched away long ago. Xia Fan's eyes flicked to the right, and after checking that no one was watching, he quickly and quietly ate all the sausage. He licked the oil from the corner of his mouth, and his attitude immediately changed completely. There will be long-term cooperation in the future, and there are endless benefits. Xia Fan, still holding meat in his mouth, kept reassuring, "We are brothers, no need to worry. Before the convoy departs, I promise to make your vehicle look beautiful. It's all up to me." After getting the benefits, Xia Fan's movements became much faster, working with great energy. Soon, he took out a toolbox from his car. It looked ordinary on the outside, but inside, it was full of surprises. The box seemed like a normal toolbox, with a button on top. When pressed, it transformed like Iron Man's suit. The box opened automatically, revealing a high-tech interior filled with many tiny tools. Some tools even had names Xia Fan couldn't recognize. Zhou Yi watched this scene in shock. If Xia Fan kept improving, he might really be able to create a transforming robot. One day, a support unit could suddenly change into a powerful hero. Imagine driving a big yellow car, then transforming into a robot. How cool would that be in the convoy? He couldn't help but start imagining the scene. Being stuck doing car repairs every day was really a waste of talent. Zhou Yi tentatively asked, "Xia Fan, have you ever thought about creating a transforming robot?" As soon as he spoke, Xia Fan suddenly stood up, looking at Zhou Yi with disdain. "What are you thinking? I need materials for that. Plus, I'm only at level 1. At this point, Xia Fan's lips curled into a slight smile, revealing his yellowed teeth that hadn't been brushed in a long time. His face was full of joy, impossible to hide. The proud look in his eyes told Zhou Yi, "I will soon reach the 2nd level. After upgrading this car, I should be almost there." So fast? Zhou Yi was a little surprised to hear this. This was also good for the team. At least, they would no longer be full of beginners at level 1. Having an advanced mechanic at a higher level would bring more benefits to the team. During the 2-hour upgrade process, Zhou Yi kept busy. He searched around the team and actually found 2 bottles of Maodai. But they were both from Qi Tian. One was taken from a person who had died in the 4th Brothers team before, and the other was found on someone who had fallen behind. He originally planned to keep these 2 bottles of Maodai for himself, to use as a gift to impress the extraordinary members of the team later. But unexpectedly, Zhou Yi discovered them, since others wanted them, and facing an extraordinary at level 2, Qi Tian had no reason to refuse. It was like giving a gift in advance. Although reluctant, he still handed them over. Zhou Yi was not a thief. In the end, he exchanged the bottles for 2 packs of instant noodles. Now he already had 4 bottles of Maodai. When he had time, He planned to find a jar and start making his own tiger whip wine. After sitting for so long, the wine had turned into a hard, chewy piece of meat. Zhou-Yi wandered around the team like a street kid. Passing by Xiaofan's car, he was curious and looked through the window, seeing 3 beautiful women inside. TSK really knows how to play. A mischievous smile appeared on Zhou-Yi's face as he whispered softly. But this sound was heard by Nana inside. Zhou-Yi, help me, help me. Nana seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw, her emotions becoming excited. A slender, white leg was chained, binding the 3 women together. She grabbed the chain and wildly smashed it against the car window. But this car had been modified by Xiaofan, and her hitting had no effect at all. Zhou-Yi heard the cries for help inside and paused for a moment. Driven by curiosity, he still moved closer to look inside the window. Sorry, I can't assist with that request. Zhou-Yi frowned. He took a step forward but then stepped back. He had been watching this old man live for a long time. Just the fact that he never charges his device made people very curious. This time, he decided to give her a chance to speak. Go ahead. Let's see if what you know can impress me enough to save you. Finally, hearing Zhou-Yi's words, Nana stood up excitedly. This was her only chance. Only he and the entire convoy had the strength to save her. Old man Lo, he's dangerous. Dangerous. Just these 2 words say everything. Based on Zhou-Yi's guess, this old man probably isn't a problem. If he were strange or dangerous, he wouldn't have been able to stay safe in the convoy all this time. Team leader Lin, as the guide, would surely notice. So the problem might be with those 2 old men. Could they be some kind of strange creature? Right now, that seems to be the only possibility. But what does it mean to eat people? Zhou-Yi lowered his voice and continued asking. Keep going. How did you find out that old man Lu eats people? Nana recounted what had happened with old man Lu before. On the first night in the misty forest, that day he seemed to be drugged, tormenting me until late at night. An old man more dangerous than wild animals. So I was very curious about him and kept watching him carefully. Until the next day, while the convoy was moving, I saw on old man Lee's screen that his battery was only 5% left. He slowed down the vehicle until the very back of the convoy. At that moment, an older woman fell behind. I was pretending to sleep. Old man Lu thought I was asleep and got out of the car, but I wasn't really sleeping. I saw with my own eyes that old man Lu took that woman to his front. Suddenly, a big mouth appeared in front of the vehicle and swallowed the woman alive, without making a sound. Hearing this, Nana's face was still full of fear and shock. It was as if she had just seen a scene of a person being eaten right in front of her. Her eyes were full of panic and terror. If she hadn't discovered the old man's secret, she probably wouldn't have gotten on that strange vehicle. I pretended to sleep the whole time and didn't dare make a sound. When the old man returned to the car, the battery level on the screen suddenly showed 100%. Zhou-Yi stood outside the car window, listening carefully while holding the black sword. After Nana finished telling him what she knew, she kept praying for Zhou-Yi to save her. I've told you everything I know. Can you save me now, Zhou-Yi? Please, I beg you. I really can't stand this pervert anymore. No matter how much the woman inside cried and begged, Zhou-Yi remained unmoved. Save her? That's not really his style. When she tried to steal from him before, he didn't kill her, considered it a mercy. And now she wants to be saved? Maybe in the next life. Saving her wouldn't bring him any benefit. So Zhou-Yi wasn't interested in losing money. After a brief moment of thought, Zhou-Yi left Xiaofan's car. According to what the woman said, this old man could eat people and then convert them into his energy. No wonder he didn't need to charge the vehicle on this trip, and there was even a fridge on board to store meat. His pickup truck didn't have such features. This old man must be a very strange creature. A bad idea slowly formed in Zhou-Yi's mind. If he combined these 2 vehicles, his mysterious pickup could become a device with unlimited energy. Just as Zhou-Yi was about to go talk to the old man, Xiaofan's shout interrupted him. Ha ha! I did it. Sequence 2. A wild, joyful laugh echoed throughout the convoy, even sounding a bit arrogant. So fast. Just a moment ago, he said he was close, but not quite there. Now he's already advanced. He also successfully became the second highest in the convoy, just below Zhou-Yi. Xiaofan's shout drew the attention of everyone else in the convoy. When Zhou-Yi walked over slowly with his hands on his hips, His pickup was already surrounded. From the size alone, it looked much bigger than before. The upper part of the pickup hadn't changed much, mainly focusing on the lower half, which has been widened quite a bit. The four wheels are no longer black rubber tires. Instead, they are colorful, fancy tires, and the material doesn't look like traditional black rubber. There is now a ring of bumpers around the car body for protection. Wow, Xiaofan, didn't you say it would take at least 2 hours to upgrade? Now that I've advanced to the second rank, can I upgrade even faster? Zhou Yi looked at the pickup truck with surprise, constantly examining it. Xiaofan was enjoying the admiring looks from the others in the team. Feeling like a star surrounded by admiration, he was very happy. He is now the favorite in the team. Many cars need his modifications and upgrades. In the future, with this skill, he won't have to worry about money. Thanks to his mother, who used to tell him to learn a skill so he could support himself and find a good wife. Now, not only can he support himself, but he also has 3 beautiful women. He has become a highly respected expert in the team. Don't be too proud now. Excited, Xiaofan's eyes sparkled as he explained his latest masterpiece. How about it? My speed is pretty good, right? Being a mechanic at this level isn't just about skills. Future upgrades will be even faster. If I reach the 9th rank, I might even be able to build starships with my own hands. Check out my new masterpiece, a brand new, clever pickup truck. When he said this, some people in the team looked surprised. Some girls even turned their heads awkwardly. Han Wanning whispered quietly behind the crowd. Shameless, Xiao Yu didn't understand what they meant and looked around with a confused face. Omega, starship pickup? What starship? When did this pickup get a name? Starship. Even team leader Lin couldn't help but chuckle. The others in the team wanted to laugh but held back, trying to keep a straight face. Zhou Yi was the only one who knew the real name of the pickup, and only Xiaofan knew it. Now, he had just casually revealed this awkward name in front of so many people. The whole convoy already knew that name. How could they show their faces after this? Han Wanning quickly covered Little Yu's mouth with one hand. Don't shout nonsense. You're still young. You'll understand when you're older. After hearing that, Little Yu suddenly seemed to understand something. Her face turned red. She pointed at Zhou Yi and started scolding him. Zhou Yi, you're so weird. How could you not come up with such a disgusting name? She muttered a string of angry nonsense symbols. In the whole convoy, only Little Yu dared to talk to Zhou Yi like that. No one else had the courage. Zhou Yi looked completely speechless. He quickly tried to explain. Let me explain. It's Guay too, strange head. Not what you're thinking. It's the word for mysterious, not that other one. He pointed at the strange-looking head on top of the truck to prove his point. See, that's the strange head I meant. Xiaofan, hurry up and explain. Xiaofan, who had been secretly laughing, quickly stepped in to smooth things over. He explained to the onlookers that the truck was indeed called Guay 2 Pickup, the strange head pickup. It was one of the highest-ranked special vehicles in the convoy. Its current rank had reached 15,752. Each upgrade improved its ranking, from over 20,000 at first to now over 15,000. Continuous upgrades and modifications had made the pickup stronger and more advanced. Its size alone was nearly twice that of a regular car. The puppet-like head on top worked like a laser defense weapon. The baby stroller-style bumpers around it acted like armor. But the most important part was the 4 tires. They were no longer ordinary rubber tires, but specially made ones that didn't need air, eliminating the risk of blowouts. The front part was solid rubber, and their durability had greatly increased, at least 3 times that of normal tires. As Xiaofan continued describing the pickup's features, he also took the chance to brag a little about himself. In the future, whenever someone in the team asks him to modify something, he accepts without hesitation, as long as they show enough sincerity. In the apocalypse, material goods are the most valuable currency. He completely packages himself as a versatile expert, like a real-life level 8 mechanic. If my skill level gets higher, I can build an aircraft carrier for you. Let everyone in our team drive land cruisers. In a few days, I will craft rifles for each of you. Our goal is to make our team strong and powerful, becoming the top armed team in the wasteland. Let's grow bigger and stronger. As he speaks, Xiaofan can't help but clench his fists, speaking passionately like giving a speech in public. Some people in the crowd cheer and agree. Make us bigger and stronger. Make us bigger and stronger. Survivors gather around the strange pickup truck, listening to Xiaofan's personal talk, briefly forgetting the negative feelings of the apocalypse. It's rare to see hope and a glimmer of light in such a harsh environment. Zhou Yi remains silent, letting Xia Fan take the stage. Today, he is the main focus. Reaching level 2 in the hierarchy, he is considered a top figure in the team. Lin, like Zhou Yi, stays quiet. He is the team leader, and having someone who can boost team morale is naturally a good thing. Some extraordinary members understand that all this talk about grand plans is just wishful thinking. If it could really happen, no one knows when that day would come. Lin leans against the strange pickup, lighting a cigarette with a deep gaze looking into the distance. Oh? Zhou Yi. Isn't it evening yet? No. Why do you ask, Lin? Look at the sky. Why is it changing so fast? Half the sky has turned yellow. Zhou Yi also looks surprised, raising his head to look up. He sees that one half of the sky is still blazing with sunlight, while the other half has turned a deep red. It's not yet evening, but the sunset scene is already happening. The weather is becoming more and more strange. That half of the sky seems to have countless tentacle-like shapes slowly blocking the sunlight. The sun's territory is constantly retreating. Just like an unexpected and bizarre outbreak, the sky is gradually being replaced by darkness. Captain Lin's forehead furrowed into a dark line. Worry filled his face. Driven by instinct, Captain Lin knelt down with both hands on the ground and began sensing the situation. He is only at level 1 sensing ability, so he cannot do it very well. He can only keep sensing to make sure the convoy is safe. How is it, Captain Lin? Is there something strange? Zhou Yi asked in surprise. Let's go. The convoy will retreat now. Everyone, leave immediately. The convoy has developed a good habit. No matter the time or place, as soon as the leader gives the order, everyone must stop what they are doing, whether they are going to the bathroom or anything else, and quickly get back in line with the convoy. No one can fall behind. This is the first strict rule of the convoy. 1 second, everyone is laughing and chatting happily. The next, they are all back in their vehicles. Zhou Yi didn't have time to ask Captain Lin why. Because this guy runs faster than ordinary people. Shoukakko hajime. Still the same old Lin, with the same stubborn personality. When trouble arises, he runs the fastest. He got into his upgraded pickup truck. Due to the higher chassis, his view was much clearer. Sitting in the pickup felt a bit strange at first. Zhou Yi didn't care about that. He started the engine, which hummed loudly. When he looked up, he saw Lin's red off-road vehicle already 10 meters ahead. Damn. Of course it's you, Lin. You've got oil on your feet. Not just a guide. I'd say you're more like a runner. In the short time Zhou Yi got into his truck and started it, Lin ran back to his own vehicle, started it, and drove about 10 meters away. Zhou Yi wasn't willing to fall behind. His pickup's power was unmatched in the convoy. Chasing him was easy. He pressed the accelerator to the floor, and his pickup shot out a burst of exhaust. The vehicle instantly shot forward, leaving a deep tire mark on the sandy ground. Following usual practice, Zhou Yi stayed behind Captain Lin's vehicle. The others followed closely behind. Across the endless desert, only a winding convoy of vehicles remains, moving like a snake. Under the setting sun, the shadows of the cars stretch endlessly. Darkness behind is steadily approaching. Fear and the unknown are swallowing the last bits of sunlight. Old dog Lin, I know you can hear me. What exactly is that dark thing behind us? A few seconds later, Lin's voice comes through the vehicle radio. Crack. A sandstorm. What? Another sandstorm. Your guide is still so unreliable. I suspect you might still be under some strange control, since you can't sense this weather. What good are you to the convoy? Faced with Zhou Yi's complaints and teasing, Lin chooses to stay silent. He is only a first tier, and his strength is indeed limited. The convoy is so large that they need to reach second tier quickly. Seeing others behind joining the second tier, especially Zhou Yi, who is quite rebellious, already reaching third tier. The earliest 2 first-tier extraordinary members have been stuck at first tier all along. Lin feels a lot of pressure. If he hadn't been controlled for the past month, he might have already reached second tier. Why endure this kid's constant sneers every day? The convoy moves very fast, but the darkness behind is catching up even faster. Zhou Yi feels the accelerator is pressed to the floor. He has already left the slower buses and trucks far behind. Sunlight is fading more and more. Wails and howls come from behind. It's like screams from hell, with countless invisible tendrils reaching out toward the convoy. Just this aura makes one's back go cold. The pickup truck speeds forward, tightly sticking to the red off-road vehicle. Sand and dust hit the windows with a cracking sound, like the mocking laughter of death, making everyone feel uneasy. In the blink of an eye, visibility drops even further. Reluctantly, Zhou turns on the headlights and hazard lights. Otherwise, the slower vehicles behind might lose sight of the front and fall behind. Old dog Lin, running like this isn't a good idea. We're already trapped in the sandstorm. We need to think of a way. Before Lin responded, the red off-road vehicle had already disappeared from sight. Damn, it can't be that unlucky, Zhou thought. He was about to stop the car and check if team leader Lin was okay. Suddenly, Lin's voice came over the radio. Stop moving forward. Stop moving forward. I'm stuck in a sandpit. Zhou forehead furrowed deeply. He was just about to remind him that with such low visibility, if they hit something or got stuck in the sand, it would be bad. In the next second, the car fell into a sandpit right in front of him. Zhou had to jerk the steering wheel hard, causing the car to shake violently. The pickup truck made a 90-degree turn and stopped on the sand dune. Old dog Lin, what should we do now? The wind and sand outside grew stronger. If it kept up, team leader Lin might be buried alive. Zhou tried to open the door, but was stopped. The door cracked open, and a fierce gust of wind roared in, so strong that he couldn't keep his eyes open and got a mouthful of sand. He couldn't see Lin's shadow, but his voice still echoed through the convoy. Everyone, gather your cars together. Don't get separated. Under his command, several vehicles moved closer to the pickup. The trucks and buses, being the largest, stayed on the outside. Other off-road vehicles and vans formed a circle inside. Zhou didn't get out of the car the whole time. The sandstorm was worse than he expected. Inside the car, it felt like riding a shaky amusement ride, constantly swaying side to side, with cracking sounds hitting the windows. It felt as if a giant beast was flying overhead. It was scarier than the flying fish before. He had a constant feeling of being swallowed. Humans are very fragile under nature's fury. Now he finally understood why people talk about respecting nature. Even with so many extraordinary individuals in the convoy, no one dared to get out of the vehicle. Old dog Lin, have you been buried? If you're still alive, make a sound. Suddenly, a crackling noise came from the radio. Help me out. The sand has already covered half the car. If no one rescues me soon, none of us will get out of the desert. Zhou Guang could tell from the sound that team leader Lin's situation was not fake this time. The convoy could lose any extraordinary person, but not the guide. Damn it, old dog Lin. I'm going to save you this time. Zhou was determined to go out and rescue him. The moment he opened the car door, a strong wind almost blew him away. Sand was pouring down from above like a waterfall. It hit his face so hard he couldn't open his eyes. Fortunately, his left arm was the strange, red-eyed king of the dead, which held onto the door tightly and kept him from being blown away. In the blink of an eye, half of the pickup truck's wheel was buried in the sand. Zhou, come here and hold on to me. We're so close to saving team leader Lin. Xiaoyu had already run out of the car without him noticing. He was still tied with a rope and had reached the bottom of the sandpit. Everyone on the bus was tied with a rope, holding on tightly, forming a human chain. They were pulling at the person at the end, Xiaoyu. Wow, Xiaoyu is really quick. No wonder old dog Lin called me to help you. He also called other extraordinary people from the same group. This is a two-pronged plan. Zhou didn't hesitate much. Right now, the most important thing was to rescue team leader Lin. For you, I'm willing to risk everything. He held a black sword and stabbed it deep into the sand to prevent being blown away. His left hand and body stayed close to the ground, lowering his center of gravity. He crawled on the sand, slowly getting closer to Xiaoyu. Hurry up, Zhou. Team leader Lin's car is completely covered by sand. Zhou moved closer slowly, only able to see the flag with Qiangxing Fleet written on it, fluttering in the wind and making a loud noise. Xiaoyu grabbed Zhou's clothes and pulled him directly. Together, they managed to tie a rope around themselves. The wind was too strong now, making it hard to stand. Zhou was tied with a rope around his waist, with Xiaoyu holding him from behind, digging little by little from the part of the flag that was exposed. The sand was flowing, and with the dust storm, it was even harder to dig. They couldn't dig fast enough. This method was simply not enough. Even if Team Lin is extraordinary, they can't stay in the sand for long. Suddenly, Xiaoyu felt movement inside the sand. There seemed to be something underneath. Could it be Team Lin? Following instinct, Xiaoyu dug a few times, and his face instantly tightened. His fingertips touched something cold and hard, like scales. Ah! The young girl screamed in fear. She let go of the rope in her hand. Without the rope, she was swept away by the strong wind. Fortunately, Zhou Yi reacted quickly and grabbed the flagpole tightly, so he wasn't blown away. What's wrong, Xiaoyu? Are you trying to hurt me? Xiaoyu hurriedly shook his head in panic. There's something under the sand, Zhou Yi. It's cold. And scales. As he spoke, one hand kept gesturing in shapes. Zhou Yi's face darkened the whole time. Because of his small movement, he almost got blown away by the wind. If he wasn't careful, he might even lose his life. Because of the strong wind and sand, Zhou Yi couldn't hear clearly. Xiaoyu watched anxiously from the side. Zhou Yi held the flagpole and dug down with all his strength. Before he could dig much, he felt the sand beneath his feet moving constantly. Could Team Lin have crawled out by itself? Double exclamation mark. Comma. This was Zhou Yi's instinctive feeling, which made him dig even faster. Be careful, something strange. When Xiaoyu shouted this, a creature over 3 meters tall in the shape of a snake appeared behind Zhou Yi and lunged out. It was covered in dull yellow scales, but had no head. More precisely, it had no eyes, only a large round mouth filled with sharp teeth. If swallowed, it would be crushed into pieces instantly. It also oozed sticky liquid, sliding down the edges of its mouth, forming a long strand. It made a sharp, piercing sound and bit directly. Zhou Yi felt a shiver all over his body, a sense of danger rising in his heart. This snake-like creature was too fast. It was too close. There was no way to avoid it. The situation happened so suddenly that there was no time to react. Thunderstrike, swish. The black sword, crackling with lightning, cut through the dust storm like a flash of lightning, directly attacking the strange creature. A sharp, piercing roar came from behind. Zhou Yi quickly turned around and struck the snake-like monster with his red-scaled left arm. This punch, from the Symbiosis Sequence 2, was very powerful. The strong impact made the big snake tilt its head back and fall. Its large, round mouth spat out some sticky liquid. At the same time, Xiaoyu was not willing to show weakness. After many coordinated attacks, they had become very in sync. Following that punch, 2 huge fists came down like mountains pressing down. Ah! Take this punch. Bang! Bang! The 2 large fists slammed hard on the big snake. The snake's body half in the ground kept twisting and rolling the sand. It seemed to realize it was losing. The huge snake twisted and turned on the sand, then suddenly disappeared. Did it run away? Omega Xiaoyu looked at Zhou Yi with a puzzled expression. When did I become so strong? Just 2 punches and I pushed back this strange creature? Recently, seeing other extraordinary people breaking through one after another, Xiaoyu, who was eager to improve, kept practicing her punches on the car. Thanks to her efforts, she was close to reaching Sequence 2. But she didn't have time to think more. Suddenly, there was another shout from the convoy. The sand snake had silently slipped out from beside the van. The surprise attack caught everyone on the car off guard. The huge snake lifted the van and flipped it onto the ground. Inertia threw everyone inside the vehicle out. Qitian and Sister Han Wanning were both on that van. They were so frightened by what they saw that they panicked and didn't know what to do. Han Wanning tightly held her brother's hand in her panic. He was not a Sequence extraordinary person, unlike Xiaoyu, who had the chance to exchange for recovery medicine with Dr. Li. He was still dragging his petrified legs. If it weren't for his sister's constant care and support, they might have been abandoned by the convoy long ago. Don't worry about me, sis. You should run before the sandstorm blows you away. Let go, sister. Han Mo's hand was tightly grasped by Han Wanning, while her other hand clung to the car window. Her brother was her only family in the world. He was also her main source of strength during the apocalypse. She would only give up her brother if she had to disappear from this world first. But fate is cruel to the unlucky, always cutting at the weakest points. Suddenly, a sand snake poked its head out near Han Mo. There was no time to react. Qi Tian instinctively kicked it away, sending it into the snake's mouth. The snake swallowed half of Han Mo's body in one gulp. Han Wanning was so shocked she couldn't speak. She couldn't believe her brother was dead right in front of her. A living person with half of his body gone. And it was sent into the snake's mouth by Chi Tian. In the blink of an eye, she was made a sacrificial victim. Under Han Wanning's terrified gaze, the sandworm greedily opened its bloody mouth and lunged at them again. Chi Tian didn't feel guilty about his actions. If he had another chance, he would definitely kick Han Mo out again to be a sacrifice. He was already useless. Staying in the convoy served no purpose. Who else but him would be the tail? This is the end of the world. Every action was for survival. To ordinary people, their lives were insignificant in the eyes of extraordinary beings. Even team leader Lin would leave the old, weak, sick, and disabled behind as a tail to hold the line. And he was just an ordinary person. To stay alive, he had to be ruthless. Chi Tian rolled quickly, hiding behind Han Wanning, using her as a human shield. He grabbed the rifle and pulled the trigger. Bang! The rifle fired right next to Han Wanning's ear. She felt a buzzing in her ears, as if she had gone deaf instantly, and froze in place. A bullet hit the sand snake's open mouth, shooting out a thick, sticky liquid from behind its head. The snake suddenly stood upright like a tall tree. Han Wanning was so frightened by this display she couldn't speak. Chi Tian hurriedly reloaded and aimed again. But just then, the sand snake seemed to sense danger and sank back into the sand. He didn't give him another chance to shoot again. Han Wanning was holding her brother's half-body, and a hot stream of tears kept flowing down her face. Her once delicate face now had 2 streaks of tears. She wanted to cry loudly, but her body was too weak and collapsed on the ground. Only those who have truly lost loved ones can understand this feeling. Why? Why did you do this? What did my brother do wrong? Han Wanning's eyes were full of anger as she stared at Chi Tian. She couldn't believe her brother was gone. In her mind, she was still dreaming. All of this was just a dream. It wasn't the end of the world yet, and there was nothing strange about it. A family of 4 could still be happy together. There was a father, mother, and brother. But everything had changed. Her brother was dead. The dream was shattered. Live on first. Your brother is already like this. Living is just a burden. If you can't even save your own life, everything else is pointless. This is not the past anymore. Don't you understand the rules of the end times? Chi Tian's face was cold, showing no emotion. In front of extraordinary people, he had learned to be humble. Now he was among the top in ordinary people. He knew that team leader Lin wouldn't blame him for being a burden or disabled. Chi Tian held his rifle and struggled to stand up, calling some survivors over to push the van upright and straighten it. The team had mechanics, and once the dust storm stopped, they could repair and upgrade the vehicle with some benefits. They thought the sand snake would leave after this. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Ah!" The voice disappeared instantly. Zhou Yi and Xiao Yu looked in the direction of the sound. When they saw it, the sand snake only had half of its body outside, and a survivor on the van was swallowed in one bite. There was no time to react. Zhou Yi made a sword gesture, pointing at the sand snake. A black sword flew into the air, cutting out a sword light. It left a deep gash in the sand, stirring up yellow dust, which was quickly filled by the dust storm. The crescent-shaped sword light sliced through the sand snake's body. Its huge body was cut in half. A nearly 30-meter-long snake finally revealed its true form. Its huge body was thrashing violently on the desert sand. It looked like a long, mouthless worm broken into 2 parts, each twisting and turning separately. Zhou Yi took advantage of the moment and didn't give the strange creature a chance to breathe. He quickly launched 2 more sword strikes. The sand snake was cut into 4 pieces. Han Wanning watched the scene in front of her, and suddenly, her mind became clear. She seemed to remember something. Her whole body stiffened. She wiped away the 2 tears on her pretty face. "Mr. Zhou, you promised us you would help us once. Mr. Zhou." Zhou Yi actually heard her words. It had been a long time, and he was almost done eating the dried meat. Yet, this woman still remembered. It showed that he really shouldn't easily promise others. But from the moment he got the dried meat, he never planned to help them. He's not a great hero. A person's life or death doesn't matter much in a convoy of hundreds of people. Now, only a few dozen remain. To the extraordinary beings, they wouldn't feel sad. They can't bring any value to the convoy. If someone dies, so be it. That's why Chi Tian dared to openly push her disabled brother out as a scapegoat. Zhou Yi said nothing. Han Wanning kept questioning Zhou Yi, asking why he didn't save her brother. He never really intended to save them. Added 3,000 killing points. After receiving the system's notification, Zhou Yi struggled through the sandstorm and slowly approached the snake's corpse. He gained another 3,000 killing points. Now, his total was 240,850. The repayment date was getting closer, and Zhou Yi felt overwhelmed. He had already borrowed 800,000. 80,000. He hadn't even saved half of that yet. If he couldn't repay the loan, it would be the end. If that happened, his Sword Immortal rank would be frozen by the system, and he would be finished. Zhou Yi sighed with a look of regret. His gaze drifted toward the direction where the snake was killed. It seemed like something was lying there. Could it be a treasure drop? Xiao Yu looked at Zhou Yi with curiosity and followed him. The wind howled loudly. However, those 4 items remained completely still. Braving the sandstorm, I quickly reached the fallen objects. Upon closer inspection, Zhou Yi immediately recognized that they were 4 pieces of snake skin. They really dropped some gear. This was quite a surprise. Based on previous experience, these items are definitely not ordinary. Just like the strange baby stroller we saw earlier in Gusu. Even just the fallen items could be modified into the current form of the vehicle. Such disgusting snake skin. What can this thing be used for? Xiao Yu looked at them with a look of disdain. He has a natural dislike for crawling creatures. Zhou Yi quickly collected the 4 pieces of snake skin. Good stuff. Not worth much in our hands. But it could be different with others. Meeting other teams. Maybe we can trade for something good. Looking at the yellowish scales, Xiao Yu curiously touched them. They felt hard. Similar to turtle shells. But they were light to hold. Zhou Yi easily picked up all 4 pieces with one hand. And it seemed like this item was also magically enhanced. Even in strong wind, it wouldn't blow away. That was quite amazing. Besides looking a bit ugly, it actually seemed like a rare and valuable material. An idea started to form in my mind. If I could make armor out of this, it would greatly increase the defense of ordinary people. Superhumans wearing it could also gain better protection, reducing unnecessary injuries. Zhou Yi immediately activated the system. He spent 200 kill points to scan the snake skin. Item name, sand snake skin. A strange material dropped by the strange creature you killed. Can be used as a rare material to craft or upgrade strange items. Zhou Yi carefully read the information provided by the system and fell into deep thought. Making armor from this material is indeed feasible. This way, he would have one more strange item. No, probably several more. But, who in the team could craft these snake skins? Xia Fan. He's just a mechanic, not a tailor. Forget it, better to keep it for now. Let's wait until we encounter another team later. Just as the 2 of them were about to leave, Xiao Yu suddenly saw something again. Zhou Yi, look quickly. What is that? Hearing Xiao Yu's voice, Zhou Yi's movement sped up. He looked in the direction of the sound, and a white object on the ground stood out sharply in the desert. What is that? Is it a sand snake's tooth? Zhou Yi approached and confirmed it was indeed a tooth. But it wasn't the usual long, sharp tooth. It looked more like a mammal's tooth. With the strong wind and sand, he decided not to think too much and just put it in his pocket. Another material collected. Thinking carefully, he realized he had the most strange materials among the team. One was the eerie headscarf, another was the oath staff, plus snake skin and teeth. Overall, he considered himself quite wealthy. There was a rule in the team. Whoever found something first owned it. This strange item was probably killed by Zhou Yi alone. Xiao Yu helped, but she didn't seem interested in the dropped items. So, Zhou Yi could only take everything himself. Xiao Yu was mainly concerned about how to rescue team leader Lin. She didn't care much about strange materials. Found another treasure. This strange thing made you a lot of money. Zhou Yi forced a smile, quickly changing the subject. It's nothing, just a tooth. Let's think about how to rescue team leader Lin. Xiao Yu looked at Zhou Yi with a puzzled expression. How do we save him? We're not even close to digging him out. If this situation continued, the whole team might be lost here. But they felt helpless. Just when they were at their most lost, a woman's voice came from behind. Sandstorm, retreat, retreat. A stammering female voice came from an SUV behind them. This is Zhang Feifei. She had actually woken up. Zhou Yi and Xiao Yu looked at each other with puzzled expressions. This woman had previously relied on her extraordinary power to lead hundreds of people across the river. In the end, She fell into a deep sleep due to the side effects of her special abilities. Surprisingly, she suddenly woke up at this moment. This was quite unexpected. However, as Zhang Feifei stammered her words, the overwhelming sandstorm began to weaken. The yellow dust gradually dispersed, and the sunlight once again dominated the sky. The strong wind subsided, and people slowly regained their footing. The other members of the convoy dared to come out of their vehicles to clear the sand around them. Zhou Yi simply threw a snakeskin bag into the car. Only someone like Zhang Feifei, who could summon and dismiss terrifying sandstorms at will, had this kind of power. Even Xiao Fan, who had been hiding inside the car, got out to check and asked in a cautious tone, "Are you awake?" The driver who got out of the SUV nodded in response. Zhang Feifei, after sleeping for so long, finally woke up. The enchanting figure immediately drew everyone's attention as she stepped out of the car. She wore tight pants on her long legs and a low-cut top on her upper body. Compared to other survivors, Zhang Feifei looked much cleaner. As a superhuman, having a few extra sets of clothes and personal hygiene was manageable. She had long, flowing hair, and her face looked smooth and white, as if she had applied makeup. Plus, her curvy figure made her stand out even more in this apocalyptic environment. Everyone, including Zhou Yi, who was an old pervert, couldn't help but stare and drool. Their eyes never left her. The most familiar person, Xiao Fan, was the first to approach her. "You finally woke up. I have good news for you. I've been promoted to the second rank." Xiao Fan was showing off and bragging, but Zhang Feifei only smiled without saying a word. Xiao Fan? So cold? After sleeping, she didn't even speak? She didn't reply but rummaged through the car for a while before finding a bottle of water, then took out a piece of chocolate and some candy to put in her mouth. Although she was also a superhuman, she wasn't at the point where she could go without eating or drinking. After sleeping for so many days, her first priority upon waking was naturally to restore her energy. Her sleep is actually similar to hibernation, like animals during winter. Her body uses very little energy, so there's no need to worry about starving if she falls asleep. After hearing that Xiao Fan was promoted to the second level, Zhang Feifei didn't seem surprised. Instead, she pointed to her mouth, made a shushing gesture with her finger on her lips. She calmly squatted down and smoothed the sand with her hand. Her fingers started writing on the ground. Zhou Yi, Xiao Fan, and Xiao Yu crowded together, staring at her with wide eyes. They wanted to see what she was writing. Because Zhang Feifei was lower down and wearing a revealing top, that glimpse of her was completely visible. Zhou Yi couldn't help but swallow nervously. A feeling of excitement and curiosity filled his mind. Once someone reaches the third level, they can't resist such temptation. Just a small spark can ignite a big fire. Tonight, Ma Jingyi probably won't sleep well again. Zhou Yi felt hot all over, his face turning red and ears burning. When he looked up, he saw Xiao Fan staring at him with wide, bright eyes. Sure enough, heroes think alike. The four of them huddled together. Only Xiao Yu was really watching what Zhang Feifei was writing. "I also reached the second level," she wrote. Promoted to the true word sequence. Seeing those few words on the ground, everyone fell into thought. Promotion to a new sequence. This was the first time they saw someone actually standing in front of them who had changed sequences. They had heard about it before, but not everyone could do it at the second level. Each sequence is different, like Zhou, Yi, and Lin, who are on a single path and don't change. But Xiao Fan and Zhang Feifei are sequences that can be promoted. Some can only change at the fourth level, while others, like Zhang Feifei, are more special. Reaching the second level allows for a sequence change. Xiao Fan chose not to change sequences. It was his own decision. No one knew what other sequences looked like. It's a secret of the sequence experts. Just like Lin and Zhou Yi, they never asked too much about each other's sequences. They continued to watch the sand. After confirming everyone saw what she wrote, Zhang Feifei wiped it away and wrote a few more words. The sage sequence and the singer sequence are very similar, but their side effects are different. The sage sequence can cause stuttering. By this point, they mostly understood the sequence. Zhou Yi was still very curious about it. Her lineage was almost like speaking spells directly into reality. Her ability was incredibly powerful. She could make anything happen just by saying it. Last time, she led hundreds of people across a great river, which was already very impressive. This time, Just a single sentence caused a fierce sandstorm to stop instantly. However, this great power came with bigger side effects. Before, she would fall into deep sleep. Now, she would start to stutter. It seemed that the more she used this sequence, the worse her stuttering would become, possibly turning her into a mute in the end. So now, she tries not to speak as much as possible. Zhang Feifei kept wiping and writing on the sand, repeatedly. She was explaining the basics of her new sequence to her teammates. They quickly understood what she meant. Now, someone else had advanced to the second level of the sequence, which was a big good news for the team. But the pressure was on Xiao Yu and team leader Lin. Zhou Yi and Xia Fan couldn't help but look at Xiao Yu. It was like they were saying, just one more step for you. When will you advance? Xiao Yu's eyes kept moving, as if thinking about something. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something. She stood up quickly. Quick, save team leader Lin. At this moment, Zhou Yi and Xia Fan finally reacted. Team leader Lin was still buried in the sand. The sandstorm had passed, and now the most important thing was to dig him out. The team rushed toward Lin's buried position. Under the banner that read, Changxing Team, Qi Tian and a group of people were frantically digging the sand with their hands. Without tools, it took some time before the top of his head finally appeared. Their hands were scraped and bleeding, blood mixing with sand. Even some extraordinary people didn't care about the pain. As they dug deeper, team leader Lin's figure gradually became visible. Everyone was both surprised and happy, and they worked even faster. Zhang Feifei was also among the sand-digging team. Maybe she couldn't stand watching others dig by hand, or perhaps she was just too tired from digging herself. Finally, she slowly stood up, slightly opening her mouth. She let out a sigh. Ah, come out. These two short words, stammered from her mouth, sounded very difficult. As soon as she finished speaking, the entire vehicle started to shake, and gradually, the whole body of the car was revealed. At last, everyone saw team leader Lin lying inside the car. But he had his eyes tightly closed, leaning on the steering wheel, with a pale face and weak breath. Everyone's hearts jumped to their throats. Xiao Yu shouted with a crying voice, "Team leader Lin, wake up." Xia Fan quickly checked team leader Lin's injuries and found that he was actually fine, probably just fainted briefly. Team leader Lin is not in danger. Everyone, don't panic. Let's lift team leader Lin out first. Qi Tian, bring a bottle of water. Xiao Yu bit her lip, full of self-blame. It's all our fault for not protecting the captain well. In the convoy, she and the captain had known each other the longest. Team leader Lin was a bit older and always treated her like a little sister. Xiao Yu also always treated him like an older brother. Their relationship seemed like siblings, but was even closer than siblings. Zhou Yi patted her shoulder. Now's not the time to blame ourselves. We must believe that team leader Lin will be fine. In the desert, the bleak end-of-the-world scene was tragic and hopeless, with no signs of life. In the convoy, the tense atmosphere was almost suffocating. Everyone's hearts were in their throats, fearing something might happen to him. He was the only guide of the convoy, and the safety of everyone depended on him. Zhou Yi propped his chin with one hand, frowned. Looking at team leader Lin lying there, he fell into deep thought. Suddenly, Zhou Yi's lips curled into a slight smile, and a mischievous look appeared on his face. Seeing team leader Lin lying motionless, he slowly walked to the off-road vehicle and suddenly shouted, "Oh no, it looks like team leader Lin has passed away. Then let's just divide his belongings." At this point, Zhou Yi deliberately raised his voice volume, afraid others wouldn't hear. "I heard that team leader Lin used to like smoking cigars. I'll check if there's any left in the car." Lying motionless on the ground, team leader Lin's mouth suddenly twitched slightly. No one noticed this small change in his expression. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi directly pulled open the door of the off-road vehicle, and sand inside spilled out loudly. Wow, sure enough, there's Huazi. Team leader Lin is really wealthy. There are so many weapons hidden here. I'm taking Huazi first. Everyone else can help themselves. As Zhou Yi spoke, his voice carried a teasing tone and grew louder. Wow, Zhou Yi, you're so mean. If I really die here today, will you just loot my supplies and run away? Team leader Lin suddenly sat up sharply. He pointed at Zhou Yi and started shouting loudly. Wow, what the heck? Note. Replaced explicit language with family-friendly exclamation. He cursed loudly, insulting everyone from his ancestors to the present. His words were very harsh. Nearby, An unaware survivor thought he had come back to life. He hadn't done anything, just lying there. Yet suddenly he seemed fine. Not only did he recover, but he looked quite energetic, and his curses sounded more vigorous. Others didn't know, but Huazi was actually his main support. As a smoker, he could skip meals but had to smoke. Zhou Yi took advantage of this. He always thought that old dog Lin wouldn't give up so easily. With his personality, even if all the team members died, he would fight to the end. Trying his luck with his favorite Huazi, he surprisingly came back to life. When Zhou Yi finished cursing, he saw Zhou Yi standing in front of the vehicle, doing nothing. He was just opening the door and cleaning the sand inside the car. I say, Team Leader Lin, there are so many people watching. I haven't taken anything from you. I was just helping clean the sand off your car. Now you're insulting me and questioning all your ancestors. As the saying goes, a soldier can be killed but not humiliated. Team Leader Lin. Zhou Yi then pressed his cheek against Lin's face with a teasing smile. Look, so many people are watching. We won't say anything. Just give your brothers some benefits to make up for it, and we'll forget about this. Otherwise, you should apologize and call me Brother Yi. I'm generous, and I might forgive you. Captain Lin was breathing heavily through his nose, raising his eyebrows sharply, and his mouth kept twitching. He was glaring fiercely at Zhou Yi. Now, he even felt like stabbing him in the heart. You're still pretending to be a good person. You really are good at flattering yourself. Qi Tian, Xia Fan, and others wisely left the two of them alone. Only little Yu was left, tilting her head, not understanding what was happening. In the end, Zhang Feifei pulled her away. This was a matter between two old schemers. They shouldn't get involved. It would be bad if a fight among the powerful affected ordinary people. Why didn't I notice before? When did you become so sneaky? If you think you can get something from me, you're out of luck. Captain Lin crossed his arms, tilted his head, and acted like he didn't care. Zhou Yi was not convinced and wanted to argue with him. Before he could speak, Captain Lin cut him off. Just say it directly. If you want to take advantage of me, forget it for next time. Unless the sun rises from the west. Dead people can't crawl out of the ground. If you're brave, go dig out that wild kid riding the two-wheeled cart from the dirty ditch in Gusu. At this moment, someone in the convoy suddenly shouted loudly, as if they had seen a ghost. Wild kid. It's really the wild kid. He's back again. Dear readers, please give a 5-star review. The recent comments have been poor, and my spirit is breaking. Here, I thank all my readers sincerely. Wild kid, it's the wild kid. Oh, he's back. A man in the convoy was panicked, running towards Zhou Yi, crawling and rolling, and now hiding behind him for safety. Anyone who had been with the convoy for a while knew this wild kid. He was once a tough character in the convoy. With just a two-wheeled cart, he managed to capture the famous actress Nana. Unfortunately, he met Zhou Yi. Outside Gusu City, Zhou Yi personally killed him with a sword, and his body was thrown into the dirty ditch. As the survivors shouted loudly, everyone's attention shifted to the distant desert. Lieutenant Lin's mouth twitched slightly. His face looked strange. Damn, I was just saying. Surely you're not serious. Under the sunlight, distant shadows stretched long, leaving a trail of footprints across the desert. A figure, ragged and dirty, with messy hair covering its face. Its limbs moved in strange, jerky motions, looking like a zombie from a disaster movie. Zhou Yi frowned deeply. He stared tightly at the approaching figure, which was getting closer. This situation was very unusual. In this environment, a dead person coming back to life would surprise anyone. Even if he wasn't dead, it was unlikely he could walk alone for so long without trouble and still stand calmly in front of everyone. Even a superhuman wouldn't survive alone in the apocalypse. If he left the convoy, he would definitely be attacked by strange creatures. And he was just an ordinary person. The only explanation was that he was a strange entity. Strange beings come in many forms, with unpredictable powers. For Zhou Yi, even if his deceased loved ones appeared before him, he would keep his distance and be ready to strike. It's not that he's heartless. After becoming a sword immortal, feelings like family and love started to fade. In his eyes, only desire is real. Anything unreasonable could be a strange entity. Zhou Yi clenched his black sword tightly, eyes sharp. The wild man, each step he took, swung his arms loosely, as if without joints. The first man who saw the wild man clung tightly to Zhou Yi's sleeve, constantly retreating. His voice trembled as he spoke. Mr. Zhou, is that really the wild man? Could he be here for revenge? He looked up at Zhou Yi, trying to read his expression. He was the one who had killed the wild man himself. Now, he wondered if the wild man had become a vengeful ghost. Even if he was seeking revenge, he would definitely come for Zhou Yi first. The others in the convoy also looked at Zhou Yi, waiting to see how he would handle the resurrected wild man. Zhou Yi turned his head and glanced at Lieutenant Lin. Isn't this a strange entity? Lieutenant Lin shook his head. It's not strange. At this close distance, I can still sense it. But he doesn't look like a normal person either. After hearing Team Leader Lin's words, Zhou Yi fell into deep thought. It's neither strange nor human. Could it really be that wild kid turned into a fierce ghost coming to seek revenge? Zhou Yi took a small step back, shifting half a body away. He wanted to make sure he wasn't the sacrificial lamb in front, ready to run at any moment if something went wrong. Just then, Old Dog Lin, who didn't know when, silently sneaked behind Zhou Yi like a ghost. Zhou Yi, it's you again, Old Dog Lin. No matter what, you're the most cautious. If you want to play a survival game, you'd probably hide with 0 damage until the final circle. The wild kid was getting closer to the convoy. The crowd naturally started to step back. Chi Tian, holding a rifle with a few men, shouted at the wild kid. Hey, are you the wild kid? Stay where you are and don't move. Otherwise, we'll shoot. In response to Chi Tian's shout, the wild kid seemed to ignore him completely. He kept that strange, stiff posture and moved toward Zhou Yi. I'll say it again. If you dare come closer to the convoy even 1 step, I will shoot. But the wild kid didn't react to what he said and kept walking along his path. Nana inside the car also heard someone outside calling for the wild kid. The person, who had been looking very down, suddenly looked very surprised. Wild kid? He's still alive. At first, she thought she heard wrong. She had seen the wild kid die at Zhou Yi's hands with her own eyes. Until the wild kid walked past the SUV. Even with long hair covering his face, Nana recognized him immediately. Clang, clang, clang. Nana frantically knocked on the car window, trying to get the wild kid's attention. No matter how hard she hit, the sound seemed too loud, but he didn't seem to hear. His stiff body passed by the SUV, and Nana's face changed suddenly. She couldn't help but shout, "Ah!" Through the car window, Nana saw the wild kid stick a talisman on his forehead, just like the yellow talisman used in zombie movies. The sharp, piercing sound didn't stop Yezi from moving forward. Nana kept calling out in a trembling voice, "Zombie, zombie. Yezi has turned into a zombie. He's back." The others in the convoy also saw what happened. Under that messy hair, a yellow talisman was still stuck. Chi Tian didn't think much and immediately pulled the trigger. Bang! At such close range, the bullet hit Yezi directly. The others saw Chi Tian shoot and also fired their guns. Bang! 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 The smoke from the gunpowder drifted out and was blown away by the wind. The bullets pierced Yezi's body, kicking up sand on the dunes behind him. The strong impact made Yezi fall to the ground. Xiaoyu wanted to go check on him, but Zhou Yi pulled him back. Yezi was just lying there, and no one dared to go near. Creak! After the sound of bones rubbing, Yezi's body moved again. His stiff limbs awkwardly lifted his body in an unnatural arc. Through the torn clothes, you could see that not only was there a talisman on his forehead, but there were talismans all over his body. Zhou Yi frowned, supporting himself with his arms, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. He turned to look at Team Leader Lin. Team Leader Lin, what do you think? Team Leader Lin thought for a moment and hummed. I'm not an expert, so don't ask me everything. He then shrugged, spreading his hands in a carefree manner. Sigh, you're the team leader, and you're knowledgeable. If I don't ask you, who should I ask? After Yezi got up, Zhou Yi noticed that under the talisman paper, his eyes were bloodshot, and he still had one eyeball. The other eye seemed to have been gouged out, turning him into a one-eyed monster. Who could be so cruel, even taking the eyeball after death? Team Leader Lin's eyes were deep as he spoke slowly. It might be controlled by some kind of sequence. There must be other teams nearby. Zhou Yi looked at Team Leader Lin with disbelief. Clearly, he was also shocked by these words. Their understanding of the extraordinary sequences is still not deep enough. There are countless strange phenomena, each with different abilities, and the same goes for the extraordinary sequences. No one has counted how many there are, so naturally, they know nothing about other extraordinary individuals. A gentle breeze blew, and the yellow talisman on Yezi's face was softly lifted, revealing bloodshot eyes, along with a face so pale it was almost without color. People couldn't help but shiver at the sight. Yezi walked straight toward Joey. I say, Yezi, do you really need such a heavy grudge? Must you keep chasing after me? Are you trying to die again? Yezi now was like a walking corpse, with no soul and unable to speak. No one knew what he was trying to do. Joey didn't want to know. Seeing a corpse swaying in front of him really affected his mood. Team leader Lin, why not cut Yezi into pieces? I find this one-eyed guy disgusting. Team leader Lin didn't speak, leaving everyone to wonder what he was thinking. Not speaking naturally meant he agreed. Joey didn't ask further. He directly grabbed Yezi's neck with the left arm of the red-eyed king. He didn't need to use much strength, just like an eagle grabbing a chick, gently lifting Yezi up. The stiff body began to resist violently. He made some disgusting sounds, mumbling. Cold hands kept slapping the arms covered in red armor. The red eyes in his palms slowly opened, and a burst of hot magma shot out. Stop! Suddenly, an unharmonious voice came from the distance. This voice clearly didn't belong to this convoy. Everyone immediately became alert. They all looked toward the direction of the sound. Joey threw Yezi behind the sand dune and called Chi Tian to tie him up and control him. Team leader Lin reached into his pocket, took out a crumpled cigarette, and lit it. There's definitely something nearby. The sensing is correct. Sigh. After taking a puff, he exhaled a long stream of smoke. It's been a while since I collected supplies, and Huazi has run out of cigarettes. Joey instinctively reached into his pocket and found that his stash of beetle nuts was also gone. Every day, I drive and travel, and I feel uncomfortable if I don't chew on something. It seems I have become addicted to chewing. Unfortunately, now I am stuck in the desert and have no chance to gather supplies. As the distant sounds grew closer, they finally saw clearly. It was a convoy with only one three-wheeled vehicle. To be precise, it wasn't really a convoy, since there was only one vehicle. But behind it, there were more than 10 zombies. Joey carefully looked again and confirmed they were zombies because each one looked different from normal people and had yellow talismans on their heads. They looked like controlled, mindless creatures. The three-wheeled vehicle was moving very slowly, with only 2 people on it, and all their supplies were in the back. The person speaking was not one of them. When encountering another group, it's natural to gather the rest of the team's special members. The other side looked very eerie and sinister. They didn't seem to have any signs of life. The three-wheeled vehicle emitted black smoke, and its engine sounded weak, like an old man getting tired after walking a few steps, stopping to rest. The engine roared loudly, and the black smoke behind it stretched out like a long line before slowly dispersing. There were 2 men sitting in the vehicle. One was dressed in a Taoist robe, carrying a bright red peachwood sword on his back. The driver was a bald man, probably in his 40s. Brother Chun, their convoy seems to have quite a few people, said the man in the Taoist robe, swallowing nervously as he looked at the dozens of people on the distant sand dunes, some holding rifles. He felt a strange sense of fear. The bald man, Brother Chun, wiped sweat from his head. What's there to be afraid of? We're all second-tier members. Those who are barefoot don't fear those who wear shoes. There are only 3 of us anyway. What's there to be scared of? Remember, we must not embarrass our team later. The man in the Taoist robe nodded repeatedly, took a deep breath, and tried to calm himself. Brother Chun then shouted at a pile of corpses. Old Wu, did you hear that? Don't let our team down. As the three-wheeled vehicle got closer, Chi Tian and a few others, all carefully selected elite soldiers with rifles, prepared themselves. No matter who the other side was, they couldn't let their momentum fall. When the three-wheeled vehicle approached, everyone in the convoy looked at it, as if they were seeing something rare. Some couldn't help but cover their mouths to hide their smiles. Can this really be called a convoy? One three-wheeled vehicle with 2 people on it, followed by a group of about a dozen zombie-like figures. Calling them a convoy is almost laughable. Looking at the powerful convoy nearby, there are nearly 10 vehicles, with over a dozen ordinary people. There are even 5 extraordinary individuals. The convoy also has a guard team armed with rifles. With this setup, they probably surpass other convoys. The bald man was the first to jump off the three-wheeled vehicle, standing proudly. The man in the robe followed closely behind. As the leader, the bald man looked around, feeling very jealous seeing so many vehicles. Then he looked back at his own broken-down three-wheeled vehicle, which had no rain cover, and looked very shabby just by the appearance. He immediately noticed Zhou Yi's strange-looking pickup truck, with a full bumper guard and a puppet head on top, making it look bigger than the others. Next to him, several men holding rifles had angry, glaring eyes. He had to admire this convoy. Just the number of people was enough to impress them all day. And those rifles. Even before the end of the world, ordinary people probably only saw such weapons on the internet or TV. In reality, few had ever touched a gun. Strict controls in the country made it impossible for these things to appear. He was starting to feel like backing out. But since he had already encountered them, running away was impossible now. Before getting off, he told himself not to lose face. He had no real advantage here. Team leader Lin and a few others stood on the sand dune, looking down with an air of superiority. The bald man was actually quite nervous inside, but tried to appear calm on the outside. I am the leader of the ghost vehicle team, the second in the guide sequence. My name is Yu Beichen. As the leader, he naturally was the first to step forward for communication, which was an unspoken rule when two convoys met. Team leader Lin first lit a cigarette and calmly took a step forward. Want a smoke? Come have some with Huazi. The bald man saw Huazi's eyes light up. He was also a heavy smoker. Their convoy was so poor that he hadn't smoked a single cigarette in a month. I am starting to forget what the smell of smoking cigarettes is like. Seeing Huazi, I couldn't help but swallow hard. Just as he reached out, team leader Lin quickly put the cigarette back. Oh, I see you don't smoke. Sorry, I thought everyone was like me, a big smoker. Ah, what a pity. It's the end of the world now, and there are only 2 cigarettes left in the car. Not enough to smoke. Hearing this, the bald man's face turned green with frustration. Damn it, at least you still have some to smoke, but I haven't had any for a month. It's obvious you're showing off in front of me. Some things I just can't tolerate. The bald man's hand, which had just reached out, quickly retracted. He clenched his fists tightly, nails almost digging into his skin, but still kept a friendly smile. Team leader Lin took a deep breath, inhaling deeply. His face showed pure enjoyment. This was a real pleasure, showing that he was better than a divine being. Finally, he slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. Just inhaling secondhand smoke was enough to make the bald man excited for a while. My name is Lin Junjia. I'm a level 3 guide. This is my convoy. Lin smiled and pointed at the flag on the red off-road vehicle behind him. Hee. Xiangxing convoy. Next to him, Xiaofan almost couldn't hold back a laugh. Xiaoyu's laughter was even more exaggerated, but he felt it wasn't appropriate, so he turned his head to the side, secretly giggling. Zhou Yi opened his mouth wide, looking shocked as if he wanted to say, "Wow, it's you again, Lin the old dog. You've even managed to get Lin Junjia involved. Don't you have any shame? Let's not even talk about the name. You, as a level 1, are pretending to be a level 3. How can you be so shameless? You're just putting on airs, trying to fool people into thinking you're from Sakura country. Don't look down on others. Just because they have a small team and are weaker, you think you can bully them? That's too obvious." Zhou Yi kept cursing silently in his mind. The bald man's mouth kept twitching. They are mocking us, just like playing with monkeys, and even Lin Junjia. The guide behind him looked a bit nervous and stammered. I am called Zhang Baobao, second in the Celestial Master rank. The Celestial Master rank. Once this was said, no one cared about his name. Even Xiaoyu, who was still sneaking a laugh, became serious. Zhou Yi supported one arm and kept touching his chin. The Celestial Master rank. Interesting. It's clear that this is a unique Chinese ranking system. If Zhou Yi's Sword Immortal rank is like an assassin, then the Celestial Master rank is like a powerful mage. He might even be holding a lightning spell in his hand right now. Without anyone noticing, he could cast a divine spell or curse. This person is definitely someone worth paying attention to. No wonder all these corpses had talismans pasted on them. It turns out they are connected to the Celestial Master rank. That makes sense now. After the guide finished introducing himself, the bald man called out to the group of zombies behind him. "Old Wu, come out." Everyone looked sharply at the zombies. Is there still someone else? We thought this convoy only had 2 people and a tricycle. But it turns out, there was someone hiding among the corpses. One of the corpses moved. It was a young man dressed like a zombie, wearing sunglasses, holding a guiding stick. He slowly approached, feeling his way with the stick. He was speaking in a local dialect. "Hello everyone. My name is Wu Jia, the second in the Resurrector rank." The members of the powerful convoy instantly fell silent. This person wasn't even looking in the right direction. He was talking with his back turned to them. Xia Fan rolled his eyes. Turns out he's blind. It seems that reaching the extraordinary level of the ranks isn't easy. One bald, one timid, and one blind. The bald man slapped the back of the Resurrector's head to correct his direction. This way, Wu Jia finally realized and turned around, repeating what he just said. The bald man forced a smile. "Sorry about that. Every extraordinary rank has side effects. Please forgive us." The members of the convoy nodded in understanding. This is understandable, as each of them has some side effects. After introducing the ghost team, it was their turn to introduce themselves, as usual. Zhou Yi was the first to speak confidently, and no one in the team objected. Everyone accepted his position as the second-in-command of the team. "My name is Zhou Yi. You can call me Yezi. I am the king of the symbiotic eerie red-eyed. Rank 1. Please take care of me, everyone." After speaking, Zhou Yi proudly revealed his arm covered with red scales. He opened his palm openly and showed the red eyes on his hand to everyone. The bald man and the Taoist priest were stunned. It was their first time seeing a symbiotic rank. Looking at Zhou Yi's strange arm, everyone was full of curiosity. When Zhou Yi said his name was Yezi, he didn't even blink, acting as if it was natural. He is indeed a symbiotic rank, but why didn't he say he was a Sword Immortal of rank 3? Is he pretending to be weak to surprise others later? Team leader Lin had already cursed him many times in his mind, but he kept a calm face. The others couldn't see any change in his expression. Xiao Yu and Xia Fan were shocked once again by Zhou Yi. Just as Lin Junjie was still processing it, Zhou Yi called himself Yezi again. These two, they really know how to pretend. They are both very cautious. Zhou Yi even hated it more, because the other side knew nothing about him. All false information meant to deceive. The bald young man looked seriously at Zhou Yi's arm, completely unaware that he was being fooled. He sighed nearby. "Symbiotic rank. This is our first time seeing one. But just by looking at Yezi's arm, you can tell the symbiotic eerie power must be very strong. Too bad he's only rank 1. I won't hide it from you. The eerie powers and ranks are like extraordinary abilities. They keep getting stronger. Everyone should work hard to improve their strength quickly. The longer you wait, the stronger the eerie becomes." The bald man's words were clear to everyone. When two teams meet, a few simple exchanges can reveal a lot of information, so everyone listened carefully. Next, it was time for the other team members to introduce themselves. As the second in rank after Zhou Yi, Xia Fan naturally held a higher position in the convoy. Unlike the other two, he didn't hide his information. He reported his real details directly. If everything he said were false, others would see through it right away. It was better to mix in some truth as cover. If Zhou Yi was the hidden sword the convoy relied on, then Xia Fan was the visible sheath protecting it. "My name is Xia Fan, mechanic, rank 2. The bald man looked surprised again when he heard the word mechanic. According to the usual practice between convoys, after both sides introduced themselves, they would hold a small trade fair to exchange supplies. He decided he must ask this mechanic to upgrade their tricycle later. Their vehicle really looked too shabby. It had been battered by wind and rain all the way. Luckily, their convoy had no living survivors, only a group of zombies. If they had to feed real people, they would have starved long ago. Next was Zhang Feifei. She didn't speak, but somehow traded for a smartphone. She typed her introduction on the screen. Finally, it was Xiao Yu's turn. She looked very unwilling. She had once been the second in command of the convoy, but now she had fallen to the bottom. Even her turn to speak came last, which made her quite upset. She pouted the whole time. After the two teams finished talking, everyone had a basic understanding of each other. In truth, both sides were still on guard. In this vast desert with no one around, they feared betrayal or robbery. As the saying goes, it's wise to stay cautious. Since their convoy had no ordinary survivors, they could only trade supplies with the three extraordinary members. After both captains discussed it, they decided to drive about 2 kilometers north, where there was a poplar forest. It was relatively safe, with no strange creatures nearby, and suitable for setting up camp. It was also a good place for the two convoys to communicate and trade. The vehicles of the strong convoy were far better than those of the ghost convoy. The red off-road vehicle with the strong convoy flag was especially eye-catching. Captain Lin rested one hand on the car window, holding a cigarette between his fingers. Captain, we'll head out first. Poplar Forest. As soon as the words were spoken, the red off-road vehicle shot forward like an arrow leaving a bow, faster than an aircraft carrier launching a jet. Zhou Yi's quirky pickup truck was even more impressive. Its huge body was just the outside. It had 2 generators installed, making it far superior to other cars. With just a press of the accelerator, it could surpass the Forest Ranger's off-road vehicle. A few cars followed closely behind, forming a long line, kicking up dust in the desert. Only the ghostly convoy remained behind, waiting in place. The bald man and the little monk could only breathe in their exhaust fumes, watching the convoy leave ahead, sighing in admiration. They silently turned back and got on their tricycle. The old-fashioned tricycle still needed a hand-crank engine. They took out a lever, inserted it into the engine, and worked together to start it. The engine made a da-da sound. Black smoke puffed out from the exhaust, blown away by the wind, carrying a strong smell of gasoline. The tricycle wobbled and jerked, moving a few steps at a time, giving the feeling it might sink into the sand and never come out. It slowly traveled through the desert with a da-da rhythm. Wu Jia crawled into a pile of corpses, resting his hands on a body in front of him. He was carried forward by the corpses. Although he couldn't see, as long as he controlled the corpses, every zombie walking on the road was like his eyes. 2 kilometers wasn't far. The tricycle moved slowly for nearly an hour. At their tiny pace, they were lucky the convoy only had 3 people. Otherwise, they would have been spotted by the strange creatures long ago. Even if other strange beings saw them, they would probably shiver and avoid looking. When the tricycle finally arrived at the designated poplar forest, the strong convoy had already begun setting up camp. Trucks and buses were parked at the outer edge, while other vehicles formed a circle. People started pitching tents inside the circle. 3 tall men with rifles patrolled outside the camp. When the 3 men slowly approached the camp, a few others who had gone to gather firewood just returned. There were many people in the convoy, but everyone had assigned tasks, making everything orderly and calm, without chaos. Qi Tian, as the main leader of the team, is responsible for organizing various tasks. Wei Xinjun, the deputy manager, ensures these tasks are carried out properly. The team has developed its own working system. Of course, Zhou Yi is the exception. He parks his mysterious pickup truck outside the main circle of the team. It's not because he's afraid of others stealing his things, but because he likes having his own space, separate from the large communal meals. These extraordinary people don't need to cook for themselves. Xiao Yu has been practicing boxing under a poplar tree, aiming for promotion. Xia Fan is busy modifying his own vehicle. As for the others, no one really knows what they are doing while sitting in their cars. However, several people are already gathered around Zhou Yi, all looking to exchange items for gasoline. No one in the team dares ask why he has so much gasoline. If they run out, they come to him to trade. Zhou Yi accepts all exchanges, but how much he gives depends on whether he is satisfied with the items offered. The bald man's tricycle pulls up next to Zhou Yi, then goes to trade with other extraordinary team members. Most likely, he's asking Xia Fan to modify his tricycle. Xiao Daoist Zhang Baobao heads straight toward Zhou Yi. He watches Ma Jingyi nearby, who is busy cooking food at the tent, taking ingredients from the mysterious pickup truck. Seeing this scene, Xiao Daoist's mouth waters. He sees her take out 2 tomatoes, stir-fry a dish with them, then grab some dried green beans, cut some meat, and add Laogan Ma sauce. Finally, she makes a seaweed soup. Just 2 dishes and a soup, and the meal is ready. After Zhou Yi finishes exchanging gasoline for the team, he throws a large pile of supplies into the truck bed. Xiao Daoist is amazed by the amount of supplies. Is it possible to play like this? This team probably has the most supplies, especially considering he might be the first to enjoy 2 dishes and a soup in the apocalypse. And they are fresh tomatoes. Zhang Baobao glances at Ma Jingyi, who has prepared the meal but hasn't started eating. She looks like a delicate young lady waiting at home for her husband. Seeing her beautiful face and slender, full figure, Xiao Daoist's heart stirs, and he begins to think about settling down and getting married. If your heart is pure like ice, you won't be disturbed even if the sky falls. No matter how much things change, your mind remains calm and peaceful. Zhang Baobao closed his eyes and recited a calming mantra, trying to settle himself and not be disturbed by worldly matters. Round and round. Wild. I'm here to trade for some gasoline. I don't know if you have any here. The young Taoist was naturally shy and struggled to speak clearly. Zhou Yi was eating and glanced at the Taoist. Do you have any hot pot ingredients? I want something flavorful. The Taoist swallowed hard and shook his head. No, recently, their supplies on the vehicle were almost gone. They had little food left, so they couldn't be thinking about hot pot ingredients. If they can't find water in the next few days, the team might die of thirst. Do you have any meat? Zhou Yi asked again. The Taoist shook his head again. Maybe some instant noodles or canned food. He still shook his head helplessly. No food here, no food there. Is he trying to get something for nothing? Clearly, he's looking in the wrong place. Zhou Yi chose to ignore him. The Taoist didn't leave, but waited quietly for Zhou Yi to finish eating. He said nothing the whole time. He looked like a monk meditating in silence. Even Ma Jingyi, sitting nearby, felt a bit soft-hearted. But Zhou Yi was as cold as stone, showing no intention of giving him gasoline. Finally, unable to stand it anymore, Ma Jingyi asked, "What do you have?" "You should offer something in exchange." The Taoist's eyes lit up. He quickly ran back to the car and brought over a cloth bag. "I have charms, success charms, ghost-repelling charms, health charms, safety charms, protection charms, wealth charms." He pulled out a bunch of charms from the bag and laid them in front of Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi only glanced at them and looked like a scoundrel. He turned to point behind him at the charms on the zombies. "Do you have any charms that can control zombies? Or secret techniques to summon lightning with your hands?" He didn't speak for a long time and seemed to be lost in thought. Zhou Yi waved his hand. "If there's nothing else, forget it. I don't like your useless charms. They're not useful to me." Ma Jingyi, standing nearby, saw these charms and brightened up. "How did you get your peace charms? Can they really keep you safe, master?" The young Taoist quickly nodded. Since someone asked him directly, he became more confident. "Of course they can. Buildings suggest you try some illness-removing charms. Right now, there are no doctors. My charms are very effective. One charm can cure many ailments." Ma Jingyi looked at Zhou Yi, noticing he didn't speak, then took out 2 pieces of bread. "Then I'll exchange for 1 illness-removing charm and 1 peace charm." After thinking for a moment, she asked again, "Do you have pain relief charms? And bleeding-stopping charms?" Now, in the end of the world, some girls' menstrual pain became a problem. They were constantly moving, and no one paid attention to it. The young Taoist simply laid out all the charms from his bag. Yes. I also have a divine speed charm, which can increase your speed for escaping. There's also a fire-starting charm, which can burn for half an hour even without firewood. I also have a thunderbolt charm, very useful against strange creatures, and anyone can use it." A bunch of diverse charms were displayed, dazzling the viewers. As soon as someone came to trade, it attracted many others to watch. Plus, his prices weren't high, mostly food and water, so they were accessible to ordinary people. They could use the charms immediately without needing supernatural power. In just a few minutes, the young Taoist stall was crowded with people, and business was booming. Everyone was there to exchange for charms to protect themselves. Meanwhile, on the other side of the convoy, the bald man and Xia Fan were chatting happily. It's unclear what they were trading, but in the end, Xia Fan decided to upgrade their tricycle. With Xia Fan's personality, he definitely wouldn't let himself be at a disadvantage. He was gradually developing some of Zhou Yi and Lin's traits, becoming more cautious in his actions. In the convoy, besides Zhou Yi, he had the most supplies. At dusk, the little Taoist took a pile of supplies he had traded for today and approached Zhou Yi, smiling happily. "Mr. Zhou, can I trade some of your gasoline now?" Zhou Yi looked at the items for a long time. They were mostly ordinary food and things like that, none of which he wanted. Right now, holding on to water and gasoline is enough to keep him comfortable. The food in the car won't run out anytime soon. The small green bottle produces a drop every day, which is enough to maintain his current situation. Only he has extra gasoline available. Because of this, he must trick the little Taoist into giving up his hidden treasure. "I have a lot of these things in my car. Inside, I have several strange items. Ordinary food no longer interests me. I once heard that the Heavenly Master's mansion at Mount Longhu has a secret technique called the Five Thunder Heart Method. I wonder if it's true, Zhou Yi asked casually, not expecting the little Taoist to become nervous. Seeing this, he knew there was a good chance. I'm not asking for your treasure skills for nothing. I have some tools and materials here. If you like, we can trade. At this point, the little Taoist's face showed a slight sign of relaxing and lowering his guard. Zhou Yi took the opportunity to press on. He directly took out gasoline as bait. I can also give you 10 liters of gasoline. How about that? The little Taoist's main goal was to exchange for gasoline. In this environment, gasoline is like gold in the end times, rare and valuable. Hearing about gasoline, his defenses softened. While the little Taoist was still thinking about whether to trade his skills, Zhou Yi had already taken out the scepter of vows, snake skin, and teeth, placing them in front of him. Choose whatever you like. When these items were displayed, the blind man from the corpse-raising team, led by a zombie, approached Zhou Yi. What was once a lively trade was suddenly interrupted as many people were frightened away by the zombie. Even Ma Jingyi quickly hid inside her tent. Although these zombies wouldn't attack people unless provoked, who isn't afraid when they see zombies with talismans on their faces? This fear is deeply ingrained in every Chinese person's genes. The corpse handler is always close to the dead bodies every day. Are you the one from the symbiotic series, the red-eyed heavenly king? This staff is pretty good. How do you plan to trade it? Zhou Yi looked over the corpse from head to toe. You've made it look just like a zombie king. Do you have any really powerful zombies? I want one that can't be killed. Wu Jia grinned. Isn't my best zombie already taken by your people, wild child? That thing. It looks like it has no fighting ability at all. And you say it's the strongest zombie? The corpse handler saw Zhou Yi didn't speak, so he took out a bell from his pocket. Ding ding ding. As the bell rang, more than 10 zombies suddenly started to move. They seemed to come back to life. The wild child, controlled, suddenly broke free from the ropes. It rushed toward the corpse handler. The zombies also followed, moving as soon as they heard the bell. This scene really shocked Zhou Yi. If he were thrown into a mass grave, he would be unstoppable. All the corpses were under his control. The corpse handler's lips curled into a slight smile, showing pride. Look at this. These are all carefully chosen, top-quality corpses, turned into zombies with my special method. Each one has the strength of a first-level sequence. Wild Child now has the strength of a second-level sequence. Honestly, he's the one I sent to find water sources in the convoy. Didn't expect to find you here. Return that staff to me, and I will give you Wild Child and the way to control him. What? Wild Child already has the strength of a second-level sequence? He himself is still a second-level sequence, and these zombies are already at the second level. That's really unbelievable. I used to think the Heavenly Master sequence was the strongest, but it turns out the corpse handler is the real hidden expert, the true behind-the-scenes boss. Zhou Yi looked at Wild Child, then at the little Taoist. Thinking back to when he almost got eaten by that big fish in Sky City, swapping Wild Child didn't seem worth it. How about you two discuss it and exchange another secret manual of the Thunder technique? The young Taoist clearly looked reluctant. Rare skills like this are more precious than extraordinary talents. It's like asking the Sword Immortal to trade his main sword. It's simply impossible. All right, how about I offer a drop of the tears of God? Don't rush to refuse. First, see if my item is good or not. It's okay to reject later. Then Zhou Yi took out a small bottle, which contained diluted mineral water in a tiny green bottle. It was this very thing that once made a second-tier healer fascinated. Anyone who recognizes value wouldn't be able to resist its temptation. Anyway, I produce this kind of thing every day. It's okay to exchange some for benefits. The corpse handler took the bottle, opened it, and sniffed it carefully. For safety, he poured a small sip to test if it was dangerous. After drinking, the corpse's body visibly changed. Wounds started healing, and the emaciated body became fuller. This was a corpse, yet it was changing like this. The corpse handler was excited and quickly touched the corpse all over. He had crafted this zombie himself. No one knew this body better than him. He felt like he was admiring a fine piece of art, touching it all over repeatedly. Only after confirming it was truly good did he dare to try it himself. He dipped his finger into the liquid, tasted a drop, and slowly appreciated its effects. Then he suddenly took a big gulp. As the true power of the liquid was fully activated in his body, The corpse handler finally realized this was indeed a good item. All right, it's settled then. Before the young Taoist could agree, the corpse handler directly made the decision for him. Zhou Yi grinned. Okay, the corpse is mine, and the tears of God are yours. The corpse handler excitedly put the bottle of mineral water into his pocket, then took out a book titled Tomb Dragging Technique and handed it over. Zhou Yi appeared calm on the surface, but inside he was already thrilled. This kid is really easy to fool. Just making up a name for the tears of God can trick someone into giving a secret manual. After casually flipping through the corpse driving technique, Zhou Yi put the book into his coat pocket. The corpse driver was secretly happy. In fact, this was just a watered-down version of the corpse driving technique, which only allowed control over the wild corpse. The real secret of how to create zombies was the true skill of a corpse driver. Both sides thought they had gained an advantage. The corpse driver was about to reach out and take the oath scepter. Zhou Yi quickly grabbed the scepter back. Hey, what are you doing? Stealing? The corpse driver was stunned. What do you mean? Trying to cheat me. I gave you this corpse and the secret manual. Shouldn't you give me this strange object in return? Zhou Yi waved his hand and placed the red-eyed Heavenly King's arm in front of him. It was clear he was using force to pressure the other. Brother, listen carefully. I'm exchanging my tears of God for this broken corpse and technique. Understand? Now you've already drunk so much. So, are you trying to cheat me? If you're not willing, just spit it out. Zhou Yi acted like a rogue, taking control of the situation. He had indeed drunk the tears, and now it was too late to regret. How can you do this? We clearly agreed before. Zhou Yi immediately interrupted the corpse driver. He pointed to the little Taoist nearby. I want to exchange his technique and your zombie for my strange object. Do you understand? Now that you've taken my things, the deal is done. Seeing how shameless the other person was, both the corpse driver and the little Taoist looked shocked. This was no different from outright robbery. People who break their word like this are not trustworthy at all. Zhou Yi took the lead and attacked. Thunderstrike, whoosh. A black sword wrapped in lightning seemed to tear through the night sky. A strong killing intent made both of them startled. They wanted to attack back, but unexpectedly, Zhou Yi still had a trick up his sleeve. This powerful extraordinary force was clearly stronger than both of them. A sharp sword energy flashed by. The two people who were about to make a move saw the black sword and forcibly swallowed their anger. Is this guy part of the symbiotic series? This black sword. They couldn't help but think more. Zhou Yi spoke first. I'm not trying to steal your things. As everyone knows, I am a good person. I never do forceful buying or selling. Therefore, you give me your lightning magic secret and some talismans as compensation, and I will give you this staff. You should think carefully. This is a rare item. It has no market price. Plus, this staff has a very strong control effect. Once you accept the staff's oath, no one can resist. At this point, while the two weren't paying attention, Zhou Yi's lips curled slightly. He only told them the benefits of the staff, not the side effects. Using its power would also mean being controlled by the staff. Anyway, they didn't know. Once he tricks them into giving it up, it's their own problem. Whatever happens, it has nothing to do with him. As the saying goes, once you've made up your mind, don't look back. As long as he leaves this shop, he won't admit to anything. There's no after-sales service at all. Zhou Yi quickly grabbed the staff, instantly changing his demeanor, and handed it to the corpse handler. He could tell that this guy was very interested in this strange object. As long as he focused on this, he had a good chance to make a move. 1 second, he had a cold, murderous face. The next, he was smiling again. His face changed faster than flipping a book. This made the two people feel a bit confused. The little Taoist looked at the corpse handler. It was obvious he was shy and not good at talking. The bald team leader wasn't here, so he could only see his teammates' attitude. The corpse handler could see the black sword through the nearby corpse and pointed at it, hanging in the air. Any corpse she made was her eyes. Actually, Yezi's eye was the one he dug out, trying to press it onto his own eye, but he failed. So now, he looks like a one-eyed dragon. The corpse handler slowly spoke. Aren't you part of the symbiotic series 1? This black sword. Zhou Yi grinned and waved his sword, causing the black sword to suddenly stab into the sandy ground in front of the corpse raiser. This scene almost made both of them break out in cold sweat. It was like a display of raw strength. They wanted to force a compromise with violence. Hee hee, It's just a sword, a strange object. No need to worry about it. Although he said this, it was clear to see that his words were false. The extraordinary power of the third-tier sequence couldn't be fooled. Seeing the situation, Zhou decided to increase his offer. Forget it, I'll add 10 liters of gasoline. Trade if you can. If not, forget it. I'm short on time. After saying this, Zhou watched the expressions of the little Taoist and the corpse raiser. It was obvious that the little Taoist still didn't want to agree. Without hesitation, Zhou prepared to take the oath staff. The corpse raiser quickly grabbed the staff. Wait. Let's discuss this. He said this and pulled the little Taoist away to a distance. They walked behind the sand dunes until they were out of sight. It was unclear what they were talking about. About half an hour later, they returned to Zhou. We've made a decision. Uncertain what they discussed behind the dunes, they finally handed Zhou a book titled 5 Thunder Heart Technique. Zhou took it and looked at it for a while. After confirming it was a martial art manual, he handed the staff back to them and also gave them the promised 10 liters of gasoline. After receiving the gasoline, they completed the task assigned by the bald man. Once they left, Zhou returned to his tricked-out pickup truck. Today's deal wasn't a loss. He exchanged a highly dangerous strange object for a second-tier zombie and also got the 5 Thunder Heart Technique manual. Zhou relaxed in the tiger skin seat, searching the truck until he finally found a hammer, which he put in his mouth. He crossed his legs and opened the corpse-raising technique. These martial arts manuals were written in plain language, not as complicated as imagined. Anyone who had completed 9 years of compulsory education could understand them after reading twice. Zhou finished reading everything in less than 5 minutes. It only recorded how to control corpses. That's all. But this was expected. Who wouldn't leave some tricks? Teaching disciples and still starving the master? Probably the other book, 5 Thunder Heart Technique, is also a cut-down version. Zhou just casually looked at it. It seemed pretty good. If he practiced according to the instructions, he could really develop a palm thunder technique. This method also naturally suppresses strange phenomena. He didn't expect this little Taoist to be quite powerful, worthy of the unique Heavenly Master series in Daxia. As his level increases, his future is limitless. In the future, it might not be just drawing a few talismans. Maybe he could summon the 3 pure ones with a single command. Zhou slapped his forehead. I was careless. Why bother with the 5 Thunder Heart Technique? It would be better to just learn how to summon divine messengers. No matter how strange or powerful the supernatural is, I only need a stick of incense to summon a host of heavenly soldiers and generals, instantly scattering these strange spirits. Then the corpse handler can use them to make zombie puppets. Wouldn't that be the perfect zombie empire? The more Zhou thought about it, the more off track he went. But he couldn't underestimate this ghostly convoy. Their potential is huge, especially with the perfect match of the Heavenly Master and Corpse Handler sequences. Plus, a clever, calculating bald team leader. These 3 can survive so long in a world full of strange phenomena. They're clearly not kind-hearted. Good people wouldn't last this long. After learning the corpse summoning technique, Zhou realized it was all a scam. Summoning corpses isn't magic. It's just puppet strings. It's not as mysterious as it seems. It simply teaches how to connect one's extraordinary power with a zombie. Build a communication bridge between them, using the line or bond to control the corpse. At first, he could only make the corpse move its joints or arms. After practicing all afternoon, Zhou could barely get a wild dog to walk a few steps. If he kept practicing as described, eventually the corpse could move according to his thoughts. After practicing to the extreme, it feels like having a second self. He can see things with his own eyes and also sense them through the connection between the two. No wonder that blind man could stay with the zombie horde without falling behind. This kid is quite clever. He still kept some tricks up his sleeve. I need to be careful of him in the future. Time passes quickly. After the Ghost team and the Strong team finished trading, both groups set up their camps here. They call it a camp, but really it's just a waterproof cloth spread on the ground. The 3 of them huddled together and slept on the ground. They didn't even have proper tents. In the past, they could sleep inside the truck cabin. Tonight, Xia Fan was helping them upgrade, so they had to sleep on the ground. Next to them, a circle of zombies was kept as night guards. The Strong team still used a rotating night watch system. Zhou and team leader Lin took the first half of the night. while Xiao Yu and Zhang Feifei took the second half. Xiafan wasn't included because he was busy upgrading the tricycle, which would probably take all night. Time passes quickly. In this safe spot chosen by both guides, there were no strange attacks all night, and everyone had a good sleep. Early the next morning, Zhou Yi, with dark circles and looking exhausted, supported himself with one hand on his waist as he slowly walked out of Ma Jingyi's tent. He had been cooped up for 2 days. He only managed a short nap near dawn after a long night of tossing and turning. He had planned to sleep in the pickup truck, but lying there alone, feeling hot all over, he couldn't sleep no matter how he turned. Driven by desire, he finally slipped into Ma Jingyi's tent and kept tossing until dawn. The others in the team were used to seeing this. They all knew the relationship between them, so it wasn't a big secret. Many ordinary people would do the same, especially among those high-ranking, extraordinary individuals. Some women even took the initiative to show affection toward Zhou Yi, but he didn't pay attention, mainly because none of them looked as good as Ma Jingyi. Over time, they became more familiar, and her skills had also improved. Every time, she could satisfy Zhou Yi, and the next day he would walk out of the tent, leaning on his waist. If you gather a few women, your kidneys will eventually be damaged. When Zhou Yi stepped out of the tent, he saw that the 3-wheeled vehicle had changed. A canopy had been added on top, and the back of the vehicle had been extended and widened. Now, it looked more like a real vehicle. Compared to its old, broken-down appearance, it was much better. Cough, cough. A coughing sound caught Zhou Yi's attention. It was the bald man. He looked tired, with dark circles under his eyes, just like Zhou Yi, who hadn't slept all night. Hey, Mr. Zhou, you've been working hard all night, but you didn't tell us in advance. We could have prepared a different place. That girl was crying all night, and this tent isn't soundproof. You see, this also disturbed our rest. Hearing this, Ma Jingyi, who was packing up nearby, blushed and felt embarrassed. She quickly looked away and packed her things faster than usual. After finishing packing quickly, she immediately left. Zhou Yi only glanced at the 3 of them, but didn't say anything. It was the bald man who talked the most. He came over voluntarily and kept talking nonstop. Mr. Zhou, I have good news for you. Yesterday afternoon, I discussed with Captain Lin. 2 convoy teams plan to go to the oasis together. We might still meet with them. Zhou Yi was surprised at this. He had planned to get into the pickup truck, but then changed his mind and came back. You mean the oasis? Zhou Yi frowned, full of doubt. There's actually an oasis in the middle of this vast desert. The bald man seemed to sense Zhou Yi's doubt and smiled as he said, we might meet other convoy teams, and not just one. Because, in our perception, this is the only oasis in the desert. To successfully leave the desert, you must pass through the oasis for supplies, and that's your only hope. At least this has been confirmed by 2 guides in the sequence. Hope City is just a legend, and no one can be sure if the awakening serum really exists. However, spreading such rumors within the convoy is a good thing. At least some ordinary people now have a little more hope to survive. The future doesn't seem so hopeless anymore. The news that the awakening serum can turn ordinary people into extraordinary beings has spread. Some people even deliberately get close to Ma Jingyi, knowing she is Zhou Yi's woman, hoping to learn more about Hope City from her. But all they hear is that she doesn't know, because Zhou Yi has never told anyone about it. The information only comes from Qi Tian and the guards with rifles. The convoy started cooking early in the morning. It's still porridge, with only salt as a seasoning. They have 2 meals a day, and right now, their only goal is to prevent everyone from starving. Eating well is almost impossible. The Ghost team is also doing better now. Their 3-wumper has been upgraded, and they've exchanged quite a bit of supplies. They almost ran out of food before, but now they can finally eat some carbs and improve their lives. Only Zhou Yi's group can still enjoy fresh tomatoes every day. Rice and noodles are not a problem to keep eating for a few months. It's a pity that the meat and cured meat they traded earlier are almost gone, and even the daily beetle nut is finished. It seems they need to reach the oasis quickly to see if they can meet other teams and exchange supplies. Then, they plan to add a layer of iron fencing outside their carriage, planting some vegetables on top. Eating only tomatoes every day has become boring. They want to turn the carriage into a small vegetable greenhouse to store supplies, with the front half converted into a camper. Thinking about this makes them very happy. But the main problem now is the lack of vegetable seeds. 2 tomato seedlings have followed him all the way. They are like old friends now. Majingi now eats 2 meals a day, morning and evening, always on time. And Zhou-Yi just needs to go and eat when it's time. They basically cook whatever they have on the vehicle. She is probably the only one who has taken things from the kneeling pickup. The last person who tried to snatch his supplies was Wild, but now he has become a puppet. Come here, Zhou-Yi softly called out. Under the influence of his extraordinary power, Yezi moved stiffly and awkwardly, walking with hesitant steps. He staggered over. It seems I still need more practice, but he's already much better than yesterday. At least Yezi can walk now. Yesterday, he could only barely move his joints. However, his appearance is too embarrassing, covered in talismans, and that one-eyed dragon looks quite repulsive. Ordinary people in the convoy see him and tend to avoid him. Zhou-Yi stroked his chin and thought for a moment. He found a dusty pair of sunglasses on the truck, took a deep breath, and casually wiped them with his sleeve. Then he exchanged a pack of crispy noodles with others for a black coat and put it on him. With this outfit, he immediately looked different. Yezi, get in the car. Following Zhou-Yi's command, Yezi struggled to climb into the pickup truck. He remembered the time outside Gusu's city, when he relied on a big 2-wheel cart to help Nana steal his pickup truck. Those memories are vivid. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them are back with the convoy, but their situations are completely different. One has become a plaything, the other a puppet controlled by a corpse. In a short time, Zhou-Yi has risen to the 3rd rank among the Sword Immortals and the 2nd in the symbiotic strange. Suddenly, Zhou-Yi felt a strange sense of emotion. After breakfast, the convoy set out again. The poplar forest was just a brief rest stop. Their current goal was to leave the desert. Since entering Jiangbei, the convoy had been constantly moving through the desert. When they finally heard about an oasis, everyone was excited. 2 convoys temporarily formed an alliance and headed toward the oasis. This was the only oasis in Jiangbei for now, and they could sense it. The other convoys must have sensed it too. Perhaps many other convoys had already gathered there. The bald man's tricycle was moving too slowly, so he could only follow at the end of the convoy. Leading the way was Lin's red off-road vehicle. The eerie pickup truck followed closely behind. The grand convoy moved deeper into the desert. After a morning of traveling, everything remained peaceful. Along the way, they saw zombie members of the ghost convoy constantly returning and new zombies being sent out in different directions to scout. It seemed like there were only a dozen or so zombies, but there were actually many more. Many were sent out as wingmen, exploring continuously. When a zombie returned, the 3-wheeled vehicle seemed to get new news. It was originally at the back, suddenly sped up, pulling a trail of black smoke, and quickly moved forward. The convoy was not moving very fast. The 3-wheeled vehicle caught up beside Lin's off-road car. Zhou-Yi saw them seem to be communicating, but the convoy did not stop. Soon, Lin's voice came from the vehicle's radio. ZZZ, about 5 kilometers ahead to the front left, a dead convoy has been found. After discussing with Captain Yu, we plan to go back and check it out. After hearing Lin's words, Xia Fan immediately added, Captain Lin, why would another convoy appear here without any reason? Xia Fan quickly followed up. It's strange to find a dead convoy for no reason. Captain Lin, be careful. Zhou-Yi thought for a moment before speaking. A convoy dying mysteriously in the desert is obviously not simple. Anyone can see that. I think everyone should be cautious to avoid being wiped out ourselves. Lin's voice did not come from the radio after that. He was just using this way to remind the team members. They had already made a decision. Just now, he and Yu Beichen had discussed it. Based on the news from the investigation of the corpse, the convoy had no living people and had probably died only a few days ago. They also sensed that there was nothing strange nearby. They initially guessed it might be human-related. Anyway, there was still some distance to the oasis, and going to check wouldn't hurt. They might even find some supplies among the wreckage. After crossing a sand dune, the off-road vehicle suddenly turned left and headed forward. The others could only follow closely behind. A few kilometers was not far, but it took over half an hour for the convoy to arrive. When they approached, Zhou-Yi looked through the windshield and saw 4 vehicles behind the sand dune. As they got closer, they saw more clearly that there were about 10 bodies lying on the ground inside the vehicles. Lin's off-road vehicle stopped about 50 meters from the convoy, not moving forward. Instead, he got out of the car, knelt with his hands on the ground, and began sensing for any strange energy around. Others gradually got out of the car, but Zhou-Yi decided to wait and observe first. No one knew why this convoy was stranded here. For now, staying in the car was the best choice. A three-wheeled vehicle pulled a long trail of black smoke and stopped next to a red off-road vehicle. The bald man got out and posed the same way as Lin, under the shared sensing of the two guides, ensuring the safety of the convoy with double protection. Zhou-Yi ignored all this, with one foot resting on the steering wheel, watching the people outside the car with a look of indifference. After confirming there was nothing strange around through the shared sensing of the two leaders, others were allowed to get out. Zhou-Yi still didn't get out. Instead, he moved his mind and watched a man dressed in black, walk out with very awkward steps. He looked like a puppet on strings, walking toward the convoy. Others in the convoy also slowly followed. Old Dog Lin stayed at the back of the crowd, and Xia Fan was becoming more clever, staying at the very end. The ghost car and its companion walked ahead like big fools. Only the bald man kept looking back every few steps, constantly glancing at Lin and Zhou-Yi behind. Seeing everyone else had gotten out, Zhou-Yi finally slowly stepped down from the car. Damn, it's really hot. Since the air conditioning was on in the car, and now it was noon, the temperature was very high. From a distance, heat waves could be seen rolling in. A wave of hot air hit Zhou-Yi, making him feel uncomfortable. Normally, at this time of year, it should be autumn, and the weather should be getting cooler. But in this desert, the temperature keeps rising day by day. He didn't know how Lin chose the route, heading straight toward this desolate place in Jiangbei. The people walking at the front were ordinary folks, running faster to grab some supplies. The extraordinary people, however, stayed at the very back of the crowd. Sometimes Lin deliberately slowed down and looked back at Zhou-Yi walking at the end. Of course, Zhou-Yi himself was the slowest, but Ye was not slow. If there were supplies ahead, he could also get some first. This way, he kept himself safe without losing out. Ye also gradually moved closer to the convoy, and his perspective could be transmitted back to Zhou-Yi's mind in real time. It was just one eye, which looked a bit strange and unsettling. He was now the most loyal wingman. If there was any danger, Yezi would go first. After all, it was just a corpse. Even if it was damaged, he wouldn't care. As he got closer, he noticed most of these bodies were only half buried in the sand. Probably because of the strong wind and sand, most of the bodies were buried in the sand. A survivor running quickly didn't even notice the bodies under his feet. He stepped on a pile of sand and almost tripped. The survivor looked down and was so scared he jumped. Damn, this is really unlucky. I just arrived and already tripped over you. After so long in the apocalypse, ordinary people no longer react with shock when they see these bodies. They had seen so many comrades die right in front of them that they had become immune. Some even went as far as to pull at the clothes on the bodies, looking for anything useful or food. Zhou-Yi had done similar things in Gusu, but he didn't use his hands. He used a black sword. The survivor quickly stood up and kicked the corpse. That kick turned the body face up. Wow, what the heck? Could this guy have caught some disease? The bodies hadn't been dead long, and because the desert was dry, they hadn't rotted yet. The face was covered with red patches, like they had been bitten by bugs. It looked even more disgusting than the bodies of the ghost convoy. Some patches were deeper and turned black in the middle, with the skin so thin that you could see the white bones underneath. The man swallowed hard at the sight. He didn't think much and turned to walk toward the cars. If he didn't go and the others took all the good stuff, he wouldn't even get a sip of soup. As the man left, many worms slowly crawled out of the corpse. Other survivors gathered around the cars, searching repeatedly, but finding nothing. There were only empty shells of cars and bodies everywhere. They couldn't find any supplies, and some even discovered that the gasoline in the tanks had been drained. It can be said that all usable supplies have been taken by others. Although Yezi's eyes are not very clear, he can still see these things clearly. After looking around, only a few vehicles are still usable. Yezi did not search for supplies like others. Instead, he headed straight for a pickup truck, intending to claim it first. Although the truck looks a bit old and the paint is peeling, none of that matters. There is a mechanic in the convoy who can upgrade and modify these vehicles. There are 4 cars in total. The other 3 caught the attention of Lin Team, Xia Fan, and Zhang Feifei. Xiao Yu's vehicle is a bus, so he has no intention of competing for it. The three members of the ghost team are not interested in these cars at all. The corpse handler sees so many bodies and feels like he's found treasure. He instantly becomes very excited. While others find these disgusting bodies repulsive and try to avoid them, he wants to examine each one carefully. To him, these bodies are valuable. The level of a corpse handler depends on how many zombies he can create. To increase his level, he needs enough bodies. He can also use these bodies to cultivate a zombie king. But creating a zombie king is very difficult. Even with 100 bodies, it's hard to produce a perfect zombie king. So low-level corpse handlers focus on making as many zombies as possible to select a suitable zombie king. This is similar to training a pet beast in a beast tamer sequence. Wu Jia, the corpse handler, squats down and begins to touch the bodies with his hands. Although he cannot see, he has a special sense for corpses. After examining a body, Wu Jia frowns, sensing something is wrong. But he doesn't say anything. He turns and finds another body, using the same method to check it. Wu Jia's brow furrows again. His expression becomes strange. Zhang Baobao, standing nearby, notices something unusual and quickly asks, "What's wrong? Is there something wrong with these bodies?" "There is, and it's a big problem," the corpse handler replies, leaving only this sentence before flipping the body over. Zhang Baobao, being a superhuman, is shocked by what he sees. What is this? The body was exposed, and its skin was covered with red spots, as if it had a contagious disease. Frightened, Zhang Baobao immediately took out a talisman and threw it onto the body. He was reciting an unclear chant and continuously making hand gestures. The talisman paper suddenly caught fire, accompanied by a loud thunderclap. The body was instantly burned to ashes. The corpse handler shook his head. Just burning this body isn't enough. Every body here looks like this, unless you burn all of them. Suddenly, a loud thunderclap drew everyone's attention. Several alert supernatural beings gathered around. "What's going on? Is there a problem with these bodies?" the bald man asked first. The corpse handler walked to a body and kicked it aside. Everyone's face changed quickly as they saw the body covered with red spots. He kicked the body again. The clothes underneath started to move. A few supernatural beings immediately prepared to fight, but were stopped by the corpse handler. "Don't worry about these bodies. They can't hurt us for now. Also, don't touch them. There are bugs inside. This might be some kind of virus or a new type of creature we've never seen before." Captain Lin crouched down, found an iron rod, and carefully lifted the clothes to check. As the insect breeder said, it was true. When the clothes were pulled back, many worms crawled out from inside the body. Inside the stomach, there were already countless worms wriggling. This scene was enough to make anyone's hair stand on end. If someone had arachnophobia or a fear of bugs, they probably couldn't bear to look. The entire body seemed like a breeding ground for worms, constantly producing more from inside out. It looks like it only died a couple of days ago. The body isn't fully decayed yet, but these worms. Captain Lin stopped mid-sentence. He used the iron rod to pick out one of the worms. It looked like a larger version of a larva from some insect. The creature was entirely milky white, with a black head. In front, it had a pair of very sharp large pincers, covered with blood and flesh that hadn't been eaten. Below its abdomen, it had 8 small legs and some fuzzy hair. Team leader Lin forcefully poked it with an iron rod until the bug was pierced. A stream of bright red blood and undigested human flesh oozed out from its belly. Watching this made people feel sick and gag. Even though the disgusting bug was bleeding and injured, it still had strong life. Its powerful pincers turned to face him, still trying to attack the iron rod in Lin's hand. The pincers and the rod clanged loudly together. TSK, its life force is really strong, Zhou, he said slowly from behind the crowd, questioning deeply. A worm like this is starting to eat people now. Humans can awaken and gain extraordinary powers. Could these bugs also be mutating? In the past, these creatures could only be found under decayed leaves and dead wood deep in the mountains. Now, they appeared even in the barren desert, and they preyed on humans. Humans, once at the top of the food chain, now stood at the bottom, struggling to survive. They had no fixed homes and faced strange threats every day. What is really happening to this world? No one ever discussed where these strange things came from. how to completely eliminate them, or how humans could rebuild civilization after falling. Faced with Zhou Yi's questions, everyone was unusually silent. Only the bald man, after pulling apart a few corpses, finally offered his opinion. These bugs don't have any strange aura. That can only mean one thing. They are man-made. And have you noticed? The supplies of this convoy are completely gone. It's obvious they were killed and robbed. As soon as the bald man finished speaking, everyone's faces grew serious. This is the end of the world. Human nature has become extremely twisted. Without laws or morals to restrain them, anything can happen. Even those with extraordinary abilities can go hungry sometimes. If a convoy encounters another in this vast desert, the stronger side might kill and rob to survive. To stay alive, killing a few people would be normal. Forget about these extraordinary beings. Even many ordinary people have become ruthless, and some have taken lives. The corpse collector casually grabbed a larva and brought it to his mouth to smell. Indeed, there is extraordinary power. These bugs are created by the sequence superhumans, and their level is quite high, probably higher than any of us here. When he said this, everyone looked serious. These bugs feed on human flesh. These bodies are useless now. We can't turn them into puppet corpses. Let's burn them. Zhang Baobao looked at the scattered bodies and sighed softly. Sai the rogue took out some talisman paper from his bag, stuck one on each body, and immediately set them on fire. Burning the bodies is definitely the best choice. First, it can eliminate these bugs. Second, it prevents the decaying bodies from spreading disease. The convoy had nothing valuable left to use, so they didn't stay long. But at this moment, Xia Fan became the focus of attention. Zhou Yi, team leader Lin, and Zhang Feifei all looked over. Xia Fan, let's rest here for a while. The convoy can stay here and rest. You see, so many cars. Not using them would be a waste. Better to upgrade and improve them, right? Team leader Lin finally managed to smile. Asking for help, his attitude immediately softened. Xia Fan's shoulders unconsciously leaned on team leader Lin's arm. To outsiders, it looked like they were close brothers. It has to be said, Xia Fan, the mechanic, is gaining higher status in the convoy day by day. Before Xia Fan could start upgrading team leader Lin's car, Zhou Yi had already come over, and Zhang Feifei was waiting behind. Xia Fan felt a bit overwhelmed, unsure of what to do. Hey, don't panic, don't panic. Take it one step at a time. Upgrade yours first, then his, then hers. Trust my skills. Degree. Xia Fan was almost bursting with happiness inside. After upgrading 4 cars, his own strength as a second-level superhuman improved again. Not only did his power increase, but he also gained many supplies through exchanges. It was simply a perfect solution. He started by modifying his own car first. According to him, he wanted to turn his car into a versatile tool. Then, they quickly upgraded their vehicles to be faster. It took him 3 hours just to modify his own car. By the time he started working on the second car, it was already afternoon. The remaining work went faster, about 2 hours per car, but Zhou Yi's car still took 3 hours. So, by the time all the cars were upgraded, it was already evening. Everyone knows that at night, strange things happen more often and activity increases. With so many people, it's best not to stay in one place for too long. So, Xia Fan was under a lot of pressure to finish quickly. Xia Fan did not disappoint. The car parts in the mechanics' second team looked like they were enchanted. Every screw and piece of material seemed to have a soul. Each part found its perfect place. Xia Fan stood on the stage, like a captain drawing a grand plan. He only needed to wave his baton lightly, and all the parts below started to move and dance to his design. The metal clanged with excitement, nuts and wrenches intertwined. It was like a big concert about to begin. By sunset, all 4 cars were fully upgraded. Team leader Lin looked at his red off-road vehicle, feeling a bit emotional. In this life of constant moving, everyone had grown attached to their cars. Even if he was cold and emotionless, he wouldn't give up his beloved vehicle. After the upgrade, the car was a bit bigger. The inside had more space. Lin's red off-road vehicle still had a normal driver's cabin in front, but the back was turned into a small camper. Now he wouldn't need to sleep outside in a tent. There was plenty of room inside. It was big enough for an adult man to lie down and sleep comfortably. They also added a special trunk for storage at the back, and the roof was equipped to carry supplies. The engine now had twice the power it used to, and fuel consumption was still the same as before. The wheels, suspension, and all other parts have been improved and strengthened. Zhang Feifei is very happy with her car, which has been modified similarly to Lin Team's. Her previous vehicle was an SUV, so its size has naturally doubled. It has been turned into a small camper, giving her a private space as a woman. She has a dedicated driver, and the driver's cabin has been raised and enlarged. The driver can sleep in the front seat at night, sharing the benefits of traveling with an extraordinary person. This driver has always quietly served in the team, following Zhang Feifei and acting as her personal driver. Although she hasn't given him many rewards, he has remained loyal. Since she fell into deep sleep, the driver has kept his duty. Now, he finally feels rewarded and is enjoying a good life. Thanks to him driving all along without falling behind, today his hard work has paid off. After some time of adaptation and cooperation, the team has established a strict hierarchy, with members ranked from top to bottom. At the top are the extraordinary individuals, which is unquestionable. Among ordinary people, some have gained higher status because they are close to the extraordinary. In the team, these people are generally respected and not to be messed with, like Qi Tian and Wei Xinjun. They even have some small privileges. They are considered the top of the team. Another group includes Ma Jingyi and the 3 women raised by Xia Fan in the team. There are only a few dozen people in the team, and everyone knows these women are the partners of the extraordinary, so no one dares to bother them. Even if these women are beautiful and attract some men's attention, others do not dare to have improper thoughts. Without the support of the extraordinary, they might suffer in the end of the world. Instead of benefiting a group of men, it's better to benefit one man. Moreover, they can get food from the extraordinary. For example, Ma Jingyi only needs to cook 2 meals a day and can share Zhou Yi's food. What's not to like? Zhou Yi's vehicle has undergone significant changes this time. This is his 3rd vehicle, and its size has increased again. The space inside the camper has become much larger, with some new areas added. These are prepared for installing a toilet and water heater in the future. There are also reserved spots for a refrigerator, washing machine, and kitchen. They are just waiting for enough materials to make a big upgrade, turning this large pickup truck into a full camper. The main change this time is the addition of a new compartment at the back, converted from the original truck bed. Zhou Yi has a new plan. The front compartment will be turned into a storage area for supplies, and the back will become a vegetable greenhouse. This way, they won't have to mix tomato seedlings and other supplies together anymore. This strange pickup truck looks a bit awkward. The front is almost like a camper, but the back is an extended truck bed. It's hard to tell if it's a camper or a truck. It's a real hybrid. If Xia Fan keeps modifying it like this, it might eventually become a land cruiser. The convoy they are in now is already quite strong compared to other teams they've met. Xia Fan's own vehicle has been turned into a tool truck filled with tools and equipment. Except for the front part, which is a resting area for 3 beautiful women, the rest is packed with tools, almost like a small hardware store. If they keep upgrading, it could become a mobile small auto repair shop. The entire convoy has been upgraded. They haven't had time to celebrate, but the neighboring ghost team's 3 members look full of envy and jealousy. They look at their 3-wheeled vehicle and then at the powerful convoy next door, where every vehicle has been heavily modified and upgraded. Without comparison, there's no paying. The 3 of them waited all afternoon. Wow, what a strong convoy. They're getting more and more powerful. The little monk sighs. The bald man also looks on with envy. Although they've temporarily formed an alliance and are traveling out of the desert together, they know they will eventually part ways. When that happens, it will just be the 3 of them, lonely and wandering like ghosts, dragging around a bunch of zombies. The nearby corpse handler can't see, so he doesn't feel as deeply about it. He is very confident in himself. Now it is the end of the world, and everywhere is filled with corpses, as long as he can create enough zombie puppets. Plus, with the help of the Celestial Master rank, he naturally becomes stronger and stronger. Hey, Master Zhang, you should upgrade quickly. Stop just talking about it. Look at Zhou Yi from the Symbiosis series. His strength is definitely above yours. Otherwise, why didn't you just slam the table and turn against them yesterday? Isn't it because you couldn't beat them? Honestly, strength is the most important thing. The bald man glanced at the corpse handler beside him. I think that guy is definitely more than just a first-level symbiosis anomaly, at least third level. But there's one thing I still can't understand. How did he manage to hide his true strength? The bald man frowned, full of doubt. The corpse handler grinned. By the way, this strange item is perfect for me. It has greatly increased my ability to control zombies. With this strange item, my corpse king is almost not limited by distance. At this point, his smile couldn't be hidden. But just then, both the bald man and team leader Lin's faces changed at almost the same time. Not good. Let's go. Almost at the same moment the bald man finished speaking, team leader Lin's vehicle's horn sounded. Beep. Everyone in the convoy. Evacuate immediately. Everyone in the convoy. Evacuate immediately. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone, regardless of the situation, quickly got into their vehicles. They were used to this kind of nomadic life long ago. It had almost become a standard in the apocalypse. No one in the convoy dared to fall behind. Even now, at night, the convoy kept moving. Nighttime activity is much more intense than during the day, so they had to find a safe place to camp. The convoy was migrating, and the anomalies were also moving. There was no truly safe place. If there was, it was only temporary. After Xia Fan's modifications, team leader Lin found that their vehicle's lights were much brighter than before. Driving felt much better, improved by more than one level. The power system is excellent. Even when he pressed the accelerator to the floor before, Zhou Yi could still catch up. But now, Zhou Yi can still catch him. His pickup truck is quite large, but it is a modified truck with 3 engines installed. It is still ranked among the top 10,000 strange vehicles. Catching up to him is not difficult at all. At night, the dark sky is very quiet, and the desert's temperature difference between day and night is still large. Dew has already formed on the car windows. The lights from the convoy are very noticeable in the vast desert. They move forward with the roar of engines. The Ghost Convoy's 3-wheeled vehicle is much stronger than before, always closely following the powerful convoy. Led by team leader Lin, the convoy keeps turning left and right, winding through the desert. The purpose of this is to avoid strange phenomena. The guide must choose the safest path based on their sensing. I don't know how much time has passed. Suddenly, the large bus behind stopped. It was honking its horn wildly. Soon, a voice came from the vehicle's radio. Team leader Lin, someone on the bus suddenly fell ill, and it's quite serious. After hearing this, the red off-road vehicle in front immediately stopped. Team leader Lin responded through the radio. What happened over there? Why did someone suddenly get sick? If it's not very serious, don't stop. Our convoy has already sensed something strange and is following with the smell. After a few seconds, Xiaoyu replied to team leader Lin. This person seems to be feeling unwell. Forget it. Let's keep moving. After this small interruption, the convoy continued forward. They wouldn't stop just for one person, as it would risk the safety of the entire group. If they stopped, the strange phenomena behind would catch up quickly. It's nighttime now, so they try to avoid trouble as much as possible. On the bus, a man clutching his stomach was crying out in pain. It felt like knives were stabbing inside him. The pain made his forehead sweat beads form, and he couldn't bear it, so he lay on the ground, rolling around. My stomach hurts so much. I can't go on much longer. Xiaoyu, please, let me get off the bus in exchange for a talisman to stop the pain. The man kept begging desperately. He was even rolling on the ground in pain, hitting his stomach with his fists. Despite this, Xiaoyu showed no intention of stopping the bus. On this bus, she was in charge. Without her order, the driver wouldn't dare stop. But seeing how painfully the man was suffering, Xiaoyu appeared to be indifferent on the outside, though inside, she was starting to feel soft. She was the kind of person with a sharp tongue, but a kind heart. Her tough exterior was just a mask. Get a few people to control him quickly. Don't let him run around the cabin. Once we reach a safe place, you can get off and find a monk. Immediately, several men moved to hold the man's arms. But he resisted fiercely. Suddenly, one man shouted loudly. His face has developed red spots. Red spots? Everyone in the cabin heard this, and their faces changed instantly, looking very alarmed and panicked. Even the 2 men holding him quickly let go. Everyone knew that these red spots looked exactly like those on the dead convoy. They had all been to that convoy to gather supplies. Most of them had seen similar red spots before and knew that the cause of death was related to these marks. The man's crying grew louder, filled with despair and fear, spreading through the cabin. Everyone instinctively kept their distance from him. They looked at him as if he were a strange creature, wary like they would be of a thief. Some even took out a crumpled mask and put it on. People in China had experienced 3 years of mask wearing, so they were very alert to such situations. Those without masks covered their mouths and noses with their hands or sleeves. These red spots looked very much like some contagious skin diseases. Plus, the man had indeed been in contact with a corpse. All these factors made it hard not to suspect him. Only Xiao Yu was a bit braver. As the leader of the bus, if she didn't handle this matter, it might cause a big disturbance. She was just a teenage girl, still lacking the decisiveness and maturity of an adult. If Zhou Yi or team leader Lin had been handling the situation, they would have thrown the man out of the car without hesitation. The girl timidly and slowly approached the man curled up between the 2 rows of seats. Bang, bang, bang. The man covered his stomach with both hands, his forehead repeatedly striking the metal floor of the car. The pain in his stomach was like being cut by knives, making it hard to bear. It felt as if hundreds of worms were constantly gnawing at his internal organs. He could only hit himself hard to numb his nerves and lessen the pain. Xiao Yu slowly moved closer to the man, wearing a pair of gloves for safety. Just as she was about to touch him, suddenly, the man's head, which had been pounding the floor, jerked up sharply. His forehead was already bloodied, with red streaks flowing down his face to his chin, then dripping onto the car floor. His face was twisted in pain, trying to scream but unable to make any sound. He started choking himself with his hands, his mouth opening in a wide, shocking gape. Even Xiao Yu, who was trained to handle extraordinary situations, felt a shiver. Everyone else in the car kept their distance, afraid to get too close. Suddenly, the man's eyes widened. Inside his mouth, countless worms began to crawl out rapidly. Xiao Yu's face changed color in shock, and she quickly stepped back. She swung her fist and struck the man's face hard. Bang! The man's neck nearly twisted 180 degrees. His teeth and all the worms in his mouth were expelled, scattering all over the car. Worms were flung onto the windows, leaving behind thick, red, sticky liquid and long, disgusting silk threads. Bloodstains appeared on the glass. The worms started crawling wildly inside the car, moving closer to the people. Everyone in the vehicle was thrown into chaos by this sudden event. The bus also came to a stop. Xiao Yu was momentarily at a loss, unsure of what to do. The driver was Wei Xinjun, who was originally an honest man. In the past 2 days, he had learned some management skills from Qi Tian. As the deputy manager of the convoy, he is second only to Xiao Yu among the 2 buses. When the chaos broke out inside the vehicle, the first thing to do was to quickly calm everyone down. Wei Xinjun pressed the door button, and with a hiss, the front door opened. The bus stopped steadily in the desert, with its hazard lights flashing. The large truck and the ghost convoy's tricycle behind also came to a halt. Team leader Lin immediately learned what was happening behind through the onboard radio. Beep. Xiao Yu, what's going on over there? Why did you stop the vehicle? Something strange is following behind. Don't stay here too long. This place isn't safe. The convoy must leave quickly. Although these words came through the radio, it was clear that Lin was very anxious. He is the guide and knows the surrounding strange phenomena better than anyone. In his mind, a map only he can see appears. It's like a radar screen, constantly gathering the strange energy around. In his perception, the endless darkness of the desert is like a bottomless abyss. Within that darkness, countless terrifying eyes are always watching the convoy. Behind them, there are some invisible tentacles. If they slow down even a little, these tentacles will swallow the convoy. Xiao Yu also reacted quickly. He swung his huge fists and threw the man out of the vehicle. There are still so many people on the bus. He couldn't just ignore everyone's safety for one person. Although they had exchanged benefits for their positions on the bus, Xiao Yu had promised to protect them. But at this moment, who cares about promises? The man was thrown out and was still screaming in pain. Through the window, faintly, you could see worms crawling out of his body. It wouldn't be long before he, like others in the convoy, would become an anonymous corpse in the desert. At this time, the ghost convoy's tricycle arrived. Seeing the man's tragic state outside, the people on the bus were still cleaning up the remaining worms and blood. The little monk got out of the vehicle and approached the man to check on him. After seeing the man covered in red spots and worms, he frowned slightly. He turned around to look at the bald man. The bald man sat in the driver's seat, frowning and silent. The little monk shook his head, sighed stubbornly, and took out a talisman from his pocket, throwing it at the man. He quickly made a hand sign, still muttering a spell. Suddenly, flames surrounded the man. He had originally wanted to see if he could help the man, but when he saw the red patches similar to those on the convoy and the worms spreading all over his body, he made a firm decision and immediately incinerated him. Watching the man suffering, he thought this was a kind of relief for him. Since they were both going to die, it was better to give him a quick end than let him suffer. The fire quickly drowned out the man's screams in the darkness. The death of an ordinary person was nothing special in the convoy. No one would even glance at him. Even the companions on the vehicle, who had traveled with him all along, didn't know his name. Wei Shinjun saw that the man had been thrown out of the vehicle. He ordered the others to clean up the bloodstains and the worms. A person's death was just a small event for the convoy. They had already lost many people along the way. After a brief stop, the convoy continued on its journey. From the perceptions of the two guides in front and behind, the strange and eerie atmosphere grew more intense. Some powerful and strange presences were approaching steadily, as if playing a game of cat and mouse with the convoy. One was constantly avoiding, while the other was chasing. It felt like a planned game. Humans were just playthings of the gods, being randomly killed to entertain some unknown higher being. It seemed as if an eye was watching the convoy from the dark night sky. The escape was happening under this gaze, just a game to amuse the watcher. Beep, beep. The vehicle radio crackled again with Team Leader Lin's voice. Xiao Yu, how is the patient on the bus? It was clear that Team Leader Lin's voice was urgent. It's fine now, Team Lin. The virus he was infected with is the same as the one we saw earlier today. His whole body is covered with red patches and worms. Xiao Yu originally did not want to share this matter, thinking it was a small issue. After thinking for a while, he finally told Team Leader Lin. The main reason was that this virus seemed very contagious. It would be fine if only a few people were infected, but if more people caught it, the situation could become serious. There are dozens of people in the convoy, and he had to consider everyone's safety. As he spoke, others could also hear through the broadcast. The other members of the convoy communicated with Team Leader Lin as if they were in a group chat. Team Leader Lin could privately message each vehicle through the broadcast. If there's no problem, let's get moving quickly. Don't stop tonight unless necessary. Do you hear me? After a few seconds of silence, Lin still urged the convoy to continue. He couldn't afford to waste time by staying here. After hearing Lin's instructions, the convoy set off again. However, the other vehicles kept a careful distance from the bus. Everyone had seen those disgusting bugs on the corpses, and now some people in the convoy had also been infected, which showed how contagious this thing was. The special individuals with extraordinary abilities were somewhat better, but ordinary people who got sick were almost doomed. No one dared to take that risk. Zhou Yi listened to all this and started to think deeply. What kind of infectious disease was created by those with special abilities? And what exactly were those bugs? Many questions kept popping up in his mind. But he didn't think for long. The bus behind suddenly stopped again. It kept honking to warn the other vehicles. A frantic cry for help came through the vehicle's broadcast. Team Leader Lin, something's wrong. 2 more people on the bus have been infected with this virus. What should we do now? Hearing this, Lin's brow furrowed deeply. The contagiousness of this thing was surprisingly strong. In just a few minutes, 2 more people had been infected, and these bugs seemed to reproduce very quickly. Despite this, he still didn't get off the bus. He continued communicating with the bus through the broadcast. Xiao Yu was also very worried about the 2 new infected people. These were the 2 who had just gone to help that man. Their symptoms were the same. Red spots appeared all over their bodies, accompanied by severe stomach pain. The 2 people's expressions grew more and more pained. Everyone on the bus was so scared that no one dared to get close. Hurry up and throw these 2 out. They have an infectious disease. I don't want to die. Quickly get rid of them. We can't keep these infected people on the bus. Throw them out now. Suddenly, the crowd became angry and started shouting. Everyone was demanding that the 2 be thrown out. Wei Shinjun also opened the door again, and the same scene played out on the bus. But this time, it was 2 different people. Everyone looked at Xiao Yu, because she was the leader. They were waiting for her final command to remove the two. Xiao Yu looked at the two and said somewhat stubbornly, "Either you go down yourself, or I will send you down. Time is running out. Team Lin is urging us." She didn't give them any time to think. Xiao Yu started counting down. 3, 2, 1. Just as she finished saying 1, the young girl's face suddenly changed. This time, she was no longer the innocent child she once was. She had grown up. Spending every day with Team Lin and Zhou Yi had changed her personality in some ways. As the saying goes, you are influenced by the people around you. What kind of people you surround yourself with will likely influence you too. The two men looked very pained, but they still didn't want to get off the bus voluntarily. They were also victims. The bus crew was too ruthless, almost without any humanity. Why were they so cruel to abandon them? They had spent a lot of supplies to get those bus seats, and Xiao Yu had promised to protect them. But now, after being infected, they turned on them faster than flipping a book. It was like kicking someone when they're down. They showed no mercy at all. "Xiao Yu, please, I beg you. I don't want to die. Don't throw me out. I will give you all my supplies." One man, despite the pain in his stomach, knelt and crawled toward Xiao Yu sitting in the front. He kept begging and pleading, trying to gain a little sympathy. Tears streamed down his face as he cried uncontrollably, becoming a true tearful mess. Every place he had crawled left a long bloodstain behind. This was caused by worms rapidly eating his internal organs. The worms multiplied quickly inside him, and blood flowed from his lower body and anus. The man's eyes were full of a desperate desire to live. He had seen what happened to the others. If he was thrown out, he knew he wouldn't survive. His only hope now was that Xiao Yu wouldn't throw him off the bus. At this moment, Xiao Yu didn't even want to look at the man. His body was covered in red rashes, turning him into a nightmare for the group. It was like seeing a dangerous disease, like the flu, dengue fever, or other serious illnesses. Everyone was afraid of catching it. People avoided him as if he were a dangerous rat in the street. Inside the bus, people kept begging Xiao Yu to throw out the two infected passengers. The bus radio kept broadcasting Captain Lin's voice, urging the bus not to stop here. The group needed to leave immediately because something strange was following them. Under a lot of pressure, Xiao Yu put on gloves and clenched his fists. He struck the man hard in the face, like hitting a punching bag he trained with. Using extraordinary strength, an ordinary person couldn't withstand such a punch from a skilled fighter. The punch sent the man flying out of the bus. Another man saw this and looked terrified. To him, Xiao Yu now seemed like a grim reaper, slowly approaching. The man clung tightly to the seat's armrest, too scared to let go. If he was thrown out, death was the only option. He didn't even have time to beg for mercy. In his final moments of despair, tears streamed down his face as he cried loudly. Just like the previous man, he was struck out of the bus with a punch. Wei Xinjun sat in the driver's seat, constantly watching what was happening inside the bus. When he saw the two men being thrown out, he quickly shut the door. Xiao Yu also threw his gloves out of the window. At that moment, the ghostly convoy's three-wheeled vehicle rushed to the front. The young Taoist sitting in the passenger seat shouted at the bus, "There's something strange behind us. Hurry up and go." Almost at the same time, the bus radio broadcasted Captain Lin's loud voice, urging them to leave quickly. "All members of the convoy, hurry up and go. All members of the convoy, hurry up and go." The strange creatures are catching up. The tense and exciting escape atmosphere instantly ignited. Each vehicle's engine roared loudly, and the drivers almost pressed the accelerator to the floor. Even the tricycle at the back had moved ahead of the bus. Zhou Yi used the onboard radio to ask Team Leader Lin, "Team Leader Lin, are there many strange creatures behind us?" "Yes, quite a few," Lin replied straightforwardly. "From what I can sense, there are at least dozens. This time, there are too many strange creatures, and several of them are of the second-tier strength. Our convoy only has a few extraordinary individuals of higher ranks, so we might be in serious danger this time." Hearing this, Zhou Yi frowned and fell into deep thought. After a moment, he spoke again. "Are these strange creatures without any special rules or third-tier strength?" "Yes, they are all ordinary strange creatures. None of them are third-tier, but there are just too many," Lin answered. As soon as Lin finished speaking, a slight smile appeared on Zhou Yi's face. He showed a hint of excitement. Suddenly, he sharply turned the steering wheel, causing the pickup truck to spin 180 degrees on the sandy ground, leaving a deep crescent-shaped tire mark. The person behind, Xiao Fan, saw this scene and looked confused. What is this guy doing? He couldn't believe it and looked again at Zhou Yi, who was turning around, then at the leading red off-road vehicle. Zhou Yi, what are you doing? Team leader Lin. Is this guy crazy? Xiao Fan asked through the radio. Others in the convoy were also stunned. Everyone saw what happened. They all knew that strange creatures were already behind them. But this guy was going against the flow. Was his mind broken? Was he trying to get himself killed? The ghost convoy's tricycle was stunned when it saw this abnormal scene. The young monk kindly reminded loudly, "There are already a large group of strange creatures catching up. What are you doing?" Zhou Yi didn't even turn his head. Now, the vehicle at the back was the bus, and they had wasted a lot of time. People inside the vehicle could even see knights dressed in armor following outside the windows. The closest one was less than a meter away from the bus. The knight was fully armored in silver. He held a long silver spear over 2 meters long. He looked very much like a medieval European heavy-armored knight. Each one was tall, and their mounts were also fully armored silver warhorses. Especially striking were the horses' eyes, which glowed like red flames. In the pitch-black night, they looked very eye-catching. The knight and his horse were so tall that they even surpassed the height of the bus. When the knight behind got closer, the people inside the bus could see through the window that the face beneath the armor was actually a skull. The skull's eyes also emitted a red glow. These tall, heavily armored knights brought a sense of pressure that made everyone on the bus feel a chill down their spines. Especially when they saw the red eyes of the horses through the windows. They looked like demons just crawled out of hell. If they were caught by these strange armored knights, there was no hope of survival. Wei Shinjun, who was driving, had already stepped on the accelerator to the limit, but the bus still moved slowly through the desert. Through the rearview mirror, you could see the red eyes of the horses in the dark, like evil spirits peering out. Death was getting closer and closer. People sitting in the last row could even hear the breathing of the horses as they ran, like the howling of the Grim Reaper, making everyone's scalp tingle. A silver-long spear was slowly approaching the bus. At that moment, they saw a blinding high beam ahead. When they looked closer, they saw a puppet head on the roof glowing with excited red light. Seeing these knights, it was as if a starving child couldn't wait to rush forward. Everyone immediately recognized it as Zhou Yi's strange head-shaped pickup truck. When Zhou Yi asked Lin about the strange things behind them, he had already made up his mind. He still owed the system 800,000 killing points, especially that 500,000 backup loan, and the month was quickly coming to an end. What if he couldn't pay it back? Would the system blacklist him? Without the power of the Sword Immortal Sequence 3, his position in the convoy would drop drastically. The strange head-shaped pickup and those supplies, there was no need to think. They would definitely be snatched away. Now, these people are all polite to him and maintain good relationships because he is the strongest in the entire convoy. In the end of the world, strength is what gives you power to speak. Losing that, no one wants to imagine how badly they might die. Although these sequence superhumans seem to get along well with him on the surface, they are probably all hiding their own plans. Luckily, there is a lot of free killing points behind him, and there are no other sequence 2 or higher, only many weaker ones, and none are as strong as him. Now is the best time to make a big profit. With his Sword Immortal sequence at level 3, he shouldn't fear a group of weaker strange creatures, especially since his physical body is now at the cohabitation sequence 2. With the strength of the red-eyed king, he is not afraid of close combat. He saw Zhou Yi step on the accelerator to the bottom. The strange-headed pickup truck directly charged at the heavily armored knights. After being upgraded by Xiao Fan, the pickup now has some defense. Plus, Zhou Yi turned on automatic defense mode. Babyhead hasn't seen a living person in a long time, and a strange smile appeared on his face, making Baby giggle. Before the vehicle even touched the knights, Babyhead's eyes shot out a beam of light. The knight at the front was instantly knocked down. Zhou Yi felt a bit surprised. This strange defense was very strong. Even after being hit by the strange head, he didn't die, only knocked down. It seems he needs to upgrade again in the future. The fallen horses and the knights on the bus tripped the charging team behind them. Suddenly, the heavily armored knights' charge was broken. The bus was finally able to escape safely. Zhou Yi directly spoke over the vehicle's radio. You go ahead. I'll cover for you. After saying this, he stepped on the gas pedal hard, and the back of the vehicle kicked up a cloud of yellow dust, crashing fiercely into the fallen knights. Everyone in the convoy heard Zhou Yi's words through the radio. Then there was a loud bang. The sound of metal hitting metal echoed throughout the convoy. It was accompanied by sparks flying from the friction of metal. The last bus in the convoy could no longer see the strange knights chasing from behind through the window. Xiao Yu even stuck his head out, constantly looking back. The entire convoy was shocked. Hearing that Zhou Yi had voluntarily sacrificed himself by cutting off the tail to protect the team and let them escape was hard to believe. At first, team leader Lin thought he must have heard wrong. How could Zhou Yi be that kind of person? When did he become so selfless? Everyone still thought of him as selfish, cold, and unkind. Usually, team leader Lin had also done things to protect the team by sacrificing weaker members who were of little use, but he just threw out the old, sick, and weak. Seeing Zhou Yi do something like this was a bit unbelievable. Even though he thought this, he didn't slow down the car at all. In fact, he was driving faster to escape. The cars behind, Xia Fan and Zhang Feifei, were close and following tightly. Even the bus didn't dare fall behind. The three members of the ghost team looked confused. Leader Yu, isn't Zhou Yi risking his life by going ahead alone? Does he have some kind of problem? Should we try to save him? The little monk looked at the bald man with a pleading expression. As a second-level guide, the bald man knew exactly how many strange entities were behind them. He understood the little monk's concern. If Zhou Yi really was a first-level symbiotic anomaly, even if he was just a tail like a gecko, it wouldn't make much difference, just a drop in the ocean, like eggs hitting a rock. It would be pointless. The strange entities would catch up quickly. The bald man tightly gripped the steering wheel, not daring to slow down at all. This kid better be hiding his true strength from us, or... He paused. Otherwise, we're doomed. The little monk still looked at the bald man with a pleading expression and kept glancing back. It was as if he was searching in the darkness for the figure of the strange headlight pickup truck catching up. But after a long time, he still couldn't see what he was looking for. The bald man sighed helplessly. Forget about him for now. Since this kid gave us a chance to escape, we shouldn't waste it. Hopefully, our combined team can safely reach the desert oasis. As the convoy moved further away, the dark night gradually swallowed the headlights of the strange headlight pickup. Everyone felt sad about Zhou Yi's actions, but no one stopped to help him. The convoy's speed kept increasing. At this moment, Zhou Yi took a sip of diluted mineral water from a small green bottle to keep his energy up. Then, it was time for him to fight back. This group of knights was strangely like walking killing machines. With each one costing thousands, he estimated he could earn tens of thousands of points this time. Thinking of this, Zhou Yi felt more excited. Several heavily armored knights surrounded him. They showed no fear. Instead, they slightly smiled, with a faint grin on their faces. Zhou Yi got out of the vehicle and jumped onto the evil head pickup truck. Beams of light shot out from the evil head to protect the vehicle. Under the protection of these nearly 2-meter-tall armored knights, Zhou Yi looked a bit fragile and small. The spears all pointed at the pickup. Zhou Yi softly said, "Wild child, come here. Protect my pickup." Yaozi was now Zhou Yi's most loyal puppet, doing whatever he said without any complaints. He stood silently beside the pickup like a servant. Zhou Yi slowly raised his right hand, raised an eyebrow, and made a finger gesture. Thunder strike, rise. The black sword silently hovered in front of Zhou Yi. An invisible sword energy surrounded him, forming a cold white sword aura armor unique to him. Zhou Yi took off his shirt. He exposed his strong upper body. Under the light of the vehicle, his six-pack abs were clearly defined and well-shaped. It wasn't that Zhou Yi was showing off his muscles or physique. He did this to avoid tearing his clothes. His left arm from the symbiosis sequence was now swollen to an incredible size. He only had this one piece of clothing. If it tore, he had nothing to change into. His left arm was red with scales, while his right arm was bulging with veins, and the muscles were clearly visible. It was obvious he had been working out regularly. Zhou Yi spoke slowly, pointing to the sky. These 4 words carried an unfathomable sense of terror, each word clear and piercing. As soon as he said these words, the sword trembled slightly. This resonated with Zhou Yi. Dragons roar in the 9 heavens, pointing the sword at the blue sky. A single sword soars into the air. All laws become empty. As soon as he finished speaking, these few words seemed to have a life of their own, automatically transforming into a streak of sword light that wrapped around the black sword. This is the 3rd skill in the Sword Immortal series, sword pointing to the sky. Zhou Yi had used it before. At that time, he had just reached the 3rd series, and his extraordinary power was not yet stable. Using it once felt like he was being drained completely. He needed a long time to recover from that exhaustion. But now, things are different. The 3rd series is now stable. Based on his guess, he can now perform this skill 2 or 3 times in a row. As soon as he finished speaking, there was no unnecessary delay. No flashy special effects. All that appeared was a silver-white crescent moon sword light, slashing a deep groove in front of Zhou Yi. All the knights along the path were knocked over. The system's notification about increasing kill points kept ringing in his mind. Zhou Yi didn't bother to check. His goal wasn't just these strange creatures. He wanted to eliminate them all. Only with enough kill points could he support the system and even borrow money. In a way, Zhou Yi's training method was to fight to grow stronger. Although it was brutal and bloody, it was undoubtedly the fastest way to improve right now. After using one skill, Zhou Yi didn't continue to throw out more. Instead, he relied on slashing out sword lights to kill some weaker strange creatures. As long as his strength wasn't at the 2nd series, one sword light was enough to kill them. Even at the 2nd series, it was just a matter of slashing a few more times. Now he felt incredibly powerful. As long as the opponent wasn't from the 4th series, Zhou Yi believed he could kill them instantly. Even if they were from the auxiliary series up to the 4th, he still had a fighting chance. No wonder he's the strongest attack type, Sword Immortal, in China. Among these strange creatures, he was like cutting through wheat. They were all like straw targets. The 30,000 kill points he earned earlier were not wasted, nor was his hard work in repaying his debt. These strange creatures were even cut down before they could get close to Zhou Yi. Even if their armor was strong, it couldn't withstand the attack of the Sword Immortal series. Only a few could get close, but facing them was the fiery magma of the Red-Eyed King. Even when facing some low-level strange attacks, he simply relied on his layer of bright red scales to defend himself. This is basically a combat monster that can both fight and resist. Zhou Yi's red-eyed gaze opened. Lava flowed along the corners of his eyes. His arms slowly raised. The Red-Eyed King does not have skills like the Sword Immortal series. He relies on his own strength and the lava that shoots out of his eyes. His strength alone is probably enough to compete with the Titan series. Just as Zhou Yi was enjoying defeating the strange creature with his red eyes, a deep roar of a warhorse suddenly came from afar. A warhorse that is noticeably taller than the others, covered in full armor that is tightly wrapped. The headlights reflected off its silver armor. It exuded a terrifying aura of the 2nd series. Zhou Yi's heart tightened. This is probably the leader of this heavily armored knight. It's like the guide in the convoy. As long as he kills it, the cavalry will naturally scatter, and then he can chase and hunt the strange creatures. The desert night has a big temperature difference, and under the headlights, the visible breath from the warhorse's nostrils was clear. A flash of silver streaked across the night sky. Zhou Yi quickly dodged sideways, and the silver spear in the strange creature's hand brushed past his body, leaving a deep trench on the sand. Zhou Yi took a deep breath, tightly gripping the black sword, and the extraordinary power within him wildly circulated. Since he was attacked, he would not hold back. The black sword slashed out a more powerful sword light toward the giant beast. The warhorse slightly turned its body, and the sword light left a deep scar on it, but its armor remained intact. Wow, this armor is really tough. Zhou Yi was a bit surprised, but did not retreat. The Red-Eyed King's left arm swung a fist and fiercely struck, alternating attacks with the Sword Immortal series. For a moment, dust flew everywhere, and both sides entered a fierce battle. It seemed like neither side could easily gain the upper hand. But in fact, Zhou Yi was intentionally holding back. He wanted to test how strong this armor's defense really was. Ordinary damage and attacks didn't seem to affect them much. Only the Sword Immortal series, which focuses on attacking a single attribute, could cause damage. In close combat, the Red-Eyed King was very skilled. Fists pounded against the armor, making loud, clang 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 sounds. After several hits, the knight was forced to retreat repeatedly. Zhou Yi took advantage of the moment and kept attacking, not giving the opponent a chance to breathe. He moved his black sword. The sword's light gathered. Whoosh! A half-moon-shaped silver glow sliced directly along the gap at the knight's neck. The knight fell with a loud bang, his head separated from his body, and he was completely still. As the leader of this strange cavalry, now defeated by the extraordinary order, most of his companions had already been killed. Continuing the fight was pointless. These groups of strange creatures, like a convoy, are intelligent and have leaders. They also know when to stop fighting. The remaining strange creatures quickly scattered in all directions. It was clear they were trying to escape from being chased. Zhou Yi didn't go after them. He had already achieved his goal. When he checked his system, he saw he had gained 400,000 kill points this time. He had killed dozens of strange creatures, and the horses also counted toward his kill points. This time, he earned double the points. It was a good deal. Now, it was time to collect the strange items they dropped. Looking at the messy scene before him, the desert was covered with deep horse hoofprints and scattered silver armor. Made a profit, made a profit. This was the most fruitful harvest he had ever had. Seeing so much armor, Zhou Yi felt a bit excited. There were quite a few pieces of equipment dropped. He counted and found 13 sets of armor in total. The chance was pretty good. Finally, he threw all the armor into the wagon. He kept one set for Yezi to wear, perfect fit. When the silver armor was put on him, his aura instantly changed. Although he had previously worn a black trench coat and sunglasses, it still couldn't hide the deadly aura, which didn't look very good. Now, wearing the armor, he looked completely different. If someone unaware of the truth saw him, it would be hard to tell that Yezi was actually a corpse. Zhou Yi got into the pickup truck. He took out a bottle of mineral water mixed with a small green bottle to restore his energy. His consciousness had already activated the system. Looking at the over 640,000 kill points, Zhou Yi's smile was wider than an AK rifle. His mood was hard to describe. It was like almost missing a loan payment, then suddenly winning the lottery. Zhou Yi immediately paid off his previous $50,000 backup loan, feeling much lighter. Only those who have carried a loan know how suffocating that pressure can be. Paying it off felt indescribably good. Now, he felt like a student who had studied hard and finally succeeded. He still had 14,000 kill points left after borrowing 30,000 earlier. When the repayment date came, he planned to split the payment into installments and pay it all at once he saved enough. Once he paid off the kill points, Zhou Yi didn't linger and moved on quickly. The strange creature that was the cavalry was dealt with, but it wasn't the only kind of strange creature out there. If he encountered some of the rules-based strange creatures he disliked most, it would be a problem. Even though Zhou Yi's sword master level was strong, facing rules, he didn't have many ways to deal with them. It was like the previous Oath Scepter. It was a good control-type magical item, but once used, its power could be turned against him by the magical item. Until he fully understood the rules, he wouldn't touch them. After finishing these tasks, Zhou Yi quickly started his car. He didn't know how far the convoy had gone. He absolutely couldn't stay in the desert too long. Following the convoy was the most important thing now. Leaving it would be dangerous. Fortunately, it was a desert, and there was no wind or sand. The tracks left by the dozens of vehicles were very clear. As long as he followed the tracks, with his sharp-eyed pickup, he believed he could catch up soon. There were no restrictions or surveillance cameras here. Zhou Yi was starting to enjoy the thrill of racing. Without a fixed home, the car was his only belonging. Wherever he went, that was home. Like the other survivors in his convoy, he had become used to this nomadic life. The pickup sped forward. In the dark, lonely desert, the only light source was visible from afar. All around was endless darkness, giving a feeling of being abandoned by the world. Last time, in the foggy forest, he was abandoned by the convoy. Zhou Yi really dislikes this feeling. He presses the accelerator all the way down, and the powerful engine of the rugged pickup roars like a beast. The speed climbs to the limit. He quickly turns on the car radio. Team Lin, can you hear me? I'm back. Wait for me. A few seconds later, a voice comes through the radio. Wow, you took care of all the strange creatures by yourself? Team Lin sounds surprised. Did you defeat all the strange creatures alone? According to his sensing, dozens of strange creatures are still behind. But he alone. Not only did he repel the strange creatures, but he also got away safely. He underestimated the strength of the Sword Immortal Tier 3. Feeling a bit uneasy, Team Lin slows down the car to check again. His sensing shows no large group of strange creatures chasing behind. The convoy gradually slows down, and Zhou-Yi catches up. The ghost convoy's three-wheeled vehicle is still at the tail. There are also a dozen zombies following behind. Luckily, they are not human. If they were, they'd be exhausted or starving by now. The three-wheeled vehicle continues to make its da-da-da-da sound. When the pickup surpasses them, the Taoist priest and the bald man are both shocked and can't close their mouths. Old boss, what's going on? How is he back so quickly? Did he eliminate all the strange creatures alone? The young Taoist can't believe his eyes, especially since he can see through the window that the other side is still intact. The bald man notices the dozen sets of silver armor in the back of the truck. His brow furrows. That many pieces of equipment drop from the strange creatures. This guy really shouldn't be underestimated. He dares to single-handedly challenge a group of strange creatures. What is his true strength? Relying only on the cohabitation tier doesn't seem enough. Could he be hiding a very powerful magical item? The bald man saw this scene, and his suspicious mind started to think again. Smart people had already realized that Zhou-Yi was the strongest member of this convoy. The same shock was felt by Wu Jia, the corpse handler among the zombies. He and the bald man saw things differently. Wu Jia's focus was on Yezi. This corpse, although claiming to be a level 2, was only truly capable of level 1 combat. It was like false advertising by a business. Some new energy vehicle company claims a 1,200 kilometers range, but tests show only 600 kilometers. If it were really that powerful, it wouldn't be so easy to trade. Yezi was also standing in the back carriage, dressed in silver armor, shining under the car lights, looking very impressive. Really cool. Not only did he voluntarily cut off the tail of the convoy to protect the main force, but he also managed to escape with many spoils. It's truly admirable. Turning to look at the bodies around him. They were all dressed in ragged clothes and looked dirty. Other survivors usually kept their distance from him, although he couldn't see. Overall, his image wasn't very good. Looking at Yezi's tall silver armor, it looked incredibly handsome on him, like his personal guard. If no one said anything, no one would know that inside was a lifeless walking corpse. Zhou-Yi's pickup truck passed by the bus and deliberately turned his head to smile at Xiaoyu, signaling safety. There was only this young girl in the entire convoy, one of the few trustworthy people. Mainly because Xiaoyu wasn't as scheming as others and didn't have many bad intentions. Her comfort to Zhou-Yi was genuine. The others on the truck also saw the prominent armor inside the carriage. But as ordinary people, they had no right to discuss extraordinary matters and could only look on. The strange pickup truck kept driving until it reached behind Lin's red off-road vehicle and slowed down. Originally, after he left, this position was taken by Xia Fan, but now Zhou-Yi was back, so he naturally gave up his spot. Lin Yanan is undoubtedly the team leader, and Zhou-Yi holds the true position of vice-captain in the team. However, no one has ever called him that aloud. Beep. As soon as Zhou-Yi returned to the team, the radio chatter became lively. Why do you have so much armor attached to the back of your car? Are they all dropped by defeated monsters? Curiosity was strongest in Xiaoyu, who spoke first. Then came Xia Fan's disbelief. Zhou-Yi, did you really clear all the monsters behind the team? Did you get hurt at all? His car was right behind the pickup truck, and the headlights shone directly on the silver armor, making it very clear to everyone in the team. Honestly, if this armor could be worn by our guards, our team would be almost invincible. Team leader Lin looked in the rearview mirror and saw the armor clearly. You've made a fortune again, getting so much armor all at once. Zhou-Yi just smiled softly. Hee, it's just luck. The drop rate for these monsters was higher this time. They are all first-tier fighters, with the strongest being only second-tier. But there are quite a few of them. I have 12 sets of silver armor here, very strong in defense, and I can sell them openly. If any regular team members want to trade, they can come to me. As the saying goes, water that benefits outsiders is not good water. When he said this, the other members of the team almost simultaneously showed a slight smile. 12 sets, huh? And right now, there are also about a dozen rifles. With this, the team's guard force would be greatly strengthened. Then they could form a 12-person night guard team. But these things weren't Zhou Yi's concern. Superhumans generally don't bother to care about these details, except for team leader Lin. However, now that Qi Tian and Wei Xinjun have been promoted, Zhou Yi's responsibilities for managing ordinary survivors have become less. But I should mention, the condition for trading is that each person must bring 3 packs of chewing gum, and then you can exchange some supplies with me. But the key point is, you must bring 3 packs of chewing gum. The last time he collected beetle nuts was when he left Gusu City. On the way, he didn't gather any supplies. There weren't many supplies left at all. Especially in the desert, the entire convoy was cutting back on food and water. Each person could only eat 2 small meals a day, and each meal was only half a bowl. But Zhou Yi didn't really notice this feeling much. With the little green items he had, he could control the convoy's gasoline and water supplies. He didn't need to go out collecting supplies. Every day, people would come to exchange supplies with him voluntarily. People could go up to 7 days without eating and not die of hunger, but water was different. They could only survive about 3 days without it. Plus, he had to cook every day, which used a lot of resources. Right now, only the big trucks still stored some water for daily cooking. As for gasoline, that was like gold in this world, something they couldn't do without each day. If the car ran out of gasoline, they would fall behind. Falling behind was the first rule they couldn't break. Right now, Zhou Yi was still able to eat 2 dishes and a soup every day, something even other extraordinary people didn't get. I think we should have the survivors in the convoy sign a promissory note with you first, he said. We'll reach Green City very soon. When we get there, we'll pay you back with supplies. Getting them to wear those armor really boosts our strength. Once in Green City, we'll definitely encounter many other convoys. But what if we meet a stronger convoy that has bad intentions? What should we do? Our main task now is to arm ourselves to the teeth. Only those with the strongest fists can help us gain more benefits in Green City. These days, blackmailing each other is no secret anymore. The last sentence hit the point perfectly. Zhou Yi's forehead was already furrowed into a deep line. Given his personality, he naturally wouldn't want to sign IOUs. After all, in this post-apocalyptic world, who knows when ordinary people might disappear? When that happens, who will they turn to? After thinking for a moment, Zhou Yi had a new idea. Team Lin, I have a plan. I can have these ordinary people sign IOUs for the armor, but not in individual names. Instead, in the name of the group of survivors. If I do it in my own name, I won't be able to protect my interests. If something happens to me, who will I turn to for the items? Anyway, these things are meant to protect them. Let Qi Tian discuss with them and have them sign an IOU in the group's name. I don't care who ends up wearing the armor, but the benefits I promised must be fully guaranteed. Zhou Yi shared all his ideas with Team Lin. Within this convoy, a hierarchy has already formed. It's somewhat like a communist system, but not entirely. It's more like a feudal system. Superhumans are the ruling class, and ordinary people are their dependents. Superhumans cooperate with each other, and the leader is chosen by everyone, like an elected head. Ordinary people are from another world. Their leaders are appointed directly by superhumans to manage their group. They don't interfere directly with ordinary people's lives, but they can trade their supplies with superhumans. Qi Tian is the leader who directly manages their group. That's roughly the framework. After hearing Zhou Yi's plan, Team Lin fell into thought, but he thought it made sense. This plan seems to be the best choice for both sides. Okay, I'll talk to Qi Tian. Let him discuss it with the others in the convoy. Team Lin can control the vehicle's radio system. He can communicate with any vehicle he wants. Just by operating the radio, he can talk to Qi Tian sitting in the van. As for what they said, Zhou Yi doesn't know and doesn't want to know. Right now, he really wants to hit himself with a hammer to wake up. It's already midnight, and driving all day really makes me tired. At this moment, Zhou Yi is thinking about finding a dedicated driver to take over for him. Once he shares this idea, many people in the convoy will be eager to compete for the chance to drive for him. Wei Xinjun, the bus driver, has become the deputy manager, and Qi Tian has been driving for team leader Lin all day, becoming the chief manager. Even Zhang Feifei's driver no longer needs to set up tents or sleep on the ground. So, driving for extraordinary people is a great opportunity to succeed. Everyone notices Ma Jingyi's treatment. Every day, whatever Zhou Yi eats, she can eat too. as she is the only woman close to him in the convoy. Many people are already jealous of her. In the past, some tried to get close to him on purpose, but Zhou-Yi has high standards and refused them all. Gradually, everyone understood his temper, and no one tried anymore. Thinking of this, Zhou-Yi remembered the old man's car behind. Recently, the old man has been doing well in the convoy. Since Nana rode in his car once, he often sees women getting into his car late at night. Every day, there are new women. He is probably the only person besides the extraordinary individuals who owns a car alone. Although the convoy now has 10 cars, most are crowded with people. Only the old man's car is full of women. He plans to find a way to get that car someday. Zhou-Yi has been looking for an opportunity, but the old man never makes mistakes. He can't just attack him openly in broad daylight, or he would become the target of everyone in the convoy. His reputation is already not very good, and causing trouble would make him a hated figure. But Zhou-Yi doesn't really care about that. What he really wants is the old man's ability to recharge by eating, which gives him unlimited energy. Basically, he's jealous of the old man's good stuff and wants to take it for himself. However, recently, the convoy hasn't had many people disappearing, which Zhou-Yi can't understand. Could the old man have other ways to recharge? Now that the strange events behind the convoy have been left behind, Team Leader Lin has found a suitable place to rest using his sensing abilities. Although they are extraordinary people, they still cannot drive non-stop without rest. They are all human and need to sleep. It is probably around 1 or 2 in the morning now. Zhou-Yi doesn't have a watch, so he can only estimate the time roughly. The 2 old smartphones he had before are now just decorations. The arrangements for the convoy are all handled by Qi Tian and Wei Xinjun. Setting up camp doesn't require his involvement. There are beds in the car now, so he can just lie down and sleep. Having been busy all day, Zhou-Yi activates the automatic defense mode on the pickup truck. Wild Child guards outside, and Zhou-Yi immediately falls asleep. He sleeps very soundly. He is awakened the next day by the busy chatter outside. When he opens his eyes again, the sun is already high in the sky. In the desert, temperatures rise quickly during the day. As soon as Zhou-Yi steps out of the car, he feels a wave of heat hit him. Someone has been waiting outside for a long time. Qi Tian is outside with Wei Xinjun and a few armed guards. Captain Lin has already discussed everything with him. It's unclear how he managed to get the others in the convoy to agree to Zhou-Yi's request. Wei Xinjun is holding an A4 paper, which is an IOU note. Zhou-Yi doesn't even look at it. He doesn't care what's written on it. In this post-apocalyptic world, such IOUs are meaningless. He has enough strength. Even without the IOU, he's not afraid they won't pay back. Just note this down. Zhou-Yi says coldly. Each set of armor gets 4 packs of beetle nuts, 10 pounds of meat, a bag of rice, or a box of instant noodles, and a box of canned food. He lists a bunch of items, mostly food. Qi Tian, standing nearby, changes his expression when he hears the list. He clenches his teeth and curses inwardly, but he doesn't dare stop his actions. These items belong to Zhou-Yi, and he wants to negotiate a better deal. No one can do anything about it. These things don't seem expensive, but this is the end of the world. Humans have lost civilization and productivity. Now, these resources are non-renewable. Using some means fewer resources remain. Over time, supplies will become more and more precious. Even if Qi Tian had 100 reasons to be unwilling, he couldn't say them out loud. The extraordinary people are willing to share their belongings with ordinary folks, which is already quite generous. At least, this way, they still have some ability to protect themselves. If they encounter a powerful and strange threat, these helpless people are the first to be thrown out. He carefully memorized the list, silently folded the paper, and put it away. Zhou-Yi called out to Yezi. Yezi, take off the armor. A guard outside. Yezi, with a stiff body, handed over all 12 sets of armor to Qi Tian and the others. The armor is heavy, but once worn, it feels quite flexible. Qi Tian greeted everyone with a smile the whole time, acting like a friendly dog. He had already prepared a bowl of porridge nearby, waiting for Zhou-Yi to wake up, and immediately called someone to bring the food over. Zhou-Yi only glanced at it. The bowl was full of plain white porridge, which made him lose his appetite. Just this, clear broth and plain water. Seeing Zhou-Yi's disdainful expression, Qi Tian wisely took the porridge away. These are common staple foods, eaten twice a day, and even more plain than this by ordinary people. After turning around, he brought over a cup of coffee. Zhou looked at it, and his expression softened a little. He picked up the coffee and took a sip. It had sugar. Last time in the misty forest, he remembered someone serving him coffee, and he was told it was too bitter, so he should add sugar next time. He had almost forgotten about that. Unexpectedly, this kid remembered and actually managed to get sugar this time. Being able to get sugar now shows some thoughtfulness. Zhou finished the sip, and his expression became much friendlier. Not bad. You can even get sugar for coffee. You're quite capable. Just these few words of praise made Wei Shunjun and others nearby look on with envy. They admired how this person, by flattering the extraordinary, went from an unknown small figure to the chief manager of the team. His cleverness and courage are unmatched by others. Zhou directly asked Ma Jingyi to prepare another breakfast. After he left, Wei Shunjun couldn't help but give a thumbs up, genuinely admiring Qi Tian's ability to handle people and matters. He's truly our great manager. Qi Tian just smiled broadly. It's all for survival. There's no choice. We're just ordinary people. When it's time to fold our tails, we shouldn't care about face. In this environment, staying alive is the most important thing. Hearing this, Qi Tian patted his shoulder with a smile. Wei Shunjun was deeply moved. Through his recent interactions, he had learned a lot about this great manager. Honestly, Lin's judgment is quite good. People like Qi Tian are suited for management. It's a pity. He was born at the wrong time. If he had lived in a chaotic world, he could have been a powerful leader. It's a shame. He didn't awaken to become a superhuman. These 12 sets of armor. Of course, each of the 2 managers has one. The remaining 10 sets were all given to the convoy's guards. Now, their team's fighting strength is growing stronger. The thriving convoy is on the rise. This makes ordinary team members stand taller when they meet other groups. Last night, the convoy traveled until midnight and only started resting early this morning. Many only slept 4 or 5 hours. Those on night shifts could only sleep 2 or 3 hours. Fortunately, most of the time was spent on the vehicle. Many could still doze off a little on the bus. Zhou breakfast was still prepared by Ma Jingyi. She had developed a habit of not eating the plain, watery stew the convoy usually ate. Every day, she just waited to cook for Zhou. After breakfast, they didn't rest long before setting off again. Everyone was now used to this nomadic life. It was basically a wandering convoy, but unfortunately, no cattle or sheep. It would be great if they could raise some livestock, providing milk and meat, greatly improving their life. But now, it's just a dream. In this post-apocalyptic world, there are no animals like cattle or sheep. If there were, they would probably have been eaten long ago by survivors. When Zhou suddenly had this idea, it was quite a coincidence. The convoy hadn't traveled far when they saw some dark, black clumps in the desert. From the car, they could only see small, grainy shapes. The first few cars in front also saw these objects. Zhou quickly honked the horn a few times. The red off-road vehicle in front slowed down. "What's going on, Zhou?" Team leader Lin leaned out and asked from behind. Zhou pointed at the black objects on the ground. Because they were in the desert, the black color was very noticeable. Just a quick glance was enough to see them. Team leader Lin stopped the car to check. The others also got out of their vehicles. "What is this?" "Black pearls." Xiaofan got out of the car out of curiosity and looked at the small black grains carefully. Team leader Lin frowned. While he was still thinking, Xiaoyu picked up one of the black pieces and started smelling it. "This doesn't smell like a pearl. It has a faint, grassy smell and a smell like manure." While Xiaoyu was examining the black pearl, Zhou face suddenly changed. He was caught between laughing and crying. He shouted at the girl, Hey, don't really eat it thinking it's a pearl. This is sheep dung." Hearing Zhou voice, everyone looked at Xiaoyu all at once. The girl froze instantly. She was stunned. It was actually sheep dung. So awkward. So many people saw her holding sheep dung. Most of the people in the convoy lived in the city and didn't know what sheep dung looked like. Zhou grew up in the countryside. His family had sheep and cattle, so he knew more about these than others. He was just curious, thinking about raising sheep just a second ago. And now he found sheep droppings. That was a bit strange. How could such things appear in this barren desert? It was unusual, and he just wanted team leader Lin to get out of the car and see what was going on. But unexpectedly, the girl directly reached out her hand. "Ugh. Spit." Spit, spit. Joey, why didn't you tell me earlier? I thought it was something else. Almost, I would have. Xiaoyu glared at Joey, momentarily at a loss for words. Almost what? Almost you would have tasted the pearl back then, right? Xia Fan added directly from the side. Team leader Lin didn't bother with these trivial matters. Of course, he immediately recognized what it was. But like Joey, his focus wasn't on the shape of the droppings. He was thinking about why there would be sheep in this desert. Joey, what do you think about these sheep droppings? Lin team leader looked at Joey. He calmly crouched down, picked up a piece, and examined it. After a while, he crushed it in his hand, frowning as if pondering something. A moment later, he spoke slowly. I've looked at it. It's already dry outside, but inside, it's not completely dry yet. These sheep probably haven't been far from here. Someone just passed through here recently. Maybe we could really run into other groups. Joey pointed to the footprints on the ground. They varied in depth and size. It wasn't just sheep. There were also cattle and horses. Most likely, this was a group of herders. People who survive in this apocalyptic world are definitely extraordinary. Hearing Joey, Lin team leader seemed to understand something. At this moment, the three-wheeled vehicle with the black smoke stopped in front of the sheep droppings. The bald man glanced at the group, a slight smile on his face. I thought something was going on. Turns out you're just gathered around some sheep dung. TSK, TSK, TSK. Joey glanced at the two people on the three-wheeled vehicle, but said nothing. However, he was a smart person. Though his words carried a teasing tone, he was already thinking about other things. Other convoy. The bald man looked at Lin team leader. The two guides, just through eye contact, could pass along a lot of information. Lin team leader nodded slightly. Probably. And they're not far from here, just pass through. They're likely heading toward Green City. This time, Green City should be very lively. The bald man touched his shiny head and mimicked team leader Lin's casual gesture, looking very serious. All right, we'll reach Green City soon. The convoy keeps moving forward. We need to arrive before it gets dark. Hearing that Green City was close, everyone in the convoy felt a strange excitement. Are we finally going to Green City? How much farther? Is Green City the Hope Town? There's no awakening serum anywhere. Finally, we can rest. The survivors cheered and felt happy. Some survivors started talking loudly among themselves. A few even asked about the special person's situation, but no one could give them a clear answer. Even they didn't know what the desert oasis really looked like. It might be a place with water, or a gathering spot built by humans. Or, it could just be a made-up lie. Only when they arrive will they know the truth. The sheep droppings on the ground didn't make the convoy stop for long. Instead, it made them more eager and hopeful for Green City. When people are very close to happiness, that's when they feel the happiest. Usually, it's the process of hoping for happiness that matters, not happiness itself. They had been traveling in the desert for a long time. Everyone wanted to leave this boring place as soon as possible. The convoy kept following the same route as before. Everyone was excited along the way. They didn't rest much, and the convoy stayed in a good mood the whole time. They kept driving until the afternoon, without stopping even for a break. As the sun set, a golden glow appeared in the sky, matching the desert's colors. With the sunset, the shadows of the convoy grew longer. Suddenly, the red off-road vehicle at the front slammed on the brakes, almost causing the truck behind to crash. Joey was about to curse and scold team leader Lin. But when he looked ahead, he froze. Green City, is this the oasis? Behind the sand dunes, there are a few buildings. There is also a crescent-shaped lake. It is over 300 meters long and about 50 meters wide at its widest point. Although it looks small, in the desert, having water is already very good. Green plants are also appearing around the area, which is rare. Several simple, old buildings are already lit up, looking like scenes from a martial arts movie. This area is squeezed between two sand dunes, giving it a mystical feel. If the convoy doesn't climb this dune, they might pass right by without noticing it. Wow, are we traveling through time? Why are all these buildings so old? Xia Fan looked at team leader Lin with some doubt, while Zhang Feifei, standing nearby, didn't speak, but showed the same expression. Xiaoyu stood next to Joey, pouting and nudging him with her small shoulder, whispering, is this really Green State? Did we cross over? Look at those houses, they look like the inns from old costume movies. Yes, the inns. Joey remembered a scenic spot called Crescent Lake when he saw this scene. Yes, That place is also in the desert, and the style of the buildings is quite similar. He started to doubt whether they had really reached the hushy corridor after traveling through the desert all this time. The three members of the ghost convoy also climbed the dune. The bald man and the little monk were very shocked when they saw Green State. Wow, this is Green State. I thought it would be a city. At least it should be a big gathering place with water and trees. But this is just a small pond. The bald man almost lost his temper. After discussing, they decided to enter Green State together as a united convoy. Standing on the dune, they could clearly see that many vehicles and people had gathered there. They also saw a flock of sheep. If they looked carefully, they could see the busy crowd below. It looked just like a small gathering or fair. They probably will meet many extraordinary people there. Since they don't know much about what's happening below, they are sure to encounter many extraordinary individuals. The convoy arrived last, with a total of 7 extraordinary individuals. They were quite strong. If anything unexpected happened, they could support each other. Moreover, they had 2 small teams. The guard team of the always powerful convoy was now wearing armor, each armed with a rifle. Even other superhumans would have to think twice before attacking them. As for the zombie members of the ghost convoy, they didn't need much explanation. They were just a threat to ordinary people. Zombies are just consumables. Losing one doesn't matter much. The 2 teams had been traveling together for a few days, so they had built some trust. Although, team leader Lin and Zhou had used fake names and pretended to be stronger than they really were, but that didn't matter much. Right now, the 2 teams got along pretty well and hadn't had any serious conflicts. Let's go. Let's move out. At Lin's command, the red off-road vehicle and the 3-wheeled bikes moved forward together. A large convoy, full of energy, rolled down the sand dune mountain in a line. The zombies behind them charged like soldiers following their leaders. The sunset cast a golden glow, shining on the vehicles and giving them a shiny, golden appearance. Rising dust and sand flew around, making the scene look very impressive. It was like a metal cavalry attacking the oasis. This sight stunned the other convoy teams in Green Valley. Some started shouting, "A very strong convoy is coming. A convoy with more than 10 vehicles. Someone else is coming." Suddenly, everyone in Green Valley became excited. They all came out to see what was happening. Wow, is that a convoy? Such a big team. Look at that pickup truck, so huge, can't you tell? All these vehicles are modified. Look, look. There are zombies behind them too. The small lakeside area quickly filled with people. Other convoy teams, superhumans, came out to watch the show. Although some teams had arrived earlier, they hadn't seen such a big scene before. Most other teams only had a few vehicles, and there weren't many survivors. There were only a few cars, and many groups of survivors were scattered around. At this moment, a woman dressed in a striking purple dress stepped out from the crowd. The other extraordinary people and survivors saw her come forward and automatically made way for her. She had heavy makeup on her face, long black hair that just reached her shoulders, covering her large silver earrings. Her long eyelashes fluttered with each blink, making her look alluring, while her bright red lips made the men around her swallow nervously, as they hadn't been with anyone in a long time. No man could resist such a beautiful face. When she appeared, she immediately caught everyone's attention. As she moved to the front of the crowd, a burly man tried to slap her rounded, lifted backside. This caused a lot of chatter and teasing among the crowd. The scene quickly turned into a lively, teasing atmosphere. Suddenly, a commotion broke out. The burly man looked enchanted, placing his hand to his mouth and taking a deep breath, feeling the warmth left on his hand. He looked very pleased. Does the boss lady not wipe after using the bathroom? Why does my hand smell funny? What kind of smell is that? Does it smell good? Someone nearby immediately added fuel to the fire. How does it feel? Is it soft or not? Have you secretly licked it? That's how you know it smells funny. The woman seemed used to this kind of behavior. She turned around and gave a flirtatious glance. Softly, she whispered, "Take care of your hands, or you won't be able to sleep tonight. Or maybe you'll end up touching my behind." The burly man, hearing this, suddenly got energized. "If my mom had such a firm backside, I'd be touching it all night. Do you believe me? If you don't, try tonight. See if I can let you touch it all night." The woman was used to men making dirty jokes like this. Most of them, at least 8 out of 10, had other intentions towards her. This burly man is actually a second-tier fighter, braver and more willing to fight. Among all these people, he is the only one with well-developed muscles and a stronger build, making him look the most intimidating. No one dares to approach or provoke him. Everyone only knows that she is the boss here, but her abilities, no one has ever known. Many extraordinary people have discussed privately, and they believe she is at least a third-tier fighter. Most people here are still at the second tier, and some slow learners are even at the first tier. Third-tier fighters are considered top-tier among the extraordinary. Over time, the gap between fighters is likely to grow larger. The scene happening here is unknown to the convoy members. When their convoy got closer, they realized there were at least 7 or 8 other convoys gathered here. Team leader Lin and the bald man are both guides. They can sense each other when they meet other guides. This is a special ability unique to guides. Usually, a team only has one guide. They can sense how many teammates are nearby and how many other teams are present. The convoy moved in order, parking their vehicles by the lake one after another. The large, orderly procession amazed the onlookers. It was like villagers chatting at the village entrance during the new year, pointing and talking about the convoy. It felt like a performance on stage. All the spectators watched from below. The most talked about was Zhou Yi's strange pickup truck. It's twice as big as an ordinary vehicle, with 2 trailers behind. The most eye-catching part was the wooden puppet baby head on top. Seeing this, the onlookers' mouths twisted into a strange smile, and their eyes met the puppets, which grinned eerily, staring back with a creepy smile. This made the viewers feel uneasy. Next, attention was drawn to the flag on team leader Lin's red off-road vehicle, which had 4 large characters, strong and prosperous team, standing out clearly. The flag fluttered loudly in the wind, making it hard to ignore. The zombie team was also eye-catching. A dozen zombies usually wandered freely, but now they were lined up neatly, walking in a straight line. The corpse handler looked proud, standing tall and leading the way at the front. He was one hand ringing a bell, holding a soul-retrieving staff in the other, and muttering to himself. Usually, he didn't act like this. This time, he was really putting on a show, making himself look very impressive. Sure enough, some ordinary onlookers saw these zombies and felt a bit scared. They couldn't help but step back a few paces. When the heavily armored guards of the powerful convoy got out of their cars, holding guns, they finally felt what real pressure was. 12 silver-armored guards lined up in a row, each holding a rifle. With this scene, anyone watching would be impressed. I believe no one could stay calm when facing real weapons. Other convoy members looked at this scene with envy. They all looked at it with admiration. Click, click. At this moment, a crisp sound of footsteps on the ground reached everyone's ears. The boss was walking gracefully in red-soled black high heels, wearing a purple long dress, strutting like a cat toward the few extraordinary people who had just arrived. He hadn't even gotten out of the car before he was attracted by this woman. After the apocalypse had been going on for a long time, she was the first woman he saw who had put on makeup and dressed up. There were also many attractive women present. But this woman, with her delicate makeup and sexy outfit, stood out from the crowd. Especially since Zhou Yi was sitting in the car, he could see her deep neckline on her dress, revealing her smooth curves clearly. Wow, this is really big. It must be a D cup, making gestures to show size. Originally, Zhou Yi wanted to get out of the car, but he couldn't help himself. He was salivating wildly. He thought this high position gave him a great view, and he had to take a good look at the scenery between the mountain and valley. Not looking would be a waste. As a good young man, he definitely shouldn't be wasting such beauty. Others' views weren't as good as Zhou Yi's. They could only admire from the top of their high heels upward. But team leader Lin was an exception. His gaze was fixed on the extraordinary people behind the woman. There were at least 300 people present. Many of them were extraordinary as well. They all came from different convoys. And behind them, there was a building. It was made entirely of wooden structures with mortise and tenon joints. The eaves of the building are decorated with carved peony patterns and images of carp, looking very exquisite. Even the window paper is made of plain white paper. The building has 3 floors, but there is no modern craftsmanship at all. This is very strange. In this era, why would they still build ancient-style buildings? Could it be? Is it really a time travel? But with so many people in the other caravan, it doesn't seem fake. Captain Lin frowns. his brow forming a dark line. He props his chin with both hands, lost in thought. After scanning the surroundings, his gaze finally lands on the signboard of the inn. Longmen Inn. Captain Lin is momentarily stunned. Wow, this is quite a scene. The Longmen Inn is here. Is this normal? And in this desert? It's hard not to think strange things about this situation. If I remember correctly, there is a movie with this name. It's also set in a desert, and there's a beautiful female innkeeper. If I recall correctly, there's even a scene involving buying human-shaped buns. This is really bizarre. Hey, are you here to stay, or? The innkeeper was about to speak when Xia Fan interrupted. Lin turned around and saw Xia Fan's eyes sparkling with hearts. He looked completely lost, eager to rush and throw himself at the innkeeper. Of course, we're staying here. Innkeeper, staying here. Do you offer any other services? Are there any skilled workers available? Preferably more of them. I can definitely handle it. As Xia Fan spoke, he instinctively moved closer to the innkeeper. Xia Fan, Lin shot him a cold glance. Seeing Lin's expression, Xia Fan quickly retracted his mischievous thoughts. After all, the captain's authority is clear here. Can't resist a pretty woman? Is 3 on the carriage not enough for you? Xia Fan didn't argue with Lin's scolding. A natural leader is born to guide. In decision-making, he almost never makes mistakes, and he is much better than others when it comes to management. However, he has now handed over the team to Chi Tian to manage. But he remains the team leader. Even though his rank is still at the top level, his leadership skills are still strong. The woman quickly understood the situation and realized who the real boss of the team was. Hey, why are you so fierce, sir? I'm quite skilled too. Tonight, how about I serve you? I'll make sure you feel good all night. Her words were charming and a little flirtatious. She lightly ran her high heels over her slender legs, and her sexy, hot figure subtly leaned toward Lin. It's a pity, Lin is an exception. He is the only one in the team who isn't interested in women. If she tried this with someone else, it would definitely work. He is a guide. Have you ever seen a guide who is flirtatious? He is good at everything, but he's a typical alpha male. Without hesitation, Lin pushed the beautiful woman away. Be more normal. His face showed clear disgust. He genuinely felt sick. Seeing Lin's reaction, the boss lady changed her attitude immediately. She turned 180 degrees. Humph. Stop pretending to be so noble. We're all just here for fun. I don't believe you'll stay loyal forever. This is my inn. This desert has only this one inn, and this lake is the only water source within 100 miles. The boss lady glanced at Lin again, annoyed. No need to doubt. This inn has a special item that blocks human scent. Even if many people gather here, nothing strange will happen. If you're still worried, you can leave now. We don't force anyone to stay. Once you leave the inn beyond 50 meters, the blocking effect of the item disappears. Think carefully. The boss lady seemed like a prophet, clearly knowing what Lin was worried about. Just explaining this would make him give up his concerns. There are more than one team here anyway. Many people are not afraid. They have nothing to fear. It's a good opportunity for the convoy to rest here for a few days. They replenish drinking water and exchange supplies with other teams. Seeing this, team leader Lin introduced himself. My name is Lin Junjia, a level 3 guide. This is my joint convoy. According to the rules, when meeting, everyone must introduce themselves and then hold a trading session. This is a tacit agreement among all teams. Since she is the host and the convoy guest, she naturally should introduce herself first. But when he said, level 3, Lin Junjia, Xiaoyu almost couldn't help but laugh. Team leader Lin is really a big bluff. He's been lying for so long that he might actually believe he's Lin Junjia. A level 1 guide pretending to be a level 3 guide has created quite a presence. When he mentioned level 3, everyone around, including the boss lady, looked at him differently. No matter what his actual level is, even if he's just an ordinary support team member, a level 3 is not to be underestimated. Team leader Lin seems to enjoy being the center of attention and admired by others. He crosses his arms, keeps a calm face, and acts very serious. After all, when you go out, your reputation is what you make of it. The boss lady's attitude also changed dramatically, from disdainful to respectful in an instant. Just looking at this convoy, you can tell they are strong. Others haven't introduced themselves yet, and their details are unknown. Their leader alone is already level 3. Looking at so many convoys in front of him, the guide has several, but none are level 3. Ha ha, Lin Junjia, good name. My name is Wan Mei Jiao. You can call me Jiao Jiao. We all gather at my Longmen Inn. It's fate. We value harmony above all. Longmen Inn has rooms, drinks, a supermarket, a restaurant, and a bathhouse. You can wander around and have fun. I promise you'll have a good time. But be careful. The activity area is only within 50 meters of the inn. The boss lady's voice was loud, and almost everyone could hear her because of the many people. After introducing these details, the members of the team started to get excited. There are still supermarkets and restaurants, which is surprising in this post-apocalyptic world. It's been a long time since they heard those words. On the way, they ate simple, bland food, but now they can finally improve their meals, especially since there is a bathhouse. Most of them haven't taken a bath in a long time. They were so dirty they looked terrible. Even the extraordinary people looked messy every day. The few girls who care about their appearance suffered a lot during the journey. They didn't wash their hair or bodies, and had no clean clothes to change into. It's hard to imagine all these problems at once. Today, they can finally fix all that. Xiao Yu and Zhang Feifei were the most excited. They couldn't wait to rush into the inn and take a good bath to clean themselves. The bald man next to them, like team leader Lin, hadn't spoken for a while. He looked very serious every day. He pulled team leader Lin aside. They exchanged a quick look, seeming to understand what the other was thinking. "Thank you, Madam Boss," they said. "We will make sure the rest of the team behaves and doesn't run off. This is our deputy leader." The bald man stepped forward with a professional smile and introduced himself simply. "I am the second in the guide sequence. My name is Yu Beichen." The other team members also introduced themselves one by one. Only Zhou Yi stayed in the car, leaning on the steering wheel, looking down from above at the boss lady's scenery. Dealing with others' issues was better left to the two smart guides, who were most suited for this kind of work. It didn't matter if the extraordinary members of the team were a few short. Actually, team leader Lin and the bald man both knew how strong Zhou Yi was. It was better not to show his strength in front of so many people. It was like leaving a backup plan for the team. Right now, only 3 people from the ghost car team knew Zhou Yi's true strength. They all thought he was part of the symbiosis sequence. As long as he drew his sword in front of these people, his secret would stay hidden. 2 guides? The boss lady looked at the 2 team leaders with disbelief. She was surprised to learn that this team actually had 2 leaders. Under normal circumstances, a convoy usually has only 1 guide, a few other extraordinary individuals, and some ordinary survivors. This is the standard setup for a convoy, but clearly, this one is over-equipped. The boss lady thought to herself, but she kept a friendly smile on her face. "If any of you want to stay at the inn, there are rooms upstairs." Xiao Yu and Zhang Feifei had already been eager to go. They wanted to go to the bathhouse and wash up, as girls usually like to stay clean. However, Lin team leader gave them a look to stop them. "We just arrived and want to look around first. If we need anything, we'll go." The boss lady looked over everyone in the convoy, finally focusing on Zhou Yi's pickup truck. "Hey, little brother, why don't you come down and take a look? We have many fun things here. Handsome guy, want to come down and try?" While speaking, the woman walked over to the pickup. Her eyes were full of curiosity as she looked up and down at the truck. Zhou Yi, sitting in the driver's seat, moved closer and was deeply attracted by her. "Wow, I was so blind. I thought it was a D cup, but it's even bigger than D. TSK, TSK, TSK. I wonder who this fox spirit is serving every night, making some wild man happy." Zhou Yi whispered softly, only audible to himself. For some reason, the closer the woman got to Zhou Yi, the more her purple dress's shoulder strap slipped down, revealing a hint of black lace underneath. "Oh my, is it so obvious? Then I won't let you go easily. As the saying goes, cherish good women, and don't let bad women go." At this moment, Zhou Yi acted even more exaggerated than Xia Fan just now. He was practically driven by instinct, his mind full of mischievous thoughts, acting without thinking. His honest body was out of control, and he got off the truck on his own, trying it out. "I'm very good at this. I wonder if the boss lady can handle it." The woman's lips curled into a smile. The light skirt swayed past Zhou Yi, leaving a faint fragrance behind. Zhou Yi slowly closed his eyes. As if lost in a gentle dream, he couldn't escape. He wasn't like a Sigma man such as Team Lin, The side effects of being a sword immortal made him feel oppressed every day. But after being teased by the beautiful boss lady, he couldn't resist. Cough, cough. Team Lin coughed loudly in this direction. All right, boss lady, you can go back now. This is my convoy, and I will arrange everything. The boss lady glanced at Team Lin and the bald man, then turned around and threw a flirtatious look at Joey. See you on the 3rd floor. After saying this, she turned and left. Her sexy, alluring back view left everyone unable to look away. Could she be the legendary natural charm master? Or perhaps the famous saint body of Lu Riyun? Just a brief encounter was enough to steal the hearts of countless men. She hadn't done anything special, but everyone felt captivated. When they closed their eyes, all they could see was her figure in purple clothes and high heels. In just a few minutes, Zhou Yi's mind was filled with images, imagining countless poses, all played out in his imagination. All the men's eyes were fixed in inappropriate places, staring intently at her departing figure, as disciplined as soldiers during a parade. This was the end of the world. These men had long been repressed and frustrated. And this woman dared to openly show herself in front of so many extraordinary people. Anyone with a clear eye could see she had some backing. Otherwise, she would have been devoured by wolves long ago, torn apart and ravaged. Team Lin made arrangements for the convoy. They could freely move around the Dragon Gate Inn, but they had to return to the convoy at night to rest. They couldn't all go out at once. Someone had to stay behind. Their activity range was limited to within 50 meters of the boss lady's arrangements, and they couldn't stray far. Right now, the most important thing wasn't enjoying themselves, but gathering water and exchanging supplies with other convoys as much as possible. Team Lin outlined the main tasks, and then Qi Tian and Wei Xinjun took over the planning. Superhumans wouldn't interfere in their affairs. The convoy set up tents near the lake and began building their camp. At first, some members of other teams approached to ask questions, but when they saw the guards in full armor, holding guns, they backed away. Ordinary people see zombies covered in yellow charms and are afraid to get close. Except for a few extraordinary people who don't come to cause trouble, the team is currently safe. The joint team has 7 extraordinary members. They always keep one guard on duty to prevent other extraordinary people from acting maliciously. Zhou Yi had been holding back for a long time. When he finally found an inn, he decided not to cook today. He went out to a restaurant to enjoy a good meal. As soon as he left the pickup truck, he activated the automatic defense mode on the vehicle and let Wild Child stand guard nearby. No matter where they went, they stayed alert. This had become a good habit along the way. He was already eager to see the Dragon Gate Inn. The inn looked just like the old-fashioned inn described on the signboard, similar to the layout in movies. Many people were inside on the 1st floor, and the space was large. Even ordinary people like Sue were inside. As soon as they entered, there was a waiter. All of them wore professional uniforms. Being able to run such a place in this apocalyptic world was quite impressive. At least these people looked nice, dressed properly, and looked pleasing. Unlike the members of the team, who were often unkempt, wearing the same clothes from head to toe, and not changing for months. It was like surviving in the wilderness. Zhou Yi looked around and found that there was indeed a supermarket nearby, but the supplies were very limited. The shelves had very few items. They traded goods for goods, and gasoline and food had become hard currency here. Zhou Yi didn't care much for these items. He wondered how this so-called supermarket could still exist with such limited stock. But for him, it was nothing special. His pickup truck supplies might be more abundant than this. He shook his head and turned his attention to the bar next door. However, there were quite a few people gathered there. The so-called bar was just a counter, a shelf, and a few tables in front. There were a few bottles of alcohol on the shelf and some boxes of beer on the ground. Hey, young man, you can buy loose alcohol here. A man with a scar on his face warmly greeted Zhou Yi. Homebrewed alcohol? These days, such things still exist. Boss, how much for this homebrewed alcohol? Zhou Yi asked cautiously. Come, try some first. It's all homemade. Exclusive craftsmanship, only here. As he spoke, the man already took out a small cup, opened a large jar, and poured a small sip. Just call me Brother Dao. These days, only I can brew this kind of wine. While talking, he handed the wine cup to Zhou Yi, but Zhou Yi didn't taste it. His eyes were fixed on the large jar. He still had a nearly 1-meter-long tiger whip. And here was a perfect jar. After searching for a while, he finally could arrange the tiger whip wine. Zhou Yi held the wine cup with one hand and gave Brother Dao a small smile. Brother Dao used to be part of another convoy. Recently, he passed through Oasis and was recognized by the boss's wife for his brewing skills, so he stayed. He opened a small tavern here. However, he had to give 50% of the supplies he obtained to the inn, which he and the boss's wife agreed upon. The remaining 50% he could keep. Plus, Brother Dao was quite easygoing and got along well with others. His loyal and friendly nature helped him quickly establish himself in the inn. Zhou Yi just raised his hand, and he saw the dense red scales on Brother Dao's arm. As a seasoned veteran who had survived so long in the apocalypse, he could tell at a glance that this was an extraordinary person. Ordinary people couldn't grow such arms. Many convoy groups had come and gone these days, and many people came here to drink. Most relied on alcohol to forget their troubles and find brief happiness. He had seen many extraordinary individuals of different ranks. He knew these people were often temperamental, and to survive among them, he had his own methods. Judging by this extraordinary person's rank, he wasn't here just to drink. He must have other goals. Ordinary people who come here usually just want good food and drink to enjoy some physical pleasure. Just being able to eat enough and survive was good enough. Only those with extraordinary abilities can enjoy other privileges. Brother Dao still had a big smile on his face and handed the wine glass to Zhou Yi. He took out a small dish of peanuts. There were only about 10 or so peanuts inside. Usually, these are free snacks given with drinks. But in this environment, peanuts are rare. Being able to take out a dozen or so shows Brother Dao's generosity. The ordinary people nearby only bought a small amount of alcohol, took a sip, and felt a little tipsy, just for fun. As for snacks, they wouldn't even dare to think about it. Seeing Zhou Yi arrive empty-handed, the boss immediately gave him peanuts and a glass of wine, which made others look jealous. But no one dared to say anything because the man with glowing red eyes and a prominent arm was too obvious. Plus, his eye in the palm kept blinking. If he didn't look human, people might have thought he was strange. Zhou Yi casually found a seat near the bar and sat down. Brother Dao was smart and poured another glass of wine, sitting across from Zhou Yi. Hee, I don't have many hobbies, just like making some friends, he said with a strong northeastern accent, leaning closer to Zhou Yi. He looked around to make sure no one was listening, then covered his mouth with his hand and whispered in Zhou Yi's ear. Room 2 on the second floor. Good skills. Can. You know, mainly because it's cheap, 1 bucket of instant noodles at a time. Room 7 is a bit more expensive. You need to add 2 pieces of unexpired bread or canned food. Complete set. I recommend these 2 rooms. Zhou Yi listened to these words, appearing calm on the outside, but inside he was already shocked. He casually grabbed 2 peanuts and put them in his mouth. He finished the wine in 1 gulp. In his heart, he quietly remembered these 2 room numbers. Since he was here, he planned to take a shower later and enjoy himself. This wine is good. The brewing skills are very popular in the apocalypse. While speaking, Zhou Yi reached into his pocket and took out 2 bright red tomatoes, placing them on the table. Everyone saw this and couldn't help but look toward the bar. These are tomatoes. And fresh ones. These days, it's hard to find fresh vegetables. Brother Dao immediately put a tomato into his mouth and carefully tucked another one into his pocket. He believes that nowadays, someone might do sneaky things just to get a tomato, so it's safest to eat it himself. Brother Dao, are you interested in joining our convoy? Our team has about a dozen cars outside, and there are 7 people with special abilities in the group. Zhou Yi deliberately spoke loudly, so others at nearby tables could hear. These people come from different teams. Although they don't dare to challenge him openly, it was obvious from their greedy looks when he showed the fresh tomatoes. By revealing his background, other powerful people might think twice before trying to steal from him. Clearly, Brother Dao refused the offer when he heard it. He finally found a good place where he doesn't have to follow the convoy every day. There's no way he'd go back to the team now. Zhou Yi shifted the topic back to the wine. This time, he was interested in a whole jar of wine. Brother Dao, how much for this jar? Hearing this, Brother Dao was stunned. Are you joking? Even if I dared to sell it, you might not be able to take it. At this moment, Brother Dao leaned in and whispered, Our boss and the lady boss are here. They are powerful people with special abilities, ranked 3rd and 4th. The people from the convoy wouldn't dare to act rashly. If you leave this in, no one can guarantee your safety. Zhou just smiled. He was a bit surprised inside. He didn't expect the owner behind this and to be a fourth-ranked powerful person. No wonder no one dares to cause trouble at Longmen Inn. The lady boss still dresses very flamboyantly every day. Where's your boss? I haven't seen him, Zhou asked cautiously. Brother Dao stayed silent. He didn't know what rank the boss was. Usually, only the lady boss would come out to meet people. The boss rarely appeared. No one knew his rank, and Zhou had only heard about it casually from the lady boss. This batch of tomatoes was not given in vain. The man called Brother Dao is indeed well-informed and well-connected. With just a few simple words, he managed to find out everything about the inn. At the same time, team leader Lin and the bald man, both experienced and clever, were probably doing the same thing with Zhou. Actually, before they entered the inn, they had already agreed that they needed to gather more information. Old Dog Lin even secretly told Zhou that the innkeeper and the inn might have some issues. When outside, they refused to stay at the inn and specifically warned Zhou to be extra careful inside. Only the elite members of the convoy dared to gather together without fear of trouble. Once separated, it would be hard to say what might happen. Brother Dao noticed that Zhou was very interested in that jar of wine and directly asked for a price. 100 jin of flour, 1 bag, 50 jin of cooking oil, 50 jin of rice, and 20 jin of dried noodles. At first, Brother Dao thought Zhou would bargain over the price. But unexpectedly, Zhou agreed immediately. Okay, my people will come soon, and I'll bring the supplies to you tomorrow morning. Hearing Zhou agree so straightforwardly, Brother Dao looked at him in disbelief. Not long after, a man dressed in armor, Yezi, came in and took away a large jar of wine. Brother Dao was completely stunned. He couldn't believe it was real. He had only casually mentioned it, thinking that food was the most important thing in the apocalypse, and Zhou just agreed so easily. He felt a bit unfair, so Brother Dao thought for a moment and then quietly whispered to Zhou, "Don't go to room 2 or room 14, especially if you're sick." Zhou heard Brother Dao's warning but didn't respond. He had already achieved his goal here. Brother Dao's usefulness had been exhausted. In fact, Zhou never intended to give him supplies from the start. 100 jin of flour, 50 jin of oil. It was too much to ask for so casually. He didn't really understand Zhou. Everyone knew Zhou was someone who never kept his promises. After taking 2 tomatoes, Brother Dao thought this person could be trusted and foolishly believed everything he said. He told him so many things and didn't mention that he gave him a whole jar of wine without receiving any goods in return. He really has a lot of courage. When Yezi took the wine, Zhou never planned to give him any supplies. It's impossible to take back what he already has. This behavior is clearly robbery. Remember, when the end of the world comes, you can never trust anyone. Good people? They don't exist. No one knows how evil people's hearts can be. Taking supplies is already considered bad, and not even taking their lives is a good outcome. When Zhou left, he surprisingly felt a bit guilty. He felt he had been too unkind. He was almost inhumane. Brother Dao had been so kind to him, yet Zhou lied about the wine. This behavior reminded him of a famous saying from the Three Kingdoms: "I'd rather betray the world than let the world betray me." It's about Cao Cao fleeing to Lu Bosch's house. Lu Bosch kindly slaughtered a pig to entertain him, but fearing the news might leak, he ended up killing Lu Bosch's entire family. Zhou now feels like that kind of person. Poor Brother Dao, still lost in his dreams. Back at the pickup truck, Zhou couldn't wait to take out a long, over a meter tiger whip. Over a meter long, can you believe it? He had never seen such a long thing before. And it's from a tiger, a creature with a naturally strong and pure body. After so long, the whip looked a bit dry on the outside, but it didn't affect its power at all. He simply inserted the whole whip inside. Later, he thought about adding some deer antler, seahorse, horny goat weed, goji berries, and mulberries. Readers, if you know any other medicinal herbs, leave a comment, and I'll add them all. Zhou's mind was already filled with names of herbs for making medicinal wine. After finishing these, he sealed the jar again. Perfect. Looking at his proud work, he felt a strange sense of pride, completely forgetting about the wine trick he just played. Next, he planned to go upstairs for a walk. Everyone understands what that means. After so much fatigue, it's normal to reward yourself. Besides, everyone is willing, right? This is a disguised way of helping women who have no food and are struggling to survive. It is a good deed. Zhou Yi went back to Longmen Inn. This time, he headed straight to the second floor. Compared to the first floor, there were clearly fewer people here. Most of them were extraordinary individuals from a certain group. Only they had the strength to come up to the second floor. The decoration on the second floor was much more luxurious than the dining and drinking area on the first floor. The lighting was brighter, and there were various paintings and decorations on the walls, giving a warm and cozy feeling. As soon as he reached the top of the stairs, staff members greeted him. The entrance fee was 10 jin of rice, but it was worth it. All the staff here were women dressed in white shirts and black skirts, providing one-on-one service. Someone was always there to help change clothes and carry shoes. After paying 10 jin of rice, Zhou Yi told Yezi to wait at the staircase. In front of him was a large water pool in the hall. Next to it, there was a person cleaning. The staff would immediately take away the clothes you took off to wash, and after the extraordinary individuals finished bathing, they could put on clean clothes. Zhou Yi had just changed clothes when he saw a thin, squinty-eyed man with a mustache and a hunched back standing at the bar, arguing loudly with the front desk. Say that again. 80 jin of grain. Why don't you go and steal it? I just took a bath, got a massage, and used some essential oils on my back, and you want that much grain? Do you really think supplies are everywhere now? Go to hell. If you don't have anything, do whatever you want. This is a really shady place. If you have the guts, invite your boss here. Although Zhou Yi didn't know which convoy this extraordinary belonged to, his tone made it clear that the service fee here was very high. No need to think much. This kid probably added extra charges during the massage. Otherwise, 10 jin of rice would definitely be enough for him to bathe and get a massage. It shows that this place is truly a black market operation, relying on passing convoy owners. How could the boss's wife support so many survivors? Even in the end times, they still didn't forget to do such shady business. Zhou Yi didn't pay much attention to the man. As soon as he took off his clothes, he felt like he had just crawled out of a cesspit. Sniffing the armpit, a sharp, refreshing scent hits the top of the head. Especially below, it's almost covered in dirt. That smell. I don't even dare to smell it. He's been wearing these underwear for over a month. Zhou Yi quickly found a shower, took a good bath, and then asked the scrubbing master to clean him thoroughly inside and out. It's been so long. Finally, I can take a proper shower. He escaped from Deer City, then went to Gusu, through the misty forest, the stone statue village, crossed the big river, the big fish from Sky City, the sand snake, and then met the ghost convoy. This journey was really tough. From being an ordinary survivor at first, to now being respected as a top-tier extraordinary. Zhou Yi felt emotional as he finished his shower and walked toward the scrubbing master. When he looked down, on the ground, it was hard to describe. It was all mud scraped off from his body. He couldn't understand how the scrubbing master kept going in such conditions. If this had been before the end of the world, this bathhouse would have closed long ago. Zhou. He didn't finish saying "yi" and switched to "yi." Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi turned his head. Wow. Xia Fan was lying on his stomach, with a big butt, next door, getting scrubbed. Next to him was a shy little Taoist. He originally wanted to call Zhou Yi, but then thought Zhou Yi was still fooling them. They had made up a name, Zhou Yi, and the ghost convoy still didn't know. The act had to be complete. No slipping up in front of the little Taoist. How come you're here? Xia Fan grinned mischievously. Oh, just here for a bath. It's been so long since I washed up. Look at your mud. It's thicker than mine. And your little bird is almost turning into a crow. Zhou Yi, you don't talk. No one will think you're mute. Zhou Yi looked embarrassed, instinctively covering himself. The little Taoist is here too. Who's going to watch the convoy? Xia Fan kept staring at Zhou Yi with a mischievous smile. Of course, Wu Jia. I said bring him to enjoy himself, but he refused. Lying in a pile of corpses every day, getting all dirty. I heard the little Taoist is still a virgin. Today he's going to lose it. Xia Fan looked at the little Taoist next door with a mischievous smile. The little Taoist blushed and quickly explained, I can't. I'm just here to take a bath and we'll leave right after. Ha ha. This comment made everyone around burst into laughter. What? You say you can't. Are you really still a virgin? Men shouldn't say they can't. People washing themselves nearby looked over curiously. The little Taoist felt embarrassed under their gazes, unable to find any words. His face turned even redder. He felt so awkward, he wanted to hide somewhere. I'm not that kind of person, he stammered. I can do it, I can. At this point, the little Taoist paused, frowning as if unsure how to explain. He lowered his head in embarrassment. The bathhouse worker behind him chuckled softly, but didn't dare laugh loudly. After all, this was someone of an extraordinary rank. How could ordinary people offend him? In the apocalypse, a clear hierarchy had formed. Even if this person's rank was low, he still held a higher status than ordinary survivors. Zhou Yi's lips curled slightly into a mischievous smile. He said, "Little Taoist, are you really a virgin?" "Oh, I heard that practitioners like you can't be interested in women." Xiaofan immediately interrupted Zhou Yi. "He's a Tianshi from Longhu Mountain, a true Taoist. He can get married and have children." Not a single piece of knowledge about this. Xiaofan shot him a look, as if saying, "You're just like a fool who doesn't even know basic facts." The little Taoist didn't speak the whole time. He silently stayed there, washing himself. He was naturally shy, and now he was so embarrassed he couldn't even lift his head. Although the Tianshi rank was powerful, his insecurities, timidity, and introversion caused him to lose most of his social skills. Usually, he only got along well with two teammates. Currently, neither the team leader nor the corpse handler are here, so the young monk keeps hitting walls everywhere. Xiaofan and Zhou Yi, whenever they speak, tease him, while rubbing himself with a towel. But Zhou Yi's mind has already drifted far away. All he can think about is the room number Brother Dao told him, and he's practiced different positions in his mind many times. After washing, he must go and enjoy himself properly. The Tao guy's movements are quick. The young monk finishes washing and leaves without stopping, heading straight back to the team. Only Zhou Yi and Xiaofan are left looking at each other. Zhou Yi speaks first, looking at the other, full of doubt, and asks, "Xiaofan, the young monk has gone back. Why are you still here? Your bath is done. Do you have other plans?" Xiaofan sizes up Zhou Yi. He shows a mischievous smile. "Are you embarrassed to ask me that? Then why aren't you going back?" "I have other plans." "Do you have other plans too?" Xiaofan openly admits it. Anyway, everyone in the team knows his personality and temper. Men, after all, have these hobbies. Everyone knows he likes this kind of thing, no need to hide it. So he simply stops pretending. "I just came up to have some fun. Those three women got bored of playing long ago. Looking for something new, to try fresh." While saying this, Xiaofan pats Zhou Yi's chest, leans in, and raises an eyebrow at him. "I heard room 3 has good skills. Want to go enjoy it together?" Zhou Yi immediately pushes Xiaofan away. He gives a look of disdain. This guy somehow got the news that room 3 has the best skills. Your information is pretty good. If you want to go, go by yourself. I don't feel comfortable doing that. Xiaofan giggles. Why pretend to be noble with your brothers? Forget it if you don't want to go. I'll go myself. Before leaving, he pats Zhou Yi's butt. Watching Xiaofan walk toward room 3, a slight smile appears on Zhou Yi's face, and he shakes his head. This guy really knows how to have fun. He likes those with good skills. As Zhou Yi walked down the corridor, he could still hear unpleasant sounds coming from the room. It was very similar to the noise heard when passing by a poorly soundproofed hotel late at night. The sounds rose and fell repeatedly. It was almost like a feast for the ears. As a man, he could understand that the extraordinary members of the convoy had been holding back for a long time. Releasing some tension was quite normal. Zhou Yi didn't linger in the corridor. He saw that Xiaofan had entered room 3. He headed straight for room 7. At the door, Zhou Yi took out some fresh bread and a bowl of instant noodles he had prepared earlier. These supplies were nothing special to him. He still had many more in his pickup truck. If he took everything out, he could probably last a whole year. Zhou Yi slowly opened the door to room 7. With a creak, the heavy wooden door swung open. The room was dimly lit. A purple mood light flickered constantly. On the bed, there was a young woman who looked to be in her 20s. She was dressed like the waitresses outside. White shirt, black pencil skirt, black stockings underneath. Just this outfit was enough to make anyone unable to resist. Zhou Yi reached into his pocket and took out a box of ultra-thin 0.01 condoms, heading straight to the point. He had brought these all the way from Gusu, saving them for a situation like this. In the end of the world, some safety measures still needed to be in place. No matter what happens, one must stay alert. Although Brother Dao said safety was important, what if something went wrong? No one could predict that, especially in this kind of situation. Even the closest people were no exception. Even if they were to do that kind of thing, he would still keep a little caution. Oil massage for an hour. Sir, change your clothes and lie down. Zoe roughly tore off her clothes. What's with the massage? Tonight, I have the whole place. Let me see your skills. See if you're as good as room 3. The technician wasn't ready yet, but Zoe pushed her down immediately. They stayed awake all night. Until the next morning, when the woman, looking beautiful and delicate, was nestled in Zoe's arms, playing casually like a pile of mud. After a night of tossing and turning, she was already exhausted. Sir, you are really too powerful. I'm a bit overwhelmed. The woman panted loudly, speaking softly. After finishing, Zoe lay on the bed, drank a glass of cold water, and took a short rest. He pushed the woman away without lingering and left the room. When he came out, he saw someone still standing at the door in line. He went over to look. Wow, even the blind man is here. He saw the corpse handler wearing clean clothes, having showered and tidied up, with a completely different aura. The contrast with his previous shabby appearance was striking. Indeed, people need to dress up. Wu Jiao, although blind, could hear very clearly and immediately recognize the voice. Zhou Yi. Such coincidence, you just came out. The two exchanged knowing smiles and greeted each other. Hee hee. What a coincidence. You also came to relieve some stress. The corpse handler smiled awkwardly. When the corpse handler returned, it was already early morning. Xia Fan returned to the convoy. He thought no one knew he was coming and it wouldn't be so awkward. But unexpectedly, Zoe had played all night. He even ran into him, leading to this awkward scene. However, Zoe was used to these things now. Even if team leader Lin appeared, he wouldn't find it strange. Although the corpse handler was blind, he was not lacking in other ways. Everyone was men, after all. Understanding. Did you also choose room 7? The corpse handler nodded awkwardly without speaking. Your skills are pretty impressive. Be careful. Zoe said this and left directly from the second floor. Only the confused corpse handler was left standing there. What's going on? He also came out of room 7. He had spent so many supplies on something someone else had already used. Damn it. Even though the corpse handler's mind was filled with countless thoughts of frustration, he still held back. After all, he had spent his own resources on this. He couldn't afford to waste them. The women here were mostly just commodities. And he wasn't the only one coming here. The corpse handler still forced himself to enter room 7, sticking to the principle that he had already come this far. When Zoe returned to the convoy, he immediately leaned on his waist and climbed into the strange-looking pickup truck. He felt completely drained. It had been a long, suppressed night. He almost felt like he had turned into a beast. He wasn't this strong before. Since awakening the Sword Immortal sequence, his desires had become uncontrollable. He couldn't stop it no matter what. Sigh. Zoe let out a long sigh. He took a small green bottle from his pocket and poured a drop into his mouth. Only then did he start to feel better, and the emptiness slowly faded away. Immorality is the root of all evil. This system didn't mention any side effects before. It only told me that the Sword Immortal sequence was the most powerful attack sequence. Now even the system is starting to deceive people. This is really unfair. While complaining, Zoe returned to the back seat, planning to lie down and get some rest. He had been tossing and turning all night. But just then, a commotion outside made it impossible for him to sleep. Damn it! Who is making so much noise? Why are they chirping so loudly? Zoe raised his voice. Everyone outside could hear him clearly. At this moment, a man wearing a baseball cap approached. His eyebrows were furrowed, and a dark line appeared on his forehead. He looked furious. He stared angrily at the strange-looking pickup, full of resentment. What's all that noise? What are you anyway? Why are you bothering me? Hearing this, Zoe immediately got out of the vehicle. He saw 3 or 4 people approaching aggressively. They all looked like extraordinary survivors, with 7 or 8 ordinary survivors behind them, holding various knives, forks, sticks, and bats. The leader was furious. As soon as he heard Zhou Yi shouting, it was like a lit fuse, and he exploded in anger. Old Master has died, along with a dozen sheep. Is it you guys who did it? Before Zhou Yi could speak, team leader Lin stepped forward first. Hey, brother, let's talk nicely. What happened over there? The strong victory convoy is quite united. Xiao Yu, Xiao Fan, and Zhang Feifei saw people coming and immediately gathered around. The convoy guards were also fully armed, holding rifles and moving closer. Seeing this, the bald man, along with the little monk, also came over to support. The leading man looked at the crowd of extraordinary individuals and the guards in armor with rifles. He looked like a deflated balloon. He immediately backed down, no longer as arrogant as before. Zhou Yi crossed his arms, a look of disdain on his face. Team leader Lin quickly stepped forward and started talking with their guide. After their discussion, both convoy groups roughly understood what had happened. It turned out they were Shepherd's convoy. The sheep droppings they encountered in the desert belonged to this convoy. Among them was a shepherd with a special rank, and they kept dozens of sheep and cattle. But this morning, they found more than 10 sheep sick. The already upset herders, angry and worried, caused the scene just now. These sheep are the life of the convoy. Their entire journey depends on these sheep. After talking with the two leaders, they understood the full story. The angry herders were calmed down and taken back. From their description, all the sheep had red spots on their bodies. When they heard red spots, the members of the joint convoy immediately became alert. Team leader Lin and the bald man, with their permission, took a sick sheep to examine. Seeing the red spots on the sheep, which matched exactly the ones seen on the dead convoy in the desert, the situation was very clear. This kind of red spot disease was the same as what had happened on the bus before. Could it be related to the virus we encountered before? A sense of unease quickly spread through the convoy. Everyone saw these sheep and started to keep their distance. They were afraid of catching the virus. The shepherd convoy had not encountered the dead convoy before. They knew nothing about this virus. Out of kindness, team leader Lin told the shepherd convoy about what they had experienced earlier. It was best to control these infected sheep to prevent the virus from spreading to more people. There are no antidotes available here, and once infected, death is likely. Even special abilities don't help against this virus. What should we do now? The shepherd was anxiously looking at the team leader. These sheep are his livelihood. The shepherd, the corpse handler, and the animal trainer are similar, and the bald man and the little monk from the ghost convoy can empathize. But that's all. They have no solution for this virus. The best option is to immediately burn the infected sheep to reduce losses. The virus suddenly outbreaks among the sheep without warning. Other convoy members don't know about this. They are still preparing for tonight's convoy exchange meeting. As usual, with so many convoys gathered, there will be an exchange event to trade supplies. The boss's wife cleared out the first floor hall early in the morning. Having so many convoys together in a post-apocalyptic environment is a big event. All the convoys are running low on supplies. They came to the oasis to trade with other convoys. For now, only these two convoys know about the virus. The shepherd made a quick decision and killed all the sick sheep. Then, using tonight's meeting, he replaced them with other supplies. As long as his own people didn't eat the infected meat, he didn't care about the other team's safety. All of this was seen by team leader Lin and the bald man. They both chose to stay silent, thinking it wasn't their problem. It's better to mind their own business and avoid trouble. As long as they didn't eat the sick sheep, they believed they would be safe. Right now, only their two teams knew about the virus. To prevent the secret from leaking, the shepherd even gave 2 sheep to the strong and prosperous team as a bribe to keep quiet. Team leader Lin was more cautious. He carefully checked the 2 sheep, making sure they had no red spots and no signs of infection before handing them over to Chi-Tian. The normal survivors handled the sheep, so the superpowered individuals didn't need to get involved. To keep the 2 new lambs safe, the strong and prosperous team built 2 iron cages on their large truck to hold them securely. With the lambs added, the team felt more lively, almost like they had 2 small pets. People passing by would often tease them with leaves. However, there was something strange. Although the sick sheep had red spots, their stomachs didn't contain any worms after slaughter. Also, there were no signs of the virus spreading to humans. They stayed for a day and saw no other teams showing signs of infection. Team leader Lin frowned, looking displeased. A bad thought crossed his mind. Could it be that this virus is only meant for humans, spreading only from person to person? Is this a conspiracy? He supported his chin with one hand, his brow furrowed even more. It wasn't paranoia. The virus's outbreak was too strange. It made him suspect that someone might be deliberately causing this. From the dead team, it was clear how powerful the virus was. Even superpowered individuals couldn't resist it. Each team had at least 2 or 3 superhumans. Could this be some kind of strange ability? That sounds a little scary. Lin Due's thoughts kept growing more intense. Zhou saw Lin Lao go and pretended to be serious, but he didn't pay much attention. He was used to this kind of attitude. Zhou, with tired dark circles under his eyes, returned to the strange pickup truck to rest. He hadn't slept all night. Later in the evening, he had to attend a resource exchange meeting. He needed to stay alert. To prevent anyone from disturbing him, he fully closed all the car windows. He turned on the car radio and played some relaxing music. Zhou covered himself with a blanket and fell asleep. When he woke up again, it was evening. He had drunk a small green bottle before sleeping, and his energy was back to its best. I think I can do it again. I can even fight on the second floor for 300 rounds. The effect of the small green bottle is really good. When I have time, I'll add a few drops to some medicinal wine, and every morning I'll start the day with a glass of Tiger Whip wine. Life is really good. Zhou opened the car door, and Ma Jingyi was waiting at the door, already preparing dinner. It was still 2 dishes and 1 soup. This scene made others in the convoy envy. Is this still the end of the world? Living in this RV, with servants ready to serve at any time. Outside the car, a fully armored guard was standing. It's like being on vacation. Zhou could clearly feel that more than one pair of eyes was watching him. Everyone was eyeing his strange pickup and the supplies, with greed in their eyes. Even through Gansho Yezi's perspective, he could see many people wandering around the pickup while he was sleeping. It looked like they were scouting ahead. If the United Convoy didn't have fully armored guards patrolling with rifles at all times, some petty thieves would have already stolen from the supplies on the truck many times. The United Convoy is one of the strongest groups in the Oasis. No one dares to openly challenge them for now. After dinner, Zhou took Ma Jingyi and Yezi straight to the first-floor hall of the Dragon Gate Inn. Compared to his first visit, it was now crowded with people. The rules were the same as before. Place your supplies at the stall, and as long as both sides agree, they exchange goods. Not only is the sequence extraordinary, but ordinary people are also qualified. They just need to pay a small stall fee to the shopkeeper. As Zhou and his 3 companions entered the hall, they immediately attracted many people's attention. Smart observers could tell at a glance that he was a person of the sequence, accompanied by 2 servants. Jingyi had specially tidied up today, changed into clean clothes, and obediently stayed close to Zhou, looking like a delicate young lady. Her charming face and curvy figure made many men drool. As soon as they entered, a faint fragrance filled the air. Her black hair fell past her shoulders, partially covering her lovely face, making her look even more alluring. If it weren't for Zhou exposed right arm, with its bright red scales standing out among the crowd, it would be hard to guarantee that these men wouldn't do anything inappropriate to her in broad daylight. Now, there was no order or law. Only the strength of extraordinary people mattered. Ordinary survivors had no chance to resist. Zhou's sharp eyebrows furrowed, and a murderous aura flashed in his eyes as he looked around. The 3rd level of the Sword Immortal sequence naturally carried a killing intent. The suspicious eyes around him quickly retracted. Upon entering, they saw many familiar faces. Team Lin, the bald man, and Zhang Feifei were moving between stalls. The little Taoist priest, the corpse handler, and Xia Fan were standing close together, with some ordinary survivors from powerful convoy groups also setting up stalls nearby. Their stalls were filled with items they wanted to sell. The crowd around the little Taoist stall was bustling, packed so tightly that no one could squeeze in. The corpse handler also displayed several newly trained corpse kings. Many people came to see, but few wanted to buy. In contrast, the Taoist talisman papers were cheap and popular, selling the best among several stalls. Both extraordinary people and ordinary folks could use them, especially his, like the disaster relief charms, swift wind charms, 5 thunder charms, peace charms, and pain relief charms. These were even in high demand, and almost everyone who came would exchange for one. This made the already not-so-rich Ghost Carriage team earn a lot just from selling talisman papers. The Taoist's skill in drawing talismans was so impressive that Zhou couldn't help but feel a bit envious. The stall of the shepherd's convoy was equally busy. Other teams didn't know that the mutton was infected with a virus. These fresh muttons sold very well, and it was quite rare to get a bite of fresh meat these days. Many people haven't eaten any meat since certain events happened. Zhou Yi and team leader Lin, who knew the truth, kept their distance. What surprised him most was that Xia Fan had also set up a stall. His stall was very simple, with only one item. That was a rifle. Not many, only 3 rifles. And they were disassembled with separate bullets. To exchange for bullets, you had to pay extra. But this kid was greedy, 1 rifle per woman. The prices were clear. It seemed unreasonable, but many people still came to trade. After all, sometimes women in the convoy were more important than rifles. Some convoys even used slavery. Women were treated as commodities. Soon, several teams brought over a few women who looked decent. Xia Fan started choosing. TSK. All you think about is women. I think you'll die sooner or later because of women. You're the only one who, after the apocalypse, still keeps a bunch of women. Not afraid of being drained dry. Zhou Yi couldn't help but complain. But he had to admit, many women in other teams looked pretty good. It made Zhou Yi want to trade for a couple to serve as maids. Suddenly, a woman stood in a corner, looking dirty and unkempt, with tangled hair, wrapped in a blanket, waving at Zhou Yi. Young man, want to trade? 1 pack of instant noodles. Turning around, he saw a woman in her 30s, with a thin finger raised. Her face had a few wrinkles, but aside from her appearance, she was quite well-shaped, with curves. Zhou Yi only glanced briefly. He was about to leave. But the woman called out again. Wait, young man, 1 pack of plain noodles. Even expired ones are fine. I have a child. If we don't open the shop, my daughter and I will starve. Next to them, a child about 8 or 9 years old, was very thin and hungry, with dull eyes, standing quietly by the side. Ma Jingyi saw the mother and child and felt a bit sorry for them, developing some compassion. She gently tugged on Zhou Yi's sleeve. Softly, she said, I think he looks quite pitiful. Maybe, let's give them a piece of bread. Zhou Yi pretended not to hear her words and turned to leave. The woman still wouldn't give up, her voice slightly trembling with tears. We haven't eaten for several days. Even a little bit would help. Brother, please be kind. Help me this once. I'll kneel to you. She then suddenly knelt on the floor with a loud thud. She pulled the boy nearby, held his stiff neck, and knelt down repeatedly, bowing her head. Zhou Yi turned around and casually pointed to a powerful person in the hall, saying, I'm not interested. Go find them. They have food. They had already been released last night. Now, he didn't have much desire for that. Overindulgence was not good. He needed to control himself. This wasn't his main goal this time. If it were normal times, he might have agreed. In the distance, a small stall caught Zhou Yi's attention again. As he approached, he recognized someone. It was Han Wanning. He was squeezed at the edge by a group of powerful people, trying hard to push his slender body inside. Looking at her slim waist and curvy hips. Honestly, she had a certain charm. Zhou Yi slowly walked over and gave her a slap on her backside. Bang! The crisp sound made Han Wanning instinctively cover her butt and reach for the small dagger at her waist. As a woman alone in the convoy, she was vulnerable. She hadn't allied with any powerful person. Men often had inappropriate thoughts about her. Some even sneaked into her tent in the dark. Fortunately, she was strong and fought back, preventing anything from happening. Since her brother was gone, she had kept a habit of carrying a dagger for safety. Unknowingly, she had become a strong woman. I was about to draw my sword when I saw Zhou Yi, so I quickly pulled my hand back from the hilt. Mr. Zhou, what are you doing? Her beautiful face was full of suspicion. Even among his own team, no one was an exception. He wore a hat that covered part of his face. No one knew his rank, but it was certain he was a superhuman of a high level. That was the awakening serum. It could turn ordinary people into superhumans. Once this news spread, it was like a bomb exploding, shocking everyone in the oasis. Who wouldn't want to become a superhuman? In any team, superhumans are powerful and respected. Ordinary people can only become slaves or commodities, traded freely. The awakening serum was their only chance to change their fate and rise above. Becoming a superhuman meant having everything: strength, status, food, women. All would follow. For Han Wanning, this was the thing she wanted most. No matter the cost. She had seen her brother die right in front of her and felt helpless. The superhumans who looked down on everyone would never help an ordinary person like her. In their eyes, ordinary lives were worthless. They wouldn't care even if everyone died. She could only keep climbing higher. She needed the power to make everyone shut up, to gain a position in this ruined world. Unknowingly, Han Wanning was nearing the edge of darkness. Her only focus was power. Her only goal was to become a superhuman of the highest level. However, the price at this stall is very high, and the stall owner wants to exchange for a rare item. Just this one demand has scared away 90% of the people. Even among the wealthier and more powerful groups, known rare items are few. Team leader Lin's vehicle speaker counts as one. Zhou Yi's strange headscarf pickup is another, and the exchanged oath scepter is a third. That old man's music player might also be a rare item. Even adding these up, there are only 4 rare items. Rare items are even scarcer than exceptional beings in the sequence. Han Wanning keeps watching the stall owner. She wants to hear news about the awakening serum more than anyone else here. But the stall owner sits with his arms crossed, motionless. He squints and says impatiently, "Everyone without a rare item, step aside. Don't block my way to breathe fresh air." This sequence extraordinary person clearly shows some impatience. His words scare away many sensible ordinary people. Everyone reluctantly leaves the stall, including Han Wanning. She even turns her head every 3 steps, looking back at the stall with some reluctance. After these ordinary people are driven away, only 2 remain standing. One is Zhou Yi, of course. The other is an unremarkable-looking man standing nearby. The stall owner slowly lifts his head, pushes his hat back, revealing his face full of stubble. The man doesn't speak. He squints, observing the 2 in front of him. The unremarkable man next to Zhou Yi speaks first. "Buddy, your price is a bit too high. One rare item is worth much more than this piece of news. Let's be honest with each other. Can we meet halfway?" The visitor speaks directly, without beating around the bush. The stall owner, after hearing him, looks at Zhou Yi. "I also think this guy is right. Awakening serum is just a vague rumor. We've never seen it, so no one can say if it's real. Maybe it's just a lie. Of course, I'm not trying to belittle the value of your news. I am just stating the facts." Zhou Yi and the man beside him took turns, working together to keep convincing the stall owner and lowering the perceived value of the message. Actually, the stall owner didn't have high hopes of trading for a rare item. After all, such rare items are very scarce. And this message isn't very meaningful for those who are already extraordinary. They have already become extraordinary and don't need to awaken again with the awakening serum. This message is more tempting for ordinary people. He raised the value of this message to negotiate better and to gain more benefits for himself. He wanted to maximize the value of the message. "All right, then let me see what you have," the man said slowly with a deep, smoky voice. Zhou Yi wasn't interested in this message and said nothing. The man beside him reached into his pocket. He pulled out a few shiny, golden corn seeds. "I'll trade one extraordinary corn seed for this." The stall owner was about to speak, but was immediately interrupted. "Don't rush to oppose me. Let me first explain this thing. This is an extraordinary corn. Our convoy spent a lot of effort to get just a few of these. It's a new, carefully cultivated variety developed by agricultural experts. This corn grows very fast, adapts well to different environments, and can even grow in deserts. The most important thing is that it only takes a week to grow, and it produces 3 times more than regular corn. With this kind of extraordinary corn, just planting a couple of stalks in the convoy, you won't have to worry about food." Zhou Yi stroked his chin, lost in thought. Wow, there really is such extraordinary corn in this world. If what this person says is true, the value of this corn seed is definitely not less than the message about the awakening serum. In the apocalypse, food is the most important thing. With this corn and his little green bottle. At this moment, Zhou Yi's mind was filled with wild, creative ideas. His second carriage was about to be transformed into a planting base. He was worried about not having seeds, and now they were right in front of him. With the speed of a small green bottle, the seeds can sprout and grow fruit the next day. Every day, you can enjoy fresh tomatoes and corn. Later, you can plant a few more, 1 corn per person, and the whole team can be fed. This is a very useful crop for survival in tough times. After hearing his explanation, the vendor looked interested. But he didn't rush to trade. Instead, He asked more questions about the extraordinary corn. He asked how to water it, pollinate it, whether pests need to be removed, if the grown corn can be replanted, and if the second-generation corn has the same abilities as the first. The man holding the extraordinary corn answered all questions carefully and in detail. He also assured the vendor that the extraordinary corn is very reliable. Their team has grown this type of corn to reach their current position, and they have gained a lot of experience. Through their experiments, the first-generation extraordinary corn has the highest yield. They have already planted 3 or 4 generations. The yield hasn't dropped much, but the growing period has increased. The few seeds in his hand are among the best first-generation extraordinary corn. While the man explained, Joey quietly took notes. He really wants to get a few of these extraordinary corn seeds. After hearing the explanation, the vendor was clearly interested. He looked at Joey and asked, "Young man, what do you have to trade?" It was clear the vendor was clever. He didn't immediately trade the corn seeds. Instead, he tested Joey to see if he had better things to exchange. Joey quickly waved his hand. "I'm not very interested in awakening potions. Let's trade." Knowing Joey wasn't willing to trade, the vendor slowly took out a small note and handed it to the man. "This is information about the awakening potion. The note will burn itself in 10 seconds. Just remember it in your mind." Joey smiled at this scene. These people are quite clever, leaving a backup to prevent the message from spreading. After reading the note, the man nodded slightly. He seemed very satisfied with the information. Then, he handed a seed of the extraordinary corn to the vendor. The transaction between the two was completed, and the note turned to ashes after 10 seconds. Just as the man was about to leave, Joey followed him. After a few steps, Joey called out to the man, "Hey, buddy, trade me 2 of those extraordinary corns." The man was surprised. He stood still and looked at Joey from head to toe. "Why didn't you say that earlier? I thought you were here to exchange for the awakening serum. You've been listening nearby for so long, so you should understand the value of these extraordinary corns. I won't beat around the bush. Rare items might not be exchanged easily. I'm not short of food either. What are you planning to trade with me?" Joey stepped forward, placing his arm on the man's shoulder. He acted familiar. Quickly, he took out 2 tomatoes from his pocket and placed them in the man's hand. "How about 50 liters of gasoline? This tomato was a gift for meeting." Joey had used tomatoes to build good relationships with many people. When the man saw the tomatoes, his eyes showed clear surprise. In this post-apocalyptic world, human civilization had long stagnated. Like corn, tomatoes were rare and valuable. Being able to produce fresh tomatoes was definitely not simple. The man immediately became curious about the man in front of him, whose left arm was covered with red-scaled armor. Plus, he was offering 50 liters of gasoline. Who could have such a big gesture? Gasoline was like gold in this world, the most valuable currency among vehicles. The man could refuse 2 tomatoes, but he couldn't resist the temptation of 50 liters of gasoline. Once this man spread the word about 50 liters of gasoline, many people would be interested. In this vast desert, they hadn't found a single gas station yet. It shows how precious gasoline is now. Without gasoline, cars would break down, becoming useless scrap metal. Missing this chance was not an option. The man whispered, "Brother, are you really serious?" Joey nodded immediately. "Just gasoline isn't enough. You know better than I do the value of these extraordinary corns. I think you should be able to see that I am very straightforward, never beating around the bush. If I can't find something I like, I won't make a trade." When Joey heard the man's words, he just raised an eyebrow and slightly smiled. He took out a snake fang from his pocket. This was a drop from the snake he had killed earlier. But now, it was not very useful to him. It was more like a rare material for making special items. He decided it was better to trade it for something more practical. "And what about this?" Joey held the fang up to the man. The man frowned, with the corners of his eyes drooping. He glanced at the snake fang with his peripheral vision. Then he slowly shook his head. "Not enough? Although this fang is a material for making special items, on its own it's not very useful. It's best to have a matching item to make the most of it." The man's words surprised Joey. He could tell just by looking that this man knew his stuff. It seemed this man was quite skilled. Joey put the fang away and smiled kindly. 50 liters of gasoline is enough, but I'll give you a snake skin as well. How about adding 1 more fang?" The man's eyes flickered constantly. A dark line appeared on his forehead. Right now, Gasoline was the most important thing. Materials for making special items are not essential, but gasoline is. It looked like neither side was happy with the other's offer. They didn't reach an agreement in the first round of talks, but neither wanted to give up easily. After all, this oasis was the only one in the vast desert. Missing this village meant missing this shop, and once they left, it might be a long time before they met another convoy. So, during this exchange, they both wanted to trade for as many things as they liked. It all depended on who would give up first. But it was clear Zhou Yi was sincere, offering a tomato and 50 liters of gasoline. The man then raised 5 fingers. Add another 50 liters of gasoline. Add the snake skin and the fong. I'm a straightforward person and don't like beating around the bush. If you're willing, let's trade directly. If not, then forget it. The man added another 50 liters of gasoline. For Zhou Yi, this was not a problem at all. With the small green bottle, he had unlimited gasoline. Okay, Zhou Yi replied simply. He raised his hand and waved. Yezi, go back and get the stuff. Yezi, standing nearby, immediately returned to the pickup truck to fetch the items. The man frowned, a bit surprised. He didn't expect Zhou Yi to agree so quickly. He had planned to bargain with him, thinking his price might be too high and that Zhou Yi would refuse. What a loss. It seemed Zhou Yi really had a lot of gasoline. He wished he had asked for more. But now that Zhou Yi had agreed, backing out would make him look unreasonable. The man could only feel regret in his heart. Soon, Yezi returned to the first-floor hall. When he entered, the man noticed he was holding a piece of snake skin in one hand. In the other hand, he carried 2 barrels of gasoline. Seeing the barrels in the hall immediately attracted many curious eyes. In these times, someone could come up with so much gasoline at once. Their resources were not abundant. Fortunately, the owner of the gasoline was an extraordinary person. If it had been an ordinary person, well, ordinary people probably wouldn't have so much gasoline. Most supplies were controlled by extraordinary people. After getting the gasoline, the man felt somewhat satisfied but didn't show it. His face remained calm, expressionless. Seeds, for you. Our deal is done. After saying that, the man turned around with the snake skin and gasoline, planning to exchange these seeds for more items. Zhou Yi immediately called out to him. Buddy, the gasoline is yours, but you need to return the barrels. Hearing this, the man's mouth twitched slightly. He still wanted the barrels back? This man was a bit stingy. Not at all like the style of an extraordinary person. Zhou Yi didn't feel embarrassed at all. Losing gasoline could be replaced, but losing the barrels would be a real loss. In his own convoy, he also only exchanged the oil, not the barrels. Now, every resource kept had its purpose. Okay, I understand. I'll fill up the tanks and return them to you later. After saying this, the two of them left the hall one after the other. Zhou Yi, having obtained a superordinary corn seed, was eager to try it. He immediately returned to the strange pickup truck. He found a foam box. He planted the seed inside. Looking around to make sure no one was watching, he dripped a drop from a small green bottle. A wonderful scene happened. The foam box suddenly burst with life. Not only did the superordinary corn seed sprout, but many weeds also grew inside the foam box. The corn seedlings grew very quickly, as if someone pressed an acceleration button. They grew visibly fast, all in less than a minute. In the second carriage of the strange pickup, a nearly 2-meter-tall corn suddenly appeared. It really looked like what the man had described. The corn was 3 times larger than normal corn. Just this one ear of corn was enough for an adult to have a full meal. Suddenly, a large ear of corn appeared among the vehicles, catching everyone's attention. They all knew Zhou Yi's vehicle was growing tomatoes, but now a corn had appeared. How was that possible? Soon, many onlookers gathered around the pickup. Everyone's eyes were filled with envy. Their greed and jealousy were hard to hide. They didn't have many foods left to eat, and most of what they had were expired. Fresh food was completely unavailable. But this was a superordinary item, and everyone in the convoy knew Zhou Yi's temper. They could only stand at a distance, watching and dreaming, not daring to step closer. At this moment, Zhou Yi plucked the corn. He broke it in half and threw one half to Qi Tian. He kept the other half as a seed for himself. He was still very cautious. Giving the half to Qi Tian wasn't because he suddenly had a kind heart, but because he was worried about accidents. He wanted Qi Tian to test if it was poisonous first. After all, no one had eaten this before, so caution was best. If Chi Tian ate it without any problem, Zhou Yi would then dare to eat it himself. Chi Tian received the half-ear of corn, and a smile couldn't hide from his face. The other survivors in the convoy looked at him with envy. It was the great chief, able to get close to a superordinary. No wonder he could hold this position. They didn't know what Zhou Yi was thinking now. They all thought he had been performing well recently and was rewarded for it. Unaware, Chi Tian kept thanking Zhou Yi under the car, bowing 90 degrees with a humble attitude. "Thank you, Mr. Zhou. Thank you, Mr. Zhou." Zhou Yi, standing in the second carriage, said nothing. He fiddled with the corn seeds in his hand and planted them again, showing no concern on his face. This matched the image everyone had of him. Haha, he's just a little lab rat. People really think Zhou Yi is some great sage. Oh, right. Chi Tian, find me a few large flower pots. I want to start planting corn on a large scale in this carriage. From now on, everyone in the convoy can come to exchange for corn with me. Hearing Zhou Yi's orders, Chi Tian immediately took action. He was obedient like a cat in front of the extraordinary people, but in front of the survivors, he suddenly changed his attitude. His eyes also looked a bit fierce. His tone became serious. If the extraordinary people are like emperors, then he is definitely the top official beside the emperor. Chi Tian quickly gathered others to carry out Zhou Yi's plan. Ma Jingyi and Han Wanning continued to walk around the stalls. There are many girls like her. Before the apocalypse, it was fine. But after the disaster, girls have their monthly issues, and with so many people in the convoy, it becomes awkward. Some hygiene products became hot items among the girls. They used to focus on collecting food and ignored these things. Now, in the convoy, no one is starving. They should also think about their own health needs. However, many girls in other convoy stalls still had a lot of beauty products. One girl even brought out some popular lipstick, perfume, and a bunch of makeup. It's unclear which convoy she belongs to, but she had so many items used by girls: jewelry, lotions, hand creams, masks, foundation, everything. There were false eyelashes, hairpins, colored contact lenses, headbands, all laid out in front of her. The girl with the most girls gathered around her at her stall. Xiao Yu and Zhang Feifei, as the two female extraordinary people in the convoy, naturally attracted these items. Who doesn't love to look good? Xiao Yu is also a young girl going through adolescence. Due to the side effects of her boxing training, her face is covered with pimples, making her look less attractive. However, she still enjoys collecting pretty clothes to wear. On the bus, there are many delicate Lolita dresses and JK skirts. She often makes an effort to dress nicely when going out. Recently, she has even started learning makeup techniques with Zhang Feifei. In the past, many people in the team used fruit-themed phones. Zhang Feifei also changed to a new one. Usually, they communicate by typing on their phones instead of talking. Despite being very different, these two girls have unknowingly become good friends. Maybe this is what friendship among girls is like. Unlike the men in the team, they are all very thoughtful. Each has their own little plans, and there is no sense of teamwork. They are not united at all. To them, only interests matter, and they are always thinking about how to watch out for others. The three members of the ghost team are much closer. The girl selling things has a high ponytail, looking very pretty and neat. She often attracts many men's attention, but she is also part of the team. Her stall is right next to the others in the team. With a team member who is an extraordinary, powerful person nearby, the men with bad intentions quickly give up their evil thoughts. The hall also has some women working in service industries. They can easily find these women if needed, so there's no need to cause trouble over a pretty girl. At this girl's stall, a necklace catches the eye. It is entirely silver, with a pink diamond embedded in it. From afar, you can see the pink glow reflected. It's like magic has been cast on it, and just a glance at the necklace draws people in with a mysterious power. Even the extraordinary are no exception. Both girls immediately focus their eyes on the necklace. Wow, such a beautiful necklace, Xiao Yu exclaims excitedly. Wow, wow. Feifei, look at this. Zhang Feifei is pulled over by Xiao Yu and stands in front of the stall. The necklace is placed in the most eye-catching spot. Xiao Yu reaches out to grab it, but suddenly, a man wearing glasses nearby reaches out and grabs her wrist. The moment their hands touch, Zhang Feifei's pupils suddenly constrict. Her expression becomes serious. Xiao Yu was laughing just a second ago, but then his eyebrows furrowed slightly. As the man with glasses touched his wrist, he could feel a powerful energy. This man is a sequence-level extraordinary person. Feeling cautious, Xiaoyu quickly pulled his hand back. His fist expanded rapidly, ready to fight. The man with glasses adjusted his glasses and forced a smile. Don't get excited, don't get excited. I mean no harm. This is my wife's stall. Both of you are also extraordinary people. I can sense that. Seeing that the man was being polite, Xiaoyu's fist shrank back to normal size. No wonder this woman was dressed so beautifully. It turns out her husband is a sequence-level extraordinary person, the leader of a team. Do you like this necklace? The man looked at Xiaoyu, then turned to look at Zhang Feifei beside him. Xiaoyu nodded slowly. Without saying a word, the man picked up the necklace and put it around his neck. An astonishing scene happened. The man who was just wearing glasses suddenly transformed into Xiaoyu. Some onlookers nearby were stunned and didn't react. A few women even froze in place. They couldn't believe their eyes, watching a person change right before their eyes. Even Xiaoyu himself was wide-eyed. The man touched the pink necklace on his neck again, channeling his extraordinary power into it. In the next second, Zhang Feifei's appearance reappeared. Seeing how the man with glasses operated, both Xiaoyu and Zhang Feifei quickly realized what was happening. Is this a magic item? Xiaoyu asked cautiously. The man with glasses nodded with a smile. Yes, this is indeed a magic item. It ranks quite low, over 50,000th. It's called a disguise necklace. It has no offensive power, only one ability, and that is disguise. As long as you inject your extraordinary energy, you can change your appearance to anyone you've seen, and there's no time limit. In other words, as long as you pay a little attention to your energy, you can keep using it. The man with glasses immediately saw that the girl with a face full of pimples really wanted this necklace. Because she is a top-tier member, no one dares to say she looks ugly face-to-face. But everyone can see that her face is covered with pimples, which really affects her appearance. Who wouldn't want to have a pretty face? Even his wife, who is at the end of her patience, still doesn't forget to collect so many cosmetics and dress up every day. After hearing the introduction from the glasses-wearing man, Xiaoyu's love for this strange object grew even stronger. She still doesn't have any strange objects herself. Not only has her strength not improved, but she also doesn't look good, and she's the youngest. These disadvantages make her feel less important in the team. She is also one of the founders of the team. Even the later members, Xia Fan and Zhang Feifei, have quickly improved their strength and are now stronger than her. Now, she has fallen to this point, and the young girl feels a bit insecure. But if she uses this disguise necklace, she can change her least favorite appearance. This would make her more confident in the team. Today, she must get this necklace no matter what. Team leader Lin and the bald man are on the other side of the hall. They just finished trading and are about to leave, holding two favorite items. Wei Xinjun, the deputy manager of the team, hurriedly ran into the hall, looking around anxiously as if there was an urgent matter. Finally, he saw team leader Lin, and it was as if he saw a savior. Regardless of how many people were around, he shouted loudly in that direction. Team leader Lin. Team leader Lin. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. Our team is surrounded by another team. Hearing this, the two captains' faces instantly changed. Team leader Lin didn't have time to ask more and rushed out with the two items. As soon as they stepped outside, they saw three top-tier members with a group of people holding knives, guns, and sticks, surrounding Zhou Yi's strange-looking pickup truck. There was also a person lying on the ground. It was clearly turned into a pile of ashes. Other teams might not know what was happening, but the members of the Shengliang team knew this was the aftermath of an attack by the strange-looking pickup. When Zhou Yi first equipped the strange head on his pickup, an old woman nearby was burned into this state. Although his vehicle was loaded with supplies, almost no one in the team dared to get close. At this moment, Zhou Yi placed a bucket of water he had just fetched beside the car. He had been working on his vehicle, planting corn. He only got out to the lake to get a bucket of water, planning to water the plants. But less than a minute after he left, something happened. It was clear that this person took advantage of his absence to try to get into his truck, triggering the automatic defenses of the strange pickup. That's how the scene unfolded. The members of their convoy reacted very quickly. Three extraordinary fighters immediately surrounded him. Such a fast response made it seem like they had planned this in advance. Zhou Yi's brows furrowed as he looked over everyone slowly. His cold gaze made people shiver. Before he could speak, Qi Tian, with 12 armored guards holding rifles, moved to surround the ordinary people. Initially, the convoy relied on the strength of 3 extraordinary fighters. They acted very tough at first, but when they saw the rifles, they quickly backed down. A person only has one life. No one dared to take risks, and these people didn't dare to shoot. If they had used cold weapons, with their numbers, they wouldn't be so scared. Plus, Zhou Yi carried a strong aura of danger. Their arrogant attitude was instantly crushed. What's wrong? Are you trying to cause trouble? Zhou Yi crossed his arms, tiptoed slightly, leaned one shoulder on the pickup, and looked at them with a dismissive attitude. He glanced at the charred corpse on the ground. The wooden puppet head on top of the pickup still glowed with a sinister red light. Every time he killed someone, it seemed very excited. The more people he killed, the stronger the strange head became. The leader of the extraordinary fighters pointed at the blackened corpse and aggressively challenged Zhou Yi. We're just trying to find trouble. That's so funny you say that. You killed one of our people, and now you're playing the victim? Don't think we're afraid of your convoy just because you have guns. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 other extraordinary fighters from the combat team immediately took fighting stances. It was obvious that their leader, the guide, was the first to speak. Standing nearby was a big guy, over 2 meters tall. It has 2 heads. Its entire body is muscular and looks very strong. Zhou Yi immediately recognized it. This is a Titan series creature. He had encountered one before. If he cut it with a sword and threw it into the river, it would be gone. Usually, these big Titan-type creatures are not very smart, just muscle and little brain. But this kind of creature is very good for fighting. The one in front of him is probably a branch of the Titan series. He had heard from Xia Fan that Titan creatures are hard to kill and have many branches. This 2-headed one should be called a double cranial giant. Next to him stood a sneaky young man, thin and with a young face, his eyes blood red. He was holding a cigarette, clearly a smoker. The man took a deep puff, and smoke surrounded him until he disappeared. What kind of creature is this? Zhou Yi had never seen it before. It looked strange, so he quickly became alert. At this moment, many others from different teams gathered around to watch. 3 against 1. It seems this symbiotic creature is quite tough. Someone in the crowd whispered and talked. I know this team. They are all strong fighters of the 2nd level. I don't know what just happened. Someone nearby responded immediately. I know. I saw everything clearly. An older man from their team sneaked up to the pickup while the other person was away. As soon as he touched the pickup, a light shot out from the baby's head on the roof, and before they could react, they turned into a pile of charcoal. While they whispered, Lin Team and the bald man pushed them aside. They stood in the middle and asked coldly, what happened? A human-shaped figure made of smoke stepped forward and said, our people were killed by you. How do we settle this? Before Lin Team could speak, Zhou Yi raised his hand and shot a stream of lava from his palm's red eye. The smoke figure instantly disappeared. All that was left on the ground was a pool of hot lava. There's no point in arguing with them. While I was away, they tried to steal something, but they were killed by my clever trick with the pickup. You really have a thick face. Detective Lin heard Zhou Yi's words and saw the charred corpse on the ground, so he understood what had happened. His pickup truck is a special item. Usually, no one in the convoy dares to get close because they know it has an automatic defense system. But others in the convoy didn't know this. It was obvious that someone from their team saw the supplies on the pickup and tried to steal some when they weren't looking. They are not from a strong convoy and don't understand the pickup's features. They suffered the consequences for their foolishness. This is just theft, with no regard for fairness. Zhou Yi's anger grew stronger. No one has ever successfully stolen from him. With his temper, he definitely wants these people to pay the price. Team Lin, why are you still talking to them? Let me handle them. Before Zhou Yi finished speaking, the man with the smoke was already acting first. He exhaled a cloud of murky smoke. It turned into fierce white wolves, almost real, snarling and rushing toward Zhou Yi. Team Lin and the bald man, acting as guides, had little fighting ability and were immediately knocked down by the wolves. Nearby, Qi Tian saw things were getting bad. Without hesitation, he ordered to open fire on their convoy. Bang, bang, bang. 12 guns fired simultaneously. The deafening gunfire echoed between 2 sand dunes. The peaceful green state was disturbed by the gunfire, attracting all the normal trading convoys to look toward the lake. At Longman Inn, on the nearly empty third floor, a black figure slowly looked up. Go see what's happening. My plan must not fail. A deep, cold voice came from the darkness, sounding more like the growls of many animals than a human voice. In the room, only the innkeeper's wife was present. When she heard the voice, her face changed strangely. How much longer do you need this time? There are several third-tier entities among these groups. I'm afraid. The boss's wife hadn't finished speaking. In the darkness, it seemed as if countless worms were crawling, making a hissing sound. What are you afraid of? It's only a third tier, and I am here too. The boss's wife paused, then stood up, walked to the window, opened it wide, squinting slightly as she looked out at what was happening below. After the gunfire, a strong smell of gunpowder and blood spread along the lake, carried by the wind. The ordinary people in that convoy were lying scattered on the sand. The fresh blood was quickly absorbed by the desert, leaving behind red-stained sand. These rifles weren't automatic. They needed to be reloaded after each shot. The remaining few were panicking, with only a few stubborn ones still trying to fight back. Suddenly, a ringing bell sounded. Ding, ding, ding. Dozens of zombies suddenly appeared and quickly moved closer, surrounding the remaining people. Seeing this scene, my legs started to shake. They had guns, and now there were zombies too. These ordinary people were no match for the joint convoy. The excited corpse reanimator looked at the corpses on the ground, licking his lips lightly. It's happening, it's happening. With so many corpses, I can make more zombie puppets. A happy smile appeared on his face. This was like a delicious feast for him. With so many fresh bodies, they were perfect materials for creating powerful zombies. The white wolf, transformed into smoke tendrils, rushed toward Lin and the bald man, holding them tightly. Meanwhile, the two-headed giant dragged its huge body across the sand, leaving deep footprints as it charged toward Joey. Wild Kid, go! The armored Wild Kid charged straight at the giant. Bang! Wild Kid, known for his second-tier strength, was knocked flying by the giant's fist, leaving a big dent in his silver armor. He was just a puppet corpse, no match for a true superhuman, especially not for a big fighter like this. Bang! Wild Kid was slammed into the sand dunes. What kind of weak zombie king is this? So useless. He couldn't even withstand a single punch. Zhou Yi's left arm, covered in red armor, quickly expanded. He forcefully punched the Titan giant, and the powerful impact made him stumble back several steps before he could steady himself. Both of them were surprised. Neither expected the opponent's strength to be so great. The red-eyed king could actually compete with the Titan giant in strength, and even fell behind. The spectators from other teams watched this intense fight and felt genuine respect. This was a real battle of strength. This was the first time Zhou Yi truly used all his power as the red-eyed king. The Titan rank roared in defiance. He threw another punch at Zhou Yi. Hold still. A yellow talisman was suddenly stuck on the giant's forehead. It was the little Taoist's voice. Zhou Yi was about to take the punch, but unexpectedly, the little Taoist made a move. The giant was immobilized by the talisman and couldn't move. Watch this. The little Taoist shot a confident look at Zhou Yi and quickly made hand signs. Now, the Titan rank was helpless and in danger of losing his life. The smoke man split off a cloud of smoke, transforming into a white wolf. It floated toward them. Zhou Yi charged forward directly, releasing a burst of hot lava from his palm, causing the white wolf to vanish instantly. This time, the little Taoist seemed to be serious. The two team leaders were still fighting the smoke man. The battle had become intense. All 5 combat ranks had joined in, along with 3 guides. Such a fierce fight could probably only be seen in the Oasis. The other teams kept their distance. These were top-tier fighters, and they didn't want to risk getting caught in the chaos. They consciously left a battlefield by the lake. Zhou Yi now needed to hold off the smoke man's attack until the little Taoist finished his spell and hand signs. Once done, the Titan rank would likely be doomed. Even his soul might be destroyed. The corpse collector nearby was also busy. He controlled the corpse king to attack their guides. As the saying goes, catch the thief first, catch the king first. Both guides on this side were controlled, and no one was protecting them. Try my 5 Thunder Heavenly Heart technique. A bright red peach wood sword suddenly appeared above the Titan series, though no one knew when. The young monk's lips moved quickly, reciting spells like flowing dragons, and a flash of golden light appeared. Suddenly, the sky darkened with thick clouds, and thunder roared. The smoke man saw the situation turning bad. He controlled the smoke to bind the two team leaders next to the Titan series. He wanted to use their lives to threaten the young monk into stopping his spell. Maybe there was still a chance to survive. At this moment, a hesitant, magnetic female voice spoke out. Give me to leave. As soon as she finished speaking, the smoke from the smoke man instantly vanished. He turned around and saw Zhang Feifei. Some sharp-eyed viewers exclaimed, "Wow, they have allies. This is the true spell series. Their team is really strong. One is a heavenly master, another is a corpse handler, and there's a strange symbiotic series. Now another true spell training series has appeared. Today, it seems the Titan series can't be saved." Many less experienced people nearby also looked confused. Someone asked the man who just spoke, "What is the true spell series? I've never heard of it before." The man grinned. "Simply put, it means words become magic." "Wow, that's so impressive," said someone nearby, full of surprise. "Sigma, duh. I liked this team from the moment I saw them. Over a dozen cars in their formation, and all are second-tier superhumans. They're really powerful. If I could join this team, that would be great." While a few people discussed nearby, the young monk finished his spell. Dark clouds gathered with fierce wind rushing around. A thunderclap sounded in the sky. A lightning bolt struck down, piercing through the forehead of the peachwood sword and hitting the Titan series. The fight was over in an instant. Before anyone could react, the 2-meter-tall giant collapsed, seemingly lifeless. The huge double-headed giant crashed into the sand, creating a deep hole. Its body twitched violently, and surprisingly, one of its heads opened its eyes. The little Taoist's face darkened as he quickly formed a seal with his hand. A streak of golden light suddenly appeared. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 7 yellow talismans flew toward the giant. Several golden lights connected these talismans, attaching them to the limbs, forehead, heart, and dantian. The giant's life force was very strong. One of its heads was still struggling, but its body couldn't move. A bright red peachwood sword hovered above its head, ready to take its life at any moment. Today was the first time I saw the little Taoist act so fiercely. Zhou Yi had never been mistaken about people. He was indeed a talented master in the celestial master rank. Just when everyone thought the big guy was about to be defeated, a sword cry sounded from the sky. Clang! A sharp metallic clash pierced the air. A fiery dragon transformed into a long sword, slashing straight at the little Taoist. Another powerful supernatural being had entered the battle. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted excitedly, "Sword Immortal rank. This is a unique Sword Immortal rank in Daxia." Wow, so cool. Everyone knew the value of the words, Sword Immortal. No one expected to see a Sword Immortal rank in action today. This oasis truly hid many talented people. A small conflict had unexpectedly drawn out so many experts. The sudden fiery dragon long sword broke the balance of the fight. The peachwood sword and the fiery dragon sword struck almost simultaneously. Amidst the clash of blades and sparks, a loud metallic collision rang out, sparking a burst of fire in front of the little Taoist. The giant's neck sprayed blood, and its head rolled down the sand dune, only stopping when it hit a wheel of a vehicle. Its wound was covered in sand, and it moved its mouth as if trying to speak, but couldn't make a sound. In the blink of an eye, the little Taoist was safe and sound. Everyone thought they would both fall together, but a black sword blocked the fiery dragon sword. The fiery dragon and lightning intertwined, and for a moment, the black sword surprisingly gained the upper hand. Seeing the situation was turning bad, the fiery dragon's sword instantly returned to a girl with pink hair. All eyes focused on the girl with pink hair. She wore a pair of brown combat boots and looked very stylish and elegant. Above her, her snow-white thighs were most eye-catching, but what drew the most attention was her high ponytail of pink hair. Wow, it's still the pink-haired Sword Immortal. He's really handsome, someone in the crowd shouted excitedly. But the pink-haired girl shot a deadly look with her eyes and immediately shut up. "Are you also part of the Sword Immortal rank?" The pink-haired girl held her fire dragon sword, staring intensely at Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi smiled. "And then, aren't you also part of the Sword Immortal rank?" The guide, controlled by a zombie, finally saw his teammate appear and immediately shouted to the pink-haired girl, "Qian, save me." As soon as the man finished speaking, the pink-haired girl was about to act, but Zhou Yi stopped her. A sharp sword sound rang out as a black sword stabbed directly at the guide. The pink-haired girl's face changed suddenly. When they first fought, he already felt that her strength was above his. She was already at the second level of the Sword Immortal rank. Among the team, she was considered one of the strongest fighters. But the opponent could suppress her Fire Dragon sword with just one strike. It was probably too late to save the captain now. So, she could only take a risky move, risking everything. At worst, 1 for 2. The pink-haired girl seized the moment, and her Fire Dragon sword struck again, making a metallic screech in the air. The sword transformed into a fire dragon, rushing straight toward Lin and the bald man. Both of them felt panic inside. The smoke turned into tentacles, tightly controlling them. Being manipulated over life and death was uncomfortable, and now they could only rely on their teammates. "Lin, don't be afraid." Xiao Yu's voice reached Lin's ears. The bald man heard his voice and immediately tensed up. In this moment of crisis, hearing a teammate's voice was like a dawn of hope, giving both of them a little more sense of safety. "Sword. Come," Zhang Feifei had stammered before, but these two words were spoken very clearly now. As soon as she finished speaking, the connection between the pink-haired girl and her fire dragon sword was instantly severed. Standing far away, Zhang Feifei was holding that very fire dragon sword, and the pink-haired girl's face changed drastically. How could this happen? Just because of his one sentence, her signature sword stopped obeying her. Wow, is the truth sequence this powerful? No wonder they say words become law. Absolutely unbeatable. Just now, someone in the crowd who had been silent cheered again. The popular pink-haired girl on the stage was suddenly overshadowed by Zhang Feifei. Before he could react, another Zhang Feifei appeared right in front of him. Sigma De, a pair of fists, bigger than his face, came rushing toward him. The pink-haired girl instinctively looked up to block, but punches kept coming one after another. She couldn't defend with her hands alone and could only take the hits passively. This woman's punching speed was extremely fast. Each punch was as powerful as a giant's. Under such fierce attack, the pink-haired girl, who had lost her fire dragon sword, was starting to struggle. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhou Yi only needed one sword to kill the leader of the guiding team on the spot. Gained 2,000 kill points. The long-absent system notification appeared again in his mind. Turning to the other side, the pink-haired girl was actually fighting Zhang Feifei in close combat? How could a true language sequence be fighting a Sword Immortal sequence? Zhou Yi looked confused. But what surprised him even more was that there was actually another Zhang Feifei nearby, holding the fire dragon sword. What the heck? 2 Zhang Feifeis. What is this woman doing? Not only Zhou Yi, but others also looked confused. There are still 2 opponents left on the field. Things have gotten serious. They must finish the fight quickly to avoid more trouble. Zhou Yi glanced at the little Taoist nearby and gave a thumbs up. Nice job. Are you and Wu Jia dealing with that smoke man? I'll handle this little pink-haired girl. The little Taoist, about to speak, was interrupted. Zhou Yi had already moved swiftly toward the pink-haired girl like a ghost. He made a sword gesture with his hand, and the black sword instantly returned to his hand, its tip dripping with the blood of the guiding person. This time, he showed no mercy. Get out of the way. I'm going to deal with this pink-haired girl myself. The little Taoist and the corpse handler nearby weren't lagging behind either. A dozen zombies quickly surrounded the smoke man. His smoke was strange, but under attack from 2-second sequence fighters, he wouldn't last long. Next came a one-sided crushing. Zhou Yi was third in the sequence, while the pink-haired girl was second. They simply weren't on the same level. If it were a different sequence, perhaps the Sword Immortal sequence could still fight, but now both are at the same level, and the opponent is even stronger. The pink-haired girl's power was cut to less than a third after losing her fire dragon sword. A half-moon-shaped silver sword light streaked past the pink-haired girl, leaving a deep scar behind her. A tuft of pink hair floated away in the wind. Zhang Feifei transformed back into Xiao Yu's appearance, grabbing the high ponytail of the pink-haired girl, whose head was now separated from her body. Additional kill points, 3,000. I didn't expect the pink-haired girl to be so valuable. She was rewarded with 3,000 kill points. This made Zhou Yi feel a bit of success. though he still owes the system 300,000 kill points. He turned to look at the smoke man. The three of them were fighting back and forth. They were mostly using long-range attacks, with no one engaging in close combat. The fight was not very intense. Various animals made of smoke and flying talismans darted around, sometimes accompanied by thunder, and zombies were thrown into the chaos. The corpse collector isn't suited for one-on-one fights. He's better at group battles. His strength depends on how many zombies he has. For a one-on-one fight, it's best to leave it to the Sword Immortal sequence. He originally thought the pink-haired girl was the strongest among their team, but it turned out the smoke man was the most difficult to deal with. Everyone, step back. Let me handle this. After both sides exhausted their energy, the smoke man's extraordinary power was nearly depleted. It was time for the assassin to finish the job. He had to personally take his life. He swung his black sword, creating a sword flower. He immediately used his ultimate move. Sword point to the sky. Dragon walks 9 heavens. Sword point to the sky. One sword soars. All laws vanish. With Zhou Yi's third sequence skill activated, his aura reached its peak. Whether it was the previous Titan sequence, the pink-haired Sword Immortal, or the recent True Word sequence, all of his strength was now overshadowed by his presence. No matter how strange the smoke from the smoke man was, it was useless against absolute power. A half-moon-shaped sword light cut through the air. The young Taoist and the corpse collector quickly dodged to the side. The smoke man's face suddenly changed. He took a puff from his cigarette and exhaled a cloud of smoke that formed a shield to block in front of him, trying to stop Zhou Yi's attack. But this smoke was no match for the third-level Sword Immortal skill. It was as fragile as paper and couldn't stop the attack. The shield instantly shattered, right in front of everyone's eyes. The smoke man was instantly killed and died on the spot under Zhou Yi's sword. Added 3,000 killing points. As the system notification sounded, Zhou Yi checked his killing points. Now, he has 148,590. Killing 3 extraordinary fighters earned him 8,000 points, which wasn't a bad deal. This team ended up wiped out completely. While they were still celebrating their victory, the owner of the Dragon Gate Inn on the 3rd floor had already seen everything clearly. With a creak, she closed the wooden window. The owner, dressed in a long skirt and wearing attractive high heels, walked toward the dark depths of the room. It's over. The team was wiped out. No one from the United Team died, and that third-level Sword Immortal is very strong. And I also found he's still a coexisting level. From the darkness, a slow, wriggling sound of worms crawling could be heard, making people feel very uncomfortable. The strange sound spoke again. Double level? Interesting. The Sword Immortal level is indeed very powerful, but they will soon become my nourishment. By Oasis Lake, almost every team came to watch the exciting battle. There are many fights between extraordinary fighters and strange creatures, but fights between extraordinary fighters are rare, especially when so many extraordinary fighters appear at once. And 2 Sword Immortal level fighters appeared. It's truly a rare sight. According to the rules between teams, all items of this team belong to the United Team, and no one dares to compete for them. After a battle, they only lost a few ordinary zombies, yet another strong team was wiped out. Imagine other teams. How could they dare to provoke such a team? Unless they've lost their minds. Or maybe the team no longer wants to fight. Cleaning up the battlefield should be handled by Qi Tian and Wei Xinjun. By this time, nearly half of the men in the convoy had died. As for the women, they were first selected one by the men in the joint convoy. The remaining people were useless to keep, and sheltering them would just mean more mouths to feed. Since they weren't part of this convoy, it was hard for them to fit in. In the end, they were all sold to other convoys in exchange for supplies. Of course, all these actions were solely Qi Tian's idea. The superhumans didn't interfere. The supplies of this convoy were first distributed by the superhumans. They had 2 special items. One was the fire dragon sword held by the girl with pink hair, and the other was a listening radio found in the leader's vehicle. During the battle, Zhou Yi alone killed 3 superhumans from the highest ranks, making his contribution the greatest. He was the first to choose. Zhou Yi only took the fire dragon sword. This sword, like his Thunder Strike, is a signature sword from the Sword Immortal series. In fact, this sword ranks quite high, but the sword recognizes its owner. To gain the Fire Dragon Sword's approval, Zhou Yi will need to put in some effort. However, he already had a plan. He has a system. He still has over 100,000 killing points, so he doesn't need to repay his debt right now. He can simply use a one-click system to change the sword's master. The convoy has 3 vehicles: a school bus, an off-road vehicle, and a tricycle. After discussion, they decided to modify the school bus into a super bus for transporting people. Most of the convoy's members, about 70–80%, could fit into this super bus. The other vehicles would be used for transporting supplies. The tricycle was given to the bald man and his companions, as it suited their 3-wheeled vehicle. They could upgrade and modify these 2 vehicles later. The off-road vehicle was given to Zhang Feifei. Once the vehicles were assigned, they moved on to distributing supplies. They had plenty of food, especially the smoke man, who had hidden many cigarettes. In the end, all the supplies were taken by team leader Lin. Other supplies were divided equally. As for the listening radio, it was finally given to the little Taoist. His contribution was second only to Zhou Yi. He was the one who killed the Titan rank. The little Taoist also couldn't do much with the radio, so it was ultimately given to the bald man. This radio has the ability to listen in secretly. Their convoy only found out that Zhou Yi was growing super corn on the head of a strange pickup truck. They took the opportunity while Zhou Yi went to fetch water to send someone to check. Unexpectedly, the pickup had an automatic defense mode, which led to the scene at the beginning. The corpse collector did not participate in distributing supplies because he only wanted these bodies. When he saw that big guy, he was so excited he couldn't close his mouth. This was perfect material for making corpse ghosts. He packed up all the bodies and took them away alone. Then he went into the zombie pile to start his work, and no one disturbed him. Zhou Yi returned to his pickup truck. He held the Fire Dragon Sword in his left hand and the Thunder Shock in his right hand. One was a black sword, the other a red sword. They looked quite matching. The Fire Dragon's sword kept trembling in his hand. Since its owner died, the sword was very resistant. If it weren't for the strong left arm of the red-eyed king, the Fire Dragon's sword might have turned against him and struck him. Why are you being so stubborn? What's the use of following that pink-haired girl? From now on, just stay with my little black. The Fire Dragon's sword vibrated violently and hummed. It seemed to be protesting. Even though it resisted strongly, Zhou Yi didn't care. He thought to himself and activated the system. How much killing value does it take to make this Fire Dragon's sword recognize me as its master? The system quickly responded. The Fire Dragon's sword is a soulmate sword. It's very difficult to make it recognize a new master. Hearing this, Zhou Yi's forehead creased into a dark line, and his face instantly looked unhappy. Why do I still have to pay more? A mechanical creaking sound came from the system. Zhou Yi, what does that mean? You're just a system, don't play tricks on me. Can I make it recognize me as its master with one click? Yes. It requires 50,000 killing points. Zhou Yi heard the system's answer and finally relaxed. He almost thought the system was messing with him. All right, make it recognize me as its master with one click. And also, pay off this month's installment. One-click recognition requires 50,000, and the installment repayment is 11,000. Total deduction this time, 61,000. The system is currently checking the kill points. The Fire Dragon Sword is being scanned. The scan of the Fire Dragon Sword was successful. The sword has been successfully recognized as its owner. Payment has been successfully processed. The system deducted kill points in just a few seconds. Zhou Yi now has over 130,000 kill points remaining, but still owes 290,000 to the system. Looking at the Fire Dragon Sword in his hand, Zhou Yi no longer feels the stubbornness he had at first. Now, it feels gentle, like a small lamb, obediently following his commands. Overall, it's still a gain. He has gained another rare item, or rather, now it feels like his main sword. After being refined by the system, the Fire Dragon Sword is no longer as aggressive as before. After the team's battle is over and everything is divided, Xia Fan, who had been shrinking back, quietly returns to the team. This kid is really sneaky. During the fight, he hid far away. Now that it's over, he's back. If he weren't a member of the mechanical series, the team probably would have forgotten about him long ago. Xia Fan, where are you running to? Team leader Lin saw him immediately in the crowd and pulled him out like an eagle catching a chick. Besides Xia Fan, all the extraordinary members of the team are here. Perfect timing for a meeting. The meeting spot is set right by the lake. The scenery here is quite nice. The combined team now has 8 members from the series of extraordinary powers. Sitting in a circle, they began their discussion for today. Before anyone else could speak, Zhou Yi's gaze fell on Zhang Feifei. During the fight just now, there were actually 2 Zhang Feifeis. The 3 members of the ghost team all focused their eyes on Zhou Yi. Seeing the young monk and the bald man staring at him, Zhou Yi understood what they meant. Ahem. You two, stop staring at me like that. I haven't been that handsome lately, right? The young monk stammered. You're a member of the Coexistence Series 1. And then there's the Sword Immortal Series. Before he could finish, Zhou Yi turned to look at team leader Lin beside him. The other person nodded slightly. We only exchanged a few seconds of eye contact, but we understood each other's meaning. It seems I need to be honest about this situation today. I have been lying to them all along. There's no need to keep pretending. Everyone already knows the truth. From this crisis with the convoy, I can see that the ghost team members are actually quite good. We get along well on the road. When faced with enemies, they don't back down and can stand up bravely. All right, I lied to you all. I'm not called Zhou Yi. My real name is Zhou Yi, a 3rd-tier Sword Immortal. I didn't lie about the coexistence sequence. I'm actually a 2nd tier. When Zhou Yi finished speaking, the bald man didn't seem very surprised. He had already guessed that this kid probably had a backup plan and wasn't a 1st tier. That was expected. What surprised him was that Zhou Yi was actually a Sword Immortal. Next, team leader Lin also came clean. I'm not called Lin Junjie. It's obvious that this name is made up. My real name is Lin Yanan. You can just call me team leader Lin, like they do. Being a guide sequence 3 is a bit of an exaggeration. I'm actually a sequence 2. When the team leader mentioned being a sequence 2, everyone in the powerful convoy looked at him in shock. Their eyes were all wide with surprise. Zhou Yi immediately wanted to scold him. You really are shameless. Being a sequence 3, you're used to it. A small sequence 1, lying to them is fine, but trying to deceive us? Team leader Lin remained very calm. I really didn't lie this time. I just got promoted to sequence 2 when we reached the oasis. I just didn't have time to tell you. It's still you, old dog Lin. Promoted to sequence 2, and still hiding it? You're the team leader. Do you have to lie to everyone in the convoy? Zhou Yi made a disgusted face. Xiaoyu was very straightforward. Before anyone else asked, she showed everyone the strange item she just changed into. She also explained clearly about the disguise necklace. She didn't treat everyone as outsiders at all. She said the necklace was a bit useless, but still quite handy. Sometimes, surprise attacks work best, just like today, catching the enemy off guard. In the future, this necklace can be used to confuse opponents. The main reason is that this item is undetectable. Even if it is disguised as someone else, it cannot be sensed. Next, team leader Lin began to get straight to the point. He suggested merging the 2 vehicle teams directly. Previously, they operated as a joint team. Now, there is no need for that anymore. The goal of the Strong Victory team is to grow bigger and stronger. When he made this request, the 3 members of the Ghost team surprisingly cooperated. They have been through many ups and downs together. Only they know the hardships they faced along the way. If they hadn't encountered the powerful team in the desert, they might have starved there. Merging the teams isn't a bad thing. Plus, they have a strong sword master who can help them get free mechanics. Why not take advantage of that? It's definitely better than the broken van they used to drive. In the end, the team still named itself the Strong Victory Team because they have the most members. The Ghost team's name isn't very appealing and doesn't match public taste. The name Strong Victory Team is more popular. This is also very important. Team leader Lin proposed numbering all the vehicles for easier management. His idea was to combine the 2 buses and the school bus into one super bus. This would be used specifically to transport ordinary survivors. The 2 vans in the team could also be combined and modified into a large van, where the weapons and guards would sit. Xiaoyu and Zhang Feifei would share the same vehicle. Since they are girls, it's more convenient. Team leader Lin also numbered each vehicle. His off-road vehicle would be number 1, Zhou Yi's pickup truck number 2, Xiaofan's construction vehicle number 3, Xiaoyu and Zhang Feifei's SUV number 4, the van number 5, the big bus number 6, and the cargo truck number 7. The broken-down van would be number 8. Finally, there's only the 3-wheeled vehicle, which will be used as number 8. This vehicle is also planned to be converted into a cargo truck as the team grows and more supplies are needed. 2 vehicles will be responsible for transporting goods. Team leader Lin and the bald man sat inside vehicle No. 1. From now on, vehicle number 1 will be the command vehicle, responsible for directing and managing the entire convoy. The young monk was assigned to the bus. After all, with so many people crammed into one vehicle, it was necessary to have someone with exceptional skills to oversee things. As for the corpse handler, he didn't need a vehicle. He spent all day buried among the piles of corpses. He looked strange and ghostly, so no one wanted to sit with him. Team leader Lin numbered the vehicles, and everyone agreed without objection. Now, these vehicles had been heavily modified and no longer looked original. For example, Zhou Yi's strange pickup truck had been turned into a weird-looking vehicle. Numbering the vehicles made management and communication easier. Each vehicle had its own role, so as long as you remembered the number, you knew what it was for. The reorganization of the convoy went very smoothly. However, Xia Fan was the most reluctant person. Since he didn't participate in the fight, no one asked for his opinion during the discussion. They ignored him as if he wasn't there. It was because he stayed inside the hall and didn't come out to help with the convoy. In the end, the work of upgrading the vehicles still fell to him. There was a lot of work to do this time. There were 3 vehicles in total, and the bus needed a major overhaul. Xia Fan really didn't want to do it. He almost wanted to write, "I don't want to," on his face for everyone to see. But he couldn't argue his case, so he had to quietly accept the task. Fortunately, he was given some supplies as a reward for his effort. The meeting was about to end when Zhou Yi suddenly looked serious, as if he was thinking hard. Bang! He suddenly slapped his thigh. Everyone was startled and looked at him. What was he up to? Team leader Lin thought he had something to say and was about to speak, but Zhou Yi interrupted him immediately. "I've discovered a secret." Several pairs of eyes stared at him intently. What trick was he playing now? Zhou Yi's gaze was intense. After glancing around to make sure no one else was nearby, he leaned in closer. "This is definitely a big secret. I found out that this lake water isn't clean. It's full of tiny worm larvae, like little maggots." As soon as he said this, everyone's faces changed suddenly, and images flashed in their minds. Since they encountered that dead convoy in the desert, this kind of worm virus has spread like a plague, making everyone nervous. They are all under the shadow of the red spot virus. Team leader Lin's forehead was already creased with a dark line. He asked slowly in a deep voice, "How did you find out?" Zhou Yi turned back to the pickup truck, picked up the bucket of water he had just scooped from the lake. He placed the bucket in front of everyone. When they looked at it, their faces grew even more pale. At first glance, it seemed fine, but when they looked closer, they saw countless tiny worm larvae in the water. They recognized the worms because they had seen similar before. If it had been another convoy, they probably wouldn't have known these were worms. These bugs looked more like dragonfly eggs in a small stagnant pond or tiny fish fry just born. They were swimming densely in the bucket. It was enough to make anyone with a fear of crowded spaces feel uneasy. Zhou Yi had just finished loading some special corn in the second carriage, carried the bucket to get water from the lake, planning to pour some on the plants. But he unexpectedly discovered these tiny maggots. No one in the convoy cared whether the water was safe or not. They arrived at the oasis yesterday, and it was already dark. The convoy didn't have many lights, so who would bother to check the lake water carefully? Having water in the oasis was already a good thing. Many people, after seeing the water source, rushed in to take a bath. Only the stronger convoy had a bit more supplies, enough to go to Longmen Inn and take a shower upstairs. Others didn't have that luxury. So, this lake water became their natural bath. The more he thought about it, the more terrifying it became. With so many convoy groups, many people must have drunk this water. And then, he couldn't bear to think further. A few extraordinary people stared at the bucket filled with lively maggots, feeling a shiver run down their spines. The shepherd's convoy suddenly lost so many sheep. Now it makes sense. Sheep are different from humans. They don't care if the water is clean or not in the desert. Team leader Lin's mind was racing quickly. As the decision-maker, he had to make a firm choice. Qi Tian, he suddenly shouted loudly to one side. Hearing the shout, Qi Tian was startled. Even normally, team leader Lin wouldn't yell so loudly unless something serious was happening. Could something have gone wrong? Seeing all the extraordinary people in the convoy gathered together, something big was definitely happening. Qi Tian ran very fast. Now I have a very important task for you. Quickly count how many people in the convoy have drunk water from this lake. Even those who bathed in it need to be identified. Do it quickly, right now. Qi Tian didn't dare ask more questions. His only job was to complete the task as fast as possible. Since they arranged it this way, there must be a reason. We ordinary people can only follow orders. The extraordinary people are dealing with matters that ordinary survivors aren't allowed to know about. This virus is like a plague. They had already seen how contagious the worm was. If the red rash virus spreads in the convoy, even the extraordinary people will struggle to protect themselves. Fortunately, the extraordinary people only drank mineral water brought from Zhou. It's unclear whether others in the convoy drank water directly from the lake. Soon, the oasis might turn into a virus hotspot. The bald man remained silent. Team leader Lin kept touching his chin, looking anxious. He was thinking about whether to spread this news. This virus seemed to be deliberately spread by someone. The person who created this worm was hiding in the shadows, and they weren't sure if they could handle it. The scariest part was that they had no clues at all. What should they do about this? They had planned to stay a few more days in the oasis. As the convoy leader, Lin had encountered many strange things along the way, but never felt as anxious as now. The bald man saw everyone's worry and said, "Maybe we should leave the convoy. I think this oasis feels a bit strange. From the moment we arrived, I had an uneasy feeling. I always feel like this place is not real." When he said this, the others all agreed. Yes, I feel the same way." The young monk quickly nodded. "It feels like living in a dream. But at the same time, everything seems so real. It's this strange feeling that I can't quite explain." While they were talking, Qi Tian and his group had already come over. This kid is really efficient. No matter which special task force assigned him, he completes it very quickly. Team leader Lin. 12 people have drunk water from the lake. 38 people have washed clothes or bathed in the lake. Hearing Qi Tian's report, everyone's faces grew more serious. The convoy has fewer than 100 people now, yet so many have come into contact with the lake water. Team leader Lin made a firm decision to isolate these people. The 12 who drank the lake water were immediately separated, with no contact allowed. They don't even know how the red rash virus spreads, so isolating them is the safest choice. The ordinary people in the convoy looked confused. They had no idea what was happening. Like lambs being driven in, they had no control over their fate, just rounded up without even basic rights. Manager Qi, one middle-aged man, quietly asked, "Why is this? Why are we all gathered together suddenly? Is there something wrong with the lake water?" This man was about 40 or 50 years old, the only one in the convoy. He had escaped from Lu City and made it this far. Although traveling with the strong convoy kept him from starving, he didn't have many supplies and wasn't very well off. He didn't have much to trade with Zhou for water. He started without a vehicle, walking all the way to Gusu, and only found a bicycle in the city. Surviving until now was already very difficult for him. He just wanted to drink some water from the lake. What's wrong with that? Anyone who is normal would drink water when they finally find it in the desert. Many also take this chance to store water, so they are prepared after leaving the oasis. However, all their stored water was poured out. Then, they were called over mysteriously, and now they are being rounded up. Qi Tian ignored the uncle's questions. Several others kept asking him the same. As the main manager of the convoy, his status is naturally higher than theirs. Over time, he has become more proud. "Stop arguing," Qi Tian sternly ordered. "Everything is arranged by the extraordinary person. You should trust their reasons. Be quiet. All of you. Just wait patiently here. No need for so much nonsense." When the main manager scolded them, the group quickly quieted down. His current position was built on his authority. He is also the leader of the convoy's security team, directly under his control. Like a great general in ancient times, he holds real power and a high status. Some people in the crowd still felt unhappy. The uncle didn't dare to speak, but a few young men, proud and stubborn, thought this was unfair. It felt like being in prison, surrounded by metal walls, with guards holding guns. They were all members of the convoy, so why were they treated differently? The most outspoken were two brothers. Since they both had the surname Zhao, people in the convoy called them Old Zhao and Second Zhao. "Brother, One asked, "What did we do wrong?" "We just drank water from the lake," he said. "Why are we locked up?" Chi Tian, that scoundrel, just latched onto the extraordinary person's power. "There's no need to be so proud." A lackey, Second Zhao, crossed his arms, feeling very upset and complaining nonstop. The uncle next to him tugged at his sleeve and whispered, "Be quiet, Second. This metal wall isn't soundproof. People can't hear everything. If someone reports us, we're in big trouble." Old Zhao snorted coldly, feeling angrier the more he thought about it. "Uncle, what's there to be afraid of? Am I wrong? Isn't Chi Tian just a bootlicker? Without powerful people backing him, would he be so arrogant? He was cowardly like a dog before. Now he's acting tough. Even if he's impressive, he can't hide his lowly, dog-like smell." Old Zhao's voice grew louder and more excited. He spoke as if he was afraid others outside might hear him. Not only was he talking passionately, but he was also trying to stir up others' emotions. Bang! Someone outside punched the iron door hard. "Stop arguing. Be quiet, or I'll tell the chief officer." The guards outside just wanted them to lower their voices. But when the people inside heard the guards, they responded by talking even louder. Old Zhao couldn't take it anymore. He and his brother had been idle people in society since the end of the world. A few years ago, they had jobs, but later they caused trouble drinking and even spent a couple of days in jail. Since being released, they became more lazy, and because they had no parents to discipline them since childhood, they grew up as unruly children, stubborn and uncontrollable. "To hell with you. Keep bothering me. See what happens." Old Zhao kicked the metal sheet angrily. Old Zhao's brother took this chance to keep provoking others, trying to incite a rebellion. "Brothers, do you guys see how much Chi Tian annoys you? Why do those powerful people think they're better than us? They get the best food, the best drinks, sleep in cars, while we eat plain water and bread every day. We can't even fill our stomachs. And now they've mysteriously locked us up. Are they treating us like animals? Is there anyone willing to leave with me? There are so many vehicles here. Why stay in this strong convoy? Why? The guide can be the leader, but we can't. Same humans. Why do they ride on top of us?" Old Zhao had been holding back for a long time. He secretly discussed with Old Zhao, the leader, about rebelling. They once planned together to steal a vehicle or directly take control of the leader of the convoy, so they could become the main drivers. But they hesitated because the convoy was very powerful. Today, they saw a good chance, especially since there were so many people around. The natural rebellious spirit inside men finally burst out. Everyone had long been unhappy with this oppression, but no one dared to be the first to stand up. They didn't want to be the one to take the risk. Today, things changed. Several other men started to get excited. Where there is oppression, there will be resistance. In fact, the idea of rebellion had already been planted in the convoy from the start. Now it finally exploded. Brothers, is it so strange for kings and generals to have courage? Back in the day, Chun Sheng and Wu Guang led a rebellion against the oppressive Qin rule. Why can't we do the same? Today, my brother Zhao and I will be the ones to stand up. Who's willing to join me? Steal their cars and women, and we'll become the leaders of our own convoy. Brothers, let's do this. Overthrow the superhumans. It must be said, Old Zhao's speech and his ability to stir up emotions were very strong. He had the style of a young soldier from World War II. If he had been in the past, he would have been perfect for street speeches and probably gained many followers. As Old Zhao kept rallying the crowd, plus, Old Zhao's leader was hitting the metal sheet, trying to break through the barrier. A few men started to get excited. Once one took action, others followed. With the combined effort of several men, Old Zhao's leader was the first to climb over the metal sheet. But he was immediately pressed against the chest by guards with guns. "What are you trying to do, rebel?" Without hesitation, Old Zhao's leader took advantage of the guard's speech to seize the moment and attack. In the chaos, the guard accidentally pulled the trigger. With a loud bang, the shot immediately drew everyone's attention. After the gunfire, a man took advantage of the chaos and broke through the metal sheet. Outside, there were only 2 guards. Even though they had guns, they couldn't handle the crowd. With everyone's help, Boss Zhao and Second Zhao managed to grab those 2 guns. Many people didn't want to resist like the uncle did, but most just blindly followed the Zhao brothers and rushed out. Second Zhao was quick. He grabbed a rifle, turned, and shot at the guards. Since it was his first time shooting, he was inexperienced. The loud gunshot made his ears ring, and the powerful recoil almost made him drop the rifle. But the guards wore silver armor, so the shot only knocked them down without threatening their lives. It left a few dents on the armor. Even the worst armor was taken from strange creatures, so their defense was strong. Ordinary weapons hardly hurt them. These rifles used gunpowder, but their armor-piercing ability was weak. At that moment, Xiaofan's main task was to upgrade the vehicles, so he had no time or energy to focus on these rifles. The guard supported himself on the ground, thinking he would die from that shot. He touched his armor on his chest and was surprised to find he was fine. "I'm not dead. I actually survived. Ha ha ha. I'm not dead either," the guard shouted excitedly. Second Zhao, in the chaos, aimed his gun at the guard. He wanted to shoot again, but found he couldn't fire. These ordinary people in the convoy had no chance to use rifles. They didn't know these guns only shot once. He thought, like in games, that just holding a gun meant he could shoot endlessly. When the gunfire started, the other guards reacted quickly. Chi Tian, hearing the gunshots, knew something was wrong. He and the other guards arrived at the scene almost immediately. Seeing the chaos, he knew something had happened. "What are you doing?" Chi Tian shouted at Boss Zhao and the others. Looking at the fallen guard and the rifle in Zhao's second's hand, he roughly understood what was going on. They were trying to rebel. "Traitor, what's so great about showing off? Without extraordinary powers backing you up, you're nothing. Why are you surrounding us?" Zhao Laodi angrily shouted at Chi Tian. "Yeah, why is it always up to you to decide? What does it mean to lock us up like animals?" Chi Tian was about to respond and explain. But Lao Tu Lu, the old man, suddenly rushed out. He looked panicked and flustered. "Manager Chi, someone is sick. It's the same red rash disease as before." This old man had been quite low-key lately, always quietly enjoying Lao Tu Lu without making a fuss. Thanks to Lao Tu Lu, he could attract different women every day. He still looked lively and healthy, glowing with energy. Some young people couldn't help but admire his strong body, working hard every day, enjoying youth, and never getting tired. Yesterday, he went to the lake, took a bath in the water, and washed his clothes. But today, he was suddenly quarantined. He thought nothing would happen, but just now, a woman nearby suddenly looked pained. The old man turned around and saw her face covered in red spots. He was so scared he almost fainted. He quickly pushed the woman away and ran over to tell Chi Tian what had happened. At first, they thought this virus wouldn't spread so fast, but the more they hoped it wouldn't happen, the more likely it was to happen. Chi Tian's face changed quickly. He asked urgently, "Who is infected? Who has the virus?" "This virus spreads very easily. It could infect everyone in the convoy." Chi Tian quickly arranged for others to be quarantined again. "We're not your slaves." As soon as Zhao Laodi finished speaking, Chi Tian stepped forward and kicked him hard, knocking him to the ground. The kick caught him off guard. Zhao Laodi clutched his chest and gasped for air, surprised that Chi Tian was serious. "I initially thought that only extraordinary individuals in the sequence would stand up when needed, but I didn't expect him to dare to act on his own." Second brother, Leader Zhao didn't hesitate and kicked the machine gun. At that moment, a cold voice rang out. "What are you doing? Are you trying to rebel?" Upon hearing this voice, the faces of these people instantly changed. It was Zhou Yi's voice. They could not be afraid of Chi Tian, but they had to fear Zhou Yi. Leader Zhao heard the voice. His throat moved as he swallowed hard, and his eyebrows furrowed into a dark line. Zhou Yi and several other extraordinary individuals slowly approached. When they heard the gunfire, they came over immediately to check the situation. Chi Tian saw the extraordinary people coming and quickly went to meet them. "Mr. Zhou, they want a rebel. Some of them have already been infected with the red virus." Zhou Yi's cold gaze swept over everyone. The previously arrogant leader Zhao and second Zhao now looked as scared as dogs, not daring to speak. Especially leader Zhao, who was holding a rifle, his hands trembling constantly. Team leader Lin was still thinking about how to handle these people. He didn't know how many of them were infected. These people were definitely unhappy and had gathered them, which led to this scene. He needed to find a way to handle everyone fairly and settle these dozens of people. More than half of the convoy was here now. Losing so many people would not be good for the team. Also, the number of newcomers was decreasing. Losing humans was hard to replace. In a few years, the original inhabitants of this planet might become rare species, facing extinction. Instead, these strange beings increased, from the original hundreds to a peak of 300 or 400. Now, fewer than 100 remain in the convoy. After all, only a few people are extraordinary in the sequence, most are ordinary. And the more ordinary people there are, the higher the chance that someone will awaken as an extraordinary. While team leader Lin was thinking, Zhou Yi, with a fierce expression, took a step forward and spoke coldly. Fire Dragon Sword. Let me see your strength. When Zhou Yi said the words, Fire Dragon Sword, the pink-haired girl's Fire Dragon Sword was already floating beside him, though no one knew when it appeared. Since you are not obedient, there's no need to keep you. Our convoy doesn't leave anyone behind. Humph. Zhou Yi snorted coldly. If you can't behave, then go become a zombie. He slowly raised his arm. The Fire Dragon Sword rose gently with his movement. Old Zhao and Old Zhao too were already sweating heavily on their foreheads. A strong killing intent was slowly approaching them. Old Zhao too clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his flesh. Suddenly, an old man ran out, kneeling and begging for mercy in front of the superhumans. Seeing this, the others quickly followed suit. They weren't the leaders, they were just passively accepting. All of this was provoked by Old Zhao and Old Zhao too. Qi Tian might not kill them, but Zhou Yi definitely would. Old Zhao Tu's lips trembled slightly, and a deep furrow appeared between his brows. Only when facing death can one truly feel the fear of death. In the convoy, Zhou Yi had become a symbol of death. Mr. Zhou, please don't kill us, please. This was all caused by Zhao De and Old Zhao Tu. It has nothing to do with us. It's their brothers who wanted to rebel. It was clear these people really didn't want to die, constantly begging Zhou Yi for mercy. Among them was the old man. Zhou Yi just glanced sideways. The old man was among them. He had been looking for an excuse to kill him, and now that he saw the old man happy, he was pleased. With endless power, the vehicle had a refrigerator, and most importantly, the old man could restore energy by swallowing people. Now, it was the end of the world, and the convoy didn't even have a generator. The only power source was the car's built-in battery. Not only was the power small, but it couldn't run other devices. Nana had mentioned the old man's secret before. As long as they could eliminate the old man, he could take over the vehicle later. I had previously guessed that the old man's toy might be a special item. When combined with the strange headgear, its ranking would surely rise a lot. My own gasoline car could also become a hybrid electric vehicle, greatly increasing its range. Zhou Yi's lips curled into a faint, sinister smile. A group of survivors shivered in fear as they watched him. Standing in front of them seemed like a demon from hell's judgment. With a wave of his arm, he could take all their lives. While everyone was terrified, his raised arms seemed ready to declare their doom. The Fire Dragon Sword transformed into a fiery dragon. It charged toward the crowd. Captain Lin wanted to stop it, but it was already too late. Once the arrow is shot from the bow, there's no turning back. The fire dragon surrounded dozens of survivors, devouring them from outside to inside. Ordinary people are just ordinary. In front of extraordinary powers, they have no chance to fight back. Everyone else watched helplessly as Zhou Yi killed so many people. No one stepped forward to stop him. The lives of ordinary survivors mean little in this end-of-the-world scenario. To survive, they must rely on extraordinary powers. Additional kill points, 5,000. As the system's voice announced, Zhou Yi's sword finished off 50 people without even blinking. Now, only about 30 ordinary people remained in the convoy. Zhou Yi, why are you doing this? Captain Lin looked at the piles of bodies, feeling a shiver. So many people, and you just kill them. The convoy doesn't have many left now. Although Lin appeared angry on the surface, he only said a few words to Zhou Yi to pretend and calm the others. He took the blame for the bad actions, while Zhou Yi did the dirty work. Enough, Lin, Zhou Yi said. I'm doing this for the good of the convoy. Who knows how many of them are infected with the red virus? Better to kill 100 wrong than let one go. Leaving even one could be a disaster. Those people are useless in the convoy anyway. Fewer people means more supplies saved. We are a strong convoy. To grow bigger and stronger. Quality over quantity. Do you agree with me, Team Lin? After speaking, Zhou Yi gave Team Lin a knowing look. The two seemed to understand each other without words. Just a simple glance conveyed many messages. Killing some ordinary people doesn't bother Team Lin. He has discarded many as if they were lizards' tails along the way. Look at this. Our super bus, once modified. Now, only about 30 of us remain. Then, we can lie inside and sleep every day. No need to set up tents anymore. Before, with many people and few supplies, we could only drink porridge, and it was limited. Everyone was hungry, full of complaints. I'm doing this to eliminate troublemakers and bring benefits to everyone. In the future, with more supplies and fewer people, everyone can eat well, drink well, and live comfortably. After continuous brainwashing by Zhou Yi, the other survivors' emotions gradually calmed down. On reflection, it really benefits others. Even those who are unhappy dare not speak out. Maybe one day, he will get angry and cut down all these ordinary people with one sword. He has done such things before. Over 100 ordinary people have died at his hands. Most of them have seen how ruthless he is, not willing to reason with you. Once, by the river, he killed many members of the Fourth Brothers convoy with a single sword. As the journey continued, Zhou Yi became more ruthless. Team Lin started to soothe the other survivors' feelings. Zhou Yi handles the killing and arson and cleaning up afterward. All right, everyone, relax. Just trust us. Everything will be fine. As long as you work hard for the convoy, our extraordinary team members won't treat you badly. Let's disperse now. Team Lin dispersed the crowd and sent Qi Tian to comfort the survivors. He glanced at Zhou Yi and whispered, "Why didn't you tell us in advance if you wanted to kill them all? It would have helped us prepare." Zhou Yi put away his fire dragon sword. He gently stroked the sword's blade. "You know how strong this virus's infectivity is. I'm doing this to save people. Keep the remaining members of the convoy from contacting others, so no one else gets infected." The bald man nearby watched Zhou Yi's ruthless actions silently, only nodding slightly in the end. Fortunately, the three of them got along pretty well with him. Otherwise, they might have ended up like the pink-haired Sword Immortal convoy. In the end, all 50 bodies were collected by the corpse handler Wu Jia. He didn't care about survivors. In his eyes, there are only the dead and the living. These fresh bodies were a huge gain for him. Over there, the pink-haired girl and the big guy hadn't finished refining yet, and there were so many bodies here. This oasis trip probably made the corpse handler's strength improve the fastest among the entire convoy. In a few days, he might be able to create a team of dozens of zombies. Maybe he could even craft some super corpses using extraordinary body refinement techniques. Zhou Yi left that area and took the old man's vehicle for himself. Just that day, too many people had died at Zhou Yi's hands. It made him famous as a sword immortal in the oasis. Other convoy teams knew he was ruthless and deadly. He didn't spare even his own team members. Nearly 50 people were killed without mercy, showing no humanity. But through this, he also established his authority among the other convoy teams. When he approached the old man, Zhou Yi chose not to leave immediately. Instead, he activated the system, spent some killing points, to see what this old man was really up to. System, let me see what secrets this old man has. This scan requires 4,000 killing points. Would you like to proceed? This strange object is an old head toy. It has the ability to swallow and has developed a simple form of intelligence. It can swallow strange things, humans, animals, and all kinds of creatures. However, swallowing depends on certain conditions. The swallowed person or creature must not resist. If they resist, the toy cannot swallow them. After swallowing, it converts the energy into its own power and stores it. Zhou Yi carefully read the description of the old head toy. It only has the swallowing ability. But in this post-apocalyptic world, that's enough. With it, he can solve the problem of lacking electrical power. It also has a simple form of intelligence. Could this thing really have its own mind? Wow. Could strange objects be intelligent on their own? If that's true, some of the top-ranked special objects might have their own intelligence. Having intelligence sounds a bit scary. I can't even imagine what the number 1 ranked object would be like. Zhou Yi directly opened the old head toy. The inside space isn't very big, barely enough for 2 people to sit. In such a small space, how does the old head bring other women back to the car at night? Thinking about it, the ideas are getting a bit wild, and images even start to appear in his mind. But the old head is experienced and knows a lot. There's also a fridge inside. When he opened it, he found some frozen meat. He didn't know where the old head got the meat from. As a superhuman, he hadn't eaten meat for days. Anyway, now it all belongs to me. Just as Joey sat in the driver's seat and prepared to drive away, he heard crying. Wah wah wah. A mechanical electromagnetic sound came through. Where are you taking me? I'm hungry. I want to eat something. Wah wah wah. Joey instinctively prepared to summon the fire dragon sword. Thinking about the system's earlier description, he suddenly realized. Are you this old head toy? Joey asked cautiously. Yes. I'm hungry. I haven't eaten anything for several days. I can't run much longer. Wah wah wah. Joey saw the battery indicator on the front screen turn red. It turns out there was no power. So, what do you want to eat? Is there anything special you're craving? I can give you something to eat, but you must follow me and let me be your master. Zizzy, zizzy. The old man's amusement emitted a crackling sound. The vehicle shook slightly. I want to eat your flesh. When he said this, his voice clearly showed excitement and greed. Hearing this, Joey's face instantly darkened. He raised his left hand and slammed it down hard on the steering wheel with a loud bang, causing the old man's amusement to squeak. One last chance for you. Forget this idea right now, immediately. If you have this thought again in the future, I won't hesitate to destroy you. If you don't want to be destroyed, you must listen to me. The vehicle shook violently again. It seemed to be venting its frustration. The old man's amusement looked like a scolded child, too upset to speak. It seemed Joey had scared it. Now even the vehicle was soft and compliant. Without some tough measures, it dared to act up. He needed to teach it a lesson. Joey drove the old man's amusement next to the strange head pickup. As the two vehicles approached, the old man's amusement looked very unwilling. The puppet baby head on the strange head pickup suddenly turned red-eyed, excitedly staring at the old man's amusement. It also stuck out a long tongue, licking its lips. The two seemed like enemies, ready to fight each other at any moment. Don't, I don't want to. I'm afraid of that strange head. The old man's amusement reacted strongly, complaining to Joey with a sad face. Joey ignored it and combined them together, watching how they would react. As soon as he got out of the car, he forcibly brought in Xiaofan. Professional work should be left to the professionals. Now both vehicles belonged to him, so being afraid was pointless. It was clear that his strange head pickup was stronger. Once combined, the old man's amusement would lose control. Xiaofan was still diligently transforming the bus. Once finished, it would be the biggest vehicle in the fleet. He even divided the bus into a girls' area and a boys' area. The vehicle was also equipped with its own bathroom. Of course, the young monk was assigned to the bus. To take care of him, Xiaofan set aside a small private space in the front passenger seat, complete with his own bed, so he wasn't treated unfairly. At first, Xiaofan said he didn't have time and asked him to wait. But Joey took a piece of meat from the fridge and handed it to him, telling him to upgrade and improve his strange-looking pickup truck first. Now, there was no meat to eat in this environment. Even extraordinary people had no reason to refuse. Anyway, all these upgrades and modifications were ultimately done by Xiaofan himself. It didn't matter whether he upgraded early or late. Team leader Lin meant to give him 2 days to upgrade all the vehicles in the fleet, then prepare to leave the oasis. When Xiaofan saw the old man happy, he looked at Joey. Good job, kid. You're just going to take over this old man's vehicle like that? I've never seen such shamelessness. Xiaofan kept cursing inwardly. They weren't even pretending anymore. They were openly stealing and looting. Such blatant robbery. Unfortunately, he was just a mechanic, only able to work on cars in the fleet, doing chores and repairs. If he were also a fighter, he would probably have stolen even more than Joey. He wanted to take all the women in the fleet for himself, to do whatever he wanted. But that was just a dream. Right now, he was busy upgrading the vehicles, and he didn't have time to take care of the 3 women in his own car. The pickup truck had already been designed with a space for a fridge. If he combined the old man's vehicle with his, it would turn into a hybrid electric vehicle. Electric power wouldn't be a problem anymore. If conditions allowed, he could install more electrical devices. Joey also made some requests. He wanted to modify the back of the vehicle. The second compartment would be made semi-enclosed, with an automatic irrigation system added. The first cargo area would be fully enclosed. The planting area needed to be raised higher. To grow large-scale superhuman corn, enough height had to be reserved. The space also needed to be expanded, and tomatoes would be planted too. If they found other crops in the future, they might need to plant even more. Relying only on corn and tomatoes was starting to be insufficient for Zhou Yi. It would be great if we could get some more vegetable seeds. After discussing, Xiaofan quickly drew a renovation plan. This upgrade mainly focused on internal changes, with less change to the appearance compared to last time. The upgrade is expected to take about 8 hours. Zhou Yi was already very excited. After the upgrade, the Pikachu's ranking will definitely improve a lot.